If one were born blind, how could one dare to yearn for the light of the world? At night, the city bustles with traffic, and the neon lights weave a mesmerizing tapestry. Yet this splendor bears no relation to Lin Ruoxue atop the building. He distances himself from the clamor, seated alone at the edge of the structure, his tightly shut eyes harboring emotions devoid of tears. I wish that in my next life, light may always accompany me, and I shall never again suffer the torment of being ensnared in darkness. After earnestly making his vow, Ruoxue leaps into the embrace of the night wind, plummeting towards the cold, unyielding concrete below. Splash! The water splatters, and all returns to silence. As Ruoxue sinks into the dark depths of the river, his spirit is overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. He transcends, entering the world of Naruto, inhabiting the body of Uchiha Shursui. But the timing of his transition is quite peculiar. It occurs in the instant Shursui entrusts his left eye to Itachi and leaps into the Nanha River. You may wonder how he knows this, for Shizui's emotionless memories echo within his mind. Thanks to this, he seamlessly completes his transformation from Lin Ruoxue to Uchiha Shursui. With no time to ponder further, in the final moment before suffocation, he rises from the darkness. With a resounding splash as the water erupts from the riverbank, Ruoxue lands precariously, greedily inhaling the air of the Naruto world. Ah! He laughs wholeheartedly, feeling the heavens have heard his prayer and bestowed upon him a luminous future. However, that light must be fought for with his own hands. Just as I desire, Ruoxue, a blind individual, would ordinarily find it impossible to form a connection with the anime Naruto. However, fate smiled upon him as his sole friend in reality. Linyu happened to be an ardent admirer of the series. Through this influence, Ruoxue gradually became a devoted fan of Naruto himself. In stark contrast to Linyu, who favored the dark symbolism embodied by Obito, Ruoxue held a profound admiration for Shursui, a character representing light. Shizui's willingness to forsake his own brilliance in the name of peace epitomized the heroism that resonated deeply with Ruoxue, who had long dwelled in darkness. Yet, in the guise of Shursui, Ruoxue harbored his own ambitions. Shursui, you are the hero in my eyes, and I hold you in high regard. However, I refuse to tread the same path you did. I shall seek out Itachi, reclaim your left eye, and wrest back the right eye that was taken by Danzo. For this purpose, I am prepared to let the village you once protected, Konoha, run red with blood. Forgive me, I am not a hero, I am merely a humble soul yearning for the light. A wave of anguish surged through him, causing Ruoxue to cover his left eye. The will to survive had awakened the buried pain within him. The discomfort emanated not only from the recently removed left eye, but also from the myriad of injuries he sustained during Shizui's harrowing escape. Following the memories of Shursui, Ruoxue retrieved the remaining soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch and consumed them. With the restoration of his chakra, the pain began to subside. As his thoughts returned to the present, he realized that Shursui had just fallen into the Nange River, only to be replaced by Ruoxue himself. Although it took some time to reach the shore, it dawned on him that Itachi might still be perched upon the cliff overhead. Shizui's left eye was in Itachi's possession, and he was determined to reclaim it. Swallowing the unchewed military rations, Ruoxue raised his voice and shouted, "Itachi, are you there?" Above him, there was no response. It was to be expected. In pursuit of Shizui's left eye, the route had nearly emptied its ranks. A cautious ninja like Itachi would certainly not linger beneath a precarious wall. But I can be certain that Itachi has not ventured too far. He recalled you mentioning that the Nanha River was a stream nestled amidst cliffs, flanked closely by towering rock faces. With his hand extended before him, Ruoxue cautiously advanced, and indeed, he felt the cool surface of the cliff. Inheriting Shizui's memories and experiences also included knowledge of chakra utilization. With a swift motion, Ruoxue channeled chakra into his feet, scaling the rocky wall. However, as a newcomer, he remained wary, carefully testing his footing as he climbed. Only when the sensation of the cliff's edge became distinct did he allow himself a moment of relief. Just as he was about to hoist himself over the ledge, a thought struck him. Surely, the root wouldn't be positioned above? He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, biting it between his teeth, and drew his ninja blade, gripping it firmly. With resolve, he flipped over the cliff. The night breeze whispered through the forest, the leaves rustling softly apart from that. All was silent. Ruashu's anxious heart began to settle. Indeed, Itachi was not present. The pressing matter was to inform Itachi that he was still alive otherwise. Even with Shizui's abilities intact, he would be hard-pressed to escape the pursuit of Root under conditions of blind sight. But how could he convey this message? In his memory, Itachi wielded the power of crows, a skill taught by Shisui. When they communicated information from a distance, they employed crows as well. Ruashu raised the kunai clenched between his teeth and sliced his fingertip, using the blood to form a seal. Ninja art, summoning technique. Boom! Amidst the smoke, a crow materialized, landing upon Zishui's shoulder. Fortunately, Zishui's memory also encompassed the muscle memory of utilizing ninjutsu, allowing him to perform the techniques. Ruashu addressed the crow perched on his shoulder. I implore you, my friend, inform Itachi that I am still alive and urge him to come here at once. Caw-caw. Summoning beasts possess considerable intelligence. It comprehended Zishui's words and immediately soared into the sky, seeking Itachi's whereabouts. Ruashu chose not to have the crow lead the way, but instead to convey a message. This was a decision born of necessity. The rugged terrain of the mountaintop, riddled with ravines, was utterly impassable for the blind. Thus, waiting for Itachi's arrival was the wisest course of action. The Root's ninjas could arrive at any moment, and Ruashu dared not relax. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, recalling the memories of Zishui's ninjutsu, contemplating what techniques might aid him should the Root's forces discover his location. It must be said Zishui possessed an impressive array of techniques, yet many of the formidable ones required the Sharingan, which he currently lacked, rendering them nearly useless. Swish! The movements of the Root were swifter than anticipated. Ruashu had barely settled at the cliff's edge when the sound of hurried footsteps through the forest echoed, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Ruash's heart raced, so fast. A white-clad Umbu burst forth from the thicket, immediately spotting the target, seated perilously at the edge of the cliff. The Umbu swiftly signaled 3 black-clad comrades to halt. He harbored profound trepidation regarding the power of Zishui's Sharingan. Just a few hours ago, the 2 captains of the Root's white-clad division lost contact after encountering Shisui. This clearly indicates that even with only one eye remaining, Shisui is not an adversary that can be easily vanquished in an unknown confrontation. The white-clad captain gazed from a distance and proclaimed, Shisui, it appears you are aware of your dire predicament. Surrender your left eye, and perhaps I can grant you a dignified demise. At that moment, Ruashu slowly lifted his head. Seeing that Shisui had completely lost his sight, the white-clad Umbu's pupils constricted in shock. Where is your left eye? Ruashu replied with a cryptic smile. What do you think? The white-clad Umbu contemplated, playing a game of riddles, but now that Shisui had lost both eyes, there was little to fear. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 black-clad Umbu spread out, with the white-clad leader declaring, we shall take you to Root's interrogation chamber, where we possess countless methods to extract the whereabouts of your left eye. I had no intention of sitting idly by. Ruashu rose to his feet. The formidable ninjutsu employed by Shisui for slaughter was rendered nearly ineffective without the Sharingan. Behind him, Nanha River had jumped down, but could no longer ascend. Before him stood a circle of 4 elite Root shinobi, and Itachi's arrival remained uncertain. This was a true deadlock. Yet, Ruashu refused to concede. Having already faced death once, he vowed not to perish a second time before attaining the light. He channeled all his chakra into this technique. Ruashu began to form hand seals. Are you afraid of the darkness? Genjutsu. Technique of the Dark Path. Chapter 2. The Eye of Clarity. The art of walking in darkness. The vision of the 4 members of the Umbu was shrouded in an endless abyss. The white-clad Umbu immediately discerned the technique at play. It was the dark walking illusion of the first Hokage, a method that obscured sight. What a cunning strategy. Since the enemy cannot see, why not deprive them of their vision as well? Indeed, it is a remarkable move, akin to grasping at life while teetering on the brink of death. Alas, this is merely a desperate struggle for survival. We have already memorized your general location. Your prideful phantom body technique relies on the Sharingan, after years of dependence on its light. How long can you endure our onslaught now that you have been cast into darkness? With a mental map of the surroundings, they tentatively hurled shuriken into the void. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of the shuriken was recognized by Shui, who evaded the attack with remarkable agility. The anticipated scream did not follow. The Umbu were taken aback. It missed. No, he dodged it. You are mistaken. I am not a novice in blindness. I have traversed the shadows for 17 years prior to this moment. In terms of auditory acuity and spatial awareness, I do not fall short of anyone. Moreover, the combat-hardened physique of Uchiha Shui grants me the ability to evade assaults in darkness. Having failed to land their first strike, the Umbu swiftly initiated another wave of attack, this time deploying explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the darkness, reverberating against Ruoshui's eardrums with a thunderous roar, as debris propelled by the blast struck his body. The excruciating pain in this dire situation sent adrenaline surging through him, prompting him to quicken his evasive steps. The white-clad shadow operative exclaimed, "I hear it." That fellow's footsteps. Just as he was about to concentrate and listen intently, he was distracted by the heavy breathing of a nearby black-clad operative. Frowning, he inquired, "Why are you panting?" The black-clad operative, trembling as he gripped his kunai, stammered, That fellow is the master of stillness. Do we stand a chance?" In the enveloping darkness, fear is an instinctual response, and the formidable reputation of the master of stillness struck terror even in the hearts of the most seasoned warriors. I can hear your labored breaths and the thumping of your heart. In the obscurity, Ruoshui drew forth a kunai, holding his breath, attuning himself to the auditory cues around him, and launched it with all his might. However, this vigorous throw tugged at a wound on his shoulder, altering the trajectory of the kunai at the moment of release. The hesitant black-clad operative was struck on the shoulder by the kunai, letting out a cry of pain. This tangible victory further corroborated the earlier fears of the black-clad operatives. Even the white-clad operative was taken aback. How could he strike his target with such precision in the dark? But then he reconsidered. No, with the master of stillness's unparalleled throwing technique, a fatal strike would be expected, yet he had not struck a vital point. This indicated he was merely holding on. He spoke in a deep tone. "Do not panic. He is already injured. This shadowy technique cannot be sustained for long. When it dissipates, it will be his demise." The dark-clad Umbu members steadied themselves, weapons drawn and vigilant, refraining from recklessly attacking to avoid alerting Shui to their presence. Time passed slowly, and as the adrenaline began to wane, Ruoshui's already frail chakra could no longer sustain the dark techniques. He leaned against the cliff's edge, gasping for breath, supported only by his ninja blade. The white-clad Umbu, witnessing Shui reach the pinnacle of his strength, remarked, "It appears your struggles come to an end here. Will you not reveal the whereabouts of the left eye?" Ruoshui stammered, I. Realizing the imminent threat of losing the left eye to them, he fabricated a tale to buy time, saying, "I entrusted it to the third Hokage, Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen." You might as well go ask him. This deception sent shockwaves through the ears of the root members, as the mention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen, being a political adversary of Danzo, hinted at a plausible truth. The expression of the white-clad Umbu darkened. "Whether your words hold any truth, we shall ascertain by taking you back to Root for a thorough interrogation." At a signal, 3 black-clad Umbu swiftly advanced towards Ruoshui. "This is my final chakra." Ruoshui gathered every last ounce of his remaining chakra, his throat swelling with the concentrated will to survive and yearning for light. With his hands forming the uziel, he unleashed a torrent of blazing flames directed at his assailants. Boom! The 3 black-clad Umbu recoiled simultaneously, with the one adept in water release deploying a water barrier to counter the fiery onslaught. After a brief clash, Ruoshui's mighty fireball was ultimately extinguished. The figure in white reverently remarked, "Indeed, you are remarkable. Even though you are at the brink of exhaustion, the power of your techniques remains extraordinary. Alas, this is where it ends." The sound of heavy breathing filled the air as his chakra was utterly depleted. Ruoshui found himself unable to even stand, collapsing onto the ground with a precipice looming behind him. Had it been another, they might have leapt once more into the abyss. However, Ruoshui would not. To fall into the hands of the root would surely entail a merciless interrogation, and he was uncertain if he could endure it. Yet, as long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Danzo sought the whereabouts of his left eye. This knowledge was his ticket to survival. For the sake of light, he was willing to endure humiliation and burden. As his consciousness began to fade, Ruoxue realized he was on the verge of losing awareness. Upon awakening, he presumed he would find himself in the torture chambers of the root. Haha. An interrogation, you say? Come forth. Compared to the suffering I have endured in darkness, this is but a trifling matter. Just as he felt consciousness slipping away, a crow's caw resonated vividly in his ears. Ha, 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 ha. The heavens do not forsake the desperate. Ruoxue's heart, once laden with dread, found solace. Itachi, the next steps are entrusted to you. When Ruoxue regained consciousness, he found himself resting against a frail, yet sturdy shoulder. Itachi, is that you? He inquired. Indeed. It is I. Itachi's voice was so unpretentious, it brought comfort to his heart. Ruoxue understood that, amidst the treacherous world of shinobi, he had safely landed. Itachi, actually I. Ruoxue, there is no need for explanations. Nothing brings me greater solace than the fact that you are alive. As Ruoxue had meticulously prepared to elucidate to Itachi the reasons behind Shishui's decision to abandon self-destruction, his words proved unnecessary. Yet, he was not Shishui, he was Ruoxue, acutely aware of the most pressing matters at hand. In his mind, an ambitious blueprint had already taken shape, one not conceived in haste, but rather a product of discussions with his sole confidant, Lin Yu, during moments of ennui. They had pondered what they would undertake should they ever traverse into the world of Naruto. He understood all too well the critical elements at play, the cells of Hashirama, sage techniques, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the Rinnegan, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and the chakra fruit of the divine tree. The list was extensive, and he comprehended precisely how to secure an invincible position as a ninja. However, any of these formidable pursuits were beyond the reach of an ordinary shinobi. Had he found himself transformed into a mere ninja, perhaps the pursuit of light would have been his sole aspiration. He would have treaded cautiously, steering clear of the turmoil among ninjas. Yet, should he embody Shishui, those grand designs could indeed materialize. Ruoxue recognized that regardless of how lofty the ambitions, the path must be traversed step by step. The foremost task was to reclaim Shishui's rightful eyes, his left eye in Itachi's possession and the right in Danzo's grasp. The sequence was self-evident. With resolve, Ruoxue steadied his emotions, positioning himself beside Itachi, softly stating, Itachi, though you may not require my explanation, there are certain words I must utter, for they hold great significance. Do you understand? Itachi replied, very well. I shall listen to Shishui's words in due time. Ruoxue inquired, to where shall we go? To the South He Shrine? At present, the Uchiha rebellion looms on the horizon, prompting the Uchiha clan to gather at the South He Shrine each night. On the fateful night of Shishui's demise, Itachi was notably absent from that assembly. Itachi remarked, However, we are not attending the gathering. Rather, we shall wait beneath the shrine nearby, conversing until Izumi arrives. It is well known that Izumi is Itachi's childhood sweetheart. Yet, it is less commonly known that Izumi is the sole Uchiha adept in medical ninjutsu. As Shisui pondered how to broach the delicate subject of retrieving the left eye he had just entrusted to Shisui, Itachi's subsequent words filled Shisui with elation. I intend to return the left eye to Shisui, and for that, I require Izumi's medical ninjutsu. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Vision Beneath the Shrine Outside South He Shrine. Shisui and Itachi sat side by side. Shisui finally seized the opportunity to initiate his plan. Itachi, in the moment I fell from the cliff, I suddenly realized that there exists a better path than sacrificing one side between our clan and the village. Itachi inquired, what sort of path is that? Shisui replied, the Uchiha clan should withdraw entirely from Konoha and seek refuge elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Itachi fell into a deep contemplation. In truth, I have contemplated this matter, yet its execution proves exceedingly challenging. The Uchiha clan, at present, is not preoccupied with matters of victory or defeat, life or death. Rather, they are consumed by a long-suppressed breath of indignation. For the sake of this sentiment, they would willingly embrace destruction. To retreat is akin to betrayal, a course of action that, in the eyes of their kin, is no different from that of a stray dog. They would rather remain and perish in battle than choose this path. Itachi articulates the very plight of the Uchiha. While Ruoxue understands, he cannot acquiesce. He is neither Shisui nor a native of this world of Hokage, and thus, he He refuses to be bound by the grudges between Uchiha and Konoha. Ruwa Shuei posits, is not the future of our clan far more significant than a fleeting clash of emotions? The true victor is the one who laughs last. A temporary retreat serves the purpose of future resurgence. Itachi sighs, if only my kin could grasp such a simple truth. Ruwa Shuei inquires, you agree with my perspective, do you not? Itachi replies, indeed. If it is feasible, I shall wholeheartedly support Shursui. With Itachi's affirmation, Ruwa Shuei feels a renewed sense of solidity. He has come to realize a crucial reality. Unless one possesses strength akin to that of Madara or Hashirama, establishing oneself in this world of ninjas necessitates reliance on an organization. Thus, Ruwa Shuei aspires to preserve as much of the Uchiha's viable strength as possible, to serve as a reserve for his future endeavors in the ninja realm. Ruwa Shuei asks, Itachi, do you think that if Mr. Fugaku were to lead, he could persuade our kin to leave Konoha? Itachi ponders, if it were to be my father's charisma, perhaps it could be accomplished. In the past, Ban traversed this path. Yet regrettably, no one responded. It is not that Fugaku is more remarkable than Ban, but rather that times have changed. Since the era of the second Hokage, Konoha's oppressive policies against the Uchiha clan have long unveiled the harsh reality to its members. However, Itachi then revealed a bittersweet smile. The challenge lies in persuading my father. As the clan leader, he bears the honor of our lineage. He aspires for the Uchiha to ascend as Hokage of Konoha. Ruesue's expression darkened slightly. Itachi, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Itachi replied, Shursui, please speak freely. Ruesue, I wish to employ the Kodoame Tsukumi on Lord Fugaku. Itachi's demeanor shifted subtly. Ruesue continued, yet this time, the Kodoame Tsukumi is not intended to thwart the Uchiha's rebellion, but to facilitate their departure from Konoha. Concerned that Itachi might struggle to accept this emotionally, Ruesue hastily added, I do not wish to resort to such desperate measures, but the situation has become critical. I assure you, once the Uchiha have settled elsewhere, I will lift the Kodoame Tsukumi from Lord Fugaku and seek his forgiveness. As he articulated these words, Ruesue felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, his left eye remained in Itachi's possession. Should Itachi reject his proposal, the light he so easily grasped might. Yet Ruesue harbored more long-term considerations. Itachi's intellect is unparalleled. If Ruesue were to return the left eye and then express a desire to use Kodoame Tsukumi on Itachi's father, the sincerity of his intentions would be severely undermined. Ruesue's subsequent plans hinged upon Itachi's steadfast cooperation, thus leaving no room for discord. Transparency was imperative. Ruwa placed her faith in Itachi's foresight, believing that his vision would not be shackled by the current circumstances, as long as there existed the slightest possibility. He would wholeheartedly collaborate with her. Indeed, Itachi's response did not disappoint Ruwa. I understood that if Shursui believed this course of action could save their clan, avert conflict between the clan and the village, and preserve the future of the Uchiha, then he should proceed unreservedly. The assembly at the Nanha Shrine concluded. Its doors wide open, and the Uchiha clansmen, faces filled with resentment, returned in groups. What was Itachi doing, absent at such a crucial moment? Did he not comprehend his own position? Itachi had better provide an explanation to the clansmen. Otherwise, I would have to arrest him under the authority of the police force. Itachi, I could excuse, as he had always been a maverick, but Shursue's absence was unsettling, stirring within me a sense of foreboding. A girl clad in a black, form-fitting outfit trailed behind the clansmen. She was Izumi, Itachi's childhood sweetheart. Her beautiful eyes darted nervously, burdened with concern. Why had Itachi not attended the assembly tonight? The clansmen were already displeased with him. Surely nothing had happened to him? Just then, a shadow leapt down from a tree, covering Izumi's mouth. Shoo! Just as Izumi was about to struggle, a voice whispered, Don't move, it's me. Itachi stood behind her, gesturing for silence. Itachi! Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. What are you doing, startling me like that? It's urgent, he replied, taking her hand and leading her into the depths of the forest beyond the Nana shrine. In the stillness of the night, deep within the forest, Izumi's thoughts surged like a restless tide. Itachi, could it be that he intends to? My goodness, how could this be happening at such a moment? Guiding Izumi to the shrine, upon seeing the person awaiting them, she exclaimed, Brother Shursui, what brings you here? Itachi replied, The details shall be explained later, Izumi. Please, first attend to Brother Shursue's eyes. Izumi observed that Shirsue's eyes were tightly shut, with 2 streaks of blood marring his handsome face, her expression instantly turning grave. What has happened to Brother Shirsue's eyes? Itachi offered no answer, merely handing her a vial containing Shirsue's left eye. The transplantation of Shirsue's left eye into the crow would occur later. At present, Itachi lacked the means to do so. Receiving the vial, Izumi's beautiful eyes dimmed with concern as she spoke with a hint of gravity. Itachi, it seems you have concealed some matters from me. Itachi replied, I apologize. I intended to keep you out of this as much as possible. Izumi retorted, I understand. Yet I expect you to explain everything to me later. I do not wish for you to bear this burden alone. With that, Izumi knelt before Shirsue, forming hand seals as azure chakra enveloped her hands in a cleansing gesture. Gently, she retrieved the left eye from the solution and carefully placed it into Shirsue's left eye socket. I shall employ medical ninjutsu to connect Brother Shirsue's left eye's optic nerve. It may cause some pain, but endure it. Very well, let it come. Shirsue responded, for this pain was nothing compared to the darkness of ignorance. With a swift motion, Izumi formed the seals once more, the verdant glow of her medical ninjutsu illuminating her hands as it enveloped Shirsue's left eye. At this moment, Ruoshue's emotions could scarcely be encapsulated by mere excitement. The searing pain emanating from the depths of his pupils caused every cell in his body to tremble with elation. After 10 minutes, Quan lowered his hands and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, All right, you may open your eyes now. Ruoshue clenched his fists and cautiously opened his left eye a mere slit, allowing the moonlight to cascade in, only for his eyelid to reflexively shut. Exhaling deeply, he gathered his courage and fully opened his eyes. Chapter 4. The Clarity of Vision. Breaking the mold. As Ruoshue opened his eyes, the world unfolded before him in vivid reality. The night sky was an inky black, yet it possessed an enchanting quality. Countless words and literature have sought to capture the beauty of the moon, but none could compare to the celestial orb before him. The steadfastness of the mountains and the grace of the leaves stirred his heart profoundly. Instantly captivated, Ruoshue's curious gaze greedily absorbed everything within his sight. It was the Sharingan. Even the subtle movements of dust were intricately woven into the tapestry of his vision. Ruoshue harbored no concept of the artistic style of the real world. The world he beheld upon opening his eyes was that of Naruto. What did this signify? It meant that the aesthetic of Naruto was the primal hue of existence. In the darkness of the current world, a lost soul found rebirth within the realm of Naruto. The Buddha spoke of those born of the law as being of the law. Thus, those born of light are of the light. From the radiance of the Naruto universe, he found his redemption, rendering this realm his sanctuary. Jishue? Ruoshue gazed at Itachi and Quan. The visage of Jishue lingered in his memories. Yet what met his eyes was the tangible reality. With a determined step forward, Ruoshue embraced Itachi in his arms. Itachi, Shirsue? Ruoshue. Thank you, Itachi. Truly, thank you. Itachi's eyelids fluttered as he embraced Ruoshue in return. Ahem. Izumi's cough timely interrupted the emotional exchange between the two friends. She raised her finger, assuming a stance of inquiry. You two, it's time you tell me what exactly transpired. Itachi found himself at a loss. Well. Ruoshue stepped forward. Let me explain. Upon hearing Ruoshue's account, Izumi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Danzo, he stole Shirsue's eyes? Ruoshue affirmed, indeed. He not only took my eyes, but also intends to coerce Itachi into slaughtering the Uchiha clan. Izumi stood frozen, looking helplessly at Itachi. Itachi. Shirsue, is this true? Itachi averted his gaze, which was already an answer. Izumi staggered back 3 steps, covering her lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. She realized. Itachi was a man whose vision transcended the constraints of his clan. If the Uchiha coup truly led to the erosion of Konoha by war, he would undoubtedly take action, thinking of the heavy burden Itachi had borne all along, of which she had been utterly unaware. Made her feel a wave of sorrow and guilt that she could not suppress. She crouched down, hugging her legs and weeping uncontrollably. Itachi clenched his fists, his heart tormented and in anguish. Since Ruoshue had revealed the truth to Izumi, he felt compelled to address the aftermath. He approached Izumi and gently said, Do not worry, Izumi, I will not allow this to happen. This is also the purpose of my return. Is that true? Qian raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and asked, Is it true? Brother Jishue, can you truly change everything? Ruashue replied, I assure you, it is within my power, as long as you and Itachi steadfastly stand by my side. Qian eagerly nodded yes. Itachi and I will undoubtedly support Brother Jishue. Ruashue advised, therefore, you must return home as if nothing has happened, and refrain from disclosing tonight's events to our clan, understood? Qian hesitated. Is there nothing else I can do? Ruashue smiled. What you can do is to watch over Itachi. Qian wiped her tears and stood up resolutely, saying, I will. But whatever you plan to do, please exercise utmost caution. Promise me, all right? Ruashue nodded seriously. I promise. I assure you, both Itachi and the Uchiha will remain safe. Only then did Qian feel reassured, knowing she was not suited to stay any longer. She cast a lingering glance at Itachi before reluctantly turning and running into the night breeze. Itachi stood there, lost in thought, burdened yet relieved, for at least his repressed worries had been shared by the one he cherished most. Ruashue patted Itachi's shoulder and earnestly remarked, Qian is a wonderful girl. You both have better choices. Danzo's path will only lead Sasuke deeper into the abyss of vengeance, without altering anything else. Itachi slowly unclenched his fist. Brother Jishue, just tell me what you wish for me to do. Ruashue addressed the matter directly. My right eye remains in Danzo's possession. If the power of the divine is misused by him, the consequences could be dire. Thus, it must be reclaimed. How shall we recover it? Itachi turned his gaze toward Shisui, voicing a question that had long lingered in his heart. I have always been perplexed as to how someone of Shisui's caliber could allow Danzo to seize his right eye. Ruashue's expression turned somber. Indeed, I was also somewhat careless. I never anticipated that Danzo harbored the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Itachi was taken aback. Izanagi? The legendary forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Ruashue continued. Yes, prior to taking my right eye, Danzo possessed a Sharingan, and with the cells of Hashirama, he met the conditions to activate Izanagi. Itachi's gaze darkened. Ruashue added, Izanagi demands blindness as its price. Reflecting on it now, Danzo's fervent desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan was to collect their Sharingan as a reserve for prolonging his use of Izanagi. It truly is so. Itachi clenched his fist tightly, realizing how close he had come to becoming an unwitting accomplice to tyranny, had Shisui not returned. Ruashue remarked, because I was unaware of Danzo's possession of Izanagi, I failed to anticipate his sudden assault, resulting in the loss of my right eye. Itachi replied, who could have foreseen such a thing? It is utterly unpredictable. Ruashue, therefore, the success of reclaiming the right eye hinges on our ability to act before Danzo employs Izanagi. Itachi, upon returning to our clan, you must forge a letter in my handwriting announcing my demise, ensuring that Danzo is led to believe I am dead. Then, as anticipated, Danzo will summon you tomorrow night to issue orders for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. This will present us with a legitimate opportunity to draw him out. At that moment, you will engage Danzo head-on, while I will launch a surprise attack from the shadows, targeting the retrieval of the right eye. Ideally, if circumstances permit, we should eliminate Danzo entirely to eradicate future threats. Itachi's gaze flickered with hesitation. To eliminate Danzo would be tantamount to severing ties with Konoha, making it difficult for him to continue identifying as a shinobi of the village. Shisui, I understand this is a heavy burden, but without removing Danzo, the Uchiha clan will face relentless troubles, even after departing from Konoha. Do you comprehend this? Itachi, with a complex expression, replied, I understand. Yet, I feel, Shisui, that you seem different from before. Foreseeing Itachi's inquiry, Ruashue smiled calmly. Having traversed the realms of life and death, I have gained profound insights. The bonds of this world often impede one's progress, necessitating a process of letting go at times. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps this is what it means to be a ninja. Itachi, in the future, you shall discover many more facets of my being. Ruashue casually mentioned, by the way, Itachi, your Manjiki Sharingan has awakened, has it not? Itachi, it has commenced. The ocular powers are Amaterasu in the right, Iansthimi in the left, each serving distinct purposes. I understand now. Ruashue, Itachi, I have a small request. Itachi, what is it? Ruashue scratches his head. To be frank, when I fell off the cliff, I think I hit my head, and my memories regarding ninjutsu have become quite hazy. Given the urgency of the situation, I cannot afford to adapt slowly. Thus, I would like to borrow your Tsukuyami to reinforce my ninjutsu. Itachi was taken aback. Ruashue, is there a problem? Itachi shook his head, astonished. No, I am merely surprised. I never anticipated that Tsukuyami could be utilized in such a manner. Ruashue smiled knowingly. Hey, I taught you before. The prowess of ninjutsu depends on the ninja. Trust me, whether it is Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, or even other divine techniques in our hands, they can yield many unexpected and wondrous applications. Please, Itachi, use Tsukuyami on me. Itachi slightly closed his left eye and inquired, Shursui, how long would you like to remain in Tsukuyami? Ruashue asked, how long can you manage? Itachi replied, at this stage, to create a year's worth of Tsukuyami in the illusionary realm is my limit. That year, in reality, translates to merely a second. However, I must clarify, the world of Tsukuyami is not real. This method may help restore familiarity with existing ninjutsu, but it will not aid in the growth of chakra. Furthermore, experiencing an extended period in a fleeting moment can impose a significant mental burden, making continuous use unfeasible. The Night of Annihilation, Itachi's 50 years Tsukuyami, derived from the fan work Itachi's True Legend, is not an official canon and should not be referenced. Ruashue chuckled. Then let us commence with a year's worth. Itachi sighed. Shursui, you are truly relentless with yourself. Ruashue replied. One must be resolute to stand firm. Gazing into my eyes. Itachi's left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, locking onto Ruashue's left eye, Tsukuyami. Chapter 5. The Illuminated Eyes. The dual heroes captivate. Within the confines of Tsukuyami, reinforcing Shursue's ninjutsu, Ruashue and Itachi engaged in their captivating endeavor, meticulously crafting an elaborate plan before parting ways. Itachi disclosed a matter of considerable significance. Atop the southern Hezichuan, Ruashue was besieged by 4 members of Root. Itachi managed to slay 3, yet the leader, clad in white, eluded his grasp. In his fervor to save Shursui, Itachi refrained from pursuing. I am well acquainted with the prowess of that white-clad Root member, who bears the codename Bing. Should Bing relay my intervention to Danzo, our plans for tomorrow may be jeopardized. Fortunately, Bing has sustained injuries and will not reach Danzo's side in the immediate future. Ruashue's gaze darkened. Understood. Let us utilize Bing as our point of incursion towards Danzo. Time is of the essence. Ruashue and Itachi promptly set forth on their separate paths. In the forest, 10 kilometers distant from southern Hezichuan, a bloodied, white figure trudged forward with great difficulty. Itachi, in his devotion to Shursui, disregarded the village's greater good and dared to wield his blade against our own. He shall surely turn against the Uchiha. We must inform Lord Danzo immediately and execute a decree against Itachi and Shursui. Swish, clang clang. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air reached him, and Bai Ying, after parrying with his ninja blade, gazed in astonishment at the treetops. Uchiha, Shursui, Ruashue. It's been quite a while. To be precise, their reunion was merely separated by less than 2 hours. Yet Ruashue had squandered a year within the confines of Tsukuyami, thus creating the illusion of a long absence. Upon this encounter, the roles of hunter and prey had undergone a profound transformation. How could you be here? Where's Itachi? Why has your left eye returned? With a swift motion, Ruashue descended from the treetops, drawing his ninja blade, his left Sharingan gleaming with brilliance. It seems you enjoy banding together to torment a gravely injured and disabled individual. Well then, with a flick of his wrist, Ruashue's phantoms emerged continuously, encircling the target, rendering escape impossible. Desperately, the target scanned his surroundings, aware that those phantoms were indeed tangible. Together, Ruashue and his phantoms raised their blades in unison, proclaiming, when you surrounded me with 4, I shall retaliate with 40. With a swift motion, Ruashue and his 40 phantoms launched into a rapid strike. The target, bereft of any futile resistance, murmured, how did it come to this? Phantom, instantaneous slash. With a swift motion, 40 figures, both real and illusory, intertwined and passed through. As the phantoms dissipated, Ruashue gazed upon the scattered remnants of Bing. The vivid hue of blood was striking. The existence of certain lives was merely to embellish the colors in the eyes of others. The once blind youth, upon entering the world of the Hokage, must inevitably undergo a transformation to acclimate to the brutality of slaughter. In the realm of Itachi's Tsukuyami, Ruo Shui not only solidified the jutsu belonging to Shui, but also fortified his mental fortitude, enabling him to act with such lethal decisiveness. As Ruo Shui's palm descended, the flock of crows circling above swooped down, feasting upon the flesh of Ping. In the end, Ruo Shui extracted the residual blood from the beak of a crow, forming a seal, secret technique, blood ram manifestation. Utilizing blood as a medium, he completely transformed his appearance and form to mirror that of his opponent, even replicating their voice with impeccable precision, rivaling Orochimaru's transcription of appearance technique. This art, learned by Shui in life, had never been employed due to its brutality. Now, it was activated by Ruo Shui. On that fateful night of clan extermination, Danzo's minions cataloged the deceased Sharingan, disguised as a member of Root. Itachi witnessed the events unfold and subsequently confronted Danzo with a warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, I shall expose the village's intelligence to our adversaries. Ruo Shui resolved to emulate this tactic, yet this time, Itachi was in the light while he operated in the shadows. And what he intended to do was far from merely issuing a warning. On the other hand, upon returning to his clan, Itachi proceeded with his plan, imitating Shusui's handwriting to compose a farewell letter. The publication of this letter incited a considerable uproar within the Uchiha clan, as both Shui and Itachi were conspicuously absent from the previous night's assembly, leading to inevitable suspicions directed towards Itachi. Apart from Izumi, no one knew what had transpired the prior night. However, these disturbances were of little consequence to Itachi. He was no longer fighting alone. Upon learning of Shusui's demise, Danzo summoned Itachi that very evening. The meeting took place in a temple constructed deep within the mountains of Konoha, where two formidable bronze statues stood sentinel before the shrine. As before, Danzo leaned on his cane and issued the command to Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan, with the time set for tomorrow night and the condition being the preservation of Sasuke alone. Originally, Itachi would have reluctantly accepted this task after a profound internal struggle. However, circumstances had changed. Confronted with Danzo's menacing threats, Itachi boldly retorted, "Lord Danzo, must we truly eradicate the Uchiha to the last?" Danzo dismissed Itachi's concerns as mere grumbling and coldly replied, "The Uchiha are a clan that has willingly embraced their own downfall. Their current fate is of their own making." Yet, Itachi persisted. "Are you certain that the Uchiha's decline did not occur with your covert encouragement?" Danzo's brow furrowed sharply, his piercing gaze fixed upon Itachi. "What are you insinuating? Questioning me at this juncture will not save the Uchiha. They have squandered the village's trust." Clenching his fists, Itachi's expression darkened, pushing the Uchiha to the fringes of the village, assigning them the role of the despised police force, even infiltrating their ranks with spies to sow dissent against the village and incite rebellion. These are not your machinations? Danzo's weathered face contorted with fury as he issued his ultimatum. Either assist Konoha in eradicating the Uchiha to save your brother, or you shall perish alongside them, leaving no trace behind. Choose your path. I choose neither. Itachi's somber gaze suddenly lifted, his Sharingan blazing with a haunting light. Boom! A fireball surged forth, forcing Danzo to retreat. Tobirama could never have anticipated that Itachi would openly strike against him. For a long time, he had understood that Itachi harbored a heart of peace, which led him to comply with the manipulations of the village's higher-ups. Tobirama came to a halt, striking his cane forcefully against the ground, exclaiming, "Itachi, are you aware of what you are doing?" "I am aware, and thus, at this juncture, I shall no longer be in confusion." Upon uttering these words, Itachi charged forward with his sword drawn. Such folly! Tobirama discarded his cane and executed a flip to ascend the mountainside. After forming a series of hand seals, the wrinkles on his aged face contorted as he uttered, "Wind release, vacuum wave." With a swift flick of his jaw, a razor-sharp gust akin to a scythe swept downward, cleaving the mountainside and the earth below. Itachi deftly evaded, launching a series of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, toward the wall where Tobirama stood. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, sending boulders tumbling down. Tobirama emerged from the billowing smoke, his expression dark as night. At that moment, the nearby Root members, startled by the commotion, rushed to gather around Tobirama. "Humph," he scoffed. Feeling emboldened, "Do you truly believe you can defy me on your own? I am not without my preparations to counter you." The three Tomo in Itachi's eyes began to whirl, transforming into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan. Tobarama's pupils constricted in realization. So, you have obtained that eye. Itachi closed his eyes, and with a crackling sound, crimson chakra erupted around him, taking the shape of a skeletal figure. Tobarama's gaze grew increasingly grave. Itachi mused to himself, beyond Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu lies a third force dormant within these eyes. Had it not been for Shirsue's revelation of this technique before our parting last night, I might have waited an eternity to uncover this power. However, the burden of this strength is indeed formidable. Every cell in my body is in agony. Did Shirsue endure a similar ordeal during his awakening? Although Danzo had never witnessed Susanoo firsthand, he was aware of its existence through the accounts of the previous Hokage. It is a power that, during the Warring States period, only a select few of the Uchiha clan could wield. This was also the very power the Uchiha possessed to contend with the first Hokages would release, a revelation that astonished me. Itachi, how remarkable that you have managed to awaken this strength. Nevertheless, it would be most advantageous to relinquish your eyes to me. With that, Danzo raised his hand to unravel the bandages encircling his right eye and commanded the members of Root surrounding him, "Hinder that Susanoo for me. I shall seize the opportunity to employ Kotoamet Tsukumi." Understood. The members of Root charged fearlessly into the fray. As Danzo unwrapped the bandages, his right eye transformed into Shirsue's four-pointed kaleidoscope shuriken. Behind Danzo, a cloaked Umbu operative did not heed his orders. "It was C." Danzo inquired, "Why do you hesitate?" C replied in a low tone, "Lord Danzo, I have urgent matters to report to you regarding Shirsue's left eye." Upon hearing about Shirsue's left eye, Danzo's gaze suddenly ignited with intensity. Bing Sha spoke with urgency. "Upon hearing of Shirsue's demise, I immediately rushed to the banks of South He to ascertain the truth. I successfully intercepted Shirsue's lifeless body downstream, and then I obtained his left eye." The explosive sounds of detonating talismans and ninjutsu mingled with the anguished cries of the Root members. Danzo disregarded the sacrifices of his subordinates, demanding, "The left eye. Where is it?" "I have brought it for you," Bing replied, reaching into his robes to produce a porcelain vial, within which floated a Sharingan. Oh, the fervent desire for Shirsue's left eye compelled him to grasp at the vial without pausing to verify the eye's authenticity. Unbeknownst to him, Ruoshue, disguised as Bing, was awaiting this very moment. With a swift motion, his left eye transformed into a Sharingan, while his concealed right hand darted forth with lightning speed, expertly gouging out Danzo's right eye. Crack! With a resounding rip, Shirsue's right eye was forcefully extracted from Danzo's pupil by Ruoshue's hand. "Ah, my eye, my eye!" Danzo cried out in anguish, clutching his blood-soaked right eye, his left eye, bloodshot and furious, fixed intently on the figure before him. With a swift motion, Bing discarded his clothing and mask, revealing Shirsue's visage as the blood illusion dissipated. "Every cause must have an effect. I shall claim the light, and also, your life." Danzo, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that the true Shirsue had already perished, replaced by Lin Ruoshue, who was acutely aware of all causes and effects, and who harbored an intense yearning for the light. Lord Danzo. Upon witnessing Danzo in peril, the members of the Root, engaged in a fierce battle with Itachi from a distance, surged back recklessly, but it was evident that they were too late. "Danzo, your so-called dark justice bears no relevance to me, yet you obstruct my path. Thus, you must perish." Ruoshue's resolve to kill was unwavering as his ninja blade descended towards Danzo's neck. Chapter 6. The Duality of Light and Dark. "You think you can take my life so easily? How Navi? Would release, violent gun tree." Boom. In the fleeting moment between life and death, a colossal tree erupted from Danzo's right shoulder. Crack. Ruoshue's ninja blade embedded itself within the tree, rendering him unable to withdraw it. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, channeling lightning around the blade, exerting force to extract it. Roar! Danzo bellowed as the Senju cells in his right arm activated, causing the tree to grow wildly. The twisting branches of the tree sharpened into spears, plunging downward like lethal projectiles. Zing! With clarity in his left eye, Ruoshue adeptly maneuvered his body, skillfully evading the onslaught of the tree spears. Boom! 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 The tree spears pierced the mountainside, their tremendous force sending tremors through the entire cliff. Ruoshue was astonished. Is this the power of wood release? The Senju cells are indeed formidable. Crack! 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 He swiftly sliced through the obstructive branches, his thoughts racing. If Danzo does not perish now, the repercussions will be endless. There is no choice but to utilize that technique. Zing. His left eye transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, poised to eliminate Danzo when suddenly he was startled by a muffled groan from afar. Itachi. The Susanoo proved to be an immense burden for Itachi at this moment, especially considering he had deployed Tsukuyami just the night before, leaving him still weary from exhaustion. Danzo's gaze flickered. Eliminate Itachi. Swish. Members of Root charged towards Itachi. There was no other option. Ruashue retracted his lethal move, and the brilliance of the Sharingan erupted. Phantom, body flicker technique. With a swish, he transformed into numerous phantoms, each an embodiment of reality. This technique, known for its instantaneous movement, earned Ruashue the title of Still Water. Having mastered this skill from Itachi's Tsukuyami the previous night, Ruashue arrived like a radiant swan, swiftly eliminating several Root members along the way, reaching Itachi before the others could react. He assisted Itachi and vanished from the scene. The brutal battle concluded with Danzo losing his right eye and 7 elite Root shinobi perishing. Ah! Crack! Danzo roared, shattering a large tree with his right arm. The surviving Root members gathered around him, trembling with trepidation. Lord Danzo. Ha! Danzo gasped, utterly exhausted, feeling that the perils he faced in his lifetime paled in comparison to the dangers of this night. He had barely grasped his right eye when it was lost, and he was forced to rely on the Senju cells to survive. How infuriating! Anguish, fury, filth, and fear overwhelmed him, causing him to lose composure and roar before his subordinates. He had always been the one to scheme against others, yet today, he found himself outmaneuvered so pitifully. Uchiha. After this night, you shall not stand in Konoha. Izanagi. Indeed, with this power, I can secure my invincibility. At any cost, I shall eradicate the Uchiha and implant their Sharingan throughout my body. As Danzo rose with the support of his subordinates, he darkly declared, Inform Hizen, prepare for war. Whoosh. After the retreat, a mysterious black vortex swirled in the void. A long-haired man, clad in a black robe and adorned with an orange-striped mask, descended slowly upon the mountain peak, gazing at the traces of battle below in silence. A minute later, a white figure with aloe leaves sprouting from its head emerged beside him. The white figure spoke in a teasing tone. Oh, have they begun to fight? It seems Itachi did not act as you had anticipated. The masked man replied in a deep voice. Sure Sui is still alive. He altered Itachi's intended actions. It seems the fate of the Uchiha clan is poised to encounter a new turning point. The white figure inquired, Shall we adjust our plans? The masked man pondered for a moment before responding, No need. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is merely an entertaining subplot in my scheme, entirely dispensable, simply resulting in a slight reduction of spare eyes. At that moment, a shadow possessing the white figure remarked, The double-edged Kotoeme Tsukumi may indeed warrant caution, even from Madara himself. With a scoff, the masked man gradually pulled up his hood, concealing his long hair. It must be said, those eyes are exceedingly formidable. Alas, without the cells of the Sage of the Six Paths, that glimmer of light is but a fleeting illusion, unable to penetrate the darkness I have woven. The shadow remarked, Indeed, the only ones in this world who possess the cells of the Sage are us, the cellular laboratory established by the second Hokage of Konoha, and Orochimaru. We must remain vigilant against potential threats. The masked man pondered. Instruct Pain to intensify surveillance over Orochimaru, ensuring he does not come into contact with Shursui in any manner. Furthermore, I have a destination to reach. Whoosh. Within the masked man's eye, the 3 Tomo of the Sharingan unleashed a whirlpool, drawing in its own essence. The white shadow inquired, Where is he headed? The black shadow replied, Humph. Though he feigns indifference, his body betrays his intentions. It is evident he is bound for Konoha's laboratory that conceals the sage's cells. Meanwhile, Shursui, accompanied by Itachi, hastened towards their clan's stronghold. Itachi, filled with remorse, said, I apologize, Shursui. We were so close to success. If only my chakra had been more resolute. Shursui reassured him, Not at all. We have not failed. The right eye has already been successfully reclaimed. As for Danzo, one could merely say his time has not yet run out. Itachi solemnly remarked, Danzo is likely to be enraged and humiliated. He will undoubtedly present our transgressions to Lord Hokage, and the village's actions against the Uchiha clan may be hastened. Shursui nodded. Indeed. Thus we must expedite our actions. Once Izumi has implanted the right eye, I shall immediately employ Kotoame Tsukumi on Lord Fugaku, urging him to lead our kin away from Konoha. Beneath the shrine outside the South-East Shrine, Izumi awaited, having implanted Shursui's right eye, honoring his promise of vigilance. Izumi refrained from inquiring further and departed once the task was accomplished. Itachi's gaze was somber as he remarked, Shursui, there is something that weighs heavily on my mind. Although Izumi was aware, he maintained a facade of indifference, inquiring, what is it? With a hint of secrecy, Itachi replied, there is a masked man who traverses Konoha and the Uchiha clan as if it were unguarded territory. Not even my father has perceived his presence. He possesses a Sharingan, a singular eye that harbors an exceedingly terrifying ocular power, perhaps rivaling your Kotoame Tsukumi. Feigning surprise, Izumi responded, ah, is that so? Do you have any leads on the identity of this masked man? Itachi contemplated for a moment before stating, I have my suspicions, though I cannot be entirely certain. If my conjecture holds true, the fate of the Uchiha, Konoha, and even the entire ninja world remains fraught with uncertainty. For the very name of that man could herald war. Izumi acknowledged, I understand. It appears we shall face numerous challenges ahead. But rest assured, Itachi, as long as I am here, there will be no cause for you to worry. Itachi closed his eyes in relief, saying, I will fight alongside you, Shursui. But for now, allow me to rest upon your shoulder. The pain of Susanoo is overwhelming. Leaning against Izumi's shoulder, Itachi succumbed to a deep slumber. With a piercing gaze, Izumi's newly awakened eyes scrutinized the final darkness before dawn, as if intent on piercing through it. Obito, I am aware of the depths of your schemes. It seems that even my existence cannot escape your watchful gaze. However, I fear my own plans may surpass yours. Regardless of how profound the darkness you weave may be, I shall illuminate it with the brilliance of my gaze. Let us allow time to unveil the truth. Chapter 7. The Eye of Clarity. In the name of light outside the makeshift tent established by Konoha in response to the dire situation, the lifeless bodies of 7 root members lay in disarray. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bowed his head in silence, while his advisor, Mitarashi Anko, and the others displayed a myriad of emotions. Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached Hiruzen and exclaimed, Hiruzen, these are the deeds of your trusted Itachi and Shursui. They brazenly attacked me, slaughtering my subordinates, and even dared to threaten your position as Hokage, willing to drag the entire village of ninjas and innocent civilians into the abyss. The Uchiha have already been stripped of their souls by the specters of fate. How long will you remain indecisive? Hiruzen murmured, this cannot be, it should not be. Shursui and Itachi, they valued the peace of Konoha and the ninja world above the survival of the Uchiha. How could this happen? Danzo's cane struck the ground with authority. In the face of bloody reality, you still defend those 2 traitors. Hiruzen raised his gaze to question, Danzo, you did not, by any chance, eliminate your own subordinates only to cast the blame upon the Uchiha, did you? For a moment, Danzo was at a loss for words. In truth, he had contemplated such a course of action. Humph. If you do not trust me, so be it. You may observe for yourself. With that, Danzo used his cane to unveil the shroud of a deceased root member, revealing a fatal wound to the throat. Behold this wound. It is undeniably the result of Shursui's instantaneous slash, an act that even the likes of you and I cannot replicate. Can there be any doubt? Hizashi stepped forward to inspect, and his heart sank significantly, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it. There was no question that the one responsible for the death of this core member was Shursui. After a lengthy silence, Hizashi sighed, lamenting the turn of events. Alas, how has it come to this? At that moment, Mito came and Tika Kobayakawa approached. We placed such trust in those 2. And this is how they repay the village's kindness. There was nothing more to be said. Hizashi, it must be Fugaku's directive that prompted their actions, aiming for a decapitation of our upper echelon. Afterward, the rest would fall into place, wouldn't it? Their intentions are quite clear. We cannot allow them to succeed. We must take the initiative. We shall mobilize all the resources of Konoha to eradicate the Uchiha once and for all. Danzo, along with the 2 advisors, applied pressure. And Hizashi understood that the situation was dire, leaving no room for negotiation. He sighed again. Without Itachi's assistance, we cannot rely solely on the Umbu to handle this. Kakashi. Upon hearing the summons, Kakashi, Then a member of the Umbu stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage. Hisashi withdrew the pipe he had been holding and gazed up at the desolate night sky, gravely issuing his command. Go. Inform the heads of the major clans and summon their elite. We are to commence a purge against the Uchiha. Kakashi, stunned, stood frozen in place. The significance of the Uchiha to him was unmistakable. Hurry. Yes. Kakashi could only endure the profound sorrow as he accepted the command. As he turned away, he silently prayed, why has it come to this? Obito, if your spirit lingers in the heavens, may your kin find their way back to reason. No sooner had Kakashi departed than a member of the white-clad Umbu appeared before Danzo, bearing grave news. Lord Hokage. The village's laboratory studying the first Hokage cells has been attacked by unidentified ninjas. All existing samples of the first Hokage cells have been taken. Danzo was taken aback. What did you say? How could this happen? Especially at such a time. Could it be Orochimaru? He could not help but think of his former disciple, the man who had become obsessed with forbidden research, severing their bond and betraying Konoha. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had intricate ties with Orochimaru, was also puzzled. Why had Orochimaru not informed him of this operation in advance? Yet, both Danzo and the Hokage shared a singular consensus. The Uchiha clan was the foremost issue that needed resolution. Danzo steadied himself and declared, understood. We shall investigate this matter afterward. As evening descended upon the Uchiha clan, Fugaka stepped out of his home. Preparing to head to the south, he shrined to preside over that night's assembly. He had already resolved to formally announce the Uchiha's coup against Konoha that very night. Walking along the secluded path, Fugaku was burdened with thoughts he could not share with his clan. Itachi, serving as the bridge between the Uchiha and the village, bore the weight of pressure from both sides. What choice would he make? I imagine the answer shall soon reveal itself. Regardless, Itachi, you will take good care of Sasuke, won't you? The only thing that leaves me in uncertainty is the death of Shursui, which remains shrouded in mystery. The other clan members can only speculate without clarity, but it does not escape my keen perception. That letter, it was penned by Itachi himself, and furthermore, he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi is a kind-hearted soul. He could never bring himself to take Shursui's life. Yet, he must have witnessed Shursui's demise with his own eyes. What exactly transpired with Shursui? A gentle breeze rustling through the leaves interrupted Fugaka's thoughts. What concerned him was not the breeze itself, but rather the hidden presence within it. Only the most elite of ninjas possessed the ability to conceal their aura so subtly, seemingly crafted to allow him just enough awareness to perceive a fleeting hint of it. He understood. The figure lurking in the shadows possessed unfathomable strength, perhaps even surpassing his own authority as the Uchiha clan leader. Fugaka halted, and with a swift motion, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Gazing into the darkness around the corner, he intoned, "Step forward." From the shadows, a figure emerged. Upon recognizing the individual, even Fugaku could not conceal his astonishment. "Shursui, you are still alive?" Standing before Fugaku, the person greeted him courteously, "Lord Fugaku. Thank you for your concern. I am still alive." Fugaku's gaze lowered. "Does Itachi know of this?" Shursui nodded. "He is aware. He has been by my side for most of these days." Fuyue, in a moment of realization, pondered. So that is why Itachi's actions have been so peculiar of late. Even when misunderstood by his kin, branded as the true culprit responsible for your demise, he remains unfazed. It appears that you had conspired in secrecy. Now that you have emerged, you can reveal the truth to me, cannot you? Ruashue leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. "Lord Fuyue, gather our clan and depart from Konoha. We shall establish a new village, which I have decided to name Kain Village, if you are willing. The title of the first Hokage of Light and Shadow shall be yours to inherit." Listening to Shursui's calm, yet earth-shattering words, Fuyue was momentarily rendered speechless. However, he quickly provided a resolute rebuttal. The Uchiha clan's roots lie in Konoha. Konoha owes the Uchiha a Hokage. Without Konoha, without the Hokage, it would all be meaningless. Do you understand? Shursui, abandon these unrealistic dreams. You are a part of the Uchiha. Follow me and fight for our clan. That is your destiny. With a hint of regret, Ruashue replied, "Unfortunately, my roots do not lie in Konoha, nor do I hold any fervent desire for the Hokage title. I am not a part of the Uchiha. I fight solely for myself, and my destiny is mine to command." As he spoke, he turned away from the wall and faced Fuyue, slowly lifting his head. Since you have no intention of this, then I shall inherit the name of light." In that moment, as his eyes opened wide, a radiant glow enveloped Fuyue's mind, and he was instantly captivated. No Tengen. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Sight Incompatibility. As Ruashue's left, I reverted to the state of 3 Tomo. Fuyue before him maintained an expression of calm, showing no signs of being ensnared by illusion. He continued seamlessly from his previous statement. "While I wish to convey this, Shursui, your words hold merit. Indeed, in comparison to the future of our clan, what do the gains and losses of the present truly signify? The value of the Uchiha is not solely realized through the title of Hokage." Fuyue stepped forward. "The Hidden Light Village. It is indeed a place befitting the Uchiha who walk alongside the light, yet the title of Shadow is one I cannot inherit." Stopping beside Ruashue, he continued, "I have long passed my prime. Henceforth, my path shall only descend. However, you and Itachi are the paragons of the Uchiha, brimming with infinite potential. In comparison to me, you are far more worthy of shouldering the name Shadow." With a pat on Ruashue's shoulder and a smile gracing his lips, he declared, "Shursui, the future of our clan rests upon your shoulders. Now, as the leader of the Uchiha, I must expend my final vigor." Having spoken, Fuyue hastened towards the South He Shrine. The initial use of Kodoamatsukami, its effect startled even Ruashue. There was no sensation of forceful domination. Everything unfolded naturally. Even the inner emotions subtly shifted in accordance with the wielder's intent. Kodoamatsukami truly lives up to its reputation as the most formidable jinjutsu. Ruashue understood that to restore his ocular power after recently employing Kodoamatsukami with his left eye would require decades. How many decades can a ninja's life afford? Even with the double-eyed Kodoamatsukami, the number of times one could use it in a lifetime could likely be counted on one hand. Just now, have I already used it once? The so-called price of power can only be truly felt through personal experience. At the same time, he has come to a profound realization. Without the cells of Hashirama, the Eye of the Moon, in essence, resembles a disposable tool. I refuse to accept such a fate. How Fugaku persuades the Uchiha clan is not a concern for Ruashue. The final outcome being to his satisfaction is sufficient. Before acquiring Hashirama's cells, I intend to reserve my right eye's Tsukuyomi as a safety measure. Pertaining to light, Ruashue detests waiting. Konoha once conducted research on the cells of the first Hokage within that laboratory. Samples of Hashirama's cells still exist. Shursue's memories record it thus. The laboratory is constructed underground. The entrance lies at. He turned his gaze toward the northwest direction of Konoha and vanished from sight. Under the cover of night, Ruashue approached the entrance of the experimental base. Witnessing the Umbu transporting corpses. Those corpses were the guards of the underground base. Ruashue furrowed his brows deeply. Have they been swift to act? The speed of their actions is impressive. He knows who is responsible, and the motives are crystal clear. Uchiha Obito, as the night of the Uchiha massacre approaches. He lurks within Konoha, waiting for the opportune moment. He is aware that I am still alive, even cognizant of my interference with Itachi, fearing that my Tsukuyomi may pose a threat, thus attempting to obstruct my access to Hashirama's cells. Yet, Obito's decisiveness is indeed swifter than I had anticipated. Although I cannot immediately acquire Hashirama's cells, Ruashue feels a sense of regret, yet remains unperturbed. Intercellular cells exhibit a spectrum of quality. Some recipients are as formidable as Uchiha Madara, while others, like Yamato, are comparatively weaker, and there are those ambiguous entities like Danzo. The ultimate outcome hinges upon 3 pivotal factors: the quality of the recipient, the purity of the cells, and the finesse of the transplantation technique. Only when all 3 are perfected can the true potential of intercellular cells be realized. The innate talent of the Uchiha clan is undeniable. Even a single eye can invoke the Susanoo, effortlessly accommodating intercellular cells. The first generation of cellular research in Konoha was established during the tenure of the second Hokage, and one can only surmise the purity of those cells, likely inferior to the flesh Madara once extracted from Hashirama's arm. Otherwise, why would Madara have gone to such lengths? Igniting the monumental conflict at the Valley of the End? As for the transplantation technique, I currently lack the requisite skills. It seems prudent to deliberate further on the matter of intercellular cells. As Shursui gazed at the serene moonlight ascending through the branches, he contemplated his imminent departure from Konoha. The challenges of survival that lay ahead would undoubtedly be relentless, and he resolved to reserve his right eye's Kodoamatsukami as a safeguard. through Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He had comprehensively assimilated Shirsui's techniques. At present, the most expedient way to enhance his power was to refine his own jutsu. Although Shirsui possessed a comprehensive repertoire of techniques, it paled in comparison to Konoha's Book of Seals. Thus, he resolved to abscond with the Book of Seals. Shirsui swiftly located the repository of the Book of Seals. However, following the assault on the intercellular cell laboratory, Konoha's major fortresses had augmented their defenses, particularly the building housing the Book of Seals, which was guarded by as many as 13 ninjas. There are 12 individuals, represented by Irika Yumino and Mizuki, who are among the Ch-nin of Konohagakure. Given the ongoing conflict with the Uchiha clan, the combat prowess of these individuals seems rather inadequate. To Rokusui's surprise, Kakashi Hitaki is among them. Kakashi sits in the center of the steps, his mask failing to conceal the weight of his worries. His distinctive spiky silver hair is a clear giveaway to those familiar with him, rendering the mask almost irrelevant. Irika, who shares a close friendship with Kakashi, offers him a bento and expresses his concern, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, please eat something." Kakashi replies, "Thank you, but I am not hungry." Unlike before, news of the impending conflict with the Uchiha has spread throughout the village, and Irika is certainly aware of it. Kakashi remarks, "Lord Hokage must have spared me from confronting my own kin, allowing me to avoid the fray." Irika responds, "The situation has escalated to a point that none of us wish to witness. To be honest, my heart is heavy as well. There is a child in my class who is also of the Uchiha clan." Kakashi inquires, "Uchiha Sasuke?" Irika confirms, "Yes, the younger brother of the genius Itachi, who is also a prodigy. Tomorrow, he may no longer be present in class. I truly do not know how to convey the truth of this matter to the other students. I can only hope that, considering he is an innocent child, the Hokage will refrain from pursuing his annihilation." Kakashi's gaze was shrouded in darkness. To exist in a village soaked in the blood of deep-seated enmity was a form of cruelty, and for Uchiha Sasuke, death might well be a liberation. "Kakashi-sensei." Irika's expression was complex, as he was acutely aware of the bleak past buried deep within this man. He could neither agree with nor refute his worldview, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. There were too many of them. Silence would suffice. Secretly observing all of this, Ruashe silently formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, Nirvana Temple Technique. Whoosh. From the night sky, feathers fell like a dream. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness surged towards Kakashi. This technique, once wielded by Orochimaru during the Chunin exam, had silenced nearly all targets beneath the rank of Chunin. Yet, the same technique, employed by Shirsui, had even left Jonin powerless. Within Tsukuyomi, Ruashue had fully mastered the essence of Shirsui's technique, achieving an equivalent effect. Kakashi's eyelids grew heavy, the allure of sleep beckoning him to succumb. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gripping his own shoulder, the pain rousing him from the clutches of slumber, only to find Irika and the others around him already collapsed, unconscious. How perilous! Cold sweat poured from him. With no time to ponder further, he drew his kunai, his left Sharingan activated, vigilant against the formidable foe lurking in the shadows. Who? Who is it? Ruashe stepped forth from the darkness with a look of admiration. Truly remarkable, Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Shirsui. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, and almost simultaneously, a shrieking bolt of lightning enveloped his right wrist as he launched his assault with utmost speed. To strike first is a strategy often employed when one recognizes their own inferiority in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. Crack! Ruashue's left hand shot out like a flash of lightning, precisely seizing Kakashi's wrist. His eyes shimmered with astonishment. What a dazzling display of lightning! It surpasses the vivid descriptions that you once shared with me, 100-fold in its brilliance. Ah, is this Raikiri? It is simply magnificent. Such was the heartfelt sentiment of a 17-year-old blind individual upon witnessing the magnificent spectacle of ninjutsu for the very first time. Kakashi pondered, could this bizarre demeanor truly belong to the Shirsui I know? Now, please take a moment to rest. Ruashue's left eye spun with a 3-tomo pattern, illusion technique, Sharingan. Thud. Kakashi's pupils contracted once more as he collapsed at Ruashue's feet. Ruashue crouched down and removed Kakashi's mask, revealing a black cloth underneath. He found little concern for Kakashi's true identity, as the appearances of all the Hokage characters existed solely in his imagination. Thus, He felt no particular curiosity towards the masked Kakashi. What truly captivated his attention was a different matter. To be honest, I detest the sensation of being in the light with the enemy lurking in the shadows. If you are truly nearby, then reveal yourself to me. Ruoshue's palm reached towards Kakashi's left eye. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a black vortex began to swirl, and darkness descended silently behind Ruoshue as a long blade surged forth, aimed directly at Ruoshue's back. Clang! The corners of Ruoshue's mouth curled upward as he drew his ninja blade. Clang! Beneath the cloak of night. Amidst a flurry of electric clashes, two figures retreated to their respective positions, standing defiantly in the open space. The eyes behind the mask of Obito trembled with trepidation. His recent actions had been perilous. Had that left eye fallen into his hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shursui, before the Uchiha and Konoha, presented himself as a paragon of simplicity and goodness, yet the reality of his character was one of coldness, decisiveness, and cunning strategy. Indeed, all that exists in this world is but an illusion. I cannot perpetually monitor his every move. Thus, it seems prudent to eliminate him here and now. Who are you? Ruesue questioned, bewildered. You need not concern yourself with that, for soon you shall meet your demise. With a rustling sound, chains cascaded from Obito's sleeves as he charged forward. Shursui remained oblivious to my abilities. As long as he did not meet my gaze, his Kodoame Tsukumi would be rendered ineffective. Ruesue pondered. I merely wished to test the waters, never anticipating I would draw him out. Yet this aligns perfectly with my intentions, even if I cannot vanquish him. I shall ensure he never dares to appear behind me again. Crackling. Ruesue's left palm surged with lightning. Obito exclaimed, You did not attempt to activate Kodoame Tsukumi, but rather employed a freshly learned Raikiri. Huh, such confidence in your phantom body flicker technique. I must admit, you have underestimated me. Zing. Ruesue's Sharingan swirled as his form split into 5, advancing towards Obito. Obito retorted, utterly futile. The instant your attack passes through my body, I can envision the astonishment upon your face. That fleeting hesitation shall suffice for me to draw you into the abyss of darkness. Whoosh. As Ruoshue surged forward, his form sliced through the air. What? In the moment of his astonishment, chains had already tightened around his waist. Obito, like a specter, pivoted with chilling indifference, his palm reaching towards the vulnerable spot on Ruoshue's back. The conclusion came too easily, devoid of any anticipation. The moment of stillness was ultimately not a flash of yellow light. Yet, he could not have imagined that just as he was immersed in the eerie phenomenon of penetration, Jishue would unexpectedly turn and, in the instant his attack required manifestation, unleash a thunderous strike from his left hand. How could this be possible? Crack. The lightning cleaved through the air, a severed arm encased in a black sleeve, splattering white viscous fluid as it soared into the night sky. Chapter 9. The Illuminated Vision. The virtue of water. Obito clutched his mangled right shoulder, retreating in disarray to Kakashi's side. Meanwhile, the chain that had ensnared Ruoshue's waist fell away, detaching as Obito distanced himself. Behind his mask, his right eye reflected a profound disbelief. You know the truth of my abilities. Ruoshue's left hand crackled with lightning, his tone nonchalant. Who can say? However, maintaining a calm judgment at all times is a fundamental trait of a ninja. Did you think I would be so flabbergasted by your attack penetrating my body that I would lose my composure? That is precisely your arrogance, which provided me with the opportunity to strike. Ruoshue's words bore a semblance of pretentious profundity. Yet his success was entirely predicated upon possessing divine insight into Obito's abilities, exploiting the disparity in information between them to secure victory with a single decisive move. If a life-and-death battle were to ensue between both parties, the outcome remains uncertain. Both showing weakness and displaying strength are methods of survival. Ruoshue's deliberate display of might aims to leave a profound and inscrutable impression on Obito, instilling a sense of caution that would deter him from appearing before him too readily. The concept of playing the fool to catch the tiger exists solely within the realm of naive bravado. This is the world of Naruto, where every inch of ground is stained with the blood of ninjas. Ruoshue, yet to attain true strength, must employ every ounce of survival wisdom at his disposal. Obito's gaze darkened. Very well. Shursui, I concede that I have underestimated you. His peripheral vision flickered towards Kakashi, whose left eye, imbued with the power of Kamui, lay quietly dormant within his pupil. Had he wished to reclaim Kakashi's left eye, He could have done so amidst the chaos of the battle with the Mist Umbu. Aware that the Sharingan could only unleash its true power when a pair is united, he refrained from reclaiming the readily available left eye due to his lingering resentment towards the eye that had caused Rin's demise. Suddenly, the chains binding his left arm fell away. Obito crouched down, his left hand reaching towards the unconscious Kakashi's left eye. This eye was no longer suitable for Kakashi, otherwise, it would inevitably fall into Shirsue's hands. In such a case, he would rather destroy the eye. With a soft squelch, as his fingers penetrated flesh and blood, Obito lifted the gory left eye. Ruashe narrowed his eyes. He understood all too well how terrifying it would be if that eye were to return to its rightful owner. As for Shirshue, let tonight be deemed your victory. However, this triumph is utterly inconsequential. A person like you, driven solely by self-interest, remains blind to the ethereal realm that I shall one day lead you to. Thus, we part ways. Whoosh. With the swirling black vortex, Obito vanished. Sigh. Ruashue lamented. It seems I cannot even afford to develop cautiously. Had he traversed a time when Shirshue had not lost his eyesight, he might have devised a more meticulous strategy, skillfully evading Obito's watchful gaze. Yet, engulfed in darkness, he yearned for light with an urgency that knew no bounds. To attain illumination, he would go to any lengths. Consequently, he stirred Obito, establishing an formidable adversary far too soon. This endeavor, strictly speaking, may not be deemed flawless. Nevertheless, should he be granted another chance, Ruashue would still choose this path. I am not a cunning strategist. I am merely a fervent youth yearning for brilliance. You label me a self-serving opportunist, yet is the pursuit of dreams not a form of seeking gain? The illusory world you perceive is, in truth, another form of darkness. For me, only what is seen holds reality, and nothing more. Crackle. Reluctantly, Ruashe dissipated the lightning from his left palm and gazed at the right arm Obito had left behind. Well, you have indeed left me with a valuable item. It was Obito's right arm, derived from white Zetsu, which in turn originated from the Outer Path's demonic statue, a degraded version of Hashirama's cells. Regardless of its utility, it shall be kept for now. As Ruashe extracted the scroll, he sealed the severed arm of Obito within it, then strode confidently into the house. When he emerged, he left nothing behind. There was no need to carry away the Book of Seals. He had meticulously copied each page with his Sharingan, every detail etched into his memory. With his objective achieved, it was nearly time to rendezvous with Itachi. However, as he passed by an unconscious Chunin, something suddenly caught his attention. He recalled when he first watched Naruto, listening to his friend Linyu recount the plot. He remembered the tale of Mizuki, who had once killed an injured teammate and deceived Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals, intending to eliminate him afterward to cover his tracks. This infuriated him. Linyu, what does this Mizuki fellow look like? Is he truly as wicked as you say? Linyu replied, Mizuki has a head of gray-white hair and a face that screams villain. If you ever encounter him, you'll surely recognize him. Fuming, Ruashue declared, if I ever get my hands on him, I'll make him pay dearly. Approaching Mizuki, he took out a kunai, contemplating whether to end his life. Suddenly, his gaze fell downwards. In a bizarre twist of fate, he stripped Mizuki of his pants and severed his manhood with the kunai. Afterward, he surveyed the chaotic scene, muttering, you wanted it, so I took it. Yet, such actions were ultimately unseemly. What would Itachi think of him? Did you really castrate someone, Jisue? Ruashue pondered, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. Forget it. A true man must take responsibility for his actions. Kakashi's left eye was taken by Obito, and the injury to Yamato was also inflicted by him, for he dared to stab me from behind. Ruashue, gripping the blood-stained kunai, rose to his feet, his gaze darkly fixed on the horizon. Just joking. If it were me, I would do the same, and with even greater ferocity. Those who obstruct the light shall face certain death. At the Uchiha compound, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. After school, Sasuke eagerly made his way back home along the familiar streets, his heart brimming with excitement from having achieved first place in today's shuriken test. I must share this with my brother and my parents. They will be so proud of me. A shadow perched atop a telephone pole under the moonlight, crimson eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Once Itachi, now still Itachi, yet with a heart transformed. Swiftly, he seized the moment and descended before Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke rushed forward, exclaiming, wow, brother, you're amazing. How did you appear so suddenly? With a gentle tap of his fingers on Sasuke's delicate forehead, Itachi elicited a startled retreat from his younger brother, who pouted in annoyance. "Brother, what's wrong today? You just came and poked my head. I'm going to wear the Leaf Village ninja headband here someday." A tender smile, infused with warmth, graced Itachi's lips as he said, "Sasuke, I have something important to tell you, so prepare yourself." Curious, Sasuke inquired, "What is it?" With a grave tone, Itachi replied, "Starting tomorrow, you may not be able to attend school anymore." Chapter 10. The Night of Annihilation in the Dead of Night. The elite shinobi of various clans, the Umbu directly under the Hokage, and the root led by Danzo gathered outside the Uchiha clan's gates, numbering in the thousands. The news of the Uchiha's imminent coup sent shockwaves through the clans. Former brethren were now set to clash in battle, casting somber expressions upon all. Nara clan leader Shikaku incessantly inquired about the reasons, hoping for a chance to negotiate, but was met with a chilling glare from Danzo, compelling him to relent in silence. As time ticked by, the gazes of the assembled shinobi converged on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat with his head bowed, smoking contemplatively, unable to reach a decisive resolution. It was only when Danzo urged him, "Give the order. A chronic ailment necessitates drastic measures. It is time to excise this malignant tumor, the Uchiha, from the great tree of Konoha," that Hiruzen finally pulled down his Hokage hat to obscure the conflicting emotions etched on his aged face. "Proceed." With a thunderous command, the explosive tags detonated against the Uchiha gates, and the shinobi surged in like a tide, reminiscent of the chaos during the Kyubi incident 6 years prior. As the countdown to the Uchiha's downfall commenced, a smirk played on Danzo's lips as he signaled to the members of Root beside him. "Once the area is cleared, initiate the retrieval of the Sharingan. Not a single one shall escape." The Root members nodded in understanding and swiftly leapt atop the walls. Vanishing into the shadows, Danzo pressed a hand against the bandaged area around his throbbing right eye, a dark resolve settling within him. "Itachi, Shursui, the eyes you have taken from me shall be repaid with the blood of your entire clan." The shinobi stormed into the Uchiha compound, greeted by the chilling emptiness of the dimly lit streets. "Is anyone there?" The informed dark ninja remarked. "The Uchiha clan gathers at the South He Shrine every night to conspire a coup." The ninjas promptly surrounded the South He Shrine. Inside the shrine, after a fierce exchange of words, Fugaku finally persuaded the stubborn hardliners of the Uchiha clan. He made a solemn promise to them that the Uchiha would strategically withdraw, and once they regained their strength, they would inevitably return with a vengeance against Konoha. It was a necessary delay tactic born out of desperation. After reaching an agreement, Fugaku ordered the Uchiha's elite shinobi to lead their families, including the elderly and children, to retreat in batches from the shrine's adjacent rear mountain, converging at the Tachikawa Mountain on the border of the Land of Fire to devise their next course of action. Speaking of Tachikawa Mountain, one cannot overlook the Battle of Tachikawa Mountain at the end of the Third Shinobi World War, where Konoha emerged victorious against the Wagakure at the Kanabi Bridge. Subsequently, Kumogakure and Sunagakure launched a joint assault, besieging and capturing the critical Tachikawa Mountain, intending to invade Konoha. At that time, the ninjas of Konoha, led by Minato Namikaze, initiated the defense of Konoha, ultimately defeating the allied forces of the Cloud and Sand, thus securing victory in the Third Shinobi World War. After the clan members had retreated, Fugaku stood alone before the stone tablet at the shrine, with flickering foxfire dancing around him. His eyes darted, revealing the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan. Following the aftermath of the Battle of Tachikawa Mountain, having witnessed the remains of his fallen friend, he awakened this set of eyes, which had not been revealed during the battle. Thus, the fact of his awakening remains concealed to this day, unbeknownst even to the upper echelons of the village. The eyes that harbor heavenly thought and divine spirit possess the ability to trace causes back to their effects, and vice versa. The past and the future can manifest within these eyes at my will, revealing the art of perceiving destiny. Thus, regardless of how this stone tablet is altered, it cannot evade my singular truth. However, the blind spot of heavenly thought and divine spirit lies within the practitioner themselves. As the wielder, I am unable to discern my own fate. Had Shursui not intervened tonight, I had intended to harness the power of these eyes to manipulate Naruto's inner Ninetales rampage, ultimately resulting in the Uchiha clan achieving a Pyrrhic victory to usurp Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. But, can I truly bring myself to do it? Naruto is the child of Minato Namikaze, my savior during the battle at Orange Mountain. Had it not been for Minato's timely rescue, I would have surely perished at the hands of the current Raikage's lightning-based jutsu. With his gaze lowered, Fugaku reflected, this night, I witnessed within Shursui an undeniably bright future for the Uchiha clan. One that even shattered the machinations of the shadowy figures behind the alteration of this stone tablet under his luminous ocular prowess. Undoubtedly, there will come a day when he shall stand alongside, or even surpass, the creator of this tablet, the sage of six paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Perhaps, this is the true reason I wish to entrust the future of the Uchiha clan to him. As the shinobi of Konoha surrounded the South-He Shrine, an eerie silence enveloped the shrine, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. This indeed felt rather peculiar. A tall and imposing figure from the Umbu shouted with great force, Uchiha clan members, heed my words. You are surrounded by all the ninjas of Konoha. To avoid unnecessary casualties, surrender willingly. However, no response echoed from the shrine. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, causing the ninjas to become restless. At that moment, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, stepped forward. Let me see what they are plotting. Byakugan. In an instant, his vision pierced through the shrine's walls, revealing the scene within, which was laid bare before his eyes. No one. Hizashi furrowed his brow deeply as he attempted to extend his Byakugan's gaze further into the distant forest. There, he spotted a figure in motion. It was Fugaku. Hizashi's focus sharpened on Fugaku. A peculiar chakra flowed within his head. What is happening? Has he fallen under a genjutsu? The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both renowned for their ocular techniques, shared a friendship between their leaders, Fugaku and Hizashi. With a swift motion, Hizashi pursued him. Lord Hizashi. There is no need to follow. Hizashi thought to himself. Fugaku has been ensnared by a genjutsu. Perhaps the Uchiha are attempting a coup, and this illusion is the cause. I must uncover the truth. If a misunderstanding can be resolved, unnecessary bloodshed can be averted. The Uchiha clan's retreat did not escape the perception of Konoha's barrier. When the barrier team reported this news, Danzo seethed with rage. Impossible. Those warlike fools. How could one simply concede like this? It is utterly inconceivable. There must be treachery afoot. Hizashi remained silent, his silence betraying both relief and anxiety. Danzo's visage twisted in malice. They cannot have gotten far. Pursue them and spare no effort to annihilate them. Hizashi's expression grew somber. Very well, let them be. Danzo glared fiercely at Hizashi. You say let them be? What nonsense is this? Are you aware of the consequences of allowing the Uchiha to escape? Hizashi lowered the Hokage's hat. I am aware. Thus I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Until then, Danzo, you must refrain from any rash actions. Danzo's gaze darkened. That is not for you to decide. Hizashi. In the woods outside of Konoha, Hizashi caught up with Fugaku. Fugaku had intentionally made himself noticeable. His intention was to buy time for the retreat of his clansmen, but unexpectedly, only Hizashi arrived. The two stood in confrontation among the trees. Hizashi, Fugaku, why are you doing this? Fugaku, the Uchiha have been cornered by the village. It is either a coup or retreat. There is no third option. Hizashi, have you not considered a peaceful resolution? Fugaku chuckled. If a peaceful resolution were possible, would I burden my clansmen with the infamy of being traitors? Hizashi, is this truly your conviction? Fugaku, what else would it be? Why do you ask? Hizashi's Byakugan fixated on the area around Fugaku's head, solemnly stating, I see. Are you not aware that you have fallen under a genjutsu? I am trapped in a genjutsu. In the eyes of Fugaku, there was a profound astonishment. Hizashi spoke with unwavering certainty. Indeed, I have observed with my Byakugan that your mind is being interfered with by an unusual chakra, which serves as irrefutable evidence of your entrapment in a genjutsu. Fugaku replied, the Byakugan can indeed perceive the reactions of chakra pathways. Yet the unusual chakra you observe harbors a different truth. Hizashi inquired, a different truth. Fugaku elucidated, that is my unique Uchiha-in release chakra, which affects the neural pathways of the brain and manifests in the eyes. This is the essence of the chakra you perceive. But I have encountered other members of your clan, and none exhibited this so-called in release. Hizashi countered. Is that so? Very well, at this juncture. There is little left to conceal, especially considering the bond we share. Fugaku closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope appeared. Hizashi gasped those eyes. Fugaku declared, these are the Manjiki Sharingan. My distinction from the other clan members lies in the awakening of these eyes. The unusual chakra you perceive is indeed the very essence that nurtures the Manjiki Sharingan. Had Hisashi not possessed a wealth of experience, he might have been swayed by Fugaku's assertions. While the Manjiki Sharingan is a separate matter, I suspect there is another reason behind the chakra in your brain. Fugaku, whether you believe my words or not, I implore you to trust me based on our long-standing friendship. Let us approach the Hokage together and uncover the truth of this situation. The entire Hijie clan will vouch for you. Fuyu shook his head. I trust you. And I also believe that the third Hokage will not harm me. But I cannot trust Danzo. Once I return with you, he will plot against me. And at that time, my clan will also suffer. Therefore, Hayashi, I must decline your invitation to accompany you. What a terrifying illusion. Has he truly fallen so deeply into it? Although he is ensnared by Jinjutsu, his words, actions, and logical reasoning all appear entirely coherent. If that is the case, Fuyu, even if I must resort to brute force to incapacitate you, I shall bring you back. Hayashi assumed a stance of gentle fist. Fuyu replied, It seems I must apologize, my old friend. A fierce battle ensued, causing trees in the forest to splinter and fall. Hayashi collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fuyu leaned against a broken tree, panting heavily. In the confrontation of esteemed clan leaders, the Uchiha ultimately triumphed. As he gazed at the unconscious Hayashi, Fuyu refrained from delivering a fatal blow. In the distance, shadows loomed. Fuyu furrowed his brow. It is members of Root. Looking at the currently incapacitated Hayashi, Fuyu felt a sense of dread. Root likely covets not only the Sharingan, but also the Byakugan. If they discover Hayashi here in this state, it could spell disaster. With a swift motion, he darted from the thicket, deliberately exposing himself to the gaze of Root, and quickly veered toward another direction in the forest. Follow. The members of Root immediately shifted their course and pursued him. At the village's northern gate exit, Itachi carried the already slumbering Sasuke and approached Ruashue. Leaning against a tree, Ruashue raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sasuke, inquiring, Have you managed to soothe him? Itachi smiled helplessly. No, let me use Tsukuyomi to put him to sleep for now. Otherwise, he will continue to cry on my back, which is not a solution. Ruashue empathized. Indeed, being a young master from a prestigious family, a prodigy adored by all, to suddenly be told that his days of comfort are over and that he must become a rogue ninja. Oh, and by the way, Sasuke is not yet a ninja. Itachi gently laid Sasuke down. Shursui, please watch over Sasuke for me. Ruashue, feigning ignorance, asked, Where are you going? Itachi's gaze fell, after much contemplation. I feel an unease about leaving without meeting that person at least once. Until now, Itachi had always prided himself on being a Konoha ninja. If he were to depart without a word, he would no longer be Itachi. Ruashue lifted Sasuke onto his back and smiled. Go ahead. Before dawn, let us meet at the Valley of the End. We can sit atop Madara's statue and watch the sunrise together. That sounds perfect. Itachi replied with a radiant smile before turning to race back to the village. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, Ruashue's gaze grew profound. Perhaps this is precisely what I desire, Itachi. Chapter 11. The awakening of insight. The departure of the Uchiha left Hizen with an overwhelming sense of unresolved sentiment. This feeling of discontent was even more intense than the fateful night of the massacre, one free from temporal interference. Why was this so? Perhaps it was because events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. Whether it was Shursui, Itachi, or the Uchiha clan, all had taken actions he could not foresee. And that sense of frustration made him question if he truly possessed the strategic foresight befitting a Hokage. In the stillness of the night, he found himself unable to sleep. Wandering beneath the solitary moonlight, upon the platform of the Hokage residence, gazing up at the silent visage of Hokage Rock, lost in an ineffable turmoil of emotions. The night breeze carried a distant chorus of crows from behind him. Hisashi took a puff from his pipe, refraining from turning around. Itachi, he murmured, I have come to bid you farewell. I sincerely apologize for failing to live up to your expectations and for not delivering a flawless response for the village. Hisashi pondered for a moment, replying, Not at all. I am simply pleased that you have come to see me. Was leaving the village truly your own decision? Itachi answered truthfully. It was Shursui who employed the Kodoame Tsukumi. Hisashi paused, his pipe suspended in front of him. He has once again resorted to that ocular technique, albeit with an unexpected outcome. Shursui had previously promised in the presence of Hisashi and Danzo that should the situation spiral out of control, he would utilize Kodoame Tsukumi to thwart the coup. Yet, it ultimately transformed into him using Kodoame Tsukumi to facilitate the Uchiha's defection. In defense, Itachi explained, this was Shirsue's choice born of desperation. He initially intended to use Kodoame Tsukumi to avert the coup, only to confront a harsh reality. Konoha had long ceased to be a nurturing ground for the Uchiha. Even if the coup were to be thwarted now, history would inevitably repeat itself. Hisashi once more placed the pipe to his lips, his silence articulating his stance. Itachi then lifted his gaze towards Hisashi's silhouette. You must struggle to comprehend why Shisui and I took action against Danzo. Allow me to reveal the truth. Unbeknownst to you, Danzo has taken Shisui's right eye. The figure of Hisashi trembled violently, turning to inquire, is such a thing possible? Itachi asserted with certainty, indeed. The demise of Shisui at the Nanha River is a veritable truth. Before his death, Danzo and the Root were scheming to seize his left eye. Shisui experienced a profound journey from life to death and back, which ultimately left him disillusioned with the village. Hisashi clenched his pipe with fervor. Itachi continued, if the divine powers are misappropriated by Danzo, the repercussions should be clear to you. Thus, for both personal and communal reasons, we must reclaim that right eye. Even if it grants Danzo the pretext to eradicate the Uchiha, Hisashi lamented, I, as Hokage, have committed such a grievous oversight. Itachi's gaze gently swept across the Hokage rock. There is no need for self-reproach. This is the culmination of historical contradictions, not merely a consequence of your or anyone's will. Hisashi urgently queried, Itachi, do you believe the Uchiha will become a looming threat to the village in the future? Itachi replied objectively, the hardliners among our clan will remain restless for a considerable time. My father, Shisui, and I will strive to navigate and mitigate their animosity. However, what concerns me most is that Danzo will undoubtedly launch a covert and overt campaign against the Uchiha. As he is deeply entangled in his dependence on our clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, he requires a multitude of Uchiha eyes to sustain that immortal power, and our kin cannot indefinitely tolerate Danzo's atrocities. However, as for myself, I do not wish to witness the village and our clan once again turn against each other. Therefore, at this juncture, Itachi unexpectedly knelt down in a deep bow, pleading, I implore you to restrain Danzo's actions to ensure the village and the Uchiha clan's enduring peace. Hisashi stepped forward swiftly, assisting Itachi to his feet. Do not speak such words. This is not only your hope, but also my desire. Once upright, Itachi solemnly declared, there is one matter I must clearly inform you of. There has been a masked man who, through the space-time technique, enters and exits the village as if it were unguarded. I suspect his true identity to be that of Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, who was defeated by the first Hokage during the Valley of the End. Upon hearing the name Madara, Hisashi nearly dropped the pipe from his grasp. This time, due to Rokusui's intervention, Itachi did not come into direct contact with the masked Ibito, and thus remained unaware of the information regarding the Akatsuki behind him. Itachi slowly removed his forehead protector, caressing it fondly before reluctantly placing it before Hisashi, turning to bid farewell. From this moment forth, I am no longer Uchiha Itachi of Konoha. I am grateful for your care over the years. Take care. Itachi vanished into the night wind, and Hisashi bent down to retrieve Itachi's forehead protector, its gleaming surface reflecting his sorrowful countenance. Alas, some individuals, even after leaving Konoha, remained concerned for the village's safety, while others seemed to revel in chaos, disregarding the greater good and the bonds of brotherhood. Danzo, you have profoundly disappointed me. At dawn, in the Valley of the End, Ruoshui perched atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, awaiting tidings from the horizon. After days of toil for the light, he finally seized this fleeting moment to gather his thoughts. In reality, he had been abandoned by his parents due to a congenital eye defect and spent his shadowy childhood in an orphanage. As he grew, his dear friend Lin Yu became the sole beacon in his dark world. Lin Yu, the boy beset by depression, vowed to be his eyes. Yet one fateful morning, Lin Yu vanished without a trace. While I held no attachment to my parents, the anguish of losing my closest friend struck deeper than any sorrow I had known. From that moment onward, my only yearning was for the light. The torment of unfulfilled desires led me to the brink of despair, contemplating the end of my existence. However, fate intervened unexpectedly, granting me a new lease on life. Ayu, do you see? In the world of Naruto we once traversed together, I have become Shisui. Where are you now? In heaven, or perhaps hell? I shall take my stand here for the time being, my dear friend. Please be my light and illuminate the path ahead. In an instant, Itachi arrived, weary yet determined. Brother Shisui, I hope I'm not too late. Ruoshui smiled and replied, Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. As radiant light tore through the darkness, Ruoshui and Itachi stood side by side, gazing at the sun that rose majestically on the horizon. With bright, expressive eyes, Ruoshui spread his arms wide, embracing the light that enveloped him, weeping with joy. Initially, I did not wish to perish. I merely yearned to escape such a life. In that moment, the tormented soul found true redemption. Ruoshui wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, only to find Itachi gazing intently at him. Itachi remarked, This is the first time I have witnessed Shisui weep. Ruoshui replied, This is both the first and the last time. Itachi offered, If Shisui does not mind, you may lean on my shoulder. After a non-committal smile, Ruoshui declared solemnly, Let us go, Itachi, our kin shall be waiting. The following night, atop the orange-tinted mountain, torrential rain cascaded down, weeping over the scarred lands of past battles. Yet, among the gathered Uchiha clansmen, no semblance of joy from survival could be discerned. Even the seemingly resurrected Shisui's appearance merely elicited fleeting astonishment before the air was once again thick with an oppressive gloom. Why had such a calamity befallen them? Chapter 12. The night of the festival amidst the Uchiha's defection, a pivotal event transpired. A crucial figure, Uchiha Hamura, emerged as a representative of the hawkish faction within the clan, wielding considerable influence, especially among the younger generation of Uchihas. Following the retreat, Hamura grew increasingly discontented and, disregarding Fugaku's orders and the larger context, resolved to confront Konoha, leading a substantial number of inherently combative Uchiha youths to follow him in launching the so-called jewel-shattering operation. Ultimately, Hamura and his followers were annihilated by Konoha's forces. On the other side, after Fugaku narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the Root, Izumi reunited with Mikoto. Shortly thereafter, Root unleashed even more formidable forces. In a bid to safeguard Izumi and Mikoto's retreat, they found themselves ensnared in the chase, their fates hanging in the balance. Mikoto resolved to share her husband's fate, entrusting Izumi with the care of Itachi before resolutely turning back. The grim tidings Izumi brought back inflicted a profound blow to their clan, the extent of which was immeasurable. Only Ruoshui's gaze remained shrouded in darkness. His thoughts impenetrable to all, Itachi was engulfed in despair. Father, mother. Sasuke, in a state of panic, exclaimed, What is happening? What is this coup? What about the killings? What has happened to father and mother? Why does the village seek to slay Brother Obito and the others? Hey, brother, why won't you answer me? Sasuke's cries pierced the sensitive nerves of the clansmen, prompting the J-nin Uchiha Tatsu to step forward, angrily toppling Sasuke to the ground. Silence, you little brat. Sasuke, huh? Tatsu, listen, Konoha aims to annihilate our clan. Your father intended to lead us in rebellion against the village, to seize the Hokage position, yet he ultimately prioritized your well-being, choosing to flee with everyone. Had he known then, he would have stood his ground and fought against those scoundrels in the village, which would have been far better than this wretched state. As he spoke, Tatsu prepared to unleash his fury upon Sasuke. Izumi interposed herself before Tatsu. Stop. Brother Tatsu, Sasuke is innocent. Tatsu retorted angrily. TCH. A clueless little brat who is utterly useless. The most infuriating of all. Sasuke climbed beside Itachi, lamenting, Brother, dear brother. Is what Chihiro said truly genuine? Itachi replied with a heavy heart. I am sorry. Sasuke, I have always found it difficult to disclose these truths to you. Yet what Chihiro has conveyed is indeed the reality. Sasuke, engulfed in despair, cried out, How could this be? How could this happen? The thunder roared and the rain poured down in torrents, amplifying the tragic atmosphere with Sasuke's helpless sobs. The Uchiha clan members sat despondently in the mud, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of hopelessness regarding their clan's fate. Previously, when facing the onslaught from Konoha, they still held a semblance of self-preservation. However, now, the Uchiha were gravely weakened, leaving them with no means to retaliate against Konoha's vengeance. Itachi swallowed his sorrow and, striving for composure, addressed his clansmen. This is not the time for grief. Instead of indulging in self-pity and mutual blame, we must prioritize how to rectify this dire situation. Izumi, did our father impart any final words to you? Indeed, Itachi was right. He was in dire need of assistance, and I must stand by his side. Izumi, cradling the weeping Sasuke, turned her beautiful gaze towards the others and said, Lord Fugaku mentioned that if anything were to happen to him, Shisui should take charge. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Uchiha clan members collectively turned towards Shisui. Chihiro questioned, Shisui, it seems that Lord Fugaku was already aware of your existence. But I must ask, where have you been and what have you been doing during your time of absence? The other clansmen echoed in agreement. Indeed, Shisui. Leaving behind that suspicious letter and appearing before us alongside Itachi, your actions are exceedingly dubious. Previously, we believed Itachi had secretly harmed you and rallied to your defense. But now it seems you are deliberately concealing certain matters from us. Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, we shall not submit to your leadership. Even if you are second only to Lord Fugaku in strength within the clan, the Uchiha will not yield to brute force. Matters of the past are one thing. But Fugaku's affairs are beyond what Shisui anticipated. A fire of frustration burned within him, yet resolving this situation could not be achieved through mere anger. He cast a sweeping glance over the aggressive clansmen, replacing answers with a retort. You wish to know what I have been doing during my absence, do you not? Shisui could not divulge that he had been deprived of his eyes by Danzo and conspired with Itachi to reclaim them. While this revelation might swiftly clarify his position, it would only intensify the clansmen's animosity toward Konoha, leading to an even more chaotic situation. Thus, Shisui pondered before saying, let me enlighten you. I have accepted a special mission assigned by Lord Fugaku, which involves faking my death, remaining hidden, and, at a critical moment, executing a coup against the village's higher-ups. Itachi lowered his gaze, deep in thought. What? The clansmen were taken aback. Shisui continued, Lord Fugaku, in fact, prepared for two contingencies, either a coup or a defection. I am to be his king's hand in the event of the coup. The village is aware of my capabilities and will undoubtedly remain vigilant. If they are led to believe that I am deceased and subsequently lower their guard, I shall be able to employ an unexpected advantage at a crucial moment. However, to deceive the enemy, one must first mislead their own kin. Thus, Lord Fugaku, Itachi, and I orchestrated a performance before our clansmen. Itachi, in contemplation, quickly discerned that Ruashue was adapting to the situation, aiming to stabilize the emotions of our people. Ruashue continued, as you all have observed, Lord Fugaku ultimately chose not to implement this strategy. After all, the strength and foundation of Konoha are formidable. Even if the assassination attempt succeeded, and I were to claim the head of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha would swiftly appoint a new Hokage and maintain control in a short span of time. Consequently, he opted for a full retreat, seeking to preserve our capital for future counterattacks. However, events took an unforeseen turn due to the impulsiveness of our Ma, disrupting Lord Fugaku's plans and leading us to this predicament. Should we not reflect on whether, standing in Lord Fugaku's position, we could have achieved a more favorable outcome? At least, for now, nearly half of us remain alive and standing here. As long as we breathe, there is hope, provided we unite as one. This impeccable and inspiring discourse plunged the surviving Uchiha clansmen into deep contemplation. When their gazes lifted once more, the tension that once filled the air was replaced by a fervent desire for survival. Shisui, we apologize for our previous misunderstandings. You are now the cornerstone of our clan. Please guide us on how to navigate this present crisis. Chapter 13. The Miscellaneous Rituals, One Nation. Two villages after alleviating the suspicions of his clan members, Ruashue commenced his strategic preparations. Initially, the circumstances appeared unfavorable. However, we must maintain our composure. Mount Jiugong, situated at the border of the Land of Fire, grants us the advantage of a commanding position. Even if Konoha were to mobilize their forces, the ascent would not be as effortless as they might presume. Moreover, given that the Land of Fire is indeed the stronghold of Konoha, our prolonged presence could incite unforeseen complications. Hence, it is imperative that we swiftly seek an avenue of retreat. Everyone understood that the so-called retreat was, in fact, the next course of action for the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Uchiha Chins took the initiative to propose. I suggest that we seek allegiance with one of the great ninja villages that oppose Konoha, such as the formidable village hidden in the clouds from the Land of Lightning. Joining the village hidden in the clouds would undoubtedly empower the Uchiha clan, avenging our grievances. Upon uttering this statement, he garnered considerable support from several Uchiha clan members. However, Uchiha Itachi voiced his dissent, stating, I do not concur with the idea of aligning ourselves with the land of lightning. Curious gazes turned toward Itachi as Chen's inquired. What is your objection, Itachi? With reasoned arguments, Itachi articulated, while aligning with a great ninja village may enable us to swiftly escape our predicament. Such a union would be predicated on mutual exploitation. We could never truly integrate into the village hidden in the clouds, nor would they genuinely accept us as outsiders. Given their military prowess, the Uchiha clan is not indispensable. Rather, we would find ourselves reliant on the village hidden in the clouds for survival. This imbalance in status would ultimately strip us of our initiative, transforming our conflict with Konoha into one with the village hidden in the clouds. At that moment, the Uchiha clan found themselves at a loss for words. Chun furrowed his brow and exclaimed, if aligning with major ninja villages is not an option, does that mean we must seek refuge in minor nations and villages? Itachi, with an air of concealed concern, replied, perhaps even the smaller nations and villages may not be willing to accept us. Chen's frown deepened. What do you mean by that? Even if the Uchiha have suffered significant losses, we remain the Uchiha. To seek shelter in a small village would be a degradation. What reason could they possibly have to refuse us? Itachi appeared genuinely troubled and turned to Izumi. Izumi, perhaps you could share your thoughts. Izumi, cradling the trembling Sasuke, her beautiful eyes sparkling, responded, Brother Chun, let us not forget that we have severed ties with Konoha. To accept us would be tantamount to opposing Konoha, which small village would not weigh the pros and cons. Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If major villages are out of the question and minor ones are too, does that not leave the Uchiha with no avenue for retreat? At that moment, Ruwa Shui timely interjected, why not consider establishing our own ninja village? Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clansmen were momentarily stunned, as the sound of the falling rain became increasingly pronounced. Establishing our own ninja village? At this moment, Uchiha Chuan, known for his scholarly reputation within the Uchiha clan, remarked, Shursui, establishing a shinobi village is no trivial endeavor. First and foremost, we must identify a nation willing to accept us. We must assume the responsibility of safeguarding that nation and providing a stable output of value to secure a continuous flow of funding for our construction. Presently, the Uchiha have suffered significant losses and are ill-equipped to shoulder these two formidable responsibilities. Furthermore, there exists a critical issue. Accepting us would equate to becoming adversaries of Konoha. Even if we possess the capability to fulfill these two essential functions, which nation would be willing to risk incurring Konoha's ire by entrusting us with such a duty? Chuan continued, indeed, as Shusui's memories suggest, my mind remains relatively clear. Perhaps in the future, I could be entrusted with greater responsibilities. However, my perspective on the larger picture is still somewhat lacking. He then added, to take it a step further, even if there were a nation willing to risk offending Konoha by permitting us to establish a shinobi village, in the current climate of a one-nation, one-village system, the saturation of shinobi villages leaves little room for our presence, unless Ruwa Shui interjected with a smile. Unless what? Please, do continue. Uchiha Chuan replied. Unless we were to annihilate an existing shinobi village and subsequently take its place. Such a possibility exists. However, this would brand the Uchiha as aggressors, which would be profoundly detrimental to our future development. Do you truly believe this is feasible, Shursui? All eyes turned to Ruwa Shui, eagerly anticipating his response to Chuan's concerns. Well, I must commend your thorough consideration. I initially contemplated such a course of action myself. Listening intently, Ruwa Shui exclaimed astonishingly, who decreed that one must annihilate a ninja village to establish a new one, and who stipulated that a nation can only possess a single ninja village? The gathered ninjas were taken aback. This was a path they had never contemplated. Chuan interjected. The system of one village per nation was a consensus reached during the tumultuous era by our forebears, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Ruwa Shui responded. Thus, everyone's vision has been constrained by this notion. What is the current state? Many nations, particularly the 5 great ninja countries, simultaneously exploit the advantages of their subordinate ninja villages while harboring trepidation over the threats posed by a singularly dominant village. This leads them to curtail funding to achieve reductions in personnel. As he spoke, Ruwa Shui raised 2 fingers. If a nation were to possess 2 ninja villages, it could enhance its combat prowess, while the 2 villages would mutually restrain each other, alleviating the concerns of the ruling class. My proposal for a dual village system is predicated on the needs of the rulers. Chuan's eyes sparkled with insight, yet his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhishui, I concede that your thinking is exceptionally advanced and audacious. However, we are currently struggling for our own survival. Disrupting the existing system is no trivial task. It may even be deemed a fantastical notion. What concrete measures do you propose in this regard? After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Shui expressed, I envision a strategy wherein we can annex small nations and villages. It is vital to emphasize that this is an annexation, not annihilation. To facilitate the psychological acceptance of our annexed villages, we can publicly proclaim it as an alliance. Thus, through a continuous process of annexation, akin to a snowball effect, we shall gradually augment our own strength. Once we possess sufficient authority, we can then choose a significant nation and propose a scheme of one nation, two villages to its ruling elite. Was your objective always aimed at a great nation from the outset? Chuan inquired. Undecided, Ruo Shui replied. It could be the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of wind, or even the land of water. Or perhaps, Zhishui's lips curved slightly as he gestured to the ground beneath them. The land of fire right beneath our feet. Chuan, filled with admiration, remarked, I am in awe. Zhishui, I once perceived you merely as a prodigious ninja endowed with exceptional ninjutsu and combat intelligence. I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable political acumen. Alas, had you showcased such talents during the tenure of clan leader Fugaku, perhaps our clan would not find itself in such dire straits. Ruo Shui humbly responded, You flatter me. This plan is merely a preliminary concept. Its execution must adapt to the actual circumstances. For now, let us set up camp here on Jujin Mountain for the night. Following this incident, the Uchiha clan members regarded Ruo Shui with entirely transformed gazes, ones reminiscent of how they once viewed Fugaku. In the depths of the night, the flickering candlelight danced within the tent. Itachi spoke in a low voice. Shui is truly remarkable. He has managed to stabilize the situation in such a short time. Ruo Shui replied, In truth, establishing the new hidden village is not the most pressing matter at hand, Itachi. I know you are anxious. You simply refrain from expressing it. Concerned for the safety of Lord Fugaku and Lady Mikoto, am I right? Itachi, with a hint of remorse, said, At such a critical juncture, I am unable to be by Shui's side. Will you hold this against me? Ruo Shui patted Itachi on the shoulder. Not at all. You were there for me during my most challenging times. Now it is my turn to support you through this ordeal. Once I make arrangements for our clan members tomorrow morning, we shall promptly set out to search for Lord Fugaku's whereabouts. Itachi glanced at his left hand resting on his shoulder, his palms slightly clenched, and then averted his gaze, gently nodding, Very well. Beneath the flickering candlelight, they unfurled the map of the ninja world. Ruo Shui inquired, In the endeavor of annexing small ninja villages, where do you think we should begin? Itachi responded, In this matter, I believe, Shui, you have overlooked a crucial aspect, though I refrained from voicing it in front of everyone. Ruo Shui asked, Oh, please elaborate. Itachi stated, Ninjas possess a deep-seated affection for their homeland. This holds true for both large and small villages. The premise of annexation must ensure the preservation of their homeland's interests. If they fear that their own land will suffer due to annexation, many will resolutely resist. Truly, this revelation has opened my mind. As Ruo Shui traverses dimensions, his exceptional intellect enables him to possess a grand perspective that transcends the confines of the Naruto world. However, what he lacks is the profound sentiment characteristic of true practitioners. It is precisely this realization that Itachi grasps in an instant, thereby compensating for Ruo Shui's most significant shortcoming. Ruo Shui pondered, We shall assure those who have been annexed that, should their homeland fall into turmoil, we will be ready to provide assistance at any moment. We will also dispatch our forces to aid them, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. What do you think, Itachi? At last, Itachi smiled, an understanding smile. His perspective was never rooted in self-interest, but rather in the noble principles of the ninja way. This has been true in the past, remains so in the present, and will continue into the future. Truly, he is Shui. He considered every aspect in an instant. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. With a meaningful smile, Ruo Shui asked, Now, can you tell me from which country we shall commence? Itachi's gaze roamed the map, his finger rising to rest upon a particular territory. Ruo Shui inquired, Takigakure. Why? Itachi replied, The village hidden in the waterfall possesses the only tailed beast among the small nations and villages, holding great strategic significance. If we can successfully annex it in our initial engagement, the path ahead will be considerably smoother. However, due to the unique nature of Takigakure, this presents us with a formidable challenge. Ruashue's lips curled into a smile. A challenge? That suits me perfectly. Tomorrow morning, we shall inform our clansmen to set forth towards Takigakure. I will accompany you in the search for Lord Fugaku and Lady Mikoto, and once we locate them, we shall regroup with our kin. Chapter 14. The Ritual Miscellany. Swift and resolute the following day, before dawn's light graced the sky, Ruashue commanded her kin to embark towards the land of waterfalls. The young Sasuke, after enduring a night of inner turmoil, reluctantly reconciled with reality. Steadfast in his refusal to part from Itachi. With tender care, Itachi assuaged his brother's fears and entrusted Sasuke's well-being to Izumi. Contemplating the slim chance that Fugaku might escape his pursuers and reach the base of Tachikage Mountain alive, Itachi decided to leave a shadow clone behind. Should Fugaku arrive safely, the clone would dispel, allowing Itachi to receive the news and adjust their course of action promptly. With all arrangements in place, Ruashue and Itachi retraced their steps to seek out Fugaku's whereabouts. The journey from Konohagakure to Tachikage Mountain spanned a mere 100 miles. Traversing the forest of fire along the way, with the swiftness of ninjas, they could reach their destination within a day. By noon, the duo found themselves deep within the forest of fire, discussing the potential fate of the Sharingan possessed by Naruto and his companions, and whether it might fall into Danzo's grasp. Itachi remarked, I have previously confided in the third Hokage about Danzo's ambitions. He assured me that he would keep Danzo in check. The Sharingan of Naruto and the others should remain safe from him. At least, for the time being. Ruashue replied, for the time being, indeed. That man has been indecisive for most of his life. It is unlikely he will suddenly adopt a hardline stance. In his youth, he even fell victim to an assassination attempt by Danzo. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since removed him from power. Itachi, the third Hokage, is acutely aware of his limitations. He relies heavily on the formidable assistance of Danzo, which is a concern of mine. There will inevitably come a day when the great tree of Konoha will be corroded by the roots of darkness, unable to bask in the sunlight ever again. Yukishiro's gaze darkens. Therefore, let us decisively eliminate future threats, whether it is to ascertain the whereabouts of Lord Fugaku or for the sake of future developments. Nothing could be simpler or more effective than locating Danzo himself. Once we find Danzo, there will be no reason to let him escape. Itachi offered no response, merely resonating with his emotions, as his Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope of Tomo, manifesting the reflection of his soul. The Sharingan, a window to the heart, particularly reveals itself when the intent to kill arises. Boom. Suddenly, an explosive wave of fire erupted from the 12 o'clock direction of the forest of fire, followed by a curtain of water flung into the air by the blast, cascading down hundreds of meters away, drenching the leaves and producing a rustling sound. Someone is engaged in battle. Could it be Fugaku? Yukishiro and Itachi exchanged a knowing glance and hastened toward the source of the commotion, perching atop the treetops to observe. There, in the clearing ravaged by the explosion, two factions stood in confrontation. Both groups donned the attire of Konoha's Anbu. It is widely recognized that Konoha's Anbu is divided into two major factions, one loyal to the Hokage, the direct Anbu, and the other serving Danzo's route. Itachi, what are your thoughts? Although the details remain unclear, it appears that a conflict has erupted between the Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's men. As Itachi spoke, his gaze was fixed upon the female Anbu, who stood with her back turned to them. Once serving in the clandestine division, Itachi was well acquainted with the enigmatic figure possessing violet tresses, Yuzuki Yugao. Ruashue, too, took note of her striking hair, his thoughts drifting back to the cherished days spent alongside his dear friend Hayabusa, reminiscing about the era of the Hokage. Yuzuki Yugao is such a beautiful name, Mayu. Pray, tell me, what does she look like? Ruashue inquired. She possesses captivating violet hair and a figure that is simply alluring, Hayabusa replied. What does purple signify? And what does an alluring figure entail? Ruashue pressed on. Well, how shall I describe it? Purple is the hue of enchantresses, while alluring signifies a devilishly enchanting physique. Ruashue persisted. What does an enchantress look like? And what about a devil? Hayabusa, struggling with his limited vocabulary to convey the essence to his visually impaired companion, resorted to his usual line. In any case, you shall comprehend once you encounter her in person. However, that rascal Shippuden is indeed fortunate. Alas. He is destined for a short-lived fate. Ruoshue's fingers intertwined with the bark of a great tree, murmuring, "Is she truly Yuzuki Yugao?" The root organization stirred. 3 members clad in white, all of whom were captains, approached. Only one of Yugao's allies remained, and he bore grievous wounds, supporting her injured comrade. Yugao's icy voice emerged from beneath her ornate mask. "Is it the nature of Root to turn against its own kin?" The leader of the white-clad ANBU retorted coldly. "Those who impede Root's interests shall be dealt with, even if they are compatriots." As his words resonated, he plunged his ninja blade into the earth. Lightning release. Earth walk. Crackling sounds echoed as a surge of golden lightning spread beneath Yugao's feet. The injured operative, supported by him, coughed pathologically twice before urgently urging, "Shiyuan, don't worry about me. Just go." Ruoshue furrowed her brow. "That cough. Is that person Moonlight Gale? What a jest. How could I abandon you and flee for my life? If we are to leave, we shall do so together. If we are to die, let it be side by side." Shiyuan assisted Gale, straining to retreat, attempting to distance themselves from the encroaching lightning. Meanwhile, 2 other operatives clad in white closed in from either side. Had Shiyuan not been burdened with the injured Gale, her exceptional swordsmanship would have allowed her to hold her own against 2 opponents. However, at this moment, her mobility and stamina were significantly compromised. Faced with the dual threat of the white-clad operatives and the long-range interference of enemy ninjutsu, she swiftly found herself at a disadvantage. The white-clad operative who had released himself from the ground declared, "Leave one alive. That woman knows the whereabouts of Fuyue." Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately prepared to engage. Ruoshue interjected, "Itachi, your shadow clones have dispersed your chakra. Allow me to handle this." Ruoshue deftly landed. It was astonishingly swift, so much so that even the parties involved had yet to react. With a clang, he lightly swept his Sharingan, skillfully deflecting the advancing blade of the left-side operative. And with a swift motion of his wrist, the glint of his blade severed the throat of the right-side operative. In close combat, hand-to-hand techniques or swordsmanship often prove to be the most efficient means of killing. A single fatal strike signifies the beginning of a protracted battle of ninjutsu. "You are." Shiyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the silent figure before her. The right-side operative collapsed lifelessly, while the left-side operative, retreating hastily with his blade, was just about to form a hand seal, but the kunai, arriving first, pierced through his palm, quelling his ninjutsu at its inception. He looked up in astonishment. The eerie glow of the 3 tomo in his left eye had already captivated his senses. Thud! In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground. Ruoshue walked forward with indifference, and with a sharp snap, the ninja blade mercilessly pierced his medulla oblongata, retracting the kunai embedded in his palm, drying the bloodstains, and placing it back into the ninja tool's pouch. The leader of the white-clad ANBU displayed an expression of sheer horror. "Uchiha, Shursui, how could you be here?" Yuzuki Yuin gazed at the figure before her. "He is Uchiha Shursui." Yuin promptly raised her ninja blade, and Ruoshue cast a sidelong glance. Itachi had already descended first, positioning the kunai against her throat. "Do not move." Yuin lowered her raised weapon, and Ruoshue withdrew his gaze, advancing towards the last of the white-clad ANBU. Faced with Shursui, the white-clad ANBU, realizing he had no chance of victory, not even entertaining the thought of escape, raised his ninja blade, intending to take his own life. How could Ruoshue allow such a fate? Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he disarmed the ninja blade, gripping the man's throat with one hand, lifting the white-clad ANBU into the air, and coldly stated, "You have come to hunt Fugaku. Thus you must be a witness to the massacre from last night." The white-clad ANBU, displaying a sense of honor, retorted, "You will never make me utter a word with your Sharingan." Upon finishing his words, he bit through his own tongue. Ruoshue coldly replied, "Oh, such fortitude is commendable. Alas, I do not require your words." The principle behind the Sharingan's genjutsu lies in hypnosis, employing illusions to disrupt the opponent's psyche, thereby eliciting information. However, the Sharingan cannot directly read an adversary's memories. In the vast expanse of the ninja world, only the Yamanka clan, through their elaborate techniques, can facilitate a profound mind-reading ability, alongside the Renegade's human path that penetrates the layers of the mind. Yet, there exists an exception among the Sharingan, that belonging to Shursui. Should Shursui so desire, he could employ genjutsu to forcibly connect to the opponent's brain, extracting information directly. Yet, The cost is remarkably brutal, albeit solely for the subject, as it would obliterate the neural pathways of the victim. Allow me to witness. With a whisper, Ruo Shui murmured, Sharingan, reveal your cold light. Jinjutsu, Heart to Heart. Chapter 15, The Festival of Offerings Uchiha Ryu. As the cerebral waves intertwined, the memories of the white-robed Umbu were projected into Ruo Shui's mind in vivid imagery. Ultimately, as a power of the Sharingan, this process would inevitably lack the swiftness of the Rinnegan's human path. Ruo Shui closed his eyes, intently observing. It was the witching hour. The location being before the gates of Konoha. Leading 30 Uchiha youths, Ryu raised his torch, facing the overwhelming numbers of Konoha ninjas. Yet, within Ryu's eyes, there resided no fear, as if the figures before him, Hokage, Danzo, and the clan leaders along with elite Jonin, were but mere chickens, easily vanquished. Having recently concluded a meeting with Itachi, Hisashi learned that the Uchiha had launched a sudden counterattack. Now donned in battle attire, he grasped the Rui Bang, transformed by the Monkey King, and confronted Raijin with fervor. Why have you returned? Raijin replied with conviction, to demonstrate the indomitable spirit of our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this declaration, the assembled Leaf Ninjas shook their heads in disbelief, casting glances of pity or disdain towards Raijin. Only Danzo could not suppress a smirk, for the eyes he so desired had unexpectedly reappeared before him. Hisashi spoke in a somber tone. An hour ago, Itachi sought me out, hoping for a peaceful coexistence between our factions. I consented. Do you wish to render Itachi's earnest efforts futile? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the Uchiha behind Raijin. What? Itachi approached the Hokage? Raijin bellowed, Enough. Old man Sarutobi, cease your feigned sincerity. You have driven the Uchiha to the brink of despair, at this juncture, who still craves your so-called peace. He continued, Itachi's actions are his own. He does not speak for the Uchiha, at least not for me, Uchiha Raijin. Behind me stand the valiant Uchiha warriors who have embraced the will of Raijin. They refuse to be cowards, and they are truly admirable. Well said, Lord Raijin. The fervor of Raijin's words ignited a shared resolve among the clan members. The ninjas of Konoha felt utterly helpless. These individuals had truly become ensnared in madness. Danzo approached Hizen at an opportune moment, fanning the flames of discord, saying, Look, Hizen, you wish to win them over with virtue, yet they remain ungrateful. Why not allow them to preserve their pride? Nevertheless, Hizen endeavored to salvage the situation. Only tonight. R.A., you should depart. Silence, you hypocrite. An arrow once loosed cannot be retrieved. The Uchiha fear not death, but rather a feeble existence. Warriors, ignite the flames of vengeance. Even in death, let it be grand and resounding. R.A. bit his finger, inscribing a technique with his blood upon the torch. He then raised the torch high, forming a seal with 2 fingers, secret art, spirit of the fire. With a flash, as the blood technique was activated, the flame atop the torch surged skyward, consuming the torch itself. It ascended into the night sky, manifesting a visage of Ra's face, both stern and fervent. The ninjas gasped in astonishment. The flames had transformed into a spiritual entity. What manner of technique was this? R.A. proclaimed proudly, the spirit of the fire. A ninjutsu of my own creation. Kin, let your blood anoint the torch, and I shall ignite the sacrificial fire. Thus, the power of the fire spirit will grow. Ra's followers were awestruck. Brother R.A., we had no idea you possessed such a technique. To witness such a marvel in the twilight of our lives is truly worthwhile. With a decisive cut, they severed their wrists, allowing their blood to spatter upon the torch. Comrades, I vow that your sacrifice shall not be in vain. I will carry forth your indomitable spirit and direct the flames of vengeance towards our clan's mortal enemies. With his hands raised in a gesture of determination, long hair billowing like flames, the figure of Lang was engulfed by a tempest of fire. Boom! Behind him, the fiery spirit, having absorbed the sacrificial blood of his kin, surged with uncontrollable vigor, transforming into a colossal entity that could rival the formidable Susanoo of the Uchiha Itachi, which had been displayed in the latter's final moments. The ferocious heat waves wreaked havoc, leaving the shinobi of Konoha in stunned silence, hands covering their faces in awe. Hisashi marveled at the spectacle. The spirit of the sacrificial fire. This is likely the singular, true S-rank fire style. The overwhelming presence of Shursui and Itachi had led us to completely overlook Lang's existence. At this moment, I recalled Lang's illustrious history, He awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 10 and ascended to the rank of Jonin by 12. He had turned down invitations from the Umbu, choosing instead to serve in the police force. Undoubtedly, in terms of innate talent, he surpassed Kakashi. Danzo sensed the undercurrents of ambition. Uchiha Lang, his eyes, undoubtedly possessed the potential to awaken the Mangeki. Truly remarkable, if not for Shursui disrupting my plans. Inadvertently revealing such an extraordinary pair of eyes, I might have regarded Lang's eyes merely as expendable tools for activating Izanagi. Ha 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 ha. After a long laugh directed towards the heavens, I sighed deeply. Alas, what a pity. If my entire clan were gathered here, the power of this fire spirit would be multiplied several times over. Yet, that would likely exceed my capacity to control it. My original plan was to impart this technique to Shursui before our clan instigated a coup. If it had been Shursui, he would undoubtedly have harnessed the true potential of this technique. However, fate is cruel. Shursui met an untimely and mysterious demise. I once suspected Itachi's involvement. But in hindsight, it seems you were the culprits, fearful of Shurzue's talents and perceiving him as a potential threat to the village. You resorted to despicable means to eliminate him. You are unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Spirit of the Fire, Grand Dragon Fire Technique. Boom. A dragon of flame, nearly rivaling the illustrious fire of the future Uchiha, surged forth, captivating all with its majesty, as it swept towards the assembled ninjas of Konoha. In anticipation of the Uchiha's fire techniques, the temporary Konoha water release team, composed of dozens of ninjas, unleashed a vast water barrier to intercept the fire dragon at the gates of Konoha. Boom. The collision of water and fire produced a cloud of steam, obscuring vision, a disadvantageous start for the Uchiha, who relied on their keen visual acuity. The clan from the mountains, utilizing their exceptional sensory abilities, pinpointed the location of R and his companions amidst the mist, conveying this information to the Nara clan through their mind-to-mind technique. The Nara clan members, in unison, executed the shadow imitation technique, forming dozens of shadows that eerily and precisely connected to the ground beneath R and his companions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Akimichi clan, enhanced in size, forged a path with their human cannonballs, closely followed by the Hyuga clan. Then, there lay countless shadows, alongside the elite shinobi of the Leaf Village surging forth like an unstoppable tide. This was a battle destined to be overwhelmingly one-sided. Yet, no one could have anticipated that their desperate struggle would result in the loss of nearly 100 men for the Leaf, despite their numerical superiority. As the Uchiha clan members fell one by one, their strength waning in the face of combat, the power of the fire spirit also diminished, ultimately extinguished by the colossal staff wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ha 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 ha. Exhausted, the rogue collapsed within the encirclement of shinobi, having lost his left arm in the fray. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he reached into his robes with his right hand. Yet what he retrieved was neither a kunai nor an explosive tag, but rather a comb fashioned from horn. The final act he performed was to neatly arrange his disheveled hair before calmly embracing the arrival of death. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are unworthy of the title of Hokage. The true bearer of that name is none other than our clan's prodigious talent, the late Uchiha Shursui. Crack. The image abruptly cut off, as the white-clad Umbu succumbed to the overwhelming strain on his neural pathways. Ruashue discarded the lifeless body of the Umbu, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. Oh, I underestimated this rogue. Had I known earlier, that night, I would have. In that moment, a resolute determination formed within Ruashue. As he turned, he resumed his usual cold demeanor in the presence of others. Itachi's kunai remained poised at the throat of Yuzuki Yugao. Stepping forward, Ruashue fixed his gaze upon her. Do you know the whereabouts of Lord Fugaku? Chapter 16. The miscellaneous rituals, the whims of fate confronted with Shursui's unwavering demeanor. Yukino was enveloped in suspicion. She retorted, Uchiha Shursui, you should not have already perished? Rue, with a profound tone, replied, Ah, indeed, within your narrative. I have met my demise. However, the authorship of this script has now shifted. To Yukino's ears, this statement bore a deeper significance, as if it proclaimed that he was the architect of all that transpired. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Yukino's mind raced. His speech was entirely reminiscent of a schemer, starkly contrasting the upright image she had heard of him. The reason he had not immediately slain me and Shikaz must be that the information I possess holds value in his eyes. What to do? If I remain silent, he may employ that earlier Jinjutsu against me. Her beautiful gaze drifted towards the distant corpse of the white-clad Umbu. That Umbu was a genuine Jonin, possessing formidable strength that would not pale in comparison to hers. Yet, even such a figure had succumbed to Shirsue's illusion, leaving her with little confidence in her ability to resist it. However, as a direct operative of the Hokage, she would rather face death than betray her village's secrets to the enemy. She sighed deeply within. It seems that today, both Shikaz and I are in grave peril. Perceiving the discord in Shien's emotions, Itachi promptly rectified the misunderstanding. Miss Shien, you may have misconstrued our intentions. We harbor no plans to take action against you or Mr. Jifeng. Prior to our departure from the village last night, I conferred with Lord Hokage, expressing our hope for a harmonious coexistence henceforth. The assault on the village was, in truth, unforeseen by both parties. Shien was momentarily taken aback. She had been a witness to the battle before her door the previous night. She recalled that Hizashi had openly acknowledged a certain consensus reached with Itachi. Itachi continued, "We genuinely seek only to ascertain the whereabouts of my father. Unless absolutely necessary, we would not resort to violence against our former compatriots. Of course, should my father's life be threatened, that would be an entirely different matter." Shien's gaze dimmed. Unless absolutely necessary. This implies that if there is non-cooperation, your safety cannot be guaranteed. However, the consensus established between Lord Hokage and Itachi was irrefutable, suggesting that, based on this, it might not constitute a breach of Lord Hokage's orders. Eventually, Shien revealed the truth. Very well. In fact, after the battle last night, Fugaku, who was hiding in the shadows, was discovered by the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Danzo immediately commanded Root to pursue Fugaku, in the presence of numerous ninjas from the village. Lord Hokage could not overtly oppose Danzo, so he dispatched Jifeng and me, along with several other Umbu teams, to mediate and facilitate Fugaku's escape from Root's pursuit. As you can see, Root turned against us, and then we encountered you. Whether this is a fortuitous or unfortunate turn of events remains uncertain. I see. Although the rogue faction turned against them midway, Hizashi did not intend to abandon the agreement he had forged with Itachi. Itachi withdrew the kunai pressed against the throat of Miss Shiyuin and inquired, "Might you enlighten me regarding the whereabouts of my father?" Shiyuin replied, "Your father fought valiantly against several waves of pursuing enemies until he encountered Yun Longma." What? At the mention of Yun Longma, even Itachi's composure wavered. He pressed on urgently. And then? Shiyuin continued, "He had a chance to triumph over Longma, but your mother intervened, stabbing him in the back." Cold sweat trickled down Itachi's face. Ruo Shui, listening intently, pondered. Within the depths of his memory were countless pieces of ninja intelligence, yet none pertained to Yun Longma. Once blind, Ruo Shui had often overlooked minor characters with minimal dialogue and low presence while watching Naruto. Clenching his fists, Itachi demanded, "How do you know this?" Shiyuin hesitated, considering how to respond. Coughing lightly, the Moonlight Gale, supported by her, interjected, "It is I. I possess the Tun bloodline limit, allowing me to conceal my form, making me well-suited for reconnaissance. I witnessed these events in the shadows, yet I could not intervene, for Longma's venomous insects are perilously dangerous. Merely approaching them poses a risk of succumbing. Shiyuin and I could only wait for our comrades to regroup and devise a plan." Itachi asked, "Where did my father engage Longma?" The Gale replied, "In the southern gorge of the Forest of Fire, known as the Southern Valley Fortress." Itachi and Ruo Shui exchanged knowing nods. The Weasel declared, "Time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Southern Valley. Thank you both for sharing such vital intelligence. Please return to the village promptly to report." Before departing, Lu Shui glanced at the mask of Yue Shiyin, hesitating to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refraining. Once they had left, a wave of relief washed over Shiyin, who leaned against a sturdy tree and gradually sank to the ground, removing her mask to reveal an astonishingly beautiful visage. It was indeed unexpected that we must rely on the defector from our village, the Uchiha, to escape peril from our own kin. Coughing softly, Jifeng spoke in a somber tone, "The shadows of the village persist. The Uchiha's defection has exacerbated internal conflicts, and the repercussions may linger for a considerable time. In the grand scheme, this may not be a negative development, for as tensions accumulate, the ramifications could be more severe. After this incident, Konoha is bound to enter a new era." Yet, Shiyin, I cannot shake the feeling that my days are numbered, and I may not witness that future. Xian, taken aback, quickly covered Jifeng's mouth, reproaching him. What are you saying, Jifeng? I forbid you to utter such words. Did you not endure asthma only to save me from drowning? Lord Tsunade assured us before leaving the village that it would not threaten your life. It merely shortens your ninja career. Once you retire from this path, I shall marry you and dedicate myself to caring for you in your later years. Jifeng felt a bittersweet happiness, understanding Xian's temperament, and thus chose to refrain from further discussion on such a heavy topic. As Xian employed medical ninjutsu to treat the shoulder injury of Jifeng sustained during the battle with the roots, Jifeng, lost in thought, inquired, Xian, do you recall what Uchiha Ryu said last night? He believes that Uchiha Shisui is truly the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Xian replied dismissively, why concern ourselves with the words of one so deluded? Yet, Jifeng, with a hint of complexity in his tone, pressed on. What do you perceive Uchiha Shisui to be like? Xian lowered her gaze, pondering. He is someone rather inscrutable, certainly not as the rumors suggest. Jifeng remarked. He clearly possesses the ability to use Jinjutsu and could effortlessly obtain our intelligence, but he chose not to. Xian responded. It is likely due to Itachi's presence beside him. Jifeng expressed his unease. I sense that matters are far from simple. Meanwhile, Ruoshui and Itachi raced towards the southern valley. Ruoshui asked Itachi, who is Longma? Why does the mere mention of his name elicit such a fierce reaction from you? Itachi's eyes cast downward. Yuin Longma, a peculiar member of the Y Ninja clan, once served alongside Orochimaru within the roots. After Orochimaru's departure, Longma became a key operative for Danzo. He has modified the nanoscopic venomous insects cultivated by Y Ninja Shurhei, creating the parasitic insect. This insect can infiltrate the brain undetected, manipulating the victim's consciousness. In a certain sense, it is somewhat akin to your Kotoame Tsukumi. Itachi clenched his fist, his expression pained. Mother, she was likely controlled by the parasitic insect, leading to her ambush on father. Ruoshui contemplated silently. So that is it. The depths of the roots are far more profound than I had imagined. Chapter 17. The Sacrificial Miscellany. The eternal flow of the river. The stream meanders through a valley embraced by mountains, where verdant trees provide shade and exotic blossoms bloom, rendering the scars of battle starkly visible in this southern gorge. Ruoshui and Itachi, without expending unnecessary effort, swiftly located the site of the fierce confrontation between Fujiyama and Ryoma from the previous night. Gazing at the bloodstain at the bottom of the ravine, Itachi suppressed his impatience, striving to maintain a calm judgment, judging by the degree of desiccation of the blood. The battle must have occurred 7 hours prior, almost precisely when we departed from Orange Stem Mountain. Ruoshui activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings, and soon discovered a bloodied footprint amid the grass. He and Itachi immediately began to follow the intermittent prints, which extended from the meadow to the stream's edge, traversing the waterway and continuing across to the mountain wall. A ninja, at any time, would erase the traces of their movements. This is a fundamental knowledge expected of a genin. The individual who left these footprints must have been grievously injured, unable to attend to such details. Itachi gazed at the bloodied footprints left upon the mountainside, clenching his fist with a heart-wrenching expression. It is father. He is carrying mother. The weight of father alone would not have left such deep impressions unless it were the combined weight of two individuals. Ruoshui placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder, urging, let us ascend and investigate. Perhaps we might uncover their whereabouts. Upon scaling the mountainside, the footprints persisted until they vanished beside a cliff in the southeast. The tracks could not continue any further, as below the precipice lay an endless river, the Eternal River, originating from the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, flowing expansively southeastward. Entitled Immortal, yet it has entombed countless souls, both commoners and ninjas alike. Itachi's heart felt almost frozen. He understood that Fugaku, gravely injured, cradling Mikoto, had succumbed to Ryoma's relentless pursuit and fallen into the river of immortality, leaving scarcely a glimmer of hope for survival. Itachi, look here. Ruoshui crouched amidst the grass at the cliff's edge, gazing at a pool of blood. The hue of the blood leaned towards a dark shade, distinctly different from Fugaku's. Aside from Lord Fugaku, another individual has been here. Do you know who it is? Itachi asserted with certainty. It's the oil woman, Ryoma. His body is host to poisonous insects, hence the dark coloration of his blood. Ruoshui continued. This pool of blood has coagulated in droplets, indicating that Ryoma followed Lord Fugaku to the cliff and lingered here for quite some time, ultimately lacking the courage to leap. The evidence. Behold this footprint. I can vividly imagine him stamping his foot in frustration. Indeed, Ryoma has also sustained injuries, and grievous ones at that, which deterred him from plunging into the river of immortality. The audacity to chase Fugaku to the bitter end was swallowed by his own resentment. Ruashue rose, affirming moreover. Lord Fugaku's presence here confirms that his eyes were not taken from him. At the very least, he did not lose both. He is the man who survived the battle at Orange Stem Mountain. I believe he shall not perish easily. Itachi, troubled by his own apprehensions, felt a sense of calm wash over him. The sky darkened, heralding the impending storm. Ruashue's gaze shifted as she uprooted 2 blood-stained blades of grass, tucking them into her embrace. Itachi, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Shirzue, what are you planning?" To which Ruashue, his gaze laden with melancholy, replied, "Itachi, given the circumstances, I believe it is time I confide in you." Before departing from Konoha, I paid a visit to the Ninjutsu Pavilion, where I clandestinely copied the Book of Seals using my Sharingan. Initially, I contemplated utilizing it as leverage against Konoha's adversaries, should the need arise to compel the village to refrain from hostile actions towards us. Little did I anticipate that the day would come when it would be truly needed. Itachi absorbed Ruashue's words, his mind swirling with an amalgamation of inexplicable thoughts. Yet he refrained from voicing them. "When you say use it, could it be that you refer to the Edo Tensei?" he ventured. Ruashue clarified. "Edo Tensei requires a living sacrifice. Itachi, I am certain you would not wish to sacrifice another, even if that individual were a member of Root, merely to ascertain your father's fate." Itachi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you know me well." Ruashue continued. "Moreover, I do not believe Lord Fugaku has perished. When I spoke of its application, I was not referring to Edo Tensei, but rather to another technique known as Shadow Insect. This was devised by the second Hokage and enables tracking with merely a drop of blood." Itachi pondered. "Are you suggesting?" Ruashue then lifted a blade of grass, stained with Fugaku's blood. "Precisely. We shall employ Shadow Insect to locate your father. However, I have only copied the contents of the Book of Seals without truly mastering it. Hence I require your assistance to perform a certain procedure." Itachi responded, like last time. "Utilizing Tsukuyami, correct?" Ruashue. "In the days ahead, we are likely to encounter numerous challenges. Therefore, I intend to seize this opportunity to fully master the Book of Seals." I understand." Itachi slowly closed his eyes. "Ever since the awakening of Susanoo, my ocular power has experienced a significant enhancement. At this moment, my limit for Tsukuyami is 2 years. This may impose a considerable strain on your psyche. Are you certain you can withstand it?" Ruashue chuckled. "It matters not. Bring it on." With a swift motion, Itachi's left eye opened, revealing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which emanated a crimson glow. Tsukuyami. A roaring thunder echoed as the dark clouds in the sky, like a pillow, released a gentle rain, cleansing the impurities of the earth. 10 minutes later, Ruashue, drenched in the downpour, carried the exhausted Itachi into a cave nestled in the southern valley. He mused, "Allow me to prepare myself mentally, yet here you are, collapsing from fatigue. Itachi, what am I to say to you?" Itachi, in a feeble voice, replied, "There is no remedy. My body is not as resilient as Shirsue's. Since childhood, I have felt chilled to the bone on rainy days, and my spirits inexplicably plummet. I often have a premonition that one day I will fall gravely ill and succumb prematurely." After gently laying Itachi down, Ruashue gazed downward. "Itachi, rest assured, that day will never come. Even if it were to arrive, I would find a way to heal you." Itachi smiled faintly, saying, "Please ensure my recovery. I cannot entrust the heavy burden of the Uchiha clan solely to Shirsue's shoulders. However, if my words were to unfortunately come true, I would ask Shirsue to promise me one thing." Ruashue inquired, "What is it?" Itachi replied solemnly, "I shall reveal it at that time." Ruashue, with a profound expression, mused, "I suspect there may not be such a time." In the clearing of the cave, Ruashue meticulously drew the ritual circle, seeking out an earthworm, as the shadow puppet technique required a living sacrifice. However, this sacrifice was not human, but rather an insect. There was no specification for the species. Any bug would suffice. The choice of the earthworm was merely due to the serendipitous presence of one passing by outside the cave. Within the ritual circle, Ruashue secured the wriggling earthworm with a twig and placed the grass stained with Fugaku's blood beside it. With the conditions met, Ruashue stepped back from the ritual circle, forming a series of hand seals. Secret technique, shadow puppet technique. With a crackle, the blood on the grass was absorbed by the earthworm. The earthworm writhed a few times before ultimately perishing. Its shadow vanished, and enveloped in the remains of the earthworm, it was resurrected, transformed into a shadow puppet. Ruashue lifted the earthworm and approached Itachi, saying, "Consume the shadow puppet. This way, regardless of the distance that separates you, you will be able to sense Lord Fugaku's dynamic position." Driven by his yearning for his father, Itachi disregarded his physiological aversion, accepting the shadow puppet and swallowing it whole. Indeed, an inexplicable force tugged at Itachi's senses. Such a remarkable technique. The second Hokage truly was a genius of forbidden arts, in every conceivable sense. Ruashue caught another cockroach and retrieved another herb stained with dark blood, crafting a cockroach shadow puppet in the same manner. "Beidou, lend me your strength." Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the shadow puppet derived from the cockroach. Even as turmoil churned within him, he could not exhibit his distress before Itachi. Itachi remarked, "Just now, that herb contained the blood of the dragon horse, did it not?" Ruashue replied, "Ah, I must locate the dragon horse to ascertain whether he obtained anything from Lord Fugaku. If he did, I shall retrieve it, with the hope of returning it to Lord Fugaku in its entirety." Itachi understood all too well that Ruashue referred to Fugaku's eyes. Ruashue continued, "Then Itachi, once you have recuperated, let us part ways to pursue our respective missions. Upon the successful completion of our tasks, I shall meet with you immediately." Chapter 18. Rituals and Miscellanea. The curtain rises in the evening at Konoha Hospital. Kakashi was admitted to the post-operative care unit. His left eye socket shrouded in thick bandages. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, took a moment from his busy schedule to offer his condolences. "How do you feel, Kakashi?" Kakashi, filled with remorse, replied, "I am sorry. At such a critical moment of confrontation between the village and the Uchiha, I made such a blunder and was of no assistance." Risen took a seat on the chair beside the sickbed and picked up his pipe. The Book of Seals remains in the hands of the Hidden Leaf, indicating that the adversary is indeed targeting your left eye. Kakashi instinctively touched the bandage covering his left eye and replied in confusion, "But I truly cannot recall who attacked me." The third Hokage's gaze darkened. It was Orochimaru. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Orochimaru has long been acquainted with the Hidden Leaf, having previously shown an interest in the Book of Seals. There was no need for him to act again. Before your incident, the underground laboratory housing the Hashirama cells was assaulted, and subsequently your Sharingan was stolen. This aligns perfectly with Orochimaru's motives, as he has long exhibited an unusual obsession with the cells of the first Hokage and the Uchiha Sharingan. However, to be honest, merely this evidence led me to suspect the recently suspicious Shisui, but what truly confirmed Orochimaru's involvement was his actions against Mizuki. Kakashi inquired Mizuki, "What happened to him?" Risen took a deep puff from his pipe. "Mizuki's urinary organ has been excised." Kakashi gasped in disbelief. "What? T?" Risen continued, "I can assure you that Shisui would never commit such an atrocity. Only the depraved Orochimaru, with his obsession for grotesque experiments, would resort to such heinous acts." Kakashi asked, "Then can Mizuki's condition be remedied?" Hisashi shook his head in regret, lamenting that the discovery had come too late. The nerves were already beyond repair. Even if Tsunade were summoned back, it would be futile. Kakashi paused momentarily before pulling back the blankets. "I must go and see him." Hisashi replied, "Not now. Mizuki is in a highly unstable state, and for the time being, Irika will oversee him. In due course, a specialist will provide psychological support." Kakashi leaned against the bed's edge, reflecting on his own fortune in comparison to Mizuki's plight. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt towards Obito, having failed to protect Rin and the eyes entrusted to him by Obito. Nonetheless, deep within Kakashi's heart, there was a flicker of relief. Perhaps this was indeed fate, freeing him from the shackles of that eye and allowing him to truly become himself. At that moment, Hisashi produced a porcelain vial filled with a solution, within which lay a Sharingan eye. Kakashi exclaimed, "What is this?" It was the left eye of Uchiha Riku, the instigator of last night's rebellion. Hisashi's gaze darkened. "I had not intended to take this course, but Konoha has lost the Uchiha clan and suffered significant losses among the upper ninjas in last night's battle, rendering our strength alarmingly feeble. At the very least, we cannot allow the Sharingan Kakashi to fade into obscurity. Kakashi, for the sake of the village, would you be willing to accept this eye transplant?" Kakashi's mind went blank, staring vacantly at the white ceiling. Was this a punishment from the heavens? To be eternally bound by an eye that did not belong to him? After a long silence, Kakashi swallowed his bitterness and accepted the reality. If it is to protect the village, then I shall accept. As night fell, an unwelcome guest entered the mortuary of the Leaf Hospital. 30 bodies of Uchiha youths lay on display, and Danzo, with his ambitious grin, produced a flashlight. Seeking in the darkness, he aimed to first acquire the pair of eyes he coveted most, then reclaim all the others. As he unveiled the shroud covering the body of the deceased, the light from his flashlight illuminated it, causing his gaze to narrow. This is. Suddenly, the lights in the mortuary flickered on, and Hizen, accompanied by members of the Umbu, strode in. Beneath the brim of his Hokage hat, Hizen's eyes glinted with fury. Danzo, you have indeed come. Is it for the Sharingan? Hizen had long set a trap here, waiting to expose the old man. Realizing he had been caught, Danzo swiftly unleashed a well-prepared excuse. I intended for the Sharingan, rather than being wasted, to enhance the strength of Root. Hizen challenged. Are you suggesting each member of Root should possess a Sharingan? Danzo retorted. The village's combat strength has been severely compromised. My actions are for the greater good. Hizen, at this point, demanded, do you still intend to quibble? He exposed. Izanagi, you have sullied yourself with this forbidden technique. You fool. How could Hizen know? Danzo's pupils constricted. I know nothing of this Izanagi. Hizen bellowed. Stop feigning ignorance. Itachi has revealed everything to me. You used Izanagi to set a trap, seizing Shirsue's right eye, prompting Shirsue to resort to desperate measures and attack you alongside Itachi. You sought to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, driven by your insatiable desire for Izanagi. Yuzuki Yuka suddenly realized. So, this is how it is. Exposed. Danzo clutched his cane tightly. Hizen pressed on. Furthermore, regarding Ryoma, should you not provide me with an explanation? In his earlier years, the oil woman Ryoma, in his quest to cultivate nano-level parasitic insects, did not hesitate to kill his cousin, oil woman Shirhei. Ryoma maintained close ties with Orochimaru in secret, and his parasitic insects were exceedingly troublesome, even prompting a ninja of Hizen's caliber to specially inject an antidote serum developed for combating those parasites. In your pursuit of Fugaka's eyes, you even liberated such a dangerous individual from the confines of Konoha's prison. Even more despicable is that to conceal this truth, you intended for your subordinates to silence Yuka and Shippu. Danzo's shadowy gaze swept over Yuka and Shippu's masks. Hizen was resolute, determined to confront Danzo. Danzo, I cannot stand idly by any longer regarding your transgressions. Tonight, I shall see you removed from your position. Danzo cast a glance at the platform of the deceased, a dark smile creeping across his face. Hizen, there is something I wish to convey to you. Hizen replied, speak your mind, but no matter what you say, it will not alter my resolve. Danzo, it would be prudent for those behind you to step aside first. Hizen furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before raising his hand, instructing the Umbu to withdraw to the corridor outside. The iron door closed. To Hizen's astonishment, Danzo lifted himself and seated himself upon the platform of the deceased. As the sun set, you incessantly criticized the old man Shinju. Yet you and I are equally matched in our flaws. He lifted the shroud covering Lang's body once more. When I collected the corpse last night, I noticed distinctly that Lang's eyes were intact, yet now, his left eye has mysteriously vanished. Can you enlighten me as to its whereabouts? Rijan, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, remained silent for a moment. Tuanzong pressed on, stating that this situation starkly contrasts with the integrity you profess to uphold. Should this information leak, your reputation thus far would undoubtedly suffer, wouldn't it? Being one who cherishes their reputation, what would you do? Rijan's tone softened. What is it that you desire? Tuanzong smiled. I understand we both act with the village's interests at heart. How about we each take a step back? I will refrain from pursuing the mystery of Lang's left eye, and will keep it confidential, in exchange for. With a finger, Tuanzong prodded Lang's right eye socket, and with a sickening crunch, the cold blood splattered as Lang's right eye was brutally extracted. This I shall be decided by me alone. Rijan fell silent. Tuanzong jumped down from the coroner's table, grasping his cane. As for the other Uchiha eyes, you may handle them as you see fit, lest I be accused of coveting forbidden techniques. Tuanzong melded into the shadows. Given your methods, I am certain the Umbu will work throughout the night to dispose of these bodies. I have already made arrangements for this. those eyes will return to my possession. Rijan, the more you feign strength, the more your inherent weakness is unveiled. Only I possess the power to transform Konoha and this world of ninjas. As predicted by Danzo, in the dead of night, the Umbu transported 30 Uchiha corpses, including that of Nagashi, to the rear mountains of Konoha. A figure clad in black appeared at the scene. Lord Ryoma. All the Sharingan have been accounted for. On the tray, 58 bloodied eyeballs were meticulously arranged. If the intention was to acquire all the eyes, why take Nagashi's right eye in front of Hisashi? Was that not redundant? This was precisely Danzo's brilliance, making Hisashi believe he had gained an advantage, thus thwarting any further scheming. After receiving the tray, the figure in black, with unnatural bruises visible beneath his sunglasses, commanded the few Umbu, who appeared stunned, to proceed. Continue. Clean up the bodies and return to report as usual. And all of this was observed under the cold moonlight by a raven perched on a branch. With a series of soft sounds, the bodies dissolved in strong acid, releasing a pungent smoke. The raven descended from its perch, landing on the remnants of Nagashi, not yet entirely corroded, pecking a piece of flesh before vanishing into the night. In the darkness, Ruashue opened her eyes, sensing through the shadow worm the direction of the black-clad figure as it moved, pursuing the trail. Oil Woman Ryoma, this night shall be your last. Chapter 19, The Ritual of Night Battle with Ryoma. A figure in black traversed the darkness as Ryoma retrieved a porcelain bottle containing the eyes from his bosom. In the bloody battle of the Southern Valley at dawn, he seized Fugaka's left eye yet failed to report it to Danzo. Furthermore, he was tasked with retrieving the followers of Raijin, amassing a total of 58 Sharingan. He concealed all those eyes within a scroll, again neglecting to present them to Danzo. Danzo, you wish to exploit the remainder of my worth and then cast me aside. I fear I cannot allow you to fulfill your desires. The venom of the parasitic insect has rendered Ryoma afflicted with septicemia, an ailment deemed incurable in the ninja world, with only the special antidote developed by Orochimaru capable of prolonging Ryoma's life. In the original narrative, the oil woman Ryoma succumbed to septicemia within the confines of Konoha's prison, thus only appearing in Kabuto's memories without any noteworthy accomplishments. However, due to the temporal disturbances caused by Ruashue's traversal, Ryoma regained his freedom. Naturally, he would not resign himself to fate. He intended to barter with Orochimaru using Fugaka's left eye and the eyes of the Uchiha Raijin's followers to extend his existence. His subtle maneuvers were entirely within Ruashue's grasp. At the entrance of the Forest of Fire, a shadow crouched atop the branches under the moonlight, obstructing Ryoma's path. Ryoma's pupils narrowed sharply behind his sunglasses. Uchiha, Shursui. Ruashue spoke softly. Ryoma, I have heard of your formidable prowess, rivaling that of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. The oil woman Ryoma chuckled. I am flattered, yet before the instantaneous Shursui, even the Sannin dares not be reckless. Ruashue mused. He possesses more refinement than I had anticipated, yet it is precisely such individuals who are most unflinching in the act of killing. His Sharingan glimmered with a keen intensity. Behold, the formation has commenced. Those azure particles, dispersed in the air, can only be perceived by the Sharingan. Are they not the fabled parasitic insects? Prior to our separate undertakings, Itachi had earnestly cautioned, Shursui, I trust in your prowess, yet Ryoma is an exception. The parasite is the nemesis of all corporeal beings. Should we remain ignorant of Ryoma's abilities, even the mightiest strength may fall prey. The oil woman Ryoma, akin to the oil woman, Shurhai, possesses the ability to manipulate nano-sized venomous insects. However, she surpasses Shurhai, enabling her to release the toxic creatures directly into the atmosphere without physical contact. In the midst of Ryoma's insect array, to breathe is tantamount to self-destruction. Shursui inquired, then, if we hold our breath and seek a swift resolution, would that suffice? Itachi shook his head. Regrettably, that would not suffice. For the parasitic insects can permeate through the pores and infiltrate the body. Once they infiltrate, they swiftly parasitize the brain via the circulatory system, unless one has been preemptively injected with the anti-venom serum developed specifically for the parasitic insects. However, that serum has only been administered to the Hokage and Danzo. In the absence of the anti-venom serum, to vanquish Ryoma, one must remain beyond the reach of her insect array, employing ultra-long-range offensive tactics to eliminate her, or what? The parasitic worm, in its swift transition from host to brain domination, requires a mere 3 seconds. The worm's most significant vulnerability lies in the instant of the host's demise. It perishes simultaneously. Should one succeed in delivering a fatal blow within those 3 seconds of infection, one might escape the clutches of a controlled fate. 3 seconds, you say? Ruoxue inquired. Hand over the eyes of Fuyue and the ones you recently extracted from my kin, and we shall maintain our respective boundaries. Lama replied, that is akin to demanding my life. I might as well end it myself. That would be far more straightforward. Very well, do take that route if you wish, Ruoxue retorted. Lama adjusted his sunglasses and chuckled. Ha, Shurshuakun, you possess quite the sense of humor. Through Itachi, you ought to be familiar with my abilities, and through Danzo, I am equally aware of yours. We may indeed be each other's nemesis. How unfortunate that upon our first encounter, one among us must inevitably fall, or perhaps, be reduced to the status of the other's slave. Ruoxue remained noncommittal, refraining from boasting due to the perceived superiority of the traveler. Witnessing is believing. Let us test his worm array to ascertain if it truly aligns with Itachi's claims. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang. 2 of Ruoxue's shadow clones materialized mid-air, launching themselves at Lama. With a faint smile, Lama met them head-on. In the moment the clones made contact with the periphery of the worm array, Lama suddenly retreated. 1, 2, snap. With the third sound, he substituted a finger snap. Bang, bang. Ruoxue's 2 shadow clones simultaneously vanished into a cloud of white smoke. As Ruoxue's gaze grew somber, she reflected, indeed, this is quite a predicament. The challenge lies not solely in the insects themselves, but also in their master. The disparity in combat experience among ninjas often manifests in the minutiae. Longmo advances to facilitate contact, thereby fostering the emergence of parasitism, while his retreat is a precaution against a sudden body flicker technique initiated by the shadow clone. Such seasoned expertise suggests this is not their first encounter. Yet within Jishue's memories, there is no record of Longma, confirming their lack of prior engagement. Ruoxue mused. However, I have deduced 2 key points. First, Longma's insect formation can extend 7 meters around him. Second, this formation shifts in accordance with Longma's movements. A smile played on Ruoxue's lips. Truly a veteran. Perhaps my first arduous battle since my traversal is imminent, and I feel exhilarated. A sensation altogether distinct from that of confronting the Root's white-clad J-Nin lackeys. With a swift motion, Ruoxue descended from the treetops, her seals already formed. How about this technique? Chakra coalesced at her throat, and with her breath, a blazing fire dragon surged forth. Lama focused intently. His fire release is significantly more potent than Fugitake's. Does he intend to exploit the insect's fear of flames? Unfortunately, I shall not overlook that vulnerability. In a swift motion, Oil Girl Longma unfurled a scroll during his retreat, summoning forth a pot from it. To run does not equate to relinquishing the path of foot travel. The insects at my disposal extend far beyond the parasitic variety. Secret technique. Insect cascade. Boom. Within the vessel that seals the dragon horse chakra lies a multitude of parasitic bugs, commonly employed by the Oil Girl clan in their conventional battles. As the seal is lifted, an overwhelming wave of these bugs surges forth like a black waterfall, forming a barrier against the flames of the fire release technique. With a swift motion, using the fire technique as cover, Ruoxue's shadow clones emerge from both flanks. The Oil Girl clan's parasitic bugs reside within their hosts, capable of rapid reproduction and replacement in a short span, thus ensuring an unending supply. However, with the vessel in play, that advantage dissipates, does it not? The clones each form seals, unleashing 2 powerful fireballs towards their target. Longma muses. The synergy of shadow clones and fire release, combined with Uchiha Shirsue's chakra, indeed deviates from the norm of typical Uchiha lineage. He has astutely identified the vulnerability of my parasitic bug's inability to reproduce and is employing a cumulative fire assault to deplete my resources. I shall not be underestimated. A smirk curls at the corner of Longma's mouth. Bug substitution. Bang. He deftly evades the fire barrage with a substitution technique, astonishingly charging directly towards Ruoxue. Bang. Bang. Ruoxue's 2 shadow clones vanish as they are engulfed by the wave of bugs. Ruoxue, taken aback, exclaims, he actually dared to come charging in? Longma of the Oil Girl clan declares, my bug formation is the ultimate weapon. Uchiha Shirsue, do you possess the courage to engage me in close combat? With a swift motion, Longma forms seals. Prolonged battles are unwise. Let us conclude this swiftly. Secret technique. Shadow clones of bugs. Bang. Bang. Two shadow clones composed of bugs manifest beside him, simultaneously launching the bug formation to encircle Ruo Shui from 3 sides. Then let us reveal ourselves. Ruo Shui's right eye transforms into a kaleidoscope of 4-pointed shuriken. Susanoo. The emerald flame of chakra instantly manifested into a skeletal figure, from which a spiral sword materialized within its bony grasp, sweeping through the air. Crack. The 2 insect clones of Longma were obliterated by the wave of the massive sword. Longma's original form recoiled in shock. This ability I have never encountered before. Ruo Shui contemplated. 7 meters, with the length of this sword. It should be feasible. Boom. Ruo Shui, accompanied by Susanoo, surged forward, the sharp edge of the spiral sword aimed directly at the unsuspecting Longma. Longma quickly regained his composure. He is breathing, indicating that the skeletal structure is not entirely sealed. Does he think he can breach my insect formation solely with the sword's length? Alas, 7 meters is not the true extent of my insect formation. Zing. A blue bruise appeared upon Longma's pale skin. Whoosh. The external insect formation's range suddenly expanded to 10 meters, as Longma swiftly retreated. 7 meters. Was it merely a phantom range? With Susanoo now engaged at the edge of the insect formation, Ruo Shui found himself with no escape route. In 3 seconds, the outcome of victory and the essence of life and death would be determined. One must never be careless, for I possess only the body of a ninja, yet not the soul of one. I shall employ that technique. I am all in. Ruo Shui gripped the ninja blade at his back with his left hand, while his right hand propelled a shuriken forward with all his might. Longma scoffed. Ha! A shuriken, such a trivial object. As long as I avoid the vital points, it will be. Whoosh. But he could never anticipate that in the next moment, Ruo Shui would vanish from within Susanoo, and with the flying shuriken passing by Longma, the ninja blade was drawn in one fluid motion. Flying Thunder God Slash. With a swift flash of the blade, the scene unfolded with alarming rapidity. As Longma's severed head soared into the air, consciousness lingered for a fleeting moment. This was utterly absurd. Suddenly, the green skeletal form of Susanoo and the azure insect-like mist enveloping the air vanished in unison. After a brief interval, Longma's head thudded to the ground. With a clang, Ruo Shui steadied himself upon the earth with his ninja blade, a wave of nausea surging within his chest as he clawed at his throat. Finally, he retched, and under the moonlight, the shadow insect that perished alongside Longma fell amidst the pool of vomit. Panting heavily, Ruo Shui crushed the corpse of the shadow insect beneath his foot, reclining on the ground to gulp in the fresh air. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a military ration pill and consumed it, resting for a full minute before rising. He collected from Longma's embrace a porcelain vial containing the left eye of Fujitake, as well as a scroll concealing 58 Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Gazing upon Longma's remains, Ruo Shui's eyes darkened. The loss of Fujitake's left eye was indeed unforeseen. Yet the return of the hawkish faction led by Lang to Konoha was a scheme that Ruo Shui had orchestrated himself. His thoughts were deeply strategic. The Uchiha clan held numerous hawkish members. Even if they temporarily submitted to Fujitake's authority, they would inevitably become a latent threat buried within over an extended period. Ruo Shui yearned for swift development to set his grand plan on the right course. He possessed neither the patience to tame them slowly nor any interest in the grievances between the Uchiha and Konoha. He indeed aims to have the Uchiha serve as his reserve force, yet this is contingent upon maintaining control. To him, the hawkish faction represents a cumbersome liability, their dangers outweighing their benefits. Thus, when Itachi proposed to bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi, a scheme began to take shape in Ruo Shui's mind. He sought out the representative of the younger generation of hawks, Lang, whom Shui remembered, and employed the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan to implant suggestions in Lang's mind. Under Lang's persuasion, the Hawks ultimately chose to turn against their own. Ruo Shui could seamlessly leverage Konoha to eliminate the Uchiha Hawks, thus eradicating future threats. As for the risk of these individuals' eyes falling into Danzo's hands, Ruo Shui had already contemplated this. Hence, he opted for this approach only after Itachi's meeting with Hiruzen. Itachi would undoubtedly disclose certain details to Hiruzen, who would, in turn, take measures to restrain Danzo in a brief time frame. Ruo Shui could then seize the opportunity to reclaim these eyes for his own benefit. However, who could have foreseen that Lang was a formidable character? He made a remarkable impression during the battle at the gate, and his eyes were simultaneously coveted by both Hiruzen and Danzo, ultimately remaining within Konoha. No matter how astute one may be, it is impossible to control every risk. This unforeseen variable falls within Ruashue's acceptable limits. Sooner or later, Lang's eye shall be reclaimed. With a swift motion, the ninja blade returned to its sheath as Ruashue formed hand seals. Secret technique: corpse dissolution. In an instant, the body of oil woman Ryoma rapidly decomposed into incombustible matter. Though Ryoma was strong, he was not worth the expenditure of a precious Koto Amatsukami to subdue. More importantly, I detest insects. He turned to gaze back towards the east where Konoha lay. Before departing, I longed to glimpse her true visage beneath the mask. However, as the light had yet to settle, I resolved to wait for another occasion. At this moment, Ruashue could scarcely anticipate that his next encounter with Shien would arrive with such astonishing swiftness. Bang! With Longma's eyes vanished, Towanzo was consumed by fury. After enduring great difficulty to acquire so many Sharingan, allowing him to wield Izanagi without restraint, all had ultimately dissolved into nothingness. Oh, but he still possessed the right eye of Lang. Towanzo, resolute. At any cost, I shall ensure that right eye awakens the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 20. Ritual Miscellany. Cruel Compassion. The condition to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan is to witness the death of one's most cherished individual. Towanzo was fortunate enough to obtain Uchiha Lang's right eye. He regarded himself as inherently cold-hearted, devoid of the emotional foundation required to awaken the eye. Thus, he opted to exploit others for this purpose. The children of the root, raised together from a young age, would cultivate bonds only to turn against one another in a brutal contest for survival. The victor would ascend to become a formal member of the root, achieving a complete suppression of emotions, functioning like a machine, dutifully executing Towanzo's commands. Towanzo assembled 5 pairs of such children, selecting the more gifted among them, and after replacing the right eye, compelled one to take the life of his innocent companion. Without awakening the eye, he would immediately substitute another. Crack. Soon, it was the turn of the 5th pair. The nameless child, pallid and devoid of color, gazed through mismatched Sharingan, trembling hands clutching the ninja blade, plunged it into the heart of his dearest friend. Thud. The boy with gray hair, slain by him, lay in a pool of blood, still bestowing blessings before taking his last breath. Live well, my friend. The profound sorrow triggered a respiratory condition in the boy who had committed the act of murder. He collapsed, clutching his heart, his wide-open right eye suffused with blood. The indifferent members of the organization surrounding him brightened at the sight. Yet, the silent Three Tomo did not bloom into a wondrous kaleidoscope after all. Another failure. Danzo rose from his chair, coldly approached the child, and, bending down, skillfully gouged out his right eye. To be honest, I had some expectations for you. The child, engulfed in despair and exhaustion, fainted. Master, should we dispose of this one too? The 4 previous children who had failed to awaken their eyes had been ordered to be killed by Danzo, because this was, to some extent, a case of stunted growth, deemed as failed creations by the organization. Danzo pondered briefly. Let us hold off for now. His unparalleled artistic talent may prove useful in the future. Stop the bleeding for him. One of his subordinates remarked, Lord Danzo, could it be that this eye simply lacks the potential for awakening? Otherwise, how could a child of his age still be unawakened? Danzo returned to his chair, reflecting on the battle at the entrance, where Rado had displayed the form of the spirit of the festival fire, concluding, some eyes have an extraordinarily high threshold for awakening. My former comrade, Uchiha Kagami, was indeed a late bloomer. Another subordinate added, that means the quality of the host itself is insufficient. Towanzo tightened his grip on the cane. Emotions, the sentiments of a child, pure, innocent, and delicate, yet lacking the profound depth that life experiences bestow. Such naivety cannot muster the spiritual energy required to unlock the kaleidoscope of possibilities. His subordinate replied, if not a child, then we must seek an adult. Towanzo's lips curled into a slight smirk. I have already identified a candidate. Admittedly, it is somewhat perilous at this juncture, but should it yield a keen eye, it is worth the endeavor. Bring those 2 to me before nightfall. Remember the timing of the action. Do not alert the 3rd Hokage. The subordinate asked, you mean? Towanzo's gaze darkened. Mizuki Saigen, the moonlight and the swift wind. As night descended within the underground stronghold, Mizuki Saigen slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was bound to a frame. She recalled visiting the grave of her sister, who had perished in the 3rd Shinobi World War, when suddenly, she lost consciousness. Under normal circumstances, she would not have fallen prey so easily. But who could have anticipated that she would be assaulted by her own kin at the memorial for the fallen heroes of Konoha? As her blurred vision gradually sharpened, she beheld Tuanzo seated before her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Saigon instantly comprehended that Tuanzo was enacting personal revenge for her report to the third Hokage regarding his misdeeds. However, she had not anticipated Tuanzo's audacity to go this far, especially after he had just been warned by Hisashi for invading the morgue the previous night. As a member of the Hokage's elite Umbu, held in high regard, any misfortune at this critical moment would undoubtedly lead Hisashi to suspect Tuanzo's involvement. Xiang scoffed, "Lord Danzo, you certainly hold grudges." Danzo retorted, "I am not so petty. The matter concerning Ryoma has been laid to rest." Xiang pressed, "What do you mean by that?" With a subtle signal to his subordinates, the iron door of the torture chamber creaked open, and two white-clad figures forcibly brought Moonlight Jifeng inside. "Jifeng, do not harm Jifeng. Why is this directed at me?" Overwhelmed with emotion, the iron chains binding Xiang's arms rattled ominously, leaving distinct crimson marks upon her fair skin. Jifeng, hunched over, managed to raise his gaze, astonished at the sight of Xiang's blood-red right eye. "What have you done to Xiang's eye?" he exclaimed. The mention of her right eye jolted Xiang into realization. Something had indeed been done to it. Danzo, leaning on his cane, slowly rose. "Mizuki Xiang, your sister Mizuki Shio was a heroic figure who perished valiantly in the Battle of Kijizan. From a young age, you were inspired by the will of fire and looked up to her. Thus, shortly after becoming a Jonin at the age of 14, you answered the call to join the Hokage's Umbu, aspiring to become a ninja like your sister." Xiang's expression hardened. Danzo approached, leaning closer. "I hear that you and Moonlight Jifeng share a childhood romance, an innocent bond filled with deep affection." Xiang interrupted coldly, "What do you truly desire? For me to betray the Umbu and join Root? I advise you to abandon that thought." "Ha ha ha ha." Tuanzong, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. "Ultimately, you are but a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Even though you serve in the Umbu and have slain countless foes, the darkness you can fathom is merely of this magnitude." Shi Yuan, in utter despair, exclaimed, "What on earth do you intend to do?" Tuanzong raised his gaze menacingly, fixating on Shi Yuan's right eye. "I want you to witness your beloved being tormented to death before your eyes, to cultivate a new light from that hatred and suffering." Xin, struck as if by lightning, widened her eyes in terror. "No, no." The members of Root rushed forward, stripping off the jacket of Moonlight Jifeng and securing him to the torture rack opposite Shi Yuan. "Please, I beg you, do not harm Jifeng. I am willing to do anything." Tuanzong stuffed a wad of cotton into Shi Yuan's mouth, coldly turning away. Four ninjas from Root surrounded the torture rack, working together to tightly ensnare Jifeng's torso with a fishing net. During the Blood Mist era, Shuing Yizong devised a torture method called Chao Yu, tightening the net around the bodies of guilt-ridden ninjas, constricting it until flesh bulged through the gaps. Before skillfully slicing the flesh piece by piece with a sharp blade, Tuanzong approached the torture device, drew a ninja blade, discarded his cane, and washed the blade with water. The gleaming edge reflected the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. "This torture method is greatly favored by me." Jifeng's chest, constricted by the fishing net, bore several old knife wounds, remnants from a fierce battle many years ago against enemy ninjas attempting to steal Konoha's secrets. With a sinister grin, Danzo wielded the blade, aiming for Shifeng's shoulder. The sound of flesh meeting steel echoed as a chunk of meat fell to the ground, blood spurting forth. Shifeng gritted his teeth. "Xian, close your eyes. Do not look." Danzo, with deliberate slowness, made a second incision, coldly stating, "If you close your eyes, I shall instantly sever his head." Xian dared not obey, her gaze fixated on the butcher's knife as it mercilessly struck her beloved. Shifeng's will was unwavering. Even as the flesh was meticulously carved away from his shoulders, he uttered not a single cry of anguish. Danzo wiped the bloodied blade and coldly remarked, "Let us add some seasoning." A member of the Root, standing by, forcefully administered a pill to Shifeng. Danzo tossed a blood-soaked rag onto the table and coldly continued, "I've heard that in your youth, to save the drowning Xian, you acquired asthma, suffering from relentless coughing fits. Am I correct? What I have just given you is medicine to exacerbate that cough. Now does your chest not feel as though it is about to explode?" The sounds of Shifeng's labored breathing filled the air. each gasp punctuated by a series of desperate coughs. In that moment of utmost suppression, a violent eruption occurred, embodying the very essence of torture. With a malevolent smile, Danzo plunged the blade into the scar on Shifeng's chest. A harrowing scream erupted from Shifeng, reverberating through the dark chamber of torment. Xian trembled violently, her quiet sobs drowned out by the horrific wails, as tears of despair streamed down her face. Thud! A violent heartbeat echoed as Kakashi abruptly sat up in his hospital bed, clutching his recently transplanted left eye. The scenes from the torture chamber flickered vaguely in his mind. This sensation felt eerily familiar. He concentrated on the indistinct images, and gradually, the scenes from the chamber began to clarify. He saw a blood-soaked man, his bones grotesquely exposed, being lifted from the torture rack. Only the pallid visage allowed Kakashi to discern his identity. Shifeng. Within the confines of the torture chamber, Danzo cast a fleeting glance at the almost frenzied Xian. The moment of culmination was nearly at hand. Danzo approached Shifeng from behind, raising his ninja blade and bringing it down towards the latter's head. Xian, in a fit of despair, cried out, "Ooh." Shifeng bid farewell. "Xian, do not mourn my passing. You must live on with strength. One day, you shall find someone who will love you in my stead." With a sickening thud, Shifeng's head was mercilessly severed by Danzo, rolling to a halt before Xian's torture rack. A wave of despair surged, crossing the threshold of sanity. As Xian's right eye, adorned with 3 tomo, finally completed its transformation into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The patterns of the Sharingan were hauntingly beautiful, resembling the flowers of the afterlife. Higanbana. Ha ha ha. At last, my right eye has found its substitute. Danzo approached Xian, extracting the awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan from his grasp, unwrapping the bandage from his own right eye, and placing the bloodied orb within. The cells of Hashirama surged within his right arm, swiftly connecting the optic nerve. The cotton that Xian had already shredded was removed, and the awakening of the kaleidoscope had drained her entirely of both spirit and strength. Danzo, engaging in such heinous acts, will not be spared by the Hokage. Unhurriedly, Danzo covered his right eye with bandages once more and, picking up his cane, remarked, "As a reward for awakening me, allow me to reveal the truth before my demise. This Sharingan was taken from Uchiha Obito right before the Hokage's eyes." Upon hearing this devastating revelation, the brilliance in Xian's left eye was irrevocably extinguished. Danzo commanded, "Clean this up, dispose of this woman as well." Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having received a report from Kakashi, stormed in with a contingent of ANBU. Witnessing the hellish scene before him, Hiruzen erupted with fury, immediately apprehend Danzo and throw him into Konoha's prison. Protect Lord Danzo. The root members present were ready to turn against him, but surprisingly, Danzo intervened. "Stand down." He did not resist as the ENBU approached to place shackles upon him. However, as he passed by Hiruzen, Danzo spoke gravely. "Hiruzen, mark my words. One day you will willingly reinstate me, for Konoha, basking in sunlight, cannot exist without the roots hidden in darkness." Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his palm tightly beneath his Hokage robes, and after a prolonged silence, he commanded sternly, "Take him away." Chapter 21. The Miscellaneous Offerings. The Serpent's Eye. In the northwestern region of the Land of Fire, downstream of the Immortal River, Itachi was sprinting with all his might. Swiftly, Roashue darted alongside him, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving a kunai for Itachi to facilitate their reunion after their separate endeavors. Upon the appearance of Shirshue, Itachi realized that Ryoma had been subdued. Roashue reported, "I have retrieved Lord Fugaka's left eye." Itachi nodded, expressing concern as he sensed through his Sharingan that his father's chakra had abruptly ceased. "I am somewhat worried," Roashue reassured him. "The Sharingan can only be used for identifying living beings. As long as the perception persists, at the very least, Lord Fugaka's life is not in jeopardy." With a slight sense of relief, Itachi quickened his pace towards the source of the Immortal River, Saiheijin. In a certain location within the Land of Fire, deep within a cave adorned with massive beast bones, Obito was fitting a brand new white Zetsu arm onto his severed limb, moving the joints while his gaze seemed to sense something amiss on the wall. Rustling, the heads of white Zetsu and black Zetsu emerged from the wall. "I have discovered something remarkable downstream of the Immortal River. Can you guess who it is?" Obito turned to face the wall, revealing an impatient demeanor. Black Zetsu remarked, "This guy is in a foul mood. You might want to be straightforward." White Zetsu replied, "Very well. It's the culprit who has vexed Obito to the point of fury, Shirshue, along with his sidekick, Itachi." The two pairs of wandering Sharingan are hand in hand, rushing towards Saiheijin. In a tone that exuded annoyance, Black Zetsu remarked, yet Obito remained unfazed, choosing to disregard it. His gaze was somber. The Saya Shrine, the current assembly point for Akatsuki. Have you ascertained their intentions for this journey? Black Zetsu replied, those two are exceedingly perilous. I dare not approach them closely. But do you think they might be seeking to join Akatsuki? Obito dismissed the notion. Impossible. They have likely received intelligence. Orochimaru is at the Saya Shrine. I never anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Is Shursui so desperate to acquire the cells of Hashirama? Black Zetsu optimistically countered, what is there to fear? Pain and the main forces of Akatsuki are present. How could those two possibly incite chaos? Obito reminisced about that fateful night before the Hokage's office. Recalling the terror he felt, Shursui was remarkably agile, capable of instantly replicating Kakashi's Raikiri with his Sharingan. It was hardly surprising, for he could achieve whatever he set his mind to. Yet, what astounded him most was that Shursui was aware of the vulnerability in his intangibility ability. He could scarcely fathom the implications. If that Raikiri had not struck his right arm, but had instead severed his neck, what would the outcome have been? Obito declared, we must not be careless. Those two are exceedingly dangerous, especially Shursui. There is something uncanny about him. Black Zetsu subtly suggested, did you not retrieve your left eye from Kakashi? Combine the power of both eyes and eliminate him directly. Obito clenched his fists, his disdain unmistakable. That filthy eye. I would not even wish to touch it, were it not for the concern that it might fall into Shursui's hands and thwart my grand designs. I would gladly leave it to rot in the refuse that is Kakashi. Understanding Obito's obstinate nature, Kurizetsu only complied, saying, this could pose a problem. Obito adorned his face with a brand new orange vortex mask resting on the table. Whether it was a problem or not, if a solution could not be found, then eliminating the source of the problem was the alternative. Kurizetsu inquired, what do you mean? Obito fixed his gaze upon Shirazetsu, commanding, deliver an order to Pain, execute Orochimaru. Shirazetsu protested, hey. Although that fellow may be troublesome, it would be unreasonable to execute him without cause, wouldn't it? Obito, with a resolute murderous intent, replied, it matters not. I must eradicate the possibility of obtaining the Senju cells from him. In the arid hills of Sakahara, where sandstorms raged, there lay a sheltered haven. A bespectacled youth, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure, concluded his medical ninjutsu treatment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed the one-eyed man beside him, saying, respected sir, there is no longer any significant concern. Faike, gazing at Mikoto, who had regained her color, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Had I not encountered you, my wife's life would have surely been lost. The youth adjusted his glasses, responding innocently, not at all. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. However, your left eye appears to be quite injured. Would you like me to examine it? Faike reassured him, no need, it is of no consequence now. The Sakahara region, situated on the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Wind, was frequented by Sunagakure ninjas. Faike felt no surprise, for it had become customary for countries to send ninjas to disturb their neighboring borders. Your medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable. You must not be an obscure ninja in Sunagakure, correct? The young man smiled slightly and replied, I am called Kabuto Yakushi, serving in the medical division of Sunagakure. I am neither renowned nor unknown, I suppose. Indeed, it was Kabuto, presently engaged in espionage within Sunagakure. His discovery of Fugaku was not mere coincidence. He operated an extensive intelligence network, with spies positioned throughout the borders of the Wind and Fire nations. Upon learning of Fugaku's whereabouts, they promptly informed Kabuto. As for why he chose to come in person, his glasses reflected a glimmering light, and his thoughts were as clear as glass. The Uchiha's escape plan had encountered complications. Fugaku, fleeing from Danzo's pursuit, found himself in this place. Lord Orochimaru, since your infiltration into Akatsuki, it has been a year since we last met. It is time to present you with a valuable token of our reunion. Prior to his arrival, he had already notified the Seijin Shrine. As the herald of Akatsuki, Orochimaru, at the Seijin Shrine, JZ Biwa sat on the steps before the stone house. 3 days prior, he had been ordered to monitor Orochimaru, ensuring he did not step outside the stone house. From the long stone steps below came the sound of approaching footsteps. As a master of the silent killing technique from Kirigakure, JZ was well acquainted with the sound of every individual's footsteps. He recognized that the visitor was none other than the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Sheathing his decapitating blade, Jay-Z rose to greet him, bowing respectfully, "Leader." "Indeed," replied Nagato, the Deva Path, with a slight nod, glancing toward the door of the stone house. "Everything went according to plan?" "Everything is as arranged," Jay-Z affirmed. Pain raised his hand, and without any visible contact, the door of the stone house swung open. In the interplay of light and shadow, a figure clad in a fiery robe could be vaguely discerned, standing before a table. Pain stepped across the threshold, with Shirzong closely following. "Orochimaru." The figure offered no response. Pain narrowed his eyes and extended his hand. At that moment, with a rustle, the fiery robe collapsed entirely, revealing dozens of small snakes slithering about, flicking their tongues. Pain gently lifted his finger, and the void ring rose from the pile of snakes, landing in his hand. He cast a sidelong glance at Shirzong. "Is this what you meant? Everything unfolds as planned?" Shirzong, seething with rage, retorted, "How dare he slip away right under my nose? Once I have him in my grasp, I shall dismember him into pieces." Pain turned away, instructing, "You shall accompany Scorpion. Both of you must return with Orochimaru's head." Clattering. Just as he spoke, the puppet of H-Ri had already halted before the stone house, and Scorpion, in a fit of agitation, declared, "I can't wait any longer. I want to kill Orochimaru." Shirzong replied hesitantly, "But we have no knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts." "Fear not, for I do," Pain asserted as he lifted his hand adorned with the zero ring, forming a seal. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Moments ago, the sky over Saiha Plain had been clear and bright, but suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. In the rain-soaked Saiha Plain, Roashue and Itachi paused in their tracks. "Do you sense it, Itachi?" Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, gazed skyward, speaking gravely. "Ah, within this rain, there is a chakra that instills a sense of foreboding." Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The two continued their journey. If one were to speak of the burdens of the heart, could this sense of oppression be attributed to him? Chapter 22. The Offering, a Grand Entrance. Amidst the rain, using the tiger's free technique and guided by the perception of shadow worms, Roashue and Itachi swiftly approached the valley where Fugaku resided. Before the rain-drenched valley stood a solitary figure. Roashue and Itachi halted atop a high hill, gazing down. There, in the valley, stood a person clad in ethereal white robes, a hemp rope tied at the waist, with enchanting black hair cascading down and a pallid complexion, exuding an air of mystery. Itachi's gaze sharpened instantly. "Orochimaru. What brings him here? This is bad." "Father." Unbeknownst to Itachi, preoccupied with concerns for Fugaku's safety, Roashue's face illuminated with an expression of unrestrained excitement. "Ah, Orochimaru. It is indeed Orochimaru. Just as I was pondering how to approach him, he appears before me." Just as Itachi was about to leap down the hill, a figure emerged from the valley, none other than the youthful Kabuto. Itachi focused intently. "It is him. Kabuto Yakushi. He has truly aligned himself with Orochimaru, as rumored." Following Kabuto, another figure stepped forth. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi exclaimed, "Father, how could he be in company with Kabuto?" Kabuto knelt on one knee. "Lord Orochimaru, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation." "It is good to see you well, Kabuto." Orochimaru greeted with a hoarse voice, glancing at Fugaku behind Kabuto, and remarked with a knowing smile, "Mr. Fugaku, you appear to be looking quite haggard." Fugaku fell into deep contemplation. "I wondered why I received assistance from the sand-hidden village. It seems it was all orchestrated by you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled noncommittally, his gaze drifting to the hills above. "Since you both have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" Kabuto was suddenly taken aback. Swish, swish. Both Shirsui and Itachi descended gracefully. Kabuto was alarmed. "When did Uchiha Shirsui and Uchiha Itachi arrive? I was completely oblivious." Orochimaru wore a smile, his thoughts wandering. "I too was quite startled. When the genius Itachi stands before me, I find it difficult to maintain my composure. But with Shirsui accompanying him, aha, it appears that even if I wished to act, it would be futile." Shirsui scrutinized Orochimaru's striking visage. His golden elongated pupils, purple shadow extending to the wings of his nose, and aquamarine, gem-like earrings complemented his exquisite beauty and alluring aura. This man's very existence exuded an irresistible allure. Shirsui's heart surged. "Is this the man who can dictate my future?" Upon the arrival of Itachi and Shursui, Fugaku, filled with joy, felt a weight lift from his heart and inquired, "Are our clansmen safe?" Itachi replied, "Everyone has safely reached the agreed location, except for Raiga and his followers." Fugaku nodded. Raiga brought this upon himself. It is unfortunate for those young souls who accompanied him to their demise. Itachi then asked, "Mother, is she well?" "Yes. She is resting inside, thanks to Kabuto's assistance." As he spoke, Fugaku cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru, suggesting that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Orochimaru merely smiled with an air of nonchalance, while Kabuto found himself in a state of nervous perspiration. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku. Any one of these three would pose a formidable challenge, even for Lord Orochimaru. If a confrontation were to arise here, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, my only option would be to take Uchiha Mikoto hostage to ensure Lord Orochimaru's escape. As Kabuto pondered his retreat, Orochimaru gazed upwards at the rain-soaked sky, his pupils glimmering faintly. "It is quite a downpour. Shall we retreat indoors to discuss this?" In an instant, Itachi dashed into the ravine, racing towards the still unconscious Mikoto. Fugaku remained vigilant against Kabuto, ensuring that the latter refrained from any rash actions. Shursui activated his Sharingan, maintaining a cautious distance behind Orochimaru, seemingly wary of his potential retreat. Orochimaru noticed Shursui's actions, his mind alert. "Shursui, you are using your Sharingan to monitor me. Could it be that you are poised to unleash Akoto Amatsukami at any moment? I must exercise utmost caution and avoid direct eye contact." Shursui's left eye had already utilized Koto Amatsukami on Fugaku, leaving only one remaining chance in his right eye. He dared not gamble unless absolutely necessary. Yet, at this moment, he was indeed suppressing the tumult within, with great effort. Calm down, calm down. One must prioritize the greater good. I find myself in a precarious situation. If I were to prematurely employ the other celestial being, I would forfeit my greatest trump card. Even if I were to subdue Orochimaru at this moment, obtaining the cells of Hashirama would be impossible immediately. Yes, for now, I shall keep Orochimaru in check. Once I stabilize my situation, I will be able to manipulate him at will. The individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, arrived at a clearing deep within the ravine. The atmosphere was momentarily stifling. It was Orochimaru, who found himself in a more passive predicament, who first broke the silence. "Since we have encountered one another here, why not exchange some intelligence? To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall begin. My organization has been monitoring me quite closely of late, and I sense an impending danger. Hence, upon receiving a message from Kabuto, I sought an opportunity to extricate myself from that organization." Fugaku remarked, "So, my encounter with Kabuto here was not orchestrated by you?" Orochimaru replied with a smile, "Certainly not. While it is true that Kabuto is one of my subordinates, he is remarkably capable and often surprises me, which is why I have granted him considerable autonomy." At Mikoto's side, Itachi cast a glance. "Is your organization known as Akatsuki?" Fugaku furrowed his brow. "Akatsuki? I have never heard of such a thing." Orochimaru chuckled. "Ah, no wonder you are Itachi. With your keen insight. Since you are aware of this, it will make our discourse much more convenient." Orochimaru spoke with unabashed admiration, then shifted his tone. "The shrine at Saihigan serves as the gathering place for Akatsuki. At this very moment, their leader, Pain, resides within the shrine. I believe both Shursui and Itachi have already sensed the unusual downpour outside. It is a technique known as rain tiger freeing. Under this heavy rain, nothing escapes scrutiny. I suspect our every move is already under Pain's watchful eye." Thunder rumbled ominously as his words lingered in the air. The sky outside the valley was split by another flash of lightning, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Fugaku lowered his gaze. Even the legendary Sannin Orochimaru spoke with trepidation when mentioning the ninja known as Pain. Who exactly is this formidable figure? Orochimaru continued. "It is likely that the ninjas of Akatsuki will soon discover our location. We must prepare ourselves without delay." Suddenly, an eerie sound of bells chimed, accompanied by the rustling of Haiden's tail joints, growing clearer as it approached from the rain-drenched distance. With a swift rush, mist enveloped the cave's entrance. Orochimaru lifted his gaze. "Ah, they have arrived. Chiyo, Scorpion, Kankuro." Haiden halted outside the valley, and Scorpion's feigned somber voice resounded coldly. "Orochimaru, come out and face your doom." In this caliber of battle, Kabuto was nearly useless. while Orochimaru might have a chance against Scorpion in a one-on-one confrontation. The presence of Kankuro as his ally complicates matters significantly. Not to mention, the other forces of Akatsuki within the Saihigan Shrine are poised to strike. Itachi lifted Mikoto, his gaze gradually rising. Orochimaru, it appears that they are indeed here for you. Thus, there is no need for us to wade through this murky water. Fugaku cast a solitary glance at Kabuto. I truly appreciate your saving Mikoto. However, since your intentions were not pure from the outset, we owe each other nothing. Let us part ways here. Kabuto nearly lost his composure. How could it have come to this? I have brought harm to Lord Orochimaru. Wait a moment. At that moment, Rokusui, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Orochimaru, let us make a deal. Chapter 23. The Sacrificial Miscellany Conspiring with Akatsuki, a Deal. Itachi, Fugaku, and Kabuto looked at Rokusui in astonishment, especially Itachi, whose gaze darkened slightly, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Orochimaru, in contrast, remained calm, then. What is the nature of this transaction? Rokusui did not answer immediately. Instead, he produced a porcelain bottle containing Fugaku's left eye from his bosom and tossed it to him. Fugaku marveled. Impressive, Shursui. You have indeed eliminated that oily woman, Ryoma. Before the deal, shall we first proceed with the transplantation of Fugaku's left eye? Orochimaru understood and cast a knowing glance at Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru, this. Go. Reluctantly, Kabuto approached Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, may I treat your eye using medical ninjutsu? Fugaku, a man well-versed in the ways of the world, saw no reason to decline. He simply handed the porcelain bottle containing his left eye to Kabuto, then leaned against the stone wall and closed his right eye. Let us begin. The gaze of Yakushi Kabuto flickered with awareness. It was evident that this transaction was bound to be unequal. I must strive to secure the upper hand for Lord Orochimaru. Yes, if I could manipulate the medical ninjutsu just a little. As Kabuto's mind raced with thoughts, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He turned awkwardly to find Itachi, who had appeared behind him, his crimson eyes coldly fixed upon him. I will keep a vigilant watch with these eyes. If you dare to tamper with my father's vision using medical ninjutsu, I assure you, you will meet your demise here and now. Kabuto fell silent, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. This oppressive aura emanating from above Orochimaru. Could he truly be just 13 years old? Under Itachi's intimidating presence, Kabuto dared not act recklessly and began to obediently assist in transplanting Fugaku's left eye. Orochimaru then remarked, Shursui-kun, we can now discuss the terms of our transaction. Can we not? To which Rosui replied, as you know, the Uchiha have severed ties with Konoha. Therefore, our next step is to establish our own village. I hope that from now on, you will serve our village, and in exchange, we will help you evade the Akatsuki's pursuit. Humph, ha. Orochimaru shrugged and chuckled. Shursui-kun, a ninja does not dedicate his life merely out of a sense of indebtedness for a life saved, at least. I am not that kind of ninja. With your keen insight, you must realize that even if I were to acquiesce under duress, you would not trust me. So let us dispense with such tests. Indeed, Orochimaru was not a ninja to be easily swayed. Thus, Rosui proposed, very well, let us agree on this. 1 year. Once my village is on the right track, you may depart at your discretion. Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. I wonder why the Akatsuki suddenly chose to confront me. Could it be that they have discerned my covetousness for the Outer Path Golem? A year's time is rather acceptable, moreover. The Uchiha have always been my primary research focus. To remain in their midst openly would suit my intentions perfectly. Well, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall unilaterally breach the contract. Orochimaru, come forth. The impatient roar of the red-clad scorpion reverberated across the valleys. Ruashue inquired, have you made your decision? Very well. It's settled. Orochimaru lifted his gaze. Then, Shursui, may I lower this formidable arm from above my head? With a sharp sound, Ruashue dispelled the Susanu's arm that loomed over Orochimaru. He mused, Orochimaru, I comprehend your schemes. And I also recognize that what I seek cannot be accomplished within a year, nor even within a decade. Therefore, after a year, I shall ensure that you willingly remain by my side. In a swift motion, Kabuto's medical ninjutsu proved exceptional in the course of their conversation. He successfully completed the eye transplant for Fugaku. Kabuto's expression darkened, for he had overheard the dialogue between Orochimaru and Shursui. These Uchiha are unforgivable. I must assist Lord Orochimaru in extricating himself from this predicament. Ah, When the battle commences, I shall. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Kabuto as 4 sharp spikes firmly restrained his form. Fugaku rose, observing Kabuto trembling, and remarked to Itachi, "Did you employ the binding illusion on him?" The weasel lowered its 2 upright fingers. "It seems we are on the brink of a fierce battle. I fear that you may take my mother hostage as leverage." Fugaku nodded. "Indeed, your foresight is commendable." In the rain outside the ravine, Akasha no Sasori declared, "No more waiting. Let this ravine become Orochimaru's grave." Shikizo unsheathed his hefty sword. "A direct assault is my forte." Just as he spoke, figures began to emerge from the mist that Shikizo had conjured. Akasha no Sasori exclaimed, "Shikizo, your mist is too obstructive. Dispel it." "Very well. I truly do not wish to team up with such a volatile individual." Shikizo formed hand seals, diluting the density of the hidden mist technique. The figures stepping out from the ravine gradually became clearer. Upon discerning the identities of the newcomers, the pupils of Henryoko suddenly constricted. How could this well-informed individual fail to recognize the true faces of the 3 before him? The renowned Uchiha Shursui, famed for his instantaneous body flicker technique, the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, and the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha. And there stood Orochimaru, observing the trio with a bemused expression. If Ryujui had mastered the flying thunder god technique, he could have easily whisked everyone away. The reason he refrained from doing so, of course, was his own considerations. Before our next encounter and the severance with Obito, I must retain the flying thunder god as my trump card. After a brief moment of shock, Sasori taunted Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, how surprising that you, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, dare not face me?" Orochimaru shrugged, displaying indifference towards these hollow titles. "I too yearn for a fair confrontation with you, but as you can see, I am currently bound by circumstances." The gaze of Hiryu turned towards the 3 ninjas, as Scorpion spoke with neither arrogance nor submission. "I have no intention of opposing the Uchiha clan. My sole objective lies with Orochimaru. Therefore, might I request that you refrain from obstructing me?" Ruwa Shuei interjected, "That may not be possible. Orochimaru still owes me an old debt, and if he fails to settle it here today, it will remain uncollectible." "A debt? Could it be related to research funding?" Scorpion was disinterested in such trivial matters. His sole desire was to eliminate Orochimaru. Thus, he inquired, "What sum does Orochimaru owe you?" Ruwa Shuei responded, "What, do you intend to repay it for him?" Scorpion replied, "I shall not repay him, but rest assured, someone will. In the name of Akatsuki's precious daughter, the Red Sand Scorpion, I guarantee that as long as you do not interfere with Orochimaru, Akatsuki will settle his debt." Jay-Z cautioned, "Hey Scorpion, the leader has instructed us not to reveal the name of our organization." Scorpion coldly interrupted, "Silence. Do you think they are unaware?" Ruwa Shuei remarked, "It is not merely a matter of money. To me, money is as insignificant as dirt. What he owes me cannot be repaid by you." Scorpion's gaze darkened. "So, does this mean there is nothing to discuss?" Ruwa Shuei replied earnestly, "There is a way. As long as you return the way you came, the matter will be resolved." "Ridiculous." Scorpion felt a profound sense of insult. "Then you shall accompany Orochimaru to the grave." Click. The mechanism of the puppet, Crimson Flow, opens, unleashing a barrage of ultra-dense poison needles and barbs. Crimson Flow, 8 needle waves. Chapter 24, The Sacrificial Miscellany of Susanoo. The velocity of the 8 needle waves is astonishing, covering an extensive area. Each needle infused with the lethal poison concocted by the Red Scorpion. To be struck is tantamount to death. Thus, rather than dancing perilously upon the needle's tip, it is far more prudent to employ a straightforward and brutal means of defense. Boom. The kaleidoscopic light ignites in the right eye of Ruwa Shuei, as ethereal green bones stand resolute beneath the shroud, blocking all poison needles from penetrating. Within the embrace of the bones, Orochimaru gazes in awe. This is Susanoo. So exquisite. Beholding this extraordinary phenomenon that transcends the knowledge of ninjas, Pipa Shirzong exclaims in shock, Hey, what sort of chaotic technique is that?" Though concealed by the puppet's exterior, the voice of the Red Scorpion remains unsettlingly calm. Who can say? Perhaps it is the power wielded by the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan. How utterly devoid of humor. Nevertheless, merely thwarting the piercing of the poison needles amounts to little. Swish. With confidence in the defensive prowess of the Crimson Flow, the Scorpion launches a fierce counterattack. Let us see whether your chakra-formed bones are stronger or my Crimson Flow's tail stinger. Click, click, click. The scorpion's tail protrudes from the grotesque opening in the back of the crimson flow, thrusting powerfully towards the ribs of Susanoo. Crimson flow, back tail stinger. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberates as the tail stinger of the crimson flow comes to a halt. Even the slightest penetration seems impossible. In the midst of Scorpion's astonishment, Ruashue's gaze remained indifferent as she addressed him. It appears, Scorpion, that you have greatly underestimated the prowess of our Uchiha clan. With a resounding crack, the right arm of Susanoo gathered strength and struck down towards the looming figure of Filiahu. Boom. Filiahu narrowly evaded the onslaught, and as Scorpion beheld the deep crater left in the earth, he finally came to terms with the harsh reality. Filiahu's defenses could not withstand the assault of such a monster. However, such formidable strength must surely demand a copious amount of chakra to sustain it. By unleashing a relentless barrage of venomous attacks, he aimed to compel his opponent to maintain that skeletal form, thereby exhausting his chakra reserves. Filiahu's mechanical arm, 1,000 blades. Crack, crack, crack. Screech, screech, screech. The mechanism mounted on Filiahu's left arm unleashed a barrage of toxic needles, positioned directly above Susanoo. As the cylindrical chamber filled with venomous projectiles spun rapidly, showering the area in a relentless onslaught, completely enveloping Ruashue's Susanoo in a deadly rain. The barrage persisted for a full minute before it finally ceased. Did it prove effective? As the smoke dissipated, the skeletal form of Susanoo stood unscathed, while the surrounding ground had transformed into a hellscape of needle-like protrusions. Scorpion remarked, "It seems ineffective, but the energy expended to maintain that technique must surely take its toll." Ruashue mused, "Truly astonishing firing speed. Yet, when it comes to rapidity, I shall not concede to anyone." With a swift motion, green tendrils coiled around the skeletal structure as Susanoo transitioned into its second form. This greatly exceeded Scorpion's expectations. Not only was he not fatigued, but he even manifested a superior form. With a resounding sound, the second form of Susanoo was complete, a fiery red glimmer illuminating his chest, resembling a magatama. The sight was delightful, and the exhilaration within him was thus expressed. Amidst the vast greenery, a single red blossom, captivating the essence of spring, needs no embellishment. Oh, may I extol the name of my divine Susanoo. That red magatama, an extraordinary artifact, is none other than Uchiha Shirsue's Susanoo, the legendary Thanu no Mikoto. With a crack, the ribs of Susanoo at his chest parted to the sides, astonishing chakra brewing within the magatama. Scorpion's pupils contracted in alarm. This sensation is ominous. Susanoo 99. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The green arrows surged forth like a torrential downpour. Scorpion, controlling the crimson flow of his techniques, swiftly retreated while weaving left and right, striving to evade the arrows. The water within him guided Susanoo's subtle movements, adjusting the angle of fire. As the rain of arrows pursued the crimson flow relentlessly, it was an unbearable sight. Behind them, Pai Pa Shirzong, darting forward, lifted the back of his decapitating blade with his foot, rushing forth to shield Scorpion. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards him, and Pai Pa Shirzong's round eyes widened. Gripping the decapitating blade tightly, he swung it at the arrow. Clang! A thunderous explosion erupted as the blade flew from his grasp, causing the arrow to veer off course. Shirzong stumbled back 10 steps, his arm hanging limply, and he exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is this force?" The arrow was deflected, and it was hardly surprising. The deity Susanoo, capable of launching divine arrows, was not the source of their power. The true strength of Susanoo lay in the frequency and range of the attacks. Ruashue halted the release of arrows. While it could be said that the formidable Scorpion was not to be underestimated, overcoming adversaries in this open expanse would prove to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Pain and the Akatsuki's main force were merely 10 kilometers away at the Saya Shrine, poised to intervene at any moment. More critically, Ruashue had only committed to safeguarding Orochimaru from Akatsuki's pursuit, not to eliminate its members. Should the threat dissipate, the so-called agreement would become mere rhetoric, devoid of any binding force. He would not foolishly allow himself to be used as a pawn. Thus, Ruashue's objective was to compel Scorpion and Shirzong to withdraw. Within the crimson flow of the jade, Scorpion's gaze darkened. Merely confronting Uchiha Shirsue proved to be such a daunting task. Killing Orochimaru was out of the question unless the leader intervened personally. It is time to retreat. Scorpion, Shirzong. The opportunities to eliminate Orochimaru will be abundant in the future. A directive from Pain echoed in their minds. Pain refrained from engaging directly, for only the Deva path of Pain remained at the Saya shrine. The others were in the Rain village. Should the Deva path be defeated, Nagato's true form would be at risk of exposure. Understood, leader. As Fei Lu, who raised her head, the scorpion, with its feminine voice, addressed Orochimaru. This time, I shall spare you. Enjoy what little life remains to you. Orochimaru smiled, as if basking in the spring breeze. Oh, I am quite looking forward to it. With a sharp sound, Biwa Juzong drew the beheading sword from the ground. Glaring at the chipped blade, he ominously declared, Uchiha Shursui. This grudge has now been established. Ruwa Shui was rendered speechless. Biwa Juzong raised 2 fingers. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. Whoosh. As the thick mist enveloped the area, the sounds of Scorpion and Juzong gradually faded away. The rain curtain of Saiheijin fell. With the retreat of Scorpion and Juzong, it slowly ceased. It was Pain who had lifted the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Ruwa Shui's gaze drifted between the towering mountains, pondering. With Pain present, the true body of Pain, Nagato, must also be hidden somewhere within these majestic peaks. Surrounded by enemies, we remain trapped in a precarious situation. It is imperative that we grow stronger swiftly. Whoosh. The Susanoo dissipated. Ruwa Shui's eyes shone with determination. Let us depart for the land of waterfalls. After wandering for so long, it is time to settle down. Chapter 25. The Festival of Offerings. The night of the rite, Ruwa Shui and her companions left Saiheijin, not retracing their steps, but instead chartering a boat at the dock to depart by water. The reason for taking the water route was twofold. First, Mikoto had fallen into a coma and was unable to move. Second, it was to guard against the white Zetsu spies that Akatsuki had placed everywhere. On the deck, gazing at the still deeply unconscious Mikoto, Fugaku and Itachi were somewhat concerned, yet felt it inappropriate to express their worries in the presence of Orochimaru and Kabuto. While Fugaku and Itachi focused on Mikoto, Kawasui's attention was drawn to the boat itself. Having crafted vessels before, but never having seen one in person, he was filled with curiosity. It was Kawasui who broke the silence. And Mikoto has been asleep for such a long time. Why has Tishi woken up yet? Itachi, immediately grasping Kawasui's intent, responded, she has been poisoned by Ryoma's venomous insect, which affects the brain. It must be due to the side effects. Orochimaru, who had been listening to their conversation, smiled subtly and suddenly opened his mouth wide, retrieving a sticky scroll from deep within his throat. He proclaimed, this scroll contains a special antidote specifically formulated for Ryoma's cursed insect. Once she ingests it, the side effects should dissipate. Itachi accepted the scroll, yet could not shake off his worry regarding his mother's well-being. Kawasui patted Itachi's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Itachi cast another glance at his left hand resting on his shoulder, his eyes flickering slightly before he nodded in affirmation. While attending to Mikoto, he administered the antidote. Minutes later, Mikoto stirred awake. Itachi. It's all right, mother, Itachi reassured her. Mikoto sat up, being a mature and composed woman, upon seeing her husband, her son, Shursui, who should have been dead, Orochimaru, the rogue Sannin, and a nervous young boy wearing the headband of Sunagakure all aboard the same vessel. She exhibited no outward signs of her inner turmoil despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Kawasui inwardly acknowledged her fortitude. Indeed, she was the wife of a clan leader, capable of weathering the storm. After the boat had traveled 20 kilometers, Kawasui spoke. Boatman, there is a thick fog ahead. Please steer the vessel into the mist. The bewildered boatman exclaimed, this must be a mistake, for one can easily lose their way in the fog. To which Rashue replied, do not worry. Simply proceed onward until you reach a place where you cannot be lost. The boatman thought to himself, these individuals, are they dressed as ninjas? Could they be plotting to rob me of my life and wealth? Well, I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. If you desire the boat, take it. Ruashue countered, but if you relinquish the boat, what will you do? The boatman responded, oh, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am a proficient swimmer in these waters. Ruashue remarked, is that so? Quite impressive indeed. Trembling with trepidation, the boatman steered the vessel into the dense fog. Is this place suitable? He called back. When he turned around, the boat was utterly empty, devoid of any figures. Whether out of fear or relief, he plopped down onto the boat's floor. These ninjas are utterly terrifying. In the southern valley of the Land of Fire, within the cave where Itachi and Ruashue had initially parted ways, Ruashue emerged with Orochimaru and his entourage from the Flying Thunder God mark. Kabuto marveled this. This is the yellow flash of the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru remarked. Shursui, you truly surprise me. Indeed, what astonished him was not merely Ruashue's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, but also the mark of the Flying Thunder God that Ruashue had casually left upon his shoulder. Ruashue sincerely stated, Orochimaru, the Akatsuki will not easily let you go. With this mark, it provides a measure of security, does it not? Behold, this Flying Thunder God seal upon me, shaped like a serpent, is tailored specifically for you. In this manner, what could Orochimaru possibly say? Gazing at the worm-like mark upon his shoulder, he remarked, Ah, Shizuku-kun, your thorough consideration truly moves me. At that moment, Kabuto interjected with a question. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, so why did you not simply transport us during the battle at Saiheijin? Rokusui cast a fleeting glance, responding, You asked too many questions. Kabuto clenched his fists in frustration. It was then that Rokusui noticed the look Itachi was giving him. Rokusui suggested, You all should rest here for the time being. He then stepped outside the cave with Itachi. Itachi inquired, Shizuku, I couldn't ask earlier, but what is your true intention in recruiting Orochimaru? Finally, Rokusui had been waiting for Itachi to pose this question. He presented his carefully prepared response. The Uchiha clan will face numerous uncertainties in the future. The power of the heavenly god serves as a formidable safeguard. Therefore, I wish to ensure this strength endures as a trump card to protect the Uchiha, and for that, Orochimaru's power is indispensable. Itachi asked, Is that truly the only reason? Rokusui smiled, deliberately peeling back the delicate layer of sensitivity. What? Are you concerned I might misuse this power? Itachi paused, voicing his apprehension. An excessively potent force often awakens deep-seated desires, leading one to lose themselves. Rokusui replied, Do you believe that I have lost my way? Itachi held his palm and finally voiced the long-buried concerns within his heart. I feel that ever since the incident at Nanizuichuan, you have transformed into a different person, Shursui. Is that so? Ruashue's gaze fell, shrouded in melancholy. Indeed, it was impossible to conceal the truth from Itachi. He continued, I once speculated that during your fall from the cliff, you might have suffered a head injury, causing some impact on your brain. However, your dominant hand is the right one, yet you have repeatedly patted my shoulder with your left hand. Ah, I see. Itachi's keen observation of details was undoubtedly impeccable. Ruashue interjected, Itachi, It seems I have been overly concerned. I believed I understood Shursui, but perhaps that is my arrogance. Ruashue exhaled softly, the atmosphere easing considerably. By the way, Itachi remarked, my shadow clone is still on Orange Stem Mountain. It would be wise to dispel it. Ruashue smiled, there's no need for that. Before battling Longma, I had already sent Crow to inform him. He should be on his way to the rendezvous point in the land of waterfalls with my Flying Thunder God Kanai now. Itachi sighed, Shursui. There's one thing that has not changed about you, your foresight and your meticulous consideration of every detail. The tension dissipated further. Ruashue then asked, speaking of which, Itachi, aside from the shadow clone, have you forgotten anything else? Itachi paused. What do you mean? Forget it. Ruashue mused. It seems that even someone as astute as Itachi can exhibit moments of folly. He shall discover it on his own. The efficacy of the shadow worm's perception lasts for 12 hours, and at this moment, that time has elapsed, leading Itachi to forget that he had ingested the shadow worm derived from earthworms. However, even though the perception of the shadow worm has faded, it remains alive within him. Ruashue did not anticipate that Itachi would completely overlook the presence of the shadow worm in his body, which would later lead to an embarrassing incident on the night of his wedding with Izumi, earning him the endearing nickname Stinky Weasel from his beloved. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As night fell, the shadow clone of Itachi dissolved upon reaching their destination. Itachi miles away. Immediately since the arrival of his shadow clone, the journey commenced. Whoosh. Following the Flying Thunder God technique, Ruashue and his companions materialized within the borders of the land of waterfalls, 5 kilometers away from the hidden waterfall village, where their kin awaited them at a distance. To prevent any undue excitement that might hinder their mission, Orochimaru chose to remain incognito, entrusting the oversight to Itachi. Fugaku and Mikoto returned safely, eliciting ecstatic joy among their clan members. Fugaku proclaimed, Although I have returned, the true leader of the Uchiha from this point forward will be Shursui. Atop the peak of Kaiki Mountain, Ruo Shui, embodying Shui, demonstrated leadership that earned the respect of the clan members. And they unanimously agreed to follow him in guiding the Uchiha clan. Shall we commence the assault on Takigakure immediately, or? Ruo Shui pondered, his gaze slightly pensive. While parleying may prove futile, let us extend the olive branch lest we be accused of impropriety in the future. Chapter 26. Shadows and Light Diplomacy Before Hostilities. Takigakure, the village hidden by a waterfall, remains concealed by a colossal cascade. Despite being encircled by 4 nations, its unique topography has rendered it impervious to invasion. In the assembly hall, the venerable Shibukiyu, chieftain of Takigakure, aged and octogenarian, flanked by 2 ENBU captains, received his guests. Shibukiyu was adorned in a cerulean robe emblazoned with the Takigakure crest, his withered hand clasped around a solemn, crimson staff. Decades prior, Kakuzu, a shinobi of Takigakure, defected with the Earth Grudge Fear technique, decimating the village's hierarchy. Shibukiyu ascended to the position of chieftain in the aftermath of that cataclysm, revitalizing Takigakure. Now, in his twilight years, he intends to relinquish his title to his son by year's end. Ruo Shui arrived in the company of Chuan. As the meeting commenced, Shibukiyu courteously remarked, "Esteemed guests from the Uchiha clan, your visit to our humble village is a distinct honor. Forgive the hasty arrangements and modest refreshments. We trust any shortcomings in our hospitality will be excused." Ruo Shui's gaze was fixated on the transmutation glazed teacup before him, its cerulean hues and intricate patterns captivating him. He caressed it with fascination, momentarily oblivious to Shibukiyu's words. Ahem. Chuan interjected with a subtle cough from behind, prompting Ruo Shui to reluctantly release the teacup. In the depths of his heart, Chuan pondered, while Jishui exhibited remarkable composure atop the orange stem mountain amidst the tribe's despair. How had he become so seemingly dull here? Alas, who could blame Ruo Shui for having been blind for so long? Suddenly embracing the light, he found himself captivated by various things, particularly those of exquisite beauty. Shimu Xiong, feeling embarrassed yet maintaining his politeness, remarked, "If Master Jishui fancies this teacup, I would be delighted to gift you a set." Really? That would be splendid. Naturally, Ruo Shui could not express such enthusiasm. Instead, he replied, "There is no need. Fragile items are meant for admiration alone, not for possession." Shimu Xiong lifted the teacup before him and took a gentle sip, stating, "I suspect that Master Jishui has come for more than just tea, correct? If there are insights to share, please feel free to express them." Ruo Shui replied, "Insights might be too grand a term. Let us consider it a discussion. Shimu Village Chief, you are surely aware that not long ago, our Uchiha clan formally severed ties with the Hidden Leaf Village." Shimu Xiong's eyes gleamed with understanding. "So it is true. The Uchiha clan's defection from the Leaf, akin to the cataclysm of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki's explosion, is monumental news that cannot be concealed. Even a tranquil village like Takigakure has received word. Thus, regarding the intentions of the Uchiha, my understanding is as clear as day." Of course, this was merely Shimu Xiong's own assumption. He lowered his gaze to sip his tea, awaiting Ruo Shui's next words. "Therefore, we Uchihas are in urgent need of finding a new refuge." Shimu Xiong set down his teacup and said, "I comprehend the intentions of Lord Jishui. Yet I must speak candidly. Our humble village of Takiyin is limited in capacity, and our ninja ranks are already saturated. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family, and we, a small nation and village, are truly incapable of offering such support. However, since you have traveled from afar, we shall not allow your journey to be in vain. Our village shall prepare a relocation fund to ensure your comfort and sustenance during the transition, as a gesture of camaraderie among ninjas. Matsuo, go to the treasury and retrieve 10 million ryo." "Yes, Shimu village head," replied Matsuo, the captain of the Umbu, who promptly made his way to fulfill the request. "Wait." Ruo Shui interjected. Shimu Xiong continued, "Lord Jishui, are you dissatisfied with the amount of 10 million ryo? We can increase it to 20 million. One must admit, Shimu Xiong's rhetoric was quite adept. Accepting the Uchiha would offend Konoha, while outright rejection would invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, he tactfully declined while offering tangible benefits, managing to offend neither party, truly a seasoned strategist. Ruo Shui thought to himself, had I known this fellow was so slippery, I would have taken a firmer stance from the outset. Now, attempting to change my position feels rather embarrassing. However, it is what it is. In the world of ninjas, one must speak with strength. With a solemn demeanor, Ruo Shui remarked, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. Village head Shemu. Shemu Xiong furrowed his brow slightly. As the fingers of Ruo Shui rhythmically tapped against the edge of the table, his gaze slowly ascended. What I seek is not merely a place of refuge under the banner of the Uchiha clan within Takigakure, but rather, it is Takigakure, leading its people to join the ranks of the Uchiha. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere within the conference room instantly froze. The two Umbu captains beside him revealed a chilling intent to kill, awaiting only a command from S.H. Muyu to execute this audacious fool on the spot. Oh! S.H. Muyu restrained the fury boiling within him, gripping his cane tightly. Ruo Shui continued, of course, for the sake of Takigakure's honor. We shall publicly declare this as an alliance. Moreover, we can assure that if the land of water suffers any. Captain Song, unable to contain his outrage, interjected. Hey. A pack of lost dogs, do not overestimate yourselves. Look in the mirror and see your own worth. With a flicker, Ruo Shui's Sharingan activated. Indeed. Your name is Song, isn't it? Quite spirited. I wonder if your words reflect merely your personal opinion, or if they also represent the view of village head S.H. Mu. As Song prepared to retort, he was silenced by a piercing glance from S.H. Muyu. Song. How dare you speak so rudely to our distinguished guests from afar? Step aside. Understanding the unspoken command in S.H. Muyu's eyes, Song retreated. S.H. Muyu, maintaining his composure, addressed Uchiha Shirzue. You are renowned throughout the shinobi world by the name of Shirzue of the instant body. However, do not presume that Takigakure is a soft target to be manipulated at will. If you have come as guests, we shall extend our warmest hospitality. But should you dare to provoke us, Takigakure will not hesitate to respond with equal force. Understanding the meaning behind the village chief's words, Ruo Shui slowly rose. I, Uchiha Shirzue, hereby declare war on Takigakure on behalf of the Uchiha clan. At midnight tonight, both sides shall mobilize their forces and engage in battle outside Takigakure. We shall let our strength speak for itself. The defeated shall accept the disposition of the victor without complaint. How outrageous! Shemu Yurin, unable to contain his fury, violently smashed his teacup to the ground. Meanwhile, the ambushed members of Takigakure's Umbu surged forth. Indeed, it has come to this. A smile crept upon Ruo Shui's lips as he formed hand seals. With a rush, a torrent of water surged through the room, transforming into a water prison that ensnared the forms of the Takigakure Umbu within. Shemu Yurin, a triggered water prison trap, set quietly as he entered the room? How do we not notice? Ruo Shui remarked, if you do not come to us, we shall come to you. Surely, you do not wish for innocent civilians to be harmed? With those words, Ruo Shui's figure transformed into a stream of water and vanished. As Ruo Shui's water clone dissipated, the water prison was subsequently lifted. Chuan placed his hands before his chest and slightly bowed. Then, we shall await your esteemed village at the gates of Takigakure. With a swift motion, his figure gradually faded into the hazy flames. In the conference room, Shemu Yurin's expression turned grave. The Umbu captain, Yamashiro Ryufeng, inquired, Chief, how shall we respond? Shemu Yurin commanded, guide the civilians to safety, gather all ninjas within the village, and prepare for battle. The air in the mountain city was heavy with an unsettling weight. For Yamashiro F had much to worry about. His younger sister, Yamashiro Sakura, was among those seeking refuge. The potential consequences of their defeat in this battle were too dire to contemplate. I understand, he murmured, casting a glance towards another captain of the Umbu, Matsuri. The situation is urgent. We must consult Kid. We may need to rely on her strength. Matsuri's expression was a tapestry of complexity. For the Kid mentioned by Yamashiro was none other than his sister, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, residing in Takigakure, beneath the majestic Taki Falls. A girl of around 5 or 6 years, with short azure hair and a sun-kissed complexion, frolicked playfully during her training respite. Takigakure, being a small nation and village, had been spared from the ravages of the ninja world wars due to its advantageous geographical position, thus retaining its simple and untainted customs. In this tranquil haven, both shinobi and common folk revered Kid, who housed the mighty Seven Tails, regarding her as a guardian deity. Consequently, her childhood was far from the grim realities faced by Naruto, allowing her to blossom into a spirited and vivacious young girl. Upon noticing Yamashiro and Matsuri approaching, Kid beamed with delight, performing an acrobatic leap from the water to the shore, proudly displaying a bug she had just caught. Look, Yamashiro Grandpa. This big stag beetle resembles the peculiar creature sealed within me, doesn't he it? She exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm, her words punctuated by her characteristic catchphrase. Yamashiro's eyes softened with affection as he affectionately ruffled Keed's hair, causing her to chuckle with glee. Shimushong said, "Feng, a formidable enemy is about to assault the village." Upon hearing this, Feng's youthful smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Who? Who intends to attack our village? Shimushong replied, "They are from Konoha, a clan known as Uchiha. They are exceedingly powerful and ferocious. Thus, Feng, we may need to harness your strength." Feng, with her little sharp tiger teeth on display, declared fiercely, "Those who threaten the village are no different from pests. I shall use my power to protect our home." Shimushong admonished gently, "Feng, although you have been training to control the power of the tailed beast since you were 4, you are still quite young. This strength may prove too burdensome for you, and your life could be at stake. Do you understand?" Feng, displaying maturity beyond her years, replied, "For the sake of safeguarding the village, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. This is the lesson imparted by our elders." Shimushong vowed, "Very well, I swear, should anything happen to you, I shall accompany you in the afterlife." With a swift motion, Shimushong spun his crimson staff, directing it towards the sealing technique inscribed on Feng's abdomen. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, the Takigakyu's martial faction had dispatched Kakazu to assassinate the first Hokage. After their failure, Takigakure found itself in a precarious position. To quell the situation, the first Hokage, Hashirama, in an unprecedented move following the inaugural 5-Kage summit, allocated the 7 tails to Takigakure and additionally bestowed upon them a staff crafted from Senjutsu wood release, granting them the power to control tailed beasts. This divine staff is a sacred artifact that only the village leader of Takigakure may wield. Boom. The formidable tailed beast chakra of the 7 tails surged forth from the unsealed confinement, transforming into a cloak of beastly energy. Aya! Feng grimaced, desperately enduring the agony. Gurgle. 1 tail, 2 tails. Clang. Shamu took a firm stance with the divine staff, instantly quelling the rampant chakra of the 7 tails. The chakra settled at 3 tails, a limit that Feng could presently withstand. Swish. The flowing wind of the mountain city landed before the waterfall. The village's combat forces had gathered in full. Shamu's gaze was resolute. This battle concerns the very survival of Takigakure. Let us also bring the hero's water. The hero's water, a singular secret potion of Takigakure, could amplify one's chakra several-fold for a brief duration. The concept of hero's water originates from the Naruto anime, specifically OVA 2, the battle at the hidden waterfall, where I am the hero. The army of Takigakure ninjas assembled, united in purpose, advancing with great momentum toward the village entrance. Meanwhile, outside Takigakure, under the pale moonlight, over 100 Uchiha clansmen formed a formation, gazing at the vastly outnumbering ninja army, their expressions filled with solemnity. At the forefront stood Ruashue, flanked by Itachi and Fugaku. With a grave expression, Itachi remarked, "Are they here? Their numbers exceed our expectations. This battle is pivotal for the village's survival, and even the lower-ranked ninjas have been mobilized." Fugaku's demeanor was somber. "Shursui, though you advocate for preservation, can there truly be a battle without casualties?" Ruashue's gaze was contemplative. "Ah, I understand. Therefore, let us utilize overwhelming power to resolve this swiftly." ZZZZ. 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 Uchiha Ruashue, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku all simultaneously unleashed their magnificent Manjiki Sharingan, radiating a resplendent brilliance. Susanoo. Chapter 27. Light and Shadow. A Clash of Arms. Boom, boom, boom. In the forefront, 3 skeletal figures stood tall. Among them, Fugaku's was the most striking, a hue of red interlaced with purple, a captivating color known as grape purple. Ruashue and Itachi exchanged glances. Itachi remarked, "This is the first time I have witnessed my father wield this technique." His calm demeanor suggests that this power had awakened long ago. Ruashue lamented, "I have lost. My Susanoo pales in comparison in terms of aesthetic appeal. How infuriating. This color is simply breathtaking." Behind them, the Uchiha clan members were in a state of astonishment. "Incredible. What is this? Why have we never seen them employ this before?" Lord Fugaku, Shursui, Itachi. So they have all concealed such extraordinary skills? Does this mean we can wield them too? The Uchiha spirits soared. In stark contrast, the situation for the Takigakure ninja army was entirely different. Was that a physical manifestation of chakra? A ninjutsu? How could such a technique exist? How could one possibly contend against such monstrous power? In their shock, they turned to their stalwart leader, Mushion. At that moment, he gripped his staff tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his weathered cheeks. It cannot be mistaken. It is Susanoo. Over 60 years ago, during the Warring States period, I witnessed Uchiha Madara employ this ability, a divine power that can only be unlocked by the Mangeki Sharingan. I initially assumed that after Madara, this technique would become mere legend. Yet to my astonishment, there are still Uchiha in later generations who have accessed this power, and indeed, 3 pairs of Mangeki, aware of the formidable adversary before him, and understanding that revealing fear would only hasten their defeat. Mu composed himself and addressed the young ninjas from Takigakure behind him. Do not be afraid. The more powerful the technique, the greater the consumption of chakra it entails. Our numerical superiority is our greatest advantage. Let us disperse our formation and utilize sustained, stable attacks to continuously deplete their strength. Upon hearing this, the morale of the Takigakure ninja was significantly bolstered. Nearly 1,000 warriors spread out across the open ground, rearranging their formation. At that moment, Matsunaga removed his Umbu mask. In that instant, he was no longer the leader of Takigakure's Umbu, but rather the chief of the Mizukiri clan. Mizukiri clan, follow me into battle. Matsunaga led the charge, followed closely by dozens of ninjas from the Mizukiri clan. Advancing towards the Uchiha frontline, they uniformly began to weave hand signs, scale release, scale dust concealment. Shimmering, luminous dust quickly enveloped the battlefield, drastically reducing visibility. The well-informed Fugaku immediately discerned the situation. That was the scale release, a bloodline limit of the Mizukiri clan, which was superior to the mist technique in terms of obscuring vision. More troublesome still, the scale dust ignited upon contact with fire, simultaneously countering our Uchiha's prideful Sharingan and fire release. Itachi inquired, can wind release dispel this scale dust? As Ruoshuei's gaze darkened, it became apparent that Shirshuei's chakra affinities were water, fire, lightning, and yin. Thus, he was not particularly adept at wind release. However, upon acquiring the cells of Hashirama, he would naturally possess the chakra affinities belonging to Hashirama, including the missing earth, wind, and yang. Fugaku remarked, in theory, it is possible, but our clan has very few ninjas proficient in wind release, making it impossible to disperse the lizard powder hidden technique utilized by the Mizukage clan with the collective strength of our entire clan. Suddenly, the fascia entwined around the skeletal structure of Fugaku's Susanoo, transforming his right arm along with his right rib into its second form. In the palm of Fugaku's Susanoo, a mesmerizing purple-red lotus bloomed magnificently. To his astonishment, the battle commenced with the deployment of the Makujin Lien. Shirshuei, Itachi, keep our clan members at a distance. I intend to absorb those lizard powders. With a swift motion, Ruoshuei and Itachi leaped aside, while the Uchiha clan members hastily retreated. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated Fugaku's eyes. Divine artifact, Makujin Lien. With a whoosh, the lotus held aloft by Susanoo began to revolve slowly, unleashing an immense suction that swiftly absorbed the scattered lizard powder. Ruoshuei found the sight quite pleasing. The lotus emerges untainted from the mud. Fugaku's divine artifact is perfect for absorbing this obstructive lizard powder. Similarly, Danzo's summoning beast, the dream taper, might be the nemesis of this clan's lizard powder hidden technique. Perhaps I shall acquire it in the future. A member of the Mizukage clan exclaimed, our lizard release has been absorbed. How infuriating. Let us release it once more. If that fails, we shall unleash it 2 or 3 times more. I refuse to believe that thing can keep absorbing indefinitely. The logic is indeed sound. All absorption has its limits. However, Fuyue remarked nonchalantly, let it be. With your strength, you cannot even touch the threshold of M.J. Lien's absorption. At this level, it is merely a sip. With a soft rustle, the petals of M.J. Lien closed, vanishing within the grasp of Susanoo. Almost simultaneously, Ruoshuei charged forth, and Susanoo unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the foothold of the Mizuki clan. The overwhelming visual impact caused the Mizuki clan members to forget about evasion altogether. Water release, great waterfall technique. Boom. The rising torrent of water swiftly condensed into a colossal water sphere, yet under the pressure of Susanu's formidable fist, it was crushed within mere seconds, teetering on the brink of collapse. The caster, Mizuki Matsukase, bellowed, "Quick, scatter!" The Mizuki clan members suddenly regained their senses and dispersed in haste. Ruashue exclaimed, "Ah, that voice, it is you. The one who confronted me during the meeting. However, I shall not hold a grudge over such trivial matters." Boom. The water sphere exploded, sending Mizuki foam tumbling backward in disarray. The Mizuki clan members rallied to counterattack, launching kunai, shurikens, and explosive tags in a frenzied assault. Yet, these attacks were akin to mere tickles against Susanu's might. Within Susanu, Ruashue cast a sweeping glance. 1 elite J-nin, 5 J-nin, and the remaining 26 were all Chunin. Raising his hand to form a seal, he declared, "Illusion technique, Nirvana sanctuary." Swish. Suddenly, feathers rained down from the heavens. Except for Mizuki Matsukase, the other 32 members collapsed simultaneously. So this is the power of Uchiha Shursue's Genjutsu? Shueiju Song pierced his shoulder with a hidden dagger, forcibly overcoming the seductive allure of slumber. "No. This illusion is utterly trivial. Gaze into my eyes." Ruashue's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling Shueiju Song to involuntarily lift his gaze, meeting Ruashue's penetrating stare. That was the secret art, voice magic from the Book of Seals, which, when the target is injured or startled, weakens their willpower, allowing them to succumb to verbal suggestion. This influence lasts but a fleeting moment, yet that brief instant is more than sufficient. Illusion technique, Sharingan. Thud. Shueiju Song succumbed and collapsed. The entire sequence unfolding at a pace that felt slow, yet transpired in the blink of an eye. Ruashue stood amidst the captives of the Shueiju clan, gazing at the formidable army of Takigakure, and proclaimed loudly, "There have been no casualties thus far. However, should combat persist, the outcome may not remain favorable. Village Chief Shinmu, might I suggest you contemplate my proposal?" Bang! The old yet resonant voice of Shinmu echoed as he struck the ground with his cane. "We shall muster all our strength to annihilate you invaders, and nothing less." Indeed, subduing ninjas is no simple task, alas. Boom! With Ruashue leading the charge, Itachi and Fugaku followed closely, and then, the Uchiha ninjas, represented by Spring and River. Shinmu, attack! Swish! Even as the Shueiju clan bought time with their scales, preparations were underway, before the forces of Takigakure. Hundreds of Earth-style ninjas formed hand seals and struck the ground in unison. Earth-style, Earth flow trench. Boom, boom, boom. On the vast plains, the Earth's layers rose with a thunderous rumble, forming trenches that stretched over 100 meters in length, exceeding 5 meters in thickness, and soaring to a height of 10 meters. With a swift motion, hundreds of water-style ninjas leaped into the trenches, simultaneously forming seals. Water-style, waterfall technique. A torrential cascade poured from the trenches, transforming into a raging river that surged toward the Uchiha's formation. Ruashue, Itachi, and Fugaku exchanged knowing glances. Each summoned their Susanoo, and colossal swords manifested, striking down upon the tumultuous waters. Susanoo, wave slash. The 3 swords unleashed a tempest, cleaving the waterfall into thirds, and the trio surged downstream. Ruashue's Susanoo seamlessly transitioned into its second form. The chest armor opened, releasing a multitude of arrows from the sacred artifact known as the Yasakani no Magatama, bombarding the earth-style trenches. The ground trembled with thunderous roars as the trenches collapsed. All the Takigakure ninjas atop the trenches cried out in despair, plummeting to their demise in droves. The water and earth trenches, which had been a source of pride for Takigakure, were shattered with such ease that it surpassed their wildest imaginations. "It's hopeless. Our strength is not even in the same dimension. We must surrender, Elder Shimoku." A Takigakure genin screamed in terror, his fear rapidly spreading among the ranks. Many Takigakure ninjas began to falter. This is precisely why, in times of great conflict, nations refrain from allowing genin to participate in battles. Not only do they risk their lives, but their psychological resilience can easily become an avenue for the enemy's advantage. Observing the overwhelming imbalance in morale between the two sides, Shimuki's eyes gleamed with intensity as he struck his cane against the ground, declaring that without restraining the opponent's Susanoo, this battle was already lost before it had begun. He signaled to Yamashiro Ryufing, who presented the hero's water with reverence. After Shimuki imbibed it, an immense surge of chakra coursed through his aged body, amplifying his power to a level rivaling that of the Hokage. Shimuki stepped forward, planting the Mikagami staff, a gift from the legendary Senju Hashirama meant to suppress the seven tails, firmly into the earth. Within the staff lay a fragment of the first Hokage's sage chakra and would release techniques. The task at hand was merely to draw forth the sealed chakra. This staff was the sole means of containing the seven tails within Kid. Should Hashirama's chakra be unleashed, the staff would lose its efficacy, and at that moment, Kid would be in grave danger. With a contemplative thought, Shimuki formed hand seals and infused the amplified chakra from the hero's water into the Mikagami staff, breaking the seal left by Hashirama. Kid, your grandfather shall accompany you into the afterlife, but now, we must spare no effort to rescue this village from these demons of slaughter. With a resounding boom, pale violet chakra erupted from the staff. At that moment, Ruashue, Itachi, and Fugaku halted, their expressions shifting. A crack appeared on the staff, revealing intricate black patterns that flowed forth, enveloping the staff. The wood release technique was activated. Now, it was time for this old man to restore the astonishing technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With a resounding clap, the mighty Shimu embraced the earth, invoking the wood release, wood dragon technique. Chapter 28, The Light and Shadow Chapter, The Grief of Ceasefire. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, sealed sage chakra within the divine staff, embedding within it the essence of the wood dragon technique. His original intention was to provide Takigakure with a formidable power akin to that of Konoha, capable of countering the peril of tailed beasts running rampant. Thus, in moments of dire crisis, the wood dragon technique within the staff could be unleashed to bind and suppress the seven tails. Little did he foresee that the contingency plan he devised 50 years ago for Takigakure would today be wielded by Shimu in the face of the Uchiha invasion. It must be acknowledged that this was a desperate yet effective maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. As the three towering wood dragons burst forth from the ground, Ruashue, Itachi, and Fugaku were all taken aback by the oncoming force. Crack! The wood dragon entwined around Ruashue's Susanoo, and as it constricted, the bones of the Susanoo shattered under the unbearable strain. Ruashue marveled, "Is this the legendary wood dragon used by the first Hokage to suppress the Nine Tails?" I refused to succumb. Ruashue endeavored to further unleash the power of his Susanoo, striving to perfect its form to counter this overwhelming force. Yet, he was met with a horrifying reality. The wood dragon was absorbing the power of my Susanoo. In the dazzling confrontation against Danzo, Ruashue had previously marveled at the might of wood release during Danzo's desperate use of the violent gun tree. However, before the wood dragon, how feeble was the violent gun tree? Such power could only be truly understood by those who experienced its weight and oppression firsthand. The incomplete form of Susanoo held no ground to withstand such might. As Ruashue's gaze flickered, he realized that if a direct approach proved futile, he must evade the tangible and embrace the intangible. With a swift motion, he voluntarily dispelled the Susanoo and retreated rapidly, distancing himself from the reach of the wooden dragon. Yet, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before him. The wooden dragon did not lose its potency with the dissolution of its binding. Instead, it lunged ferociously toward Ruashue. Had it detected my chakra? Behind Ruashue stood the unsuspecting Uchiha clan members, and should the dragon strike, it would be a catastrophic scene of carnage. Thus, Ruashue found himself unable to utilize the body flicker technique to escape. He was compelled to summon the Susanoo once more, surrendering himself to the wooden dragon's grasp, rendered immobile. Wood release. It is overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder it holds the capacity to quell tumultuous times. No, it is not merely the might of wood release that is formidable, but rather the strength of Hashirama Senju. In that moment, Ruashue resolved with unwavering determination. Merely utilizing it to reinforce the Kodoamet Tsukumi was insufficient. I must acquire the complete cells of Hashirama Senju, regardless of the cost. Coincidentally, Itachi and Fugaku's Susanoo were similarly ensnared by the wooden dragon's grip. Gasping for breath, the chakra enhancement provided by the hero's water had been depleted, and throughout this ordeal, the wooden dragon had not engaged with the chakra of the wood wielder. Its sole act, and indeed its only recourse, was to unlock the staff seal, employing the sage chakra of Hashirama Senju to activate the wooden dragon's jutsu, nothing more. Once these tasks were fulfilled, He was utterly transformed into a mere shell of a person, incapable even of standing. Behind him stood a cadre of astounded Takigakure ninjas. The wood wielder spat blood from his mouth, roaring, "Quickly! While the staff's power has yet to wane, eliminate them." Amidst the chaos, the ninjas of Takigakure emerged as if awakening from a dream, bravely rallying their forces to surge toward the Uchiha front like a relentless tide. The three most formidable warriors of their clan found themselves subdued and unable to move. The Uchiha clan, having long prepared for battle, rose to confront their foes. The clash of weapons resounded. As shuriken whistled through the air, explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar, and the fluctuations of ninjutsu echoed all around. Takigakure boasted superior numbers, while the Uchiha excelled in individual combat prowess, particularly with their elusive Sharingan Jinjutsu that could incapacitate foes with a mere gaze. The battlefield grew increasingly tense. Amidst the turmoil, a figure navigated through the throngs, his body flicker technique remarkably adept, allowing him to traverse the battlefield with agility, though not quite matching the prowess of Shursui. He was one of the two captains of the Umbu from Takigakure, Yamashiro Ryuzen. His uniqueness quickly caught the attention of two sharp-eyed Uchiha, Ina and Tetsu, who flanked him with intent. Utilizing their Sharingan, they locked onto him and launched a coordinated assault with their ninja blades, delivering a pincer attack. With no avenue for escape, Yamashiro Ryuzen formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, ominous black tendrils erupted from his shoulders. Ina and Tetsu, sensing the anomaly through their Sharingan, swiftly retracted their blades and retreated, but the tendrils extended relentlessly, ensnaring them tightly. Ina and Tetsu gasped, "What is this?" Yamashiro Ryuzen replied coolly, "You've never seen it before, have you? This is the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Since its inception, I am one of only two who have mastered it, and it serves perfectly to eliminate you wretched invaders." He was about to strike down Daohua and Tiehua when his peripheral vision caught sight of a striking silhouette in the distance, valiantly engaged in battle. It was Izumi, the spirited warrior from Yinching. It was not solely due to her beauty or the elegance of her combat stance that captivated Yamashiro Ryuzen. In his eyes, no matter how lovely she appeared, she was still an intruder. Yamashiro Ryuzen had a younger sister named Yamashiro Sakura, who suffered from a congenital heart condition and was on the brink of death. Sakura bore a striking resemblance to Izumi, and he believed her heart would be perfectly suited for Sakura. Thus, Yamashiro Ryuzen discarded Daohua and Tiehua and charged towards Izumi. Sensing Ryuzen's approach, Izumi swiftly threw a shuriken. Clang! Ryuzen deflected the shuriken with his ninja blade and continued to close the distance. Izumi's great fireball technique was countered by Ryuzen's rapid water dragon technique. As they clashed in close combat, Izumi prepared to unleash her Sharingan Jinjutsu. However, Ryuzen was already prepared. A smoke bomb fell from his sleeve, obscuring the vision just as the black tendrils of the Dai grasped Izumi, lifting her into the air. At that moment, Itachi noticed Izumi struggling in the distance. Yamashiro Ryuzen coldly declared, "I have mastered the Dai technique, yet I have never, like my predecessor, recklessly seized another's heart, for I deem such actions filthy and despicable. However, for the sake of my dearest sister, I am willing to sully my hands this once." With a swift motion, the dark lines of Dai emanated from Ryuzen's palm, reaching towards Izumi's heart. In the mountain city, Lu Feng remarked, "You might as well scream or beg for mercy." To which Quan resolutely responded, "No, we fight for survival. Defeat or death is something we must accept. Go ahead, strike me down. If my demise can prolong the life of your sister, then it holds some value." Lu Feng, taken aback, replied, "Oh, unexpectedly, you possess some spirit, much like Sakura. However, I shall not relent. Prepare to die." As Quan closed his eyes, Lu Feng unleashed a piercing strike towards his heart. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a bleeding eye had already locked onto him. Tengaku. With a flash, Lu Feng was engulfed in flames, crying out in unbearable agony. He collapsed, writhing in pain. The sacred staff, strained beyond its limits, began to crack. The bindings of the wooden dragon weakened. Ruwa Shui immediately activated Susanoo, breaking free with sheer force. After freeing himself, Itachi knelt with one hand on the ground, clutching his bleeding right eye. Ruwa Shui approached him, asking, "Are you all right?" Itachi replied, "Shirzue, I am fine, hurry." That ninja engulfed in black flames can still be saved. His abilities are formidable and may prove useful in the future. Ruwa Shui questioned, But he just attempted to kill Quan. Can you forgive him? Itachi responded, forgiveness is not an option. Yet, war is inherently cruel. Both sides suffer. Shirzue, I concur with your pre-war sentiments. Let us not lose sight of our original intention, which is not annihilation. Your kindness indeed evokes sympathy, Itachi. As Ruashe arrived beside the mountain city Lu Feng, he unfurled a scroll upon the ground, inscribed with seals he had meticulously prepared for unforeseen circumstances, the fire sealing technique. With a swift motion, the black flames detached themselves from Lu Feng, encapsulated within the scroll. Lu Feng, severely burned yet clinging to life, received Ruashue's plea. Quinn, tend to his wounds. Quinn had the intention to assist, but hesitantly inquired, is Itachi all right? I seem to have seen blood flowing from his eyes. Ruashue chuckled reassuringly. He is fine. The wooden dragon, freed by Ruashue, followed the chakra and slowly approached above his head. Ruashue's gaze remained unperturbed, for he understood that this was merely a flicker of light before darkness. With a crack, the chakra of the first Hokage was entirely depleted from the divine staff, causing the wooden dragon's golden eyes to dim, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. In an instant, Ruashue's eyes glimmered as he activated the body flicker technique, effortlessly harvesting victories amidst the battlefield. As the Uchiha clan's prominent figure revived, the strength of Takigakure began to wane. Deprived of the divine staff, their strongest trump card, Takigakure displayed clear signs of defeat, retreating step by step under the relentless assault led by Rache and Fujitake. Ruashue propelled the Susanoo forward, causing Takigakure to continuously fall back until they found themselves beside Shimu Shion. Ruashue's gaze swept over the crowd. Shimu village chief, at this juncture. Continuing the conflict will only result in unnecessary casualties. You have demonstrated your resilience, and we have proven our strength. Instead, let us cease hostilities and discuss our next course of action. With the assistance of Takinen, Shimu Shion rose, his aged eyes surveying the devastated battlefield. He understood that if the fighting persisted, Takinen village could face utter annihilation. They had already been defeated. At this stage, even if Keed, the host of the Seven Tails, intervened, it would likely alter nothing. Ever since the rebellion of Kakazu, the once peaceful Takinen had been plunged into chaos. Shimu Shion, in utter bewilderment, questioned, alas, the ninja world is vast. Why have we been chosen? Ruashue replied, because. Suddenly, a crimson pillar of light erupted from the ruins of Takinen village, soaring into the heavens. Ruashue furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance. That is, Shimu Shion's frail form appeared to age a decade in an instant. Having witnessed the horrors of this war, the Seven Tails within Keed had spiraled out of control. The Ming Shin staff shattered, rendering any form of suppression impossible. The Seven Tails were on the verge of complete rampage. With a thunderous roar, the hideous and grotesque form of a monstrous entity emerged at the terminus of the crimson light. It possessed 7 tails, with only the base tail maintaining its original form, while the other 6 manifested as wings. Its eyes, shrouded in a carapace, coldly surveyed the earth below. In a fit of inner turmoil, Shimu Shion declared, "Since you wish to take control of Takian village, then you shall be the ones to clean up this mess. You misunderstand. I do not seek to dominate Takian village. It is merely a starting point." Ruashue slowly closed her eyes. "My ambition is to annex all the minor hidden villages and establish our own Guanyin village upon the lands of the great nations. As for this mess, whether you acknowledge it or not, I shall take care of it. For the 7 tails, Chome, no longer belongs to you." With a sudden burst, his eyes sprang open, unleashing a surge of green flames that transformed into a formidable suit of armor surrounding Susanoo. Yatengu Susanoo. The overwhelming aura of power compelled everyone, from Takian to Uchiha, to instinctively retreat, leaving the stage to the monstrous entity of the heavens. With a swift motion, a colossal spiral-edged sword materialized in Ruashue's hand, an artifact known as the Great Daylight Sacred Sword. Cloaked in Susanoo, Ruashue gazed at the looming beast in the sky and proclaimed with conviction, "Come forth. Let me witness the legendary power of the tailed beasts." With a fierce roar, the 7 tails, Chome, descended from the heavens, charging at Ruashue, who stood ready with the Great Daylight Sacred Sword. The clash resounded as the sword met the 7 tails' formidable shell, yet it failed to penetrate. "So tough," Ruashue murmured, as the tip of Susanoo's sword exerted force, pushing the 7 tails back. The 7 tails abruptly halted in its retreat, swiftly maneuvering to launch a full frontal assault against the armor of Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the tailed beast was undeniably formidable, causing the armor of Susanoo to crack incessantly. Ruaje diligently repaired the armor, her gaze sweeping the battlefield, keenly tracking the movements of the Seven Tails, and she retaliated with the Dairisha Gue sword, maintaining an advantageous position. Seeing that its prolonged attacks had yielded no success, the Seven Tails suddenly altered its strategy. As it charged once more, the seventh tail, which hung at the rear, entwined itself around the spiral of the great sword aimed at Jishui. Simultaneously, the six tails that served as wings wrapped around the form of Susanoo, forcefully pulling it forward. Ruashui gasped in shock. What? In an instant, the sharp, hooked spines of the seven tails pierced the raven tengu-shaped helmet of Susanoo, viciously tearing upwards. Crack! The helmet, along with the skin, was violently ripped away, exposing the bones hidden within. Hiss! Observing this, the Uchiha clan members stationed behind displayed looks of astonishment. Jishui. Itachi immediately sought to rush forward to assist, but Fugaku restrained his shoulder, shaking his head solemnly, saying, "This is Jishui's battle to establish authority before Takigakure. Apart from the now-destroyed staff, the Seven Tails is their pride. If Jishui can single-handedly subdue the Seven Tails, it will shatter Takigakure's resolve to resist and lead them to submit to our clan." Itachi clenched his fist and replied, "I understand. But I am somewhat concerned for Jishui." Fuyu solemnly stated, "Trust him. I have glimpsed his future through Tian Si Jinshan. He shall surpass even the Sage of Six Paths. Even now, he possesses the capability to vanquish the Seven Tails." Ha ha. Engaging in combat with tailed beasts is indeed a great delight. With a swift motion, Ruashui, in a moment of madness, unleashed a laugh as the left arm of Susanoo broke free from the restraints of the winged tail and grasped it firmly. Simultaneously, the sword of the great sun, ensnared by the seventh tail, began to spin rapidly. The tightly coiled seventh tail, caught in the whirlwind of the spinning blade, was mercilessly shredded, leaving behind a gruesome spectacle. The seven tails let out a pained cry, releasing all of its tails as the six-winged tails flailed violently. At that moment, Ruashui's Susanoo also relinquished its grip on the tail. A light-marked flying thunder god seal was inscribed upon that very tail by Susanoo's hand. The Seven Tails, dragging its bloodied seventh tail, soared hundreds of meters into the air, its eyes, concealed beneath a striped carapace, fixed menacingly upon the verdant hue of the earth. As it opened its gaping maw, a dark, swirling chakra of the tailed beast began to gather, compress, and swell before its bloodthirsty mouth, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression that enveloped the land. The people of Takigakure exclaimed, "What is that?" Sheng Muxiong responded, "The tailed beast ball. The most formidable attack of a tailed beast. It is powerful enough to reduce this area to ruins." The people of Takigakure lamented, "So, are we to simply await our doom here? Sheng Muxiong, there's no escaping this. We can only trust that the enemy possesses the capability to resolve our predicament." In the midst of Susanoo, Ruashui gazed upward, murmuring, "Is that technique about to arrive?" On the periphery of the battlefield, serpentine shadows beguiled. 6 white Zetsu were tightly bound to the ground by the white snake. "How infuriating! Orochimaru, how could you have discovered our presence?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Umph. Having lingered within the Akatsuki for so long, of course, I found a way to sense your kind, and to sever your long-range communication. Indeed, whether it be the large-scale advance of the Uchiha or the ongoing conflicts here, how could they possibly escape the watchful eyes of the white Zetsu? In the chaos of grand battles, one is inevitably compelled to reveal their trump cards." Ruashui was determined to keep the latest intelligence from Akatsuki, especially from Obito. Thus, prior to the battle, he entrusted Orochimaru with a mission. "Orochimaru, I know you possess the ability to sense the white Zetsu. I do not wish for them to spy on this conflict and leak information. Therefore, once the battle commences, those creatures shall be your responsibility." At that moment, Orochimaru inquired with a playful tone, "Shirslan, are you not afraid I might escape amidst the chaos?" Ruashui regarded the flying thunder god seal upon Orochimaru's shoulder, fully aware that this mark alone was insufficient to restrain Orochimaru's freedom. It was time to present some substantial bait. What Orochimaru has pursued throughout his life is naught but the essence of truth. For the sake of truth, Orochimaru could betray everything, and likewise, he could yield to everything. Ruoshui remarked, "You may depart. I shall not hinder you. However, you will miss the material that leads to the truth." Orochimaru, presuming, inquired, "Are you referring to the Sharingan?" Ruoshui smiled gently and replied. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with an overwhelming brilliance as he stood rooted in place. The silhouette of Jishui seemed to take on an air of mystique. "Jishui, you possess an uncanny ability to evoke curiosity." Returning to the present moment, Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the sky, where the tailed beast ball was poised to strike. "Let this all come to an end swiftly. I am eager to uncover the supreme truth concerning that clan." Boom. The tailed beast ball, charged to its utmost potential, was launched forth. Crack. With impending doom looming, Ruoshui formed hand seals within his Susanoo. Fuyue, astonished, exclaimed, "That seal, could it be?" Time-space barrier technique. A surge of black cursed markings emanated from Ruoshui's palms, forming a time-space barrier before the Susanoo. Whoosh. Upon contact with the time-space barrier, the tailed beast ball rapidly collapsed within, vanishing from sight. Crack. A flying kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique rested between Ruoshui's hands. His gaze fixed upon the seven tails Chome. The flying thunder god mark left on you was prepared for this very moment. Flying thunder god, lightning induction. Whoosh. The vanished tailed beast ball, guided by the flying thunder god mark, was redirected to several hundred meters high, striking Chome. With a cataclysmic explosion reverberating through the air, Chome plummeted towards the earth. "My chakra is nearing its limit. It is time to conclude this." Whoosh. As Ruoshui emerged above the seven tails, his gaze aligned, and the brilliance of his Sharingan intensified. Extreme illusion, Sharingan. A piercing cry of profound reluctance escaped the seven tails as its colossal form rapidly diminished, transforming into a petite figure enveloped in crimson-tailed beast attire, none other than the host of the seven tails, Mizuki Kid. With swift motions, flames of 5 colors, metal, wood, fire, water, and earth, ignited at Ruoshui's fingertips. He charged forth, pressing his fingers against Kid's abdomen. "Your tailed beast seal is on the brink of collapse. Allow me to use this sealing technique from the Book of Seals to patch it up." 5-element seal. In an instant, the intricate markings of the seal manifested around the failing seal on Kid's abdomen, fortifying it just before its disintegration. The tailed beast attire tightly conformed to Kid, revealing her darkened skin marred by extensive wounds. Kid, merely a girl of the same age as Naruto, had her tailed beast go out of control, her mind teetering on the edge of despair. The moment she regained consciousness, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, unconscious. The figure of Susanoo extinguished. Ruoshui took a deep breath, turning to face the silent, frozen crowd of Takigakure, and coldly declared, "Will you submit, or shall you perish?" The village leader, Shimiyuki, prostrated himself on the ground. "I, Shimiyuki, pledge to lead the people of Takigakure in allegiance to the Uchiha." Chapter 30. The Light and Shadow Arc. The light of darkness with the battle concluded, Shimiyuki led his people in submission. The first order of business was to assess the casualties. 15 Uchiha had fallen, while 200 from Takigakure perished, with both sides suffering varying degrees of injuries. In the Uchiha clan, only Izumi served as a medical ninja, while Takigakure faced a scarcity of local medical practitioners. Consequently, Kabuto, who accompanied Orochimaru, became the primary force in medical treatment, albeit reluctantly. Under the pressure of Orochimaru, he dedicated himself to tending the wounded. Subsequently, both parties established their presence in Takigakure. From an uninvited guest before the conflict, Ruoshui transformed into the master of this village, while the former village head, Shimushion, was relegated to a subordinate position. A twist of fate that was indeed poignant. Ruoshui toyed with the Celadon teacup, no longer bound by the constraints of etiquette. With a mere utterance, he could dictate the fate of Takigakure, including the life and death of Shimushion. However, Ruoshui was not one to revel in petty triumphs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set the cup down and gazed at the visibly anxious Shimushion, speaking calmly, "Mr. Shimu, it seems we have become acquainted through conflict." Shimushion, trembling, replied, "Not at all. I must express my gratitude to Lord Shirshue for not holding past grievances against us and allowing us a place to reside." Ruoshui's gaze softened as he swirled the teacup. "Village head Shimu, I trust you are not one to cower in the face of death, are you?" Shimushion was taken aback. "Ah, This. Ruo Shui raised the cup and drained its contents, candidly stating, originally, it was your grandson, Shimu Kai, who was to inherit Takigakure. At merely 12 years of age, you fear for his safety, which is why you have chosen to be so submissive, correct? Shimu Xiong offered no reply, but his silence spoke volumes. Go, and fetch Mr. Shimu a more comfortable chair. Once the chair was replaced, Ruo Shui dismissed the others from the room. As the door closed, he and Shimu Xiong faced each other directly. Ruo Shui leaned against the back of the chair, her head slightly tilted backward, her hands gently clasped together. Old Master Shimu, now that there are no outsiders present, you may speak freely without reservation. Shimu Xiong candidly expressed his thoughts. Alas, I have lived for so many years and have encountered countless experiences, long since having cast aside concerns of life and death. In truth, it is not merely my grandson whose life hangs in the balance, but the lives of all the villagers, young and old, are intertwined with my own. Thus, I find myself compelled to bow and scrape before the esteemed Jishui Pavilion. Yet I have not managed to deceive the discerning gaze of its master. Having uttered these words, Shimu Xiong's aged eyes scrutinized Ruo Shui's face, and upon noticing no change in her expression, he felt a slight sense of relief. Do you believe that the people of Takigakure genuinely pledged their allegiance to the Uchiha? This pointed inquiry caused Shimu Xiong to grow tense once more, and he hesitantly replied, My lady. Do you wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Ruo Shui nodded. Speak freely. With his gaze lowered, Shimu Xiong responded, It is half and half. Half are compelled by circumstance to submit, while the other half are ever prepared to sacrifice their lives and loyalty to this land that has nurtured them, the land of waterfalls. Herein lies the patriotism that Itachi once mentioned. Oftentimes, the threat of death proves ineffective, for not all shinobi fear it. In the eyes of many ninja, the interests of their homeland outweigh the value of life itself. Shimu Xiong continued, If Takigakure, under Uchiha leadership, were to make decisions detrimental to the land of waterfalls, those individuals would undoubtedly vow to resist unto death. I wish to inquire, esteemed Jishui, do you wish to settle in Takigakure alongside your kin? Not at all. My decision is as follows. Ruo Shui gently encircled with both thumbs the proposal he had put forth on Jujing Mountain, the one country, two villages plan, and laid it bare before Shimuxiang. After listening, Shimuxiang was drenched in cold sweat, his aged face marked by both astonishment and fear, yet simultaneously filled with awe. This young man dared to challenge the long-standing system of one country, one village that had persisted since the Warring States period, and he presented a viable solution. Having already taken the first step, what remarkable vision and audacity! Ruo Shui stated, I sincerely accept that half who are compelled by circumstance to join me. For one day they shall recognize reality, and it is indeed an honor to follow me. As for the other half, those who are ever ready to lay down their lives for the kingdom of Takigakure, please convey to them, Mr. Shimu, that regardless of where this village may go in the future, should Takigakure face peril, they may come to its aid at any moment. I shall not obstruct them, and may even send people to assist in safeguarding Takigakure. Shimuxiang replied, That is truly splendid. Ruo Shui's gaze darkened. However, Mr. Shimu, it seems you have overlooked another potential group. Shimuxiang inquired, Huh? Ruo Shui leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. In this war, many from Takigakure have lost their lives. Among the deceased, there may be relatives, dear friends, or lovers of the living. They must harbor a deep-seated hatred towards me, towards the Uchiha. Perhaps their sole intention in surrendering is to eliminate me and my kin. He fixed his intense gaze upon Shimuxiang's pale face. Mr. Shimu, can you deny the existence of this group? Shimu Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke. Indeed, what measures shall we take regarding these individuals, Lord Shirzue? Ruo Shui replied, I will compile a list overnight from the registries of all the ninjas and civilians in Tian Village. Shimu Xiong trembled. Does this include civilians as well? Ruo Shui smiled gently. Of course, the seemingly innocuous civilians can be even more perilous. Shimu Xiong questioned, Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Ruo Shui asserted, The hatred of humanity can be quite terrifying, particularly when it lurks beneath the surface, invisible yet palpable. Even I feel a prickling unease. Shimu Xiong retorted, But as a ninja of your caliber, what concern should you have, even if such fears materialize? Ruo Shui acknowledged, Yes, I am strong. Yet I cannot guarantee that I am devoid of vulnerability. I cannot promise to safeguard my kin at all times, I cannot control every variable. Thus, I prefer to extinguish problems in their infancy. Indeed, this is not only a lesson from the world of Hokage, but also a truth in reality. The chronicles of the 24 histories recount countless tragedies of broken walls. I grew up immersed in these stories through Braille. Ruwa Shui continued, "Once the list is compiled, Mr. Shamui, could you assist me with a task?" Shamui Xiong was taken aback, nearly tumbling from his chair. Ruwa Shui produced a ninja blade and a folding fan, presenting them before Shamui Xiong. "I comprehend the dilemma you currently face and understand the anguish and predicament you find yourself in. The interference of the Uchiha has disrupted what was once a harmonious atmosphere. However, I too bear my own burdens. We are two villages aligned on the same front, destined to support one another rather than one party seeking to annex the other. Reflect upon this carefully. Shall we pursue long-term development, or shall we each harbor resentment? Then, make your choice." Shumiyuki's expression was a tapestry of complexity as he gazed upon the ninja blade and the folding fan, caught in a web of indecision. Yet, he recognized that this was the final act of compassion that Shizuka could offer. Thus, in his heart, he had already arrived at a conclusion. He extended his aged hand slowly towards. Chapter 31. The Light and Shadow. The return of Takigakure. Shumiyuki grasped the folding fan, prompting Rosui to reveal a smile that was anticipated. The ninja blade symbolizes the forceful eradication of opposition, while the folding fan signifies the power of persuasion. Though these may appear to be two distinct choices, Shumiyuki had, in essence, made none. If he wished to avoid a massacre, he must wield the esteem he held as the former leader of Takigakure to resolve this crisis, thereby ensuring the Uchiha would not have to look over their shoulders. Before dawn, Shumiyuki summoned those listed, all of whom had recently endured the pain of separation and loss, their faces etched with deep sorrow and resentment. He felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders, coupled with a profound sense of duty. If he failed to persuade them, their fate would be death, akin to him wielding the blade himself. "Shumiyuki, you have all grown under my watch, akin to my own children. I understand your hearts are filled with grievances that seek an outlet. Speak your minds." In the assembly square, an immediate surge of fervent emotions erupted. "This is utterly unjust. We were living a life of tranquility, having never wronged anyone. Yet today the Uchiha launched a massive invasion, slaying so many innocent ninjas. My brother among them. My brother was such a kind and upright individual. He was destined for a bright future, yet now he lies eternally beneath the earth. All thanks to the Uchiha. My beloved has also tragically perished, and our unborn child will grow up devoid of a father. His life was meant to flourish under the love of his parents, but now it seems the very foundation of our world has crumbled. When he matures, how shall I convey to him that the clan governing this village is the very culprit that took his father's life? Village Chief Shirmu, indeed, you have led us into the fold of the Uchiha, but how are we to vent this hatred? The thought of working alongside the Uchiha fills me with dread. I fear I may succumb to the impulse to end their lives from behind. Village Chief Shirmu, please enlighten me. Tell us what we ought to do." Shirmu, kneeling on the ground. "Chief, what are you doing? This is not your fault." Shirmu, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "I must confess to everyone. Prior to the war, the Uchiha came to negotiate, and it was I who failed to gauge the situation, personally extinguishing the path to a peaceful resolution. The anguish of losing our loved ones is not borne by the Uchiha, but by this old fool." The crowd was left speechless. "Chief, why must you bear this burden alone?" Indeed, who could have anticipated the overwhelming strength of those adversaries? Once again, resisting the invaders is a shared aspiration among us all. To surrender without a fight would indeed be a true disgrace. Elder Shimuki, please rise swiftly. The crowd assisted the venerable Shimuki to his feet, his weathered visage marked by the remnants of unshed tears. "Children, may I have a few words?" The assembly nodded and settled down. With profound sincerity, Shimuki began. "You have all grown up in an environment of peace, free from worries. Takigakure has been spared from the ravages of war due to its geographical fortuity, allowing you to bask in the comforts of tranquility, thus forgetting that war, slaughter, and death are the very essence of the ninja world. While you revel in this peace and ease, tragedies akin to today's are perpetually unfolding across the globe. Ninjutsu was devised for the purpose of taking lives. Those who wield it must always be prepared for the possibility of losing their own. Nothing in this world is guaranteed to belong to you, not even your own lives." The crowd pondered deeply, Shimuki's words striking like a clarion call. Therefore, the object of your resentment should not be the Uchiha, but rather our own frailty. Our inability to safeguard the lives of those we cherish is the original sin. It was indeed the arrival of the Uchiha last night that shattered the beautiful illusion we had long indulged in, forcing us to confront reality. An unharmonious voice interjected, "Elder, are you defending the Uchiha? They are the invaders. Can one truly gloss over the act of invasion? Indeed, as you have articulated, they are invaders. However, let us ponder this. If we were to find ourselves in a position akin to that of the Uchiha, refraining from aggression would lead to the loss of our cherished ones and the sanctity of our homeland. Given your formidable powers, akin to those of the Uchiha, what would you choose to do? Would you assert that you would prefer to witness the demise of your dearest kin rather than encroach upon another's territory? When the families, friends, and lovers of those who perish due to your aggression come seeking vengeance, will you still be able to empathize with their plight? Will you kneel in remorse for your transgressions, pleading for their forgiveness? It is weakness that is the original sin. Thus, harbor no hatred towards anyone." The assembly fell into a solemn silence, heads bowed in contemplation. The bereaved Takigakure, clenching his fists, inquired, "Are you suggesting that the desire for vengeance on behalf of one's loved ones is misguided?" Muiyu shook his head and replied, "No. The urge for retribution is a natural emotion. Devoid of such feelings, one cannot truly be human. Yet, the restraint to not act upon that impulse is the essence of a ninja. A ninja is one who endures what others cannot. To bury the sorrow of losing those dear within one's heart, to strive for strength, and to vow never to let such tragedies recur. This is your true path. Reflect upon this, my friends. Am I not correct?" The members of Takigakure were engulfed in sorrow, the sounds of weeping echoing through the air. Muiyu urged, "Weep. Weep for your beloved. Then, in the depths of your sorrow, accept the reality. Embrace the forthcoming duties of a true ninja. You may find it difficult to accept the Uchiha clan at first, but fret not. Time has a way of soothing all wounds. The arrival of the Uchiha will herald a new dawn for this village, which has languished in mediocrity. I hold this belief steadfastly. At this moment, at the entrance of the square, time not only softens all things, but can also overturn everything." The crowd turned their gaze towards Shirse as he approached. "I am aware that, despite having heard the words of Elder Shimoku, many among you would relish the chance to devour me whole, would you not?" His gaze swept across the assembly, and those flickering eyes instinctively averted their gaze. "Ah, the hostility has diminished significantly. It seems that my words have had a soothing effect. Yet a little more persuasion is required." Rushing Water withdrew his gaze. "I am not here to unearth your inner scars, but to convey a profound truth. The ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan, when evolved to its pinnacle, possesses the ability to manipulate the cycles of life and death." Suddenly, every head was raised in astonishment. "If you follow me with sincerity, when the time is ripe, you shall have the opportunity to reunite with your loved ones lost in this conflict." Rushing Water mused, "Naturally, the wielder of this rebirth technique shall not be me, and the revival of those who perished in this battle is merely a secondary consequence." Many even rose from their seats. "Uchiha Shursui, what you say? Is it truly so?" Rushing Water declared with unwavering conviction, "I, Uchiha Shursui, have always been one to speak and act with integrity. However, I shall not squander my ocular power on those unworthy of even being called ninja. The words of Master Shumiu are pearls of wisdom. Ponder them well." Thud, thud, and then a series of prostrations. "Lord Shursui, please allow us to follow you." Shumiyu, feeling a sense of relief, collapsed onto the ground. From a high vantage point, he gazed upon this scene. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and scoffed. "Ha! The manipulation of life and death is nothing but absurdity." Yet Orochimaru's eyes quivered with intensity. "No, it exists. The forbidden techniques of the six paths, reincarnation, is innate. I have seen it in ancient texts. It is indeed the power possessed by the Rinnegan, the pinnacle of Uchiha ocular prowess." "Is it truly the Rinnegan?" "Humph, indeed. Shursui, you possess true substance. How much truth can I glimpse from you? What do you seek from me in return? This is truly intriguing." Orochimaru, "I seek the cells of Hashirama." Chapter 32. The Light and Shadow Hashirama Cells. Orochimaru, "I seek the cells of Hashirama." In the dimly lit chamber, Ruashue succinctly articulated his demand and awaited Orochimaru's response in silence. Orochimaru leaned on one arm his fingers intertwined in his hair, his demeanor surprisingly calm. He had already made some conjectures. During the Warring States period, there had been a brief appearance of another celestial deity among the Uchiha, but regrettably, due to unclear information, the only two who awakened their eyes were bestowed upon inconsequential beings. Otherwise, the history of the ninja world would likely have been rewritten. It has been revealed that only the cells of Senju Hashirama can wield the eyes of the other gods. Otherwise, these divine eyes merely manifest as fleeting illusions. This inevitably provokes contemplation. The Senju and Uchiha clans both stem from the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths, suggesting that perhaps the bestowed genetic mission of the Eye Awakeners is to reunite the scattered bloodlines. Orochimaru's current research has yet to touch upon the true essence of the Sage of Six Paths, yet this does not hinder him from intuitively perceiving the intricacies of truth. With a slight turn of his cheek, Orochimaru gazes intently at Shursui, his voice enigmatic. Desire is ambition. Shursui, what is your ambition? Shursui lowers his gaze to the flickering candlelight. Is this answer truly significant? Orochimaru smiles subtly. It is of utmost importance. If your sole purpose is to perpetuate your divine eyes, treating Hashirama's cells merely as a plug into your body, that would be exceedingly simple. With a transformation akin to Danzo's right arm, I could achieve it tonight. However, this would also signify that your accomplishments with Hashirama's cells would culminate here. Shursui inquires. How so? Orochimaru explains. Hashirama cells impose a formidable backlash on their host, functioning similarly to cancer cells. Thus, a recipient conditioned to receive Hashirama's cells. From the moment of acceptance, their own cells will generate suppressor cells against Hashirama's cells. This elucidates the truth behind the so-called suppression of Hashirama's cells. However, the total quantity of cells in the human body is finite. The coexistence of one's own cells, Hashirama's cells, and the suppressor cells must achieve a delicate balance for one to be a successful recipient of Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, an exceedingly rare few, endowed with remarkable gifts, find that half of their own cells gradually assimilate with the interstitial cells, while the other half transforms into inhibitory cells. The ultimate outcome is the complete disappearance of their own cells, resulting in a ternary balance shifting to a binary equilibrium, with the body comprising half interstitial cells and half inhibitory cells. Indeed, those who acquire interstitial cells through transplantation obtain, at most, the initial Hokage's power, albeit only half of it. This is because inhibitory cells persist permanently, implying that no matter the effort exerted, one cannot transcend the limitation of being confined to half. How intriguing! Through Orochimaru's elucidation, Ruashue comprehended many aspects while also giving rise to new inquiries. Could it be that interstitial cells can be procured through means other than transplantation? Orochimaru replied with a smile. Indeed. Through gene modification technology, one can alter at the genetic level, allowing one's own cells to completely metamorphose into interstitial cells, thereby circumventing the process of inhibitory cell production. However, the risks are exponentially greater than those associated with transplantation. Ruashue gazed intently. Have you conducted similar experiments? Orochimaru's gaze turned reminiscent. I have, vividly recalling the first instance from over a decade ago. I gathered 60 newly born infants and performed interstitial cell transplantation on them. Yet regrettably, only one child survived. Alas, that must be Yamato. Ruashue maintained a composed demeanor. I have indeed heard of this event. That child later survived and was taken under Danzo's wing at Root, bearing the codename Jia. Yet, you mentioned transplantation, did you not? Orochimaru elucidated. What I conducted was a transplantation, yet it inadvertently triggered genetic modification. Perhaps the recipient's status as an infant played a role. Upon learning that the child still lived, I immediately embarked on targeted research to refine this genetic modification technology. Regrettably, however, there have been no successful cases since then. Ruashue interjected. So what you mean to say is, aside from the fortuitous case of Yamato, there has yet to be a single success in this experiment, correct? Moreover, there is another question, one of great significance. Ruashue continued. Yamato. No K, since that child is a successful product of Hashirama's genetic modification. I have heard that his wood-release abilities seem to be quite inferior to those of Senju Hashirama himself. Orochimaru chuckled. Genetic alteration fundamentally relies on cells. The Hashirama cells used on that child are a degraded version, possessing only about 1/5 of the purity of the original cells. The primary reason for his success lies therein. To put it more appropriately, that child is an experimenter of degraded Hashirama cells who, theoretically, can only reach a limit of 20% of the power of the esteemed Hashirama. 20%, you say? Ruashue pondered, having not yet witnessed Yamato himself, nor seen him utilize wood release. The reference point being his dear friend Lin Yu's description of the so-called first Hokage conquering the world with wood release. While Yamato's wood release merely promotes greenery, in truth, it exists, yet Yamato himself was unable to manifest it. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, White Zetsu utilized Yamato as a core, thereby fully unlocking Yamato's potential. At that moment, the wood release power exhibited by Yamato, borrowed by Zetsu, could indeed be likened to a mere 20% of Senju Hashirama's prowess. Orochimaru, the true strength of the Hashirama cells lies in their ability to harness the immense power of sage energy through that body, which possesses the potential to quell chaos in the world. With merely 20% of that child's capacity, he is incapable of shouldering the might of sage techniques, as the threshold is set at 50%. Thus, although the child's theoretical limit is a mere 2/10 of Lord Hashirama's prowess, it is unlikely that he would even attain 1% of the first Hokage's accomplishments. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that this child is a successful genetically modified specimen. The evidence lies in the fact that, compared to other recipients of Hashirama's cells, he resembles a more human entity. The skin of the other recipients exhibits an unnatural pallor, which is decidedly inferior. Shuei's gaze darkened. I understand. He initially intended to progress step by step, adapting to the Hashirama cells, ultimately reaching Hashirama's level of achievement. However, it has become evident that this path is utterly unfeasible, sacrificing future accomplishments for immediate gains. Should he resort to transplantation, utilizing the limited Hashirama cells to wield otherworldly powers and employ imitation wood release techniques? Or should he opt for genetic modification, allowing his body to truly become Senju Hashirama? The risks and rewards are laid bare before him. Theoretically, the risks multiply exponentially, with no successful cases to speak of. Should he fail, the light he has just attained would be extinguished. Yet, if he succeeds, the brilliance he could behold would be unfathomable. Ha ha ha. This is infinitely more exhilarating than betting on Argentina losing to Saudi Arabia in the World Cup. Chapter 33. Light and Shadow Journey of the Heart. What a jest. Though thrilling, if I fail, my life is forfeit. The light I have so painstakingly obtained would dissolve into mere illusion. Indeed, I, Lin Ruashue, harbor ambitions, yet survival is the very foundation upon which such aspirations are built. Orochimaru, regarding the transplantation of Hashirama cells or the matter of genetic modification, I shall provide you with an answer shortly. You have endured a taxing journey. It is best to rest early. Ruashue rose and made his way toward the door. Orochimaru gazed at Ruashue's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that when life hangs in the balance, even Shursui must tread carefully. Nevertheless, I trust you shall offer me a satisfactory response. The aftermath of the battle left Takigakure resembling an infant that had wept, nestled within a shroud woven from the night, peacefully slumbering. Ruashue wandered down the deserted streets, confronting the first arduous choice since his arrival in the world of Naruto. Only Hashirama's cells can perpetuate the brilliance of the otherworldly deity. Yet they are entwined with the paths of transplantation and genetic modification. These two paths diverge, compelling him to choose between them. Opting for transplantation would grant immediate freedom to the otherworldly deity. Yet it would forever preclude him from attaining the formidable power that rivals the ninja god, Hashirama Senju. Even if future means to enhance strength were to arise, what is lost remains irrevocably lost. His potential ceiling would be permanently constrained. In the grand scheme, the path of genetic modification is the true way forward, a truth that Ruashue is acutely aware of. However, for one who has only recently grasped the light, weighing the hard-won illumination against an uncertain future is no simple task. At the very least, Ruashue could not be so decisive. Many protagonists in novels boldly risk near-certain death to obtain certain inheritances, gloriously labeled as courage, as if they are aware that they are the chosen ones, merely going through the motions for the sake of advancement. In Ruashue's view, that is utter nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Those protagonists are no different from individuals in reality who, after losing their bets, climb to rooftops. The former are merely fortunate gamblers, nothing more. The reality is that relinquishing everything one possesses is no trivial matter. Unless absolutely necessary, who would willingly gamble their life and fortune, even if risk and reward are proportionate. What is at stake is not merely disposable wealth, but life itself. It was initially believed that transplantation could resolve everything, yet suddenly there emerged the risk of genetic modification, exponentially greater than before. Ruo Shui, feeling exasperated, kicked a pebble into the waters before the majestic waterfall. The splash echoed, drawing the attention of Itachi, who was lost in thought at the mountaintop, gazing at the moon. Ji Shui. With a swift motion, Ruo Shui leaped from the mountainside, landing beside Itachi. Smiling as he inquired, "Are you troubled?" Itachi replied, "Aren't you as well?" Ruo Shui chuckled and sat beside Itachi. "Come, share your thoughts." Itachi raised his gaze to the moonlit sky, lamenting, "In the past, we often watched the moon together in the woods behind the Uchiha clan. Now the moon remains the same, yet our homeland has transformed into a foreign land." Itachi's gaze slowly fell. "Ji Shui, I wonder, are there truly immutable things in this world?" Ruo Shui momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Itachi pondered aloud, after much contemplation. "I have gradually discerned a profound truth. The only constant in this world is perhaps the very act of change itself." In days gone by, Hashirama and Madara forged a blood pact and established Konoha. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Uchiha clan has become but a distant memory, and the promises of yesteryear have devolved into mere words on parchment. Humans often strive to capture a fleeting fragment amidst the endless tide of transformation, vainly attempting to prolong it indefinitely. Yet they fail to realize that all efforts to extend that moment are inherently part of it, ultimately leaving them ensnared in a web of delusion. At this juncture, Itachi paused, casting a glance at the thoughtful and silent Shursui. Forgive me, Shursui. The multitude of experiences I have recently endured has led me to harbor some rather pessimistic thoughts. At a time when the Uchiha are on the brink of resurgence, my musings may only serve to add to your burdens, no?" Shursui replied, "Not at all. Your insights hold great significance, and I find myself captivated by your words. Is light also transient? No matter how fervently I seek to preserve it, will there not come a day when it fades? Is my yearning for light merely another form of misguided attachment?" This question flickered through Shursui's mind. But then he considered, if attachment itself is an illusion, then clinging to the notion of non-attachment is likewise a form of delusion, is it not? Itachi, in the realm of life's understanding, perhaps you surpass me. Yet I do not aspire to be the supreme sage of the shinobi world. I wish to become the wheel-turning king. Itachi's gaze darkened with concern. "Shursui, you summoned Orochimaru this evening, did you not?" From the cave that returned from the Saya, Itachi had once inquired about the nature of the transaction between Rishue and Orochimaru. At that time, Ruo Shui had only vaguely responded, mentioning it was to sustain the power of the otherworldly deity to protect the Uchiha clan, yet failed to elaborate on how this sustenance would be achieved. Now, this delicate matter was finally brought to light. As Ruo Shui pondered how to respond, Itachi interjected, "Is it for the cells of Hashirama Senju?" Ruo Shui was taken aback. "You know?" Itachi replied, "I have perused the history of our clan during the Warring States period. The kaleidoscope that nurtures the otherworldly deity can only acquire true strength through Hashirama's cells." He then shifted his tone. "However, if a mere transplantation of ordinary Hashirama cells could resolve the issue, Shursui would likely be untroubled, wouldn't he?" A sigh escaped Ruo Shui's lips. "Truly, nothing escapes your perception, Itachi." In that same cave, Itachi had previously raised the question regarding Shursui's contrasting demeanor, but the concept of a transmigrator was simply too unfathomable, even for Itachi, who could not immediately connect the dots, that a soul not belonging to this world resided within Shursui, causing a jarring personality shift after a traumatic plunge into the Nanha River. Perhaps, what he had seen of Shursui in the past was merely a fragment, for human nature is indeed intricate. Ruo Shui never believed he could completely conceal the truth of not being Shursui from Itachi. He could only strive to delay the inevitable revelation. Yet he pondered, should Itachi discover the truth in the future, he could scarcely fathom the implications. Contemplating this layer of complexity, an overwhelming urge to impose the otherworldly deity upon Itachi surged within him. "Itachi, gaze into my eyes." Itachi raised his gaze, unguarded, meeting Ruo Shui's eyes. The sincerity and gentleness in that look stirred something within Ruo Shui's heart. That sincerity and gentleness were indeed directed toward Shursui, weren't they? Yet, for the first time in his life, Ruashue captured such vivid emotion from another's eyes. Even though that emotion was aimed at the already departed Shursue, it evoked a sense of compassion within him. Abandoning thoughts of employing the power of another deity, Ruashue feigned innocence. Itachi, I am facing a dilemma. Orochimaru has presented me with two options, and I wish to discuss this matter with you. He disregarded the sensitive nature of the Hashirama cells and candidly expressed his concerns to Itachi. Itachi found himself at a loss, thinking, shouldn't you explain this to me first? Shursue, please enlighten me on these two options. Consequently, Ruashue meticulously detailed the risks and rewards of transplantation and genetic modification to Itachi. Itachi responded, I see. Ruashue's face reflected turmoil. If I were to acquire the complete power of Hashirama, it could ensure my clan's invincibility in adversity, but the risks are too great. I fear that should anything happen to me, I would leave this mess for you and your father to handle. Moreover, with Takigakure just having allied with us, the hearts of the people remain unstable. If internal and external troubles were to erupt simultaneously, I shudder to contemplate the consequences. Itachi clenched his fists. Indeed, this matter requires careful deliberation. At that moment, a figure leaped onto the waterfall, interrupting their conversation. In a grave demeanor, Chuan handed over a letter. Jishue, this just arrived from Yunin village. Please take a look. Ruashue accepted the letter and examined its contents, which were etched in his memory by Jishue. It appeared that the news of Uchiha's conquest of Longin village had reached Yunin. The Raikage's missive extended an invitation for Uchiha to lead the inhabitants of Longin under the banner of Yunin village. With a cold smirk, Ruashue mused. To reap the benefits while others toil, what a clever scheme. This maneuver not only incorporates Uchiha, but also seizes the 7 tails of Longin, allowing Yunin to possess 3-tailed beasts and instantly ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja villages. It goes without saying, we must refuse. Chuan, his expression stern, remarked. However, the envoy from Yunin explicitly stated that if Uchiha declines their recruitment, Yunin will settle the old debts of the Bloodpool clan from years past. They will amass their forces and uproot Uchiha entirely. Itachi interjected, the Bloodpool clan was a group from centuries ago in the Land of Thunder, existing long before the founding of Yunin village. There are no old grievances to settle. This is merely a pretext for war. Yet, a stark reality loomed. Faced with the formidable military might of Yunin village, the current Uchiha stood no chance of victory. Chuan suggested, perhaps, avoiding conflict could be a viable path. Ruashue countered, avoiding conflict? That would obliterate the prestige we gained from defeating Longin village. Who would sincerely pledge allegiance to Uchiha in the future? My vision for a ninja village would be utterly destroyed. So Yunin opts for this imperialist approach. Does it? In a swift motion, flames erupted from Ruashue's palm, consuming the letter entirely. In the realm of ninjas, only absolute power can command the respect of others. The frail light will inevitably return to darkness one day, and there is no escaping this truth, for it is not a gamble of certainty, but a war of life and death. As Moku Waihaku aptly stated, the life of a ninja does not truly belong to oneself. Thus, what is there to lose? Light is no different. Itachi, I believe I have made my choice. The night is profound. Ruashue, for this, I have returned. Orochimaru, my ambition is to obtain the power that quelled the chaos of the world, akin to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Let us proceed with the genetic modification of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru, then, Shursue, what shall I gain in return? Ruashue, if I perish during the genetic modification, feel free to take my eyes. Orochimaru, agreed. Ruashue, now, tell me the steps for the modification. Orochimaru, first and foremost, we must acquire the purest and most perfect Hashirama cells, of which I currently possess none. Ruashue, where can we find them? Orochimaru proclaimed dramatically, in the Akatsuki's lair, the Outer Path Deva statue. Chapter 34, The Light and Shadow Arc. The conspiracy of light. The Outer Path Deva statue is a monstrous entity controlled by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, utilizing the Rinnegan. At the heart of this statue lies an enigmatic artificial body of Hashirama. This statue is concealed within the underground lair of the Akatsuki. I have only witnessed that lair through Pain's phantasmal body technique. Thus I remain unaware of its true location to this day. However, I can assert that the artificial body nurtured by the golem, aside from lacking consciousness, is indistinguishable in purity from the original Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. It is the most perfect source of Hashirama cells, without exception. Orochimaru's revelations were known to Ruwa Shuei, who, due to an omniscient perspective, possessed a more comprehensive understanding. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara acquired Hashirama's cells by biting off a piece of flesh from his shoulder. After narrowly escaping death through Izanagi, he descended into the underground lair and, by transplanting the Hashirama flesh into his wound, awakened the Rinnegan in his final moments. Subsequently, Madara summoned the Ten Tails vessel, the outer path golem, from the sealing stone known as the Moon, using it as a breeding ground for the Hashirama cells, thus giving rise to an artificial body identical to the original Hashirama. At the very least, Orochimaru's statements confirmed his sincerity. Ruwa Shuei's gaze darkened. So, are we to infiltrate the Akatsuki's lair to seize that artificial body? It seems utterly insane, almost unimaginable. Orochimaru leaned on one hand, contemplating. The difficulty of this endeavor may rival that of confronting the first Hokage himself. Ruwa Shuei gripped the armrests of the chair tightly. A forceful acquisition is absolutely out of the question. We must devise a meticulous plan, considering every detail. Or we would be courting death, nothing but sheer folly. Orochimaru straightened his posture. I share the same sentiment. Ruwa Shuei slowly rose. In any case, we must first ascertain the location of that lair. Bang! The iron door of the secret chamber swung open. Before the entrance of the Takuyan gate, 6 white Zetsu, captured by Orochimaru, were tightly bound by the white serpent. Ruwa Shuei, holding a candle, approached alongside Orochimaru. One of the white Zetsu shouted, Orochimaru, Uchiha Shursui, release us at once. Or I assure you, dreadful consequences will ensue. Ruwa Shuei remained silent, directly walking to the speaker among the white Zetsu. Noticing the ominous gaze of Ruwa Shuei, the white Zetsu immediately faltered, stammering, What do you intend to do? I want to speak, I swear. Despite my appearance, my lips are sealed. Is that so? Ruwa Shuei replied coolly. That fellow,Eu, seems to have a penchant for these white Zetsu, endowed with the humor of Hashirama. Were it not for our opposing stances, I might have spared them or even taken a couple home as pets. Alas, fate is cruel. No worries. Everyone here can attest to your silence. Not a word has escaped your lips. With a flick of his wrist, Ruwa Shuei activated the 3 Tomo, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, the white Zetsu's gaze went blank. Jinjutsu, telepathy. 3 minutes later, Ruwa Shuei stood up, and the white Zetsu, unable to bear the mental strain, had succumbed to death. The remaining 5 white Zetsu trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Ruwa Shuei had acquired the information he sought. In the Land of Fire, the Long Spine Canyon, located 10 kilometers southwest of the Kemizukabashi Bridge, is protected by a barrier that shields it from ninja perception, a phantom realm absent from maps. For a long time, it has served as the lair for Akatsuki's forbidden demonic statues. Upon uttering the incantation to unlock the barrier, I gleaned insights from the depths of this white absolute consciousness. However, the foremost dilemma lies in the countless hidden white absolute sentinels surrounding us, rendering the prospect of approaching the location undetected a mere fantasy. Orochimaru inquired, what of the combat arrangements within the lair? Ruwa Shuei replied, by the time your ability to communicate telepathically was severed, several white absolutes, along with the mastermind behind Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, were present in the lair. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly narrowed in realization. I had long suspected that Pain was not the true leader of Akatsuki. To discover that the orchestrator behind it all is Obito is most unexpected. He cast a meaningful glance at Ruwa Shuei, commenting, yet, you seem rather unfazed, Shursui. After performing for Itachi, Ruwa Shuei found it sufficient to maintain his icy demeanor before Orochimaru. He replied gravely, the eyes of the Uchiha harbor boundless possibilities. Even the most absurd tales can manifest into reality. Orochimaru chuckled thoughtfully, remarking, indeed. But how shall we deal with these individuals? Ruwa Shuei, with a somber gaze, stated, a personal visit to Akatsuki's lair necessitates assistance. This task is unsuitable for Itachi's involvement. There is also a matter that warrants my attention. With that, Ruwa Shuei inscribed a series of intricate symbols upon the ground. Upon witnessing the patterns of the technique, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be? Once the technique was completed, Ruwa Shuei utilized the arm of Susanoo to delicately grasp a white absolute, placing it within the formation. and then retrieved a piece of flesh to set aside. In the eyes of the living sacrifice, the white Zetsu, filled with terror, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" As Ruashue raised his hand to form a seal, he replied, "Just bear with it for a moment. It will soon come to an end." Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. A piercing scream echoed, and as dust swirled around, the form of the white Zetsu transformed into a long-haired Uchiha man. It was none other than Rogue, the leader behind the assault on Konoha's destruction. His dim eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the figure before him. "Shursui, you are still alive?" The destruction plan orchestrated by Rogue was a suggestion implanted by Ruashue using the Sharingan. Ruashue's act of bringing him back through impure world reincarnation signified his acknowledgement of Rogue's strength, rather than his character. Thus, he produced a kunai inscribed with a seal and swiftly positioned himself behind Rogue. "At the appropriate moment, I shall restore your personality, but for now, I require your unwavering obedience to my commands." With a series of hissing sounds, the sealed kunai was driven into Rogue's mind, and amidst a wave of heated smoke, his eyes transformed into lifeless pools. Ruashue glanced at the four feigning death white Zetsu and remarked, "As for these four, we shall retain them for now as potential candidates for future impure world reincarnation." Orochimaru interjected, "It would be prudent to summon one more individual." Ruashue inquired, "Are you referring to that bespectacled fellow?" Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Do not underestimate Kabuto. Despite his appearance, he is exceptionally capable. His sharp intellect and remarkable medical ninjutsu will undoubtedly prove useful." Ruashue frowned slightly. He harbors a disdain for Kabuto, not due to the malevolence he embodies or the misdeeds he has committed, but rather because this cunning and insidious individual does not possess the same fervent obsession with truth as Orochimaru, who would have the world bend its will to the pursuit of that ideal, embodying the charming yet formidable archetype of a villain. Kabuto is indeed a master of intrigue, a lost soul in the throes of self-discovery, existing in a state of paranoia. Should circumstances permit, Ruashue would seek to eliminate him to avoid nurturing a future threat. However, for the moment, it is prudent to prioritize the greater good. Ruashue cast his gaze towards the shadowy recess at the corridor's end. "Come forth, you little rodent who delights in lurking in the darkness." After a full 10 seconds, a youthful figure emerged from the shadows, bearing an innocuous visage. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a disconcerting glare. With a sinister smile creeping across his lips, he spoke in a tone that sent shivers down the spine. "I, the humble Kabuto, have been awaiting your summons, Lord Shimizu." Chapter 35. The Play of Light and Shadow, the Stirring of Darkness as Dawn Broke. The strategy meeting was convened. Ruashue, accompanied by Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the reanimated Zetsu, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at a concealed cave in the southern valley of the Land of Fire. This cave, expertly hidden, bore the temporal and spatial markers Ruashue had inscribed upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, serving as a transit point within the Land of Fire. This location is conveniently situated less than 20 kilometers from Konohagakure. The Akatsuki's placement of the outer path golem in the Dragon Spine Valley lies within the borders of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the border with the Land of Earth, and is a mere 200 li from the southern valley, a distance that a ninja could traverse before nightfall. During the strategic conference last night, Ruashue, Orochimaru, and Kabuto reached a consensus. It is an impossible task to evade all the white Zetsu's hidden sentinels. Thus, they decided to deliberately expose themselves to the adversary's sight. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and, under the attentive gazes of Ruashue and Orochimaru, proclaimed with great fervor, "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Shursui, I possess the experience of a multifaceted spy, traversing various nations. Why not allow me to expose ourselves reasonably?" Ruashue inquired, "What constitutes a reasonable exposure?" Kabuto responded, "The news of the Uchiha's conquest of the Takigakure has already spread throughout the ninja world. Coincidentally, the white Zetsu's sentinels near Takigakure have lost contact. Could this be mere happenstance? The enemy's leadership, with a hint of intellect, would easily deduce that we are behind this maneuver. The white Zetsu falling into the capable hands of the illustrious Uchiha Shursui signifies that intelligence regarding the enemy's headquarters has been compromised. Obito, surely he is not oblivious to this matter, is he?" Ruashue, of course, had considered this aspect as well, yet Kabuto's keen insight sent a shiver down his spine. Kabuto adjusted his glasses once more and continued, Therefore, I shall personally approach Obito, expressing my intent to defect to create confusion. As for the rationale, I have already devised it, Lord Shursui. Through Lord Orochimaru, acquired the cells of Hashirama. Subsequently, you employed the Kodoame Tsukumi on Lord Orochimaru, and fearing that I too might fall under your control, I chose to escape, hoping to provide pertinent information in exchange for the protection of the Akatsuki. Ruwa Shuei's gaze was heavy with contemplation. Negotiation, as it stands, relies on an equilibrium of power. What significance do you hold? Why should Obito heed your words? He might very well consider using the otherworldly powers to manipulate you as well. It would be far simpler to seize you, interrogate you, or even employ the Sharingan to hypnotize you, extracting every secret you harbor. At that moment, our plans would be laid bare. Yao Shirdo, with an enigmatic smile, responded, "First and foremost, Lord Jishui, allow me to express my utmost respect for your meticulous considerations. Furthermore, I urge you to trust in my adaptability as a multifaceted spy. I possess means to ensure that Obito would think twice before using his Sharingan against me." Ruwa Shui regarded Do with a cold stare. "What assurance do I have that you will not betray me on the spot?" At this juncture, Orochimaru interjected. "I can guarantee this. The child's loyalty to me is unwavering. As long as I do not betray you, Ruwa Shui, Do will remain steadfast in his allegiance." Do smiled. "Indeed, that is the case. Please, Lord Jishui, take note." After a moment of contemplation, Ruwa Shui inquired, "What leads you to believe that Obito would hesitate to employ his Sharingan against you? Share your reasoning, and I shall determine its viability." Yao Shirdo adjusted his glasses and replied slowly. After a prolonged silence, Ruwa Shui nodded in understanding. Yao Shirdo continued, "At that time, Uchiha Obito will be diverted, and then, our pieces shall be put into play." With that, Do cast his gaze toward the dazed figure of Lang standing behind Ruwa Shui. The reincarnated beings of impure earth possess undying bodies, with the sole method of restraint being sealing. When marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, they become indestructible mobile targets. After being drawn away, Obito charged recklessly towards Akatsuki's underground lair. Even if White Zetsu, who lacked proficiency in sealing techniques, detected him, there would be nothing to be done. What followed was a battle of wits between Lord Shursui and Obito. Rueisue remarked, "Orochimaru, this individual must not be allowed to roam freely. Once I acquire Hashirama's power, I shall employ Kodoame Tsukumi against him." At that moment, Rueisue seemed to sense something, glancing at the ceiling before lowering his gaze. "Orochimaru, your plan is meticulously crafted, yet plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. To adapt swiftly, you must bear my Flying Thunder God mark." Orochimaru adjusted his glasses with a subtle smile and replied, "Certainly. However, regardless of how the plan may evolve, there are 3 blind spots advantageous to us in relation to our adversaries. First, the fact that Lord Shursui excels in the Flying Thunder God technique has successfully eluded Akatsuki's notice. Second, they remain unaware of the existence of Hashirama cell genetic modification technology, making it difficult for them to fathom that our true objective is the Outer Path's golems, the artificial bodies of Senju Hashirama. Lastly, they cannot possibly conceive that we would dare to infiltrate their lair and undertake such audacious actions." After meticulously scrutinizing the details, they ultimately agreed upon the operational plan. Upon exiting the conference room, Rueisue sought the elusive shadows of the night sky, deep in thought, as he clenched his fist. Itachi has indeed just visited, and it is likely that he is aware of our plans this time. Perhaps we can use this matter to gauge Itachi's thoughts and determine how we shall interact in the future. So, Itachi, what will you do? Let me see. In the cave of the Southern Valley, Ruwa inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon the shoulders of Lang and Do. Thus, let us proceed according to plan. Before departing, Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Do, saying, "Do, I recognize that you are a child with your own ideas. But Shursui is a crucial keystone in my pursuit of truth. I hope you will refrain from harboring any misguided intentions. Do you understand?" Yao Shirdo replied, "Lord Orochimaru, please rest assured. It is you who have bestowed upon me the meaning of existence and a place to belong. Even in the pursuit of your ambitions, I am aware of what should not be done." Orochimaru responded, "Go, Do. Exercise caution in all matters. You are equally precious to me." After a deep bow, Yao Shirdo turned and ran into the winds of dawn. The distance from the Southern Valley to Longji Gorge is 200 kilometers, and Sundo's movements were discovered by the lurking white Zetsu along the way. Before the outer path golem, Obito was lost in thought. Suddenly, white Zetsu emerged from the wall. Obito, I have spotted that bespectacled fellow meeting secretly with Orochimaru at Saiha Plain. Obito replied, Yashirdo? He should be with Orochimaru in Takigakure. His sudden appearance in the Land of Fire suggests that something has transpired. Continue to monitor. 3 hours later, white Zetsu reappeared. He is heading towards our lair. With a fleeting glimpse of profound depth, Obito mused, oh, let us observe further. 10 minutes later, white Zetsu reappeared. His voice laced with astonishment. That brat has used a code to unlock the void barrier. He is almost at the cave entrance. Obito rose leisurely. Are you intending to eliminate him? White Zetsu inquired. It is highly probable that Shursui has obtained the Hashirama cells, and at this critical juncture, Kabuto has discovered our lair. Sent by Shursui to probe our defenses. With a determined stride, Obito approached, resting his hand on the heel of the outer path statue. The worst-case scenario merely involved illusions cast upon white Zetsu, revealing the Akatsuki's core secrets and heading towards the outer path statue. Though I do not believe Shursui would be audacious enough to venture this far, the moon's eye plan permits no errors. After all, it is but a trivial task. With a swift motion, Obito unleashed the swirling power of his right eye, enveloping the entire statue in a vortex that drew in all around it. As the vortex constricted, he nonchalantly turned his neck, casting a chilling glance behind him, and walked towards the cave's entrance. Let us go meet that little mouse. Chapter 36. The interplay of light and shadow beneath the cold moonlight. Obito encountered Kabuto at the entrance of a lair resembling the skeletal remains of an ancient beast. Kabuto systematically conveyed his reasons for being there. Thus it is, Lord Orochimaru has completely become a puppet of Uchiha Shursui. I must seek a new path. Obito's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, coldly scrutinized Kabuto's seemingly innocuous visage. Your words resonate with reason. However, I find it difficult to place my trust in you. Thus, allow me to employ the Sharingan to ascertain the veracity of your claims. With that, Obito advanced. Stop. Kabuto interjected hastily. You must not use the Sharingan's illusion on me. Obito inquired, oh, why is that? I am eager to hear your explanation. Kabuto replied. My mind has been afflicted with a cursed seal. Should I fall victim to an illusion, the seal would activate instantaneously, leading to my demise. While my death is inconsequential, the invaluable intelligence I possess would remain beyond your grasp. Obito scrutinized him closely. I have never heard of such a cursed seal. Kabuto explained. It is the work of Danzo. To prevent members of Root from leaking information, he imposes the cursed seal of tongue eradication upon their tongues. The cursed seal of heart eradication embedded in my mind is an enhanced version of that seal. Given my extensive knowledge of Konoha's secrets, Danzo has been compelled to take special precautions with me. Obito queried, isn't Orochimaru aware of this matter? Kabuto confirmed, he is. But that cursed seal is exceedingly powerful, and even Lord Orochimaru cannot dispel it at present. However, a method for its removal has been discovered. Yet he has fallen victim to Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami. Obito's gaze narrowed. Speak, and I shall ensure that the Akatsuki provides you with protection in return for your information. Kabuto then dropped a bombshell. Uchiha Shursui, upon acquiring Hashirama cells, immediately shifted his focus towards the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. He has even identified a suitable replacement for his eye. Obito's eyes narrowed further. Who? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and astoundingly revealed, Uchiha Kagami. The pupil of Obito contracted sharply. During the First Great Ninja War, a prodigy from the Uchiha clan emerged, a direct disciple of the second Hokage, a contemporary of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo, the inheritor of the Will of Fire, who was also the grandfather of Uchiha Shursui. Obito mused to himself. The transplantation of the Mangekyou Sharingan can occur within 3 generations of a family. What Kabuto stated may not be mere fabrications. He urged further explanation. Kabuto spoke methodically. Kagami perished during the Second Great Ninja War. When his body was discovered, he had already lost both eyes. The fate of Kagami's eyes has remained an unresolved mystery. Rumors suggest that he destroyed his own eyes to prevent them from falling into enemy hands before his demise, while others claim that his eyes were acquired by a rogue ninja from a certain nation and ended up in the underground black market. Over the years, Danzo has tirelessly searched for the whereabouts of Kagami's eyes, yet to no avail. Obito fixed his gaze intently on Kabuto. Are you implying that Shui has discovered the whereabouts of those eyes? Kabuto replied, indeed. He has found them and is about to engage in a transaction with the black market members in possession of Kagami's eyes. In a flash, Obito lunged forward, lifting Kabuto off the ground. Speak. Where is the transaction taking place? Kabuto retorted, if I divulged that information, I would no longer be of use to you. You could simply dispose of me. Obito coldly responded, if you refuse to speak, you shall die immediately. I will have someone investigate it themselves. Seeing that Obito was genuinely serious, Kabuto sighed. Well, first, allow me to ramble for a moment. The water-stopping technique has revealed many truths, including the visage concealed beneath your mask. Obito. Kabuto, it seems you prefer to refer to yourself as Madara, am I correct? It is understandable, given that Madara's identity provides considerable advantages in ensuring the execution of your plans. You see, in order to conduct espionage, I command an extensive intelligence network. Although it pales in comparison to your white Zetsu army, it suffices for my purposes. Obito, what are you implying? Kabuto, what I mean to convey is that if I fail to communicate with my subordinates within a single day, the true identity you conceal behind that mask will spread throughout much of the ninja world via my intelligence network. Losing the Madara moniker would surely pose a dilemma for you, would it not? Obito, are you threatening me? Kabuto, I would never dare. I merely seek to survive. After all, what terror does the Divine Eyes Jutsu hold? If ensnared, my body and soul would no longer belong to me, a fate more despairing than death itself. Thus, I prefer to stand before you in search of a glimmer of hope. Indeed, if Kabuto were to divulge information unguardedly, Obito would undoubtedly grow suspicious, rendering any subsequent actions mere empty words. Obito gradually lowered Kabuto. Well, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. You may rest assured. I would never jeopardize my overarching plans for your life. However, I must forewarn you, should you dare to deceive me, I assure you that your fate will be infinitely more tragic than death itself. Yao Shidu adjusted his glasses and replied, of course. I am self-aware. Aside from a reasonably capable intellect and the rather trivial medical ninjutsu, I possess nothing of value. Obito responded, it is good that you understand. Now speak. Yao Shidu continued. The location of our transaction is a secret base of the Uchiha clan, situated to the east of the Land of Fire. Obito inquired, the Heavenly Cloud Fire Shrine? That base has been abandoned for quite some time, and thus, it falls outside the reconnaissance range of White Zetsu. However, I had previously marked it with the power of Kimura long ago. Yao Shidu stated, when I set off, Shui had already begun his journey. If you do not depart soon, you may find it too late. Under normal circumstances, Obito would have harbored numerous concerns. However, having acquired the Hashirama cells, Shui was now on the verge of obtaining the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, he remained cautious. If Shui did not appear at the Fire Cloud Mountain Shrine, I will immediately eliminate Yao Shidu and return here. Rustling sounds emerged as White Zetsu appeared behind him. Shall we scout the situation first? Obito replied, no need. Your movements are too slow. I shall return shortly. With that, Obito placed his hand on Yao Shidu's shoulder, and together they were enveloped by the swirling vortex emitted from his right eye. After Obito and Yao Shidu departed, a figure paused outside the Dragon Spine Canyon. It was none other than the reanimated wave, manipulating the waves from afar and performing hand seals. The ethereal barrier guarding the Dragon Ridge Canyon has been breached. How can there still be intruders? The White Zetsu immediately sensed the anomaly. Is that not Uchiha Raiga, the one who perished before the gates of Konoha? Just as Obito departed, this individual appeared. Surely, it is a ruse. Clone, hasten to the Fire Cloud Mountain Shrine and inform Obito. Raiga, with an expressionless visage, infiltrated the barrier, racing towards the entrance of the underground lair. The White Zetsu emerged from the earth like mushrooms after a rain, rushing towards Raiga. Block that individual. In the Land of Fire, at the Fire Cloud Mountain Shrine. Once the battleground for Itachi and Sasuke, Obito and Kabuto arrived as the sky thickened with ominous clouds. Two figures stood at the foot of the shrine, engaged in a face-to-face dialogue. One of them was Shui, and the identity of the other was not difficult to deduce. Orochimaru, the art of concealment. Employing human skin as a medium for disguise, a skill so refined that even the Sharingan could not perceive it. Indeed, as Raiga serves as a moving target for the Flying Thunder God technique, he requires time to breach the defenses. During this interval, who will seize the opportunity? Naturally, It must be Risui himself. Risui must personally arrive to stall Obito. Kabuto remarked, Shursui has arrived. It seems his transaction partner has yet to arrive. Obito's gaze darkened. The last time, at the entrance of the Konoha Shinobi Council, he unraveled my penetration ability. This time, equipped with Hashirama's cells. The now permanent use of Kotoeme Tsukumi has become a significant obstacle to my Moon Eye plan, even plotting for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He cannot be allowed to remain. Crack. To everyone's astonishment, Obito extended his hand and removed his mask. His right cheek, marked by numerous creases, revealed a radiant kaleidoscope of the three-tomo Sharingan. While his left eye was a three-tomo Sharingan as well. Although he had not amassed a plethora of Sharingan like during the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Madara, before his demise, bequeathed to him a left eye, a substitute that had been sought after Madara transplanted his Rinnegan to Nagato. Following Madara's death, this left eye naturally became Obito's contingency. Here, he would decisively eliminate Shursui, eradicating any future threats. With a flash, that left eye ignited with a crimson glow, activating a certain ocular technique, Izanagi. Chapter 37. The Light and Shadow. The Water Serpent Alliance. In an instant, cloaked by the protection of Izanagi, Obito emerged from Kimui, launching a surprise attack on Shursui. Though he had gained clarity, Kakashi's acute hearing remained unparalleled. Sensing danger from behind, he instantly lowered his head. With a swift motion, Kakashi evaded the descending kunai, yet Orochimaru, who was entangled in a deceptive transaction with him, was not so fortunate, finding himself severed in two, his upper body and legs remaining motionless in place. Kakashi formed hand seals and turned around, fire-style, fireball jutsu. The flames roared behind him, yet Obito's figure seamlessly traversed through the inferno, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Does he not fear even my Kotoeme Tsukumi? It seems that, as we had deliberated last night, upon encountering me, he indeed activated Izanagi with his concealed left eye. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi retreated, retreating yet again, while Obito closed in, ever closer, his gaze piercing as he relentlessly approached Kakashi's form. With the penetration of divine might and the invocation of Izanagi, shall I directly confront you? To conclude this battle? Such resolute intent to kill. It appears that D has indeed driven him to desperation, and since the truth will soon be unveiled, let us see him waver. Ruashue exclaimed, Orochimaru. What are you waiting for? In an instant, Obito caught a glimpse over his shoulder, only to behold a shocking sight. The black market merchant, cleaved in two by a blade, was astonishingly reconnected by the emerging heads of snakes between the standing and fallen halves of his body. The dislocated upper limbs, with a graceful twist of the waist, immediately returned to their original position, the long arms dangling down as the illusionary art was dispelled, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? Upon seeing Orochimaru, Obito's heart skipped a beat as he instantly realized that the mirror eyes were merely a fabrication, a clever ruse orchestrated by D, and that the so-called transaction was nothing but a duet performed by Shursui and Orochimaru. From the very beginning, this was an elaborate deception. Obito's advance faltered as he hesitated, searching for the peak of the fiery cloud mountain overhead, yet there was no trace of D to be found. Obito then came to a realization. Ah, so that is it. This is your ploy to draw the tiger from its den. You have meticulously led me here. And indeed, your aim is the outer path golem, is it not? However, prior to activating Izanagi, Obito had confirmed one thing. Ruashue present here is the original body, not a mere clone. Thus, Obito decided to play along with the scheme. Well, no matter what Uchiha Shursui intends to achieve, Izanagi has already been activated. It is time to seize this opportunity to eradicate you completely. With both hands forming intricate seals, Tobi's long hair danced in the wind, while his right eye emanated a tremendous swirling aura. He unleashed a torrent of flames, seamlessly merging into a spiraling inferno that surged menacingly towards Ruashue. Fire release, storm dance. Ruashue marveled at the exquisite synergy between the god of thunder and the fire technique. This was indeed the storm dance that had captivated Ayu. Simply witnessing this spectacle made the journey worthwhile. Amidst his awe, his sealing movements remained unyielding. Confronted with fire, he recognized the futility of direct confrontation and adhered to the elemental principle of mutual restraint, employing the water techniques that Shursui had mastered in life. Water release, twin dragon dance. With a roaring sound, Two water dragons erupted from either side of Ruoshui, intertwining and tracing a magnificent arc through the air. They collided fiercely with the storm dance, erupting into a chaotic mist of steam. Whoosh! Toby transitioned from the god of thunder to the mid-air, launching black spires from his sleeves to envelop Shuzue's position. Clang, clang, clang. Ruoshui brandished his ninja blade, deflecting the spires. Just as he prepared to counterattack, whoosh! Toby circled behind from the swirling vortex, his palm reaching out with forceful intent. Ruoshui realized he was relying on Izanagi, recklessly closing in with the god of thunder, attempting to violently draw him in. Itachi had once said that every technique possesses its weaknesses, and Izanagi was no exception. In the briefest of moments, even fatal injuries could be transformed into dreams. But what constitutes this brief moment? His mind flashed back to the scene where Shizue had lost his right eye to Danzo, who had wielded Izanagi. It took 0.3 seconds for Izanagi to shift from impact to dream. There was still time. Crackle. As Ruoshui's left palm crackled with lightning, he swiftly turned to strike at Obito. The moment Raikiri made contact, he required a mere 0.3 seconds to transform the pain of injury into a dreamscape, providing ample time for both him and Obito to distance themselves once more. However, in an unforeseen twist, Ruoshui's hand, enveloped in the lightning, inexplicably passed through Obito. A feint. Ruoshui's pupils dilated in shock. Obito, with a somber gaze, remarked, "Did you truly believe I would fall in the same place twice?" In a flash, their figures intertwined, and Obito suddenly pivoted, lunging once more at Ruoshui. The follow-up was too forceful. He could not rein it in. Yet, Ruoshui's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. Phantom, instant body technique. With a series of swift motions, several illusions manifested, piercing through Obito's form with ninja blades. Consequently, Obito's figure was momentarily frozen, only to dissolve into a dreamscape after 0.3 seconds. Ruoshui hastily retreated beside the mountainside, vigilant against the rebirth of Obito from Izanagi. After transforming unfavorable circumstances into a dream, Izanagi would turn favorable factors into reality, placing the caster in a beneficial offensive position. But where could that possibly be? A chilling thought struck Ruoshui. A sinister hand silently emerged from the mountainside behind him. Realization dawned too late. Disaster loomed. Kusunagi's sword, blade of the void. With a swift flash, the gleaming blade embedded itself into the mountainside behind Ruoshui, thwarting Obito's stealthy assault. Seizing the moment, Ruoshui activated the instant body technique, appearing beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru, with an intelligent smile, advised, "Shizue, always be wary of what lies behind you." The figure of Obito emerged from the mountains, disregarding the Kusanagi sword, and coldly approached. "Orochimaru, you have thwarted my plans. You shall perish here alongside me." "Umph." Orochimaru responded with an ambiguous smile. As water flowed through his thoughts, he contemplated. Obito's Izanagi could withstand the explosive force of 600 billion explosive tags unleashed by Conan. Conservatively estimating, he still had 10 minutes left. The battle had lasted a mere minute. Did he truly possess 9 minutes of absolute invincibility remaining? With a grave tone, he addressed Orochimaru. "He has activated Izanagi. We must face this together." Orochimaru chuckled. "I am more than willing to assist." Suddenly, Orochimaru, with an enchanting grace, crouched low to the ground, opening his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of countless black snakes from the depths of his abyssal throat. As they surged forth, they emitted a cacophony of sounds. And from their mouths, the Kusanagi sword was expelled. Snakes piled upon snakes, swords stacked upon swords, creating a vast ocean of black serpents and white blades. Overwhelming in its ferocity, the serpent's thousand formation. Obito, with a cold gaze fixed ahead, remarked, "You've discerned my use of Izanagi and intend to engage me in a war of attrition? How underestimated I have been." In a swift motion, he activated Kimui, drawing in the surroundings, and in the air, his right eye glimmered with a cruel brilliance as he unleashed countless sharp wooden spikes from his sleeves. Raining down upon the battlefield, would release, cutting technique. The spikes pierced through the mass of snakes, instantly blossoming with hellish barbs. Although the serpent's thousand formation was grand, it could not rival the brutality of the cutting technique. After obliterating the serpentine horde, Obito seized the opportunity to pursue, sending a multitude of wooden spikes towards the water serpents trailing behind. The potency of the art of grafting lies not within the wood itself, but rather in the ferocious thorns that proliferate upon penetration, capable of utterly annihilating fragile innards. However, the lethal potential that manifests only after penetration signifies that the uninserted grafting wood is merely a piece of timber with slightly enhanced piercing power. As for Ruoshui and Orochimaru, they shun it with utmost dread. When evasion proves impossible, Ruoshui immediately unfurls the skeletal framework of Susanoo, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds. The grafting wood is instantaneously repelled. Susanoo, albeit not in its complete form as exhibited by Obito, ultimately lacks formidable efficacy. With a swift motion, Obito utilizes Kamui to transport himself above Susanoo, the whirlpool in his right eye intensifying rather than dissipating. Kamui, Wind Demon Chaos. The Wind Demon serves as an emblem for the Wind Demon Shuriken, the quintessential weapon of ninjas, renowned for its immense destructive capability. Within the spatial realm of Obito's Kamui lies a vast arsenal of Wind Demon Shurikens. When unleashed, they can generate a force comparable to an army of thousands. It is a common misconception that shurikens cannot breach Susanoo. The efficacy hinges on the wielder and their method of application. As the Kamui whirlpool ignites, an endless barrage of Wind Demon Shurikens, imbued with formidable rotational force, descends like blade missiles upon the skeletal structure of Susanoo, which immediately succumbs to the overwhelming burden, revealing fissures, such as the nature of the absurd. Ruoshui escalates Susanoo to its second form, the ribcage expanding, as the crimson Magatama known as Susan illuminates, countering the chaotic onslaught with an unfathomable barrage of arrows. Susanoo, 99. Boom, 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 boom. Two chaotic curtains collided and intertwined in midair, ultimately yielding to the supremacy of the artifact of Susanoo. As arrows drew near, Obito adapted with divine agility. The swirling power of the Kamui reversed its course, transforming release into absorption. The arrows unleashed by Susanoo were relentlessly drawn into the spatial vortex of Kamui. Observing this, Ruoshui immediately ceased the release of arrows. However, Obito would not relent. Taste this. Whoosh. The reversal shifted back to its original direction. The absorbed arrows were released en masse, striking fiercely upon Susanoo, which was pushed to the brink of collapse. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Obito summoned a colossal trunk from his arm and swept downward with great force. Boom. Susanoo shattered. Ruoshui and Orochimaru simultaneously leapt away. With a flick of his sleeve, Obito's wooden stakes from the wood release technique surged forth like a torrential rain, pursuing Ruoshui relentlessly. Ruoshui's eyes sparkled as he unleashed the body flicker technique to its utmost limit, creating 60 solid phantoms that dispersed around him, brandishing their ninja blades to launch a ferocious assault against Obito. Summoning technique, Giant Serpent. Coincidentally, Orochimaru bit his fingertip, expertly forming seals. With the summoning formation manifesting across the cliffs and mountain paths, a dozen colossal serpents emerged from the white mist, hissing wildly and swaying their massive forms, joining Ruoshui's shadow clones in an all-out siege against Obito. At this stage of battle, both sides harbored a singular intent: to annihilate the other. Shadows darted, and the great serpents crashed ashore. Obito's gaze turned icy. I can see you are thoroughly prepared to kill me, but I am Ashura risen from the depths of hell. Boom! The colossal tree sprouting from his right arm grew wildly, wreaking havoc in all directions. Wood release, chaos of hell. That was a technique he once used to eliminate dozens of members of the mist-hidden Sambu, showcasing the violent aesthetics of wood release to its fullest extent. In terms of power, it may not rival the advanced wood release wielded by Hashirama Senju, but in terms of bloodshed, there is none to surpass it. The colossal tree surged wildly, entwining the phantom of Ruoshui, who approached with a blade in hand. The writhing serpents were all ensnared by the great wood, and as they were crushed, the phantoms dissipated, the serpents were shattered, and their flesh and entrails fell like raindrops along the bark's intricate patterns, transforming into a crimson drizzle outside the Fire Cloud Mountain Shrine. Crack! Ha ha ha! The tree that supported Obito's right arm splintered, and he gasped for breath. In the state of Izanagi, continuously employing large-scale destructive ninjutsu, even with the cells of Hashirama, the burden was indeed immense. Ha ha ha! Ruoshui was similarly affected. In the brief 8 minutes of confrontation with Obito, His exhaustion surpassed that of the battle in front of Takigakure. Ruashue's labored breathing caught Obito's attention. I have activated his Anaji and continuously utilized Kimui and would release. That is a different matter altogether. You merely employed the body flicker technique in a fleeting Susanoo, yet you feel fatigued. Could it be that you have not truly transplanted Hashirama's cells? Upon being exposed, Ruashue maintained his calm demeanor. What of it if I have transplanted them, or if I have not? Obito, the difference is significant. I have been on guard, anticipating that you might suddenly unleash troublesome would release. So, what do I need to be cautious of now? Orochimaru quietly inquired. Has the Edo Tensei not yet reached the golem? Indeed, the consumption of Ruashue can be attributed to another reason. During the fierce battle, he synchronized from a distance with the waves of impure world reincarnation. Had it been a static or close-range encounter, it would have been negligible. In this synchronization, the waves, utilizing the body of impure earth, broke through the encirclement of white absolute, rushing towards the depths of the underground lair. Heading for the location of the outer path's golem, as recalled by white absolute. Ruashue murmured, "It won't be long now." Orochimaru consciously drew closer to Ruashue. On the waves, a mark of flying thunder god was inscribed upon him. Upon reaching the golem, Ruashue would immediately employ the flying thunder god technique to seize the Hashirama clone atop the golem. This was a competition of speed against Obito. Zing. Obito activated the left eye of Izanagi, momentarily closing it again. Izanagi could likely sustain for another 2 minutes. Whoosh. Within the vortex of Kamui, Obito launched a powerful assault. Boom. Ruashue's Susanu's skeletal form stood resolute once more. Tap, 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 tap. Hundreds of miles away, the waves darted through the corridor. They were on the verge of arrival. Obito disregarded Susanoo, penetrating its defenses, reaching out his hand toward Ruashue. Whoosh. As he traversed the corridor, the lotus platform of the outer path's golem stood utterly vacant. Witnessing this scene, Ruashue's mind erupted. Could it be that he has relocated the golem? That was the worst-case scenario. Even during last night's discussions, various contingencies were devised for possible unforeseen events. However, the possibility of the golem being transferred by Obito nearly undermined the very essence of this operation, rendering the pre-battle arrangements almost entirely meaningless. Whoosh. Obito's hand was already extended before him. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. In the blink of an eye, Ruashue executed a startling maneuver. With a forceful shove, he pushed Orochimaru aside, allowing Obito's hand to rest upon his shoulder. This self-sacrificial act momentarily caused Obito to hesitate. However, once they entered the space-time dimension, he realized he had no control over the situation. In an instant, Obito unleashed the full power of his right eye, forcibly drawing Ruashue into its depths. With a decisive snap, the vortex constricted, and Obito twisted his neck, a smile of relief gracing his lips. The causal thread has been severed. Within the space-time dimension, before the outer path statue, Ruashue felt an immense sense of fortune. The grotesque, yet formidable aura unmistakably belonged to the outer path statue. It seemed his gamble had paid off. If the statue had been summoned into this dimension by Nagato, despair would have truly engulfed him. Ruashue was not without strategy in being drawn into this space-time. While it was true that he could not sense the external flying thunder god markings within this dimension, the moment Obito's power activated, a fleeting connection to the outside world was established, allowing him to perceive the flying thunder god markings. At that juncture, he could safely escape using the technique. His gaze fell upon the protruding white figure on the statue's chest, bearing a resemblance to the Hokage rock on the left side of Konoha. This was the artificial body of Senju Hashirama, cultivated by Madara. Clenching his ninja blade, Ruashue resolved to sever that entity from the statue. During this critical period, Obito must not return to the space-time dimension, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Please, Orochimaru, just for 1 minute, buy me the time I need. Orochimaru's gaze was shrouded in darkness. This scene was not part of the plan. The flying thunder god technique's mark lacked the ability for interdimensional sensing. In other words, if Obito did not actively release it, Shursui did not possess the ability to traverse time and space. His final act of kicking me away was likely a strategic maneuver aimed at countering the unique properties of the Kamui ocular technique. A calculated collaboration, perhaps? Ultimately, this was exceedingly perilous. Could it be that some unforeseen event had transpired on the Golem's side, prompting Shursui to take such a risk? Obito's eyes bore a profound intensity as he regarded me. To cast you aside at the last moment, allowing me to be drawn in without resistance. Was it through the knowledge of my abilities that you sought to devise a strategy against my penetrating power, hoping to deliver a surprise? Did you truly believe I would allow you to succeed? With a swift motion, he activated the left eye of Izanagi, closing it slightly, leaving just a sliver open. Obito retreated several dozen meters, creating distance from Orochimaru. The final moments of Izanagi were to be utilized to their utmost potential. In a sudden rush, he resolved to confront Shursui in the realm of time and space. His right eye unleashed the swirling force of Kamui, drawing himself in. Orochimaru hesitated, realizing his intentions had been completely discerned. Is this where it ends, Shursui? Suddenly, a kunai shot in from an unexpected angle, piercing through Obito's back and landing on the ground before him, interrupting the manipulation of time and space. Obito looked up. Beneath the cold moonlight, a man clad in protective gear, bearing a shinobi blade, crouched at the summit of the shrine, his blood-red eyes gazing calmly and profoundly upon the earth. One after another, they emerged to oppose me. Obito spoke in a deep voice. Itachi Uchiha, do you also wish to remain in eternal slumber here? Itachi slowly rose, the crimson flames of Susanoo igniting simultaneously. A fiery red Magatama blazed in the palm of Susanoo's right hand. Itachi solemnly commanded, Orochimaru, step away from there. With a swift motion, Orochimaru retreated. Susanoo's arm gathered strength, and the Magatama was hurled with all its might. Yada no Kagami. Boom. Debris flew in all directions. Obito extricated himself from the ruins struck by the Magatama. Itachi dispelled Susanoo, descending along the mountainside, continuously throwing shurikens imbued with fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Those fiery shurikens, spinning as if they possessed a will of their own, pursued Obito's form relentlessly. With nowhere to evade and still enveloped in Izanagi, he remained unperturbed as the flames pierced through him. Gazing at the landing Itachi, Obito's eyes flickered. The time limit of Izanagi is dwindling. A swift resolution is imperative. Crack. Chains descended from his sleeves, binding his wrists tightly. Whoosh. Obito launched himself at Itachi with full force. With no means of spatial manipulation, you cannot escape my grasp. Itachi's gaze remained calm and cold, steadily retreating to create distance, as a kunai silently slipped from his sleeve. It was a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal. Observing the advancing Obito, Itachi's thoughts raced. His left eye is yet to fully close. I shall utilize Amaterasu as a feint. Drip. Blood trickled down from the corner of Itachi's right eye, focusing on Obito's form. Amaterasu. Whoosh. The silhouette of Obito burst forth, ignited by black flames. As a focused ocular technique, it pierced through, proving ineffective. Obito's form was consumed by the black fire. With the activation of Izanagi, he vanished, only to reappear directly before Itachi. Your struggles are in vain. He charged toward the cornered Itachi. In that fleeting moment, when Obito's left eye fully closed, Itachi hurled the flying thunder god kunai. Now, it is in your hands. Shursui. Chapter 39. Let it begin. Orochimaru whoosh. The instant the kunai pierced Obito's cheek, his hand ruthlessly seized Itachi's throat, while his right eye erupted with a vortex, drawing Itachi into its depths. Whoosh. At that very moment, within the space-time of Kamui, the water, having completed the separation from the outer path's magic statue, surged with lightning in its left palm. It awaited this very opportunity. As the external Kamui activated, the flying thunder god marker closest to the vortex immediately registered in the perception of the water. He flashed out from the kunai, grasping it firmly, with lightning surging from his palm. He lunged toward Obito's vulnerable back. Crack! A wave of excruciating pain engulfed his mind, interrupting the absorption of Itachi's vortex. Obito, in disbelief, gazed at the hand protruding from his chest, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Shursui's astonished face. A chilling dread rising in his heart alongside the blood that flowed from his wound. You have mastered the flying thunder god technique, waiting for this moment? Obito. This is the reality. As the cold words fell, the water withdrew his hand, the lightning dissipating due to excessive chakra expenditure. Gazing at Obito, who lay in a pool of blood, he realized that failing to eliminate him at this moment would lead to endless troubles in the future. Thus, he steeled himself against his fatigue, drew forth his ninja blade, and prepared to end Obito's life. Just then, a powerful white hand emerged from the ground. grasping the blade's edge with formidable strength. Ruo Shui was taken aback, staring at the white figure rising from the earth. Its entire form was entwined in white vines, its face resembling a vortex, with only a single pupil visible in the right eye. Could it be Akatsuki? Note: Akatsuki is the true name of this white Zetsu. In the earlier stages, Obito referred to Akatsuki by this name, indicating that they are two distinct individuals. Ruo Shui's thoughts wandered back to the time he had pursued the title of Hokage alongside his dear friend Linyu. I truly admire Akatsuki, Linyu had exclaimed. If I lived in the world of Naruto, I would definitely be friends with him. What if he fed you excrement? Ruo Shui retorted. I wouldn't eat it. Unless it was rinse. Linyu replied. You're rather perverse. Returning to the present, Akatsuki, being the most peculiar of the white Zetsu, typically asked odd questions about others' bowel movements upon meeting them. Yet now, he wore a grave expression, his abyss-like black pupils fixed intently on Ruo Shui, his once comical voice now brimming with indignation. Enough is enough. Ruo Shui's gaze darkened, and he slowly released his grip on the ninja blade. With a resounding clap, Akatsuki's form enveloped Obito, staunching the latter's relentless loss of blood. Obito's consciousness flickered to life momentarily. Akatsuki, is that you? A Fei, approach the golem. It can prolong your life. With a Fei's assistance, Obito struggled to rise, his bloodshot right eye fixed intently ahead. Sure sway, I swear. If I manage to escape this calamity, what awaits you next shall surely be a nightmare. Whoosh. The vortex unleashed from his right eye engulfed both himself and a Fei. The curtain fell. The fatigue from the fierce battle overwhelmed him, and Ruo Shui found himself beset by a haze, collapsing to the ground. Itachi stepped forward to support Ruo Shui. Sure sway. Ruo Shui feigned ignorance, asking, Itachi, how did you come to be here? Itachi replied, I overheard your clandestine conversation with Orochimaru, and, knowing you would come here, hurried to find you. Ruo Shui pondered, is that truly the case? Itachi inquired, why did you not inform me beforehand of such chaotic matters? Ruo Shui responded, I am aware that your kindness would reject all that I am currently undertaking, so I chose to avoid causing trouble. Itachi remarked, that seems to be a separate issue, does it not? Had I known you were risking yourself, do you think I would have remained indifferent? A warmth flickered in Ruo Shui's heart, mingled with a trace of melancholy. Alas, if only your concern were directed towards me rather than Shursui. Ruo Shui, I apologize for causing you worry. Amidst the ruins, Orochimaru approached. Shursuten, has the outer path golem been absorbed into the space-time by Obito? Ruo Shui replied, no amount of planning could have foreseen Obito's caution. I nearly faltered. Fortunately, I have successfully acquired the Hashirama cell. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Ruo Shui inquired, where's Do? From the shadow of the cracked mountainside, Yakushi Do emerged, saying, I am here, Lord Shurshui. His demeanor was courteous, yet within his heart, he mused. He cannot even perceive my presence? It seems he has reached his limit. What a pity. Under the condition of not betraying Lord Orochimaru, I was unable to eliminate Shurshui through Obito's hands. Ruo Shui cast a glance at the blood of Obito on the ground. This blood may prove useful, Orochimaru. Please collect it for me. Orochimaru gathered the blood left by Obito. By the way, Shurshui, when shall we retrieve the reanimated body of the waif? Ruo Shui's gaze drifted somewhat vacantly ahead. We shall discuss it later. Let us return first. Orochimaru noted with concern that, given Shurshui's recent frequent use of the Manjiki Sharingan, signs of diminishing eyesight had begun to manifest. Based on Obito's precedent, the cells of Hashirama could almost indefinitely prolong the light of a single eye. Yet for dual eyes, it may not be a lasting solution. Thus, Ruo Shui and Orochimaru concluded the acquisition of the Hashirama artificial body. Upon returning to Takigakure, Ruo Shui recuperated for a full day and night, gradually recovering from the fatigue of battle. During this period, Orochimaru also brought back invaluable experimental equipment from his former laboratory, establishing a research base in Takigakure. With everything in place, Ruo Shui retrieved the hard-won Hashirama artificial body from the summoning scroll, while Orochimaru, like an art connoisseur, expressed his admiration. I have never encountered such impeccably pure cells of Hashirama. Without a doubt, the Outer Path statue has resurrected the myth of the god of ninjas, Lord Hashirama Senju. Ruo Shui sat upright on the stone chair. Myths can only be personified through the living. Orochimaru, the time to test the truth has arrived. Orochimaru turned. his eyes serious as he gazed at Ruoshui. Let me make it clear, even if Shursui accepts genetic modification, his fate may be precarious. So it would be wise for you to clarify your final wishes. Beside them, Itachi clenched his fists, about to speak. Itachi, if you are a true friend, do not hinder me. Ruoshui looked at Itachi, revealing unfeigned sincerity. This is my choice. The Nanha River has become a second chance for me, and my time with you has been truly delightful. I am aware that some of my recent actions have left a significant rift in your heart, but please believe me. I have my reasons. I hope that one day, we can genuinely be open with each other. Shursui, do not weep, Itachi. Your tears would trouble me. If I perish, according to our prior agreement, Orochimaru will take my eyes. At that time, please do not make it difficult for him. Furthermore, when that moment arrives, I implore you to carry the Uchiha name into a bright future in the name of light and shadow. Itachi, burdened with complex emotions, stepped out of the laboratory. Before exiting, he warned, Orochimaru, if you and Kabuto dare to lay a hand on Shursui, the Uchiha will not spare you. Kabuto remained silent, head bowed. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Itachi, only the truth remains unwavering. With a resounding clang, the iron door of the laboratory slowly closed. The bright future ahead seemed to stretch infinitely before Ruoshui. Let us begin, Orochimaru. Chapter 40. A transformation unfolds seated upon a stone bench. Ruoshui appeared remarkably calm despite the life-and-death stakes at hand. In a moment that should have invoked fear and tension, he instead felt a sense of release. A testament to the intricacies of the human psyche. His curiosity piqued. He observed Orochimaru meticulously preparing for the experiment. He watched as the artificial body of Senju Hashirama, which Orochimaru had painstakingly acquired, was extracted into a test tube filled with a golden liquid by means of a mysterious apparatus. What is that? How could you have dissolved my Hashirama's artificial body? Ruoshui inquired. Orochimaru gently swirled the test tube, his gaze fixated on the shimmering substance within, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. The human body is a conglomerate of cells, which are the manifestation of genes. Once the most complete genes are extracted, the cells become superfluous. Acquiring the genes ensures an unending supply of cells. This test tube contains the essence of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, distilled into the most exquisite gene extraction. Ruoshui marveled. How astonishing. From the perspective of genetics, the moment a fertilized egg is formed, genes are predetermined. Yet, it seems possible to alter them through external means. But, if genes can be changed, do I still remain myself? Orochimaru chuckled. It is indeed rare for Shimizu-kun to maintain such thoughts during a critical moment. He continued, previously, time was of the essence, and I failed to elucidate that genetic modification can yield 3 distinct outcomes, which will undoubtedly address your queries. Shimizu, with a focused gaze, inquired, what are the 3 outcomes? Orochimaru replied with a meticulous demeanor, we shall assume the recipient's gene as the host gene and the foreign gene as the guest gene. The first outcome, annihilation, occurs when the host gene is vanquished by the guest gene, leading to the recipient's inability to harbor the guest gene, thereby resulting in its demise. Replacement is similar. The host gene is also extinguished by the guest gene, yet the recipient accommodates the guest gene, effectively rendering the host gene supplanted by the guest gene. As for recombination, it signifies an organic amalgamation of the host and guest genes, preserving the characteristics of both. If each gene possesses irreplaceable advantages, then recombination represents the most exquisite outcome of genetic modification. Although Orochimaru's explanation was abstract, Shimizu, with her exceptional comprehension skills, grasped the concept and instinctively referenced Yamato, the first successful case of genetic modification. Yamato, or rather, which category does he belong to? Orochimaru shook his head, providing an unexpected response. He, in fact, fits none of those categories. He is a case of genetic modification inadvertently triggered during cellular transplantation. To be more precise, it is a case of selective replacement, as his appearance has not transformed into that of Senju Hashirama. The conversation took a different turn. However, after I refined this genetic modification technology, the concept of selective replacement will cease to exist. Annihilation, substitution, and recombination will be executed with precision, occurring at a ratio of approximately 99:0. 9 o'clock. 1. This data is predicated upon the premise that the subject of modification is Shursui. If Shursui remains silent, He will undergo intercolumnar genetic modification under these conditions. The probability of genetic annihilation is 99%. The chance of genetic substitution is a mere 0.9%. Astonishingly, the probability of genetic recombination is a paltry 1 in 1,000. Although the astute individual already possesses the answer, Shui still inquires, what if genetic substitution were to occur within me? Orochimaru candidly replies, apart from your soul, everything about you will transform into Senju Hashirama. He has become accustomed to being Shui. Should he truly become Hashirama, he might experience a profound psychological resistance. Nevertheless, that is not the most crucial matter. Shui clenches his palm. And what about my eyes? Orochimaru offers a meticulous yet brutal response. The Uchiha gene will vanish, replaced by that of the Senju, and consequently, your ocular prowess will no longer exist therefore. I strongly advise you to remove your eyes prior to the modification. Should genetic substitution occur, you may reclaim the power of the Sharingan through transplantation. Shui solemnly states, then let me ask you, will I still be regarded as the original owner of these eyes? It has been said that whether it is the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, their true power can only be fully realized when one embodies the original master and integrates the dual eyes. Both the original master and the dual eyes are indispensable. Orochimaru remarked that this is the so-called cost of power. Yet, in a twist of fortune, Senju Hashirama's body can nearly harness all ocular abilities. Any eye, though not the original master, is scarcely different. If Rosui were to close his eyes, nearly perfect, hardly distinguishable, what does that signify? No, absolutely not. In matters of light, Rosui is a perfectionist. If the light ceases to be whole, he would rather perish. Now, he cannot afford to hesitate. He will wager everything on the slim chance of gene recombination. With determination, Rosui opened his eyes and declared, there is no need to remove the dual eyes. Either the genes shall perish, rendering these eyes your reward, or gene recombination shall occur, allowing these eyes to coexist with the power of the Senju. There is no third possibility. Orochimaru's gaze brightened with intensity. Such a strong obsession. What is the source of this conviction? As the foremost genius of the Uchiha, what undisclosed secrets lie within Shusui's growth journey? I yearn to uncover the hidden truths within this youthful Uchiha body. If this obsession ignites a powerful destiny that guides Shui to turn the impossible into reality, perhaps he will lead me to the pinnacle of truth. Ah, my heart, it has not fluttered like this in ages. I can hardly contain my anticipation. A glass vial filled with the extracted genes of Senju Hashirama revealed a slender syringe at its tip. At this moment, beside the operating table, the enigmatic pharmacist, with beads of perspiration adorning his face, silently adjusted his glasses and pressed the button. The display screen connected to the apparatus illuminated with two genetic models, those of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Shui. Orochimaru's expression turned solemn as he mused. Genes serve as a manual chronicling the journey of life, encapsulating both the past and the future. They delineate the trajectory of existence. The genetic sequences of the Uchiha and Senju are intertwined, signifying their shared ancestry. If, and I emphasize if, the Senju and Uchiha were not merely cellular entities, but were to be recombined at the genetic level, Shui might be destined to become the next sage of six paths. With a pilgrim's fervor, Orochimaru approached Rosui, locating a vein, and deftly inserted the needle. Let it begin, Rosui urged. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, steadying his trembling hand, ignited by the fervent anticipation of truth, and depressed the syringe. In that instant, the genes of Senju Hashirama coursed into the blood of Uchiha Shui, which Rosui had replaced. A cataclysmic transformation ensued. Chapter 41, Annihilation, Replacement, or Recombination? Contrary to expectations, there was no surge in blood pressure or searing pain. No clitch-D cries of mania or desperate screams. Only the frigid chill of despair and an engulfing darkness. How does it feel, Shui? Ruoshui faintly heard Orochimaru's call, yearning to respond, yet his vocal cords betrayed him. And no, it was not just his voice. Every muscle in his body had succumbed to a state of disobedience, plunging him into a nightmarish condition. Even more despairing was the fact that, despite the absence of any visible wounds, his blood seemed to have vanished into thin air. Of course, blood does not simply evaporate. It was the result of an inexplicable cardiac failure. Ruoshui could feel his heart struggling to beat, attempting to propel the stagnant blood, akin to a solitary boatman battling immense waves. striving to guide the vessel of life to shore. Yet, under the weight of insurmountable forces, such efforts were ultimately futile. His perception of the external world had entirely dissipated, and Ruo Shui's consciousness was sinking into an abyss of darkness. It was cold, so cold. It was dark, so dark. Am I going to die? Buzz. On the electrocardiogram, Ruo Shui's heart rate transformed into a flat line. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a flicker of triumph gleaming in his eyes. Uchiha Shirsue's heart had ceased to beat. Orochimaru gazed intently at the genetic mapping imaging device, retrieving a pocket watch, and solemnly stated, "This was anticipated, as the detection of genetic invasion has led to the complete expenditure of Shirsukun's life energy in the impending genetic warfare. This is a state of suspended animation. If he can awaken within the 15 minutes preceding cerebral death, it signifies survival. Otherwise, Shirsuakun shall transition from a state of false death to true demise." The genetic mapping imaging device displayed signs of disintegration pertaining to Shirsue's genetic schematics. The apothecary Do, calm and composed, remarked, "Truly, the genes of Lord Hashirama are formidable, almost overwhelmingly so. The genes of Shirsue exhibit no resistance whatsoever. It appears the possibility of genetic recombination has vanished entirely. The final outcome lies between genetic obliteration and gene replacement, with a high likelihood of genetic obliteration." Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply. This should not be. Shirsue's genes should not be so easily vanquished beneath Hashirama's. He turned his gaze to the genetic map of Hashirama, and suddenly, he discovered something. Do enlarged the genetic map of Lord Hashirama. As the map magnified, Orochimaru's pupils dilated in shock. This is... He was intimately familiar with the genes of Senju Hashirama, composed of 67 gene fragments. Yet, on the genetic map before him, there were inexplicably 68 fragments. Gazing at the 68th gene fragment, which did not belong to Hashirama, Orochimaru's pupils trembled with realization. The artificial body of Senju Hashirama, cultivated over many years by the Outer Path Golem, could only possess that additional 68th fragment originating from the Outer Path Golem. Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly. "I have made such a grave oversight. That artificial body is not Senju Hashirama, but rather the Outer Path Senju Hashirama, carrying fragments of the Outer Path Golem's genes." At this juncture, Orochimaru could alter nothing and could only await the outcome. Though hope was dim, he still yearned for a miracle to occur under Shirsue's witness to the truth. Yet, reality proved harsh, and as each second ticked away, Shirsue's genes had completely disintegrated. The sound echoed ominously. Orochimaru closed the pocket watch, his mind pondering. Has the wind of Shirsue come to a halt? Kabuto stood up, addressing Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, we have exerted our utmost efforts. We hold no regrets towards Shirsue. Therefore, you need not blame yourself." Orochimaru shook his head despondently. "Blame myself? How could I possibly do that? I am indifferent to Shirsue's fate. I merely lament the fact that I could not witness the miracle known as truth." Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Then, as per our prior agreement, let us retrieve Shirsue's eyes. It is time for us to depart from this desolate little village." Orochimaru approached Ruo Shue, extending his hand towards his pupils. "Shirsue, this is reality. I shall claim the light." Suddenly, a hum erupted from the gene imaging device. Shirsue's completely disintegrated genetic map revealed a fragment that was colorfully blurred. Kabuto was taken aback. "A concealed genetic fragment." Orochimaru responded, "No, that fragment belongs to the soul within the genes. The expression of genes manifests in the growth of both body and consciousness. While this growth serves as seed stored within the soul fragments, the soul originates from genes, yet transcends them. The second Hokage Zeto Tensei and my own impure resurrection were developed based on this principle. Once a person dies, that fragment should automatically vanish from the genetic map." Cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's face. But how could the genetic fragment that was supposed to disappear with Shirsue's death reemerge? Orochimaru's gaze darkened with contemplation. "Perhaps it is not a reemergence, but rather a manifestation that never existed. We simply failed to perceive it." Kabuto, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "What? If that is indeed the case, does it not imply that Shirsue has perished, and within him resides a soul that does not belong to him?" Orochimaru nodded. "Indeed. It is only at this moment that the genetic fragments of that newly emerged soul have been inscribed into the DNA." Kabuto gazed at the imaging device. perplexed by the blurred soul genetic fragments. But why is it that the genetic imaging apparatus cannot distinctly present the soul's genetics? Are all soul genetic fragments like this? Oh, certainly not. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru lowered his head, trembling with excitement at the profound truth revealed by this sudden discovery. Perhaps that soul originates from a world unknown to me. This hypothesis, which bordered on madness, Orochimaru chose to withhold from Kabuto. Regaining his composure, he extended his hand to touch Ruashue before turning to Kabuto. In any case, the emergence of soul genetics signifies that Lord Shisui has fought back from the brink of death. He must embark on the path of genetic replacement. Kabuto, employ your medical ninjutsu and prepare to stem the bleeding for Lord Shisui. Indeed, the electrocardiogram displayed a faint heartbeat. Pharmacist Do clenched his fist tightly. This fellow is aspiring to become Senju Hashirama? Nevertheless, it is acceptable. Transforming through genetic alteration into Senju Hashirama signifies the complete eradication of his Uchiha lineage. As long as it is not Kotoame Tsukumi, Lord Orochimaru is not at risk of losing himself. And I find it not entirely unacceptable. Genetic replacement equates to the substitution of everything except for the fragments of the soul's essence with the genes of Senju Hashirama, thereby transitioning his form and appearance towards that of Hashirama. This process, without a doubt, is destined to be bloody. Do stepped away from the control panel and approached Shisui, the radiance of medical ninjutsu enveloping his hands. Bang! With the occurrence of the genetic replacement, Rukawa's skin began to melt, blood gushing forth as his entire skeletal structure cracked and popped. When this process concluded, Rukawa would no longer be Shisui, but rather Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intensity. It seems that the genetic replacement has become inevitable. I once again ascertained that the key to truth lies hidden within Shirhin. Rustle. The transformation into Hashirama was exceptionally potent, and soon, Shirsui's form and visage had entirely morphed into that of Senju Hashirama. All that remained were those eyes. Zing! The tomo of the Sharingan began to rotate. At this moment, Pharmacist Do's voice echoed in astonishment. The process of his transformation into Senju Hashirama has halted? In the depths of his unconsciousness, Rukawa emitted a roar from the depths of his soul. No one can take away my light, not even Senju Hashirama. Crack! The already solidified flesh began to melt again, transitioning from around the eyes back toward Shirsei. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the genetic imaging device. Aside from the fragments of the soul's genetic code, the completely dismantled Shirsui gene unexpectedly recombined at an unknown time. Simultaneously, the steadfast extraneous Senju Hashirama gene began to undergo changes. His eyes widened, shimmering with astonishment. Could it be that the Shirsui, who survived the cataclysm, was dissatisfied with the outcome of replacement and sought to forcibly recombine the genes? Chapter 42. The Past, the Future. The pinnacle of sublimation during the 15 minutes in which Orochimaru bore witness to the truth, Ruashue's consciousness sank into the abyss of darkness and ignorance. Memories, buried deep within the subconscious, believed to have been laid to rest with the passage of time, surged forth vividly. He was akin to a blind man. Naturally, the backdrop of those memories was an absolute void of blackness, reminiscent of a vinyl record player, quietly spinning in the secluded chamber of profound psyche. Memories from the orphanage emerged, where he was summoned by the headmaster for a conversation due to an accusation of theft. Lin Ruashue, you have stolen Xiaohong's underwear. I did not steal, but it was found in your drawer. I did not steal. That was Xiaohong's own underwear, thrown into your drawer. Ruashue was rendered speechless. The headmaster declared, I shall not treat you differently merely because you are blind, but if a person is blind of heart, they are truly beyond salvation. I truly did not steal, still refusing to admit it. Do you not wish to eat? I was wrong. It shall not happen again. Thus, acknowledge your actions in front of everyone. Following the harrowing experience of being coerced into confession, Ruashue became the target of scorn within the orphanage. From that moment onward, he frequently fell victim to inexplicable pranks, such as having his cane smeared with excrement, water poured on his path, and peculiar insects stuffed down the back of his collar. Orphans belong to a marginalized group, yet this does not imply a lack of strength. The distinction between the strong and the weak is not so clear-cut. Abandoned children, deprived of emotional support and the opportunity for a proper education, are more susceptible to straying from the right path than their peers. Those who bullied him merely used the pretext of defending Xiao Hong to unleash their inner malice. In order to survive in the orphanage, Ruo Shui had no choice but to endure and accept it all. In films, protagonists who endure similar fates often have a kind-hearted girl by their side, watching over them and offering silent support. Alas, such fortune did not grace Ruo Shui. On the 10th anniversary of his life in the orphanage, the director was exposed for molesting young girls, leading to the closure of the institution. It was then that Ruo Shui discovered that the underwear of Xiao Hong had been placed in his drawer by that very director. A perverted man with a penchant for pedophilia, merely indulging in his twisted whims outside of his vices. Although he faced legal repercussions, he shattered the childhoods of many children, including Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui bore the burdens that no child should ever have to endure. His mind matured far too early, and his outlook on life became excessively bleak. During the years of his tumultuous journey through various foster homes, he encountered benevolent souls, yet he could not bring himself to open his heart, as the essence of their compassion stemmed from a condescending pity. This cold demeanor led to his estrangement from those around him, including his adoptive parents. When that couple unexpectedly welcomed their own child, he was inevitably cast aside. At that time, a certain charitable program approached him, hoping to feature his experiences to draw attention to individuals born with congenital blindness like him. Ruo Shui readily agreed. However, just before the broadcast, he was informed that he would need to adhere to a script, recounting his story in front of the camera. But this is not my experience. I have faced bullying, yet I have never endured abuse, nor have I suffered sexual assault. In response to Ruo Shui's inquiries, the production team explained, "It's for the sake of the show's impact." The thought of deceiving the public weighed heavily on Ruo Shui's conscience. "I apologize, but while I possess a tragic past, I cannot mislead others with falsehoods. The innocence of a child holds little significance in the eyes of worldly and shrewd adults. Do you not wish to receive the support of kind-hearted individuals? If the program garners attention and donations from all walks of life, your sight could be restored." The prospect of regaining his vision stirred something within Ruo Shui. Having lived in a world of darkness for so long, the allure of light was irresistible, and he found himself ensnared. After the broadcast, it indeed created a tremendous stir, and benevolent donors from various sectors contributed funds. However, Ruo Shui received not a single penny, let alone the chance to heal his eyes. The leader of the production team, with connections to the underworld, threatened him that if he wished to avoid a mysterious disappearance, he must remain silent. Consequently, he reimbursed him for his train ticket home. On the train, which left him feeling homeless, Ruo Shui gained a new understanding of the treachery of human nature and found himself engulfed in profound confusion regarding his future. It was on that very train that Ruo Shui encountered Lin Yu, a friend who would alter the course of his life. Lin Yu hailed from a well-to-do family. However, his parents were embroiled in discord, each engaging in extramarital affairs. Following their divorce, they abandoned Lin Yu, leaving behind merely a property and millions in alimony, thereafter neglecting him entirely. Two peers, both grappling with existential uncertainty, fortuitously met on the train, seated adjacent to one another, a serendipitous twist of fate. As they shared their stories, their conversation flowed with ease and delight. Lin Yu then proposed, "You have no place to go. Would you like to stay at my home for a while?" Ruo Shui replied, "Is that appropriate?" Lin Yu reassured him, "It's fine. My home is quite spacious." Ruo Shui jested, "You're not planning to lure me in and harvest my kidney, are you? There are plenty of villains in society nowadays. Nay, perhaps there are no good people left at all." Lin Yu responded, "What do you have left to lose? Is a kidney really a concern?" After a moment's contemplation, Ruo Shui conceded, "Well, I certainly have no money for rent." Lin Yu chuckled, "No worries. My funds are far from depleted. We can manage somehow." Ruo Shui added, "If you're not deceiving me, I can take care of the housework." Lin Yu teased, "You can't see, yet you will handle chores?" Ruo Shui retorted, "As long as you don't spill water on the floor, I'll manage just fine." Lin Yu's residence is indeed quite spacious, featuring a duplex design. Ruo Shui initially believed that Lin Yu's assistance stemmed from sympathy and compassion, compounded by the emptiness he felt during his life's nadir. However, upon reflection, he realized he should have prepared to be cast out. In order to survive, Ruo Shui learned to navigate the complexities of social interactions, never openly addressing these matters, and ready to accept his status as a guest, aware that he could be expelled at any moment. Although he was living under someone else's roof, the worries he feared did not materialize. Lin Yu proved to be a remarkably good companion. Lin Yu often remarked, "Thanks to you, living alone has turned out to be far more enjoyable than I ever anticipated." Yet, the past experiences of being ridiculed and exploited made it difficult for Ruo Shui to fully trust Lin Yu, and he never unveiled his innermost feelings. This changed one fateful day when, while out, Ruo Shui was targeted by a genuine organ trafficking gang. In a remarkable display of selflessness, Lin Yu cast aside his pride and sought the intervention of his estranged parents to rescue him. Of course, such a request came at a price. Lin Yu had to willingly relinquish any future financial support. It was only years later, after Lin Yu had vanished, that Ruo Shui learned the truth behind that harrowing ordeal. This brush with death allowed Ruo Shui to truly appreciate the value of friendship. One day, while tidying up the room, Ruo Shui accidentally knocked over Lin Yu's figurine cabinet, prompting Lin Yu to emit a heart-wrenching wail. "My beloved," Ruo Shui replied, "aren't these just plastic models? They must be quite expensive." Lin Yu retorted, "Do not speak of my Lin in such a manner." Ruo Shui inquired, "Lin?" Lin Yu's expression shifted. "You haven't watched Naruto, have you? Would you like to?" Ruo Shui hesitated. I don't think I can." Lin Yu reassured him, "That's all right. You can listen while I narrate." Ruo Shui, "What tale does Naruto tell?" Lin Yu, "It's a story about eyes." Ruo Shui's expression shifted. "Is it appropriate for a blind person to listen to a story about eyes? Let us not dwell on it, after all. We have nothing else to do." Lin Yu had already inserted the original version Blu-ray disc into the home theater's DVD player. As the familiar opening dialogue began, Ruo Shui remarked, "I can't understand a word, Lin Yu. After all, it's in Japanese. I have the Mandarin version as well. Should I switch discs?" Ruo Shui replied, "Yes, please do." Lin Yu. Hearing Lin Yu's intention to change to the Mandarin version brought an inexplicable sense of loss to Ruo Shui. Determined, she resolved to learn Japanese. Thus, as they watched and explained together, it took them a full 6 months to finish Naruto. During this time, Ruo Shui mastered the Japanese language and suggested they re-watch the original version. Lin Yu, astonished and delighted, exclaimed, "I never would have guessed. You truly are a genius." The impact of the original version is unparalleled by the Mandarin dub. Unbeknownst to them, they had watched Naruto dozens of times. Though Ruo Shui could not perceive the visuals, the nuanced emotions conveyed through the voice actors' performances often moved her to tears, allowing her to immerse herself in the world of Naruto. Ruo Shui felt fortunate to have met Lin Yu, who illuminated her dark world with a ray of light. Later, when Lin Yu fell into depression, he chose to conceal his condition from Ruo Shui to avoid burdening her with his negative emotions. Ruo Shui was oblivious to the smile that gradually faded from Lin Yu's face. It was only upon the disappearance of his dear friend that he learned the truth from Lin Yu's attending physician. "I always believed you were living a life of joy. If only I had perceived it sooner, perhaps I could have aided you, and you might not have departed from me. All troubles arise from ignorance. I seek enlightenment, so that such tragedies shall not be repeated." With a resounding crash, Ruo Shui's soul, ensnared in darkness, erupted with boundless radiance, dispelling the shadows. Accompanied by the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, he struggled back from the brink of death. It became evident that an overwhelming obsession had unleashed a torrent of Yin chakra within his mind. Yin, as the master of the source of imaginative spiritual energy, miraculously altered the seemingly predetermined gene replacement, facilitating the occurrence of genetic recombination. As the visage of Senju Hashirama completely receded, Ruo Shui reverted to his true self, Shursui. On the genetic imaging apparatus, 2 genetic maps had fused into one. The complete genome of Senju Hashirama, portions of the Outer Path's magic statue's genes, Uchiha Shursui's genes, and fragments of Ruo Shui's own soul genes had organically intertwined. The resulting genetic map was both abstract and sublime. If one were to attempt a description, the newly formed genes could be likened to the skin of Shursui, the flesh of Hashirama, the bones of the magic statue, and the marrow of Ruo Shui's soul, creating a singular genetic entity that transcended replication. A truly unique genome. Sizzle. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed intensely as he licked his elongated tongue. Genes do not determine ultimate achievements, but they delineate the heights one might attain. In Shursui, I perceive boundless possibilities. Upon his awakening, the world shall be transformed. Chapter 43. At this moment, in the shinobi world, the air is thick with anticipation. Orochimaru glimpses the truth of the future, while Kabuto sees only an unprecedented crisis. should Shursui awaken. Lord Orochimaru will undoubtedly fall under the sway of his Kodoame Tsukumi. No, I cannot permit my esteemed Lord Orochimaru to become a mere pawn of another, driven by malevolence. Kabuto brandishes a chakra scalpel, poised to eliminate the newly restructured genes of the slumbering Shursui, who is in the midst of cellular metamorphosis. Crack! The Kusanagi blade slices through, severing Kabuto's arm. Clutching his dismembered limb, he stares in disbelief. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru declares, in Shursui, I have discovered an entirely new truth that must not be destroyed. Kabuto, filled with frustration, retorts, but I act for the sake of Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Shursui possesses the power of Kodoame Tsukumi. Previously, he withheld it from you, fearing the potential loss of this ability. However, the circumstances have changed. His Kodoame Tsukumi is now fully operational, devoid of concern. You are at risk of losing yourself at any moment. If you lose yourself, how shall you pursue the truth? Orochimaru gazed deeply, his voice husky. My thirst for unraveling the truths of the world does not imply a desire to possess such truths. The illusion known as self is, in fact, an obstacle in the pursuit of truth. Even I cannot fully conquer the self. Should I fall under the control of another deity, it would liberate me from my obsession with self. A rare and coveted outcome indeed. Do stood frozen, realizing a poignant truth. He did not truly understand the esteemed Orochimaru before him. With a swift motion, Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword and solemnly cautioned, Thus, Do, I do not wish to witness such foolishness a second time. Pharmacist Do, his gaze cast downward, retrieved his severed arm and turned to leave. Orochimaru, sensing an impending change, inquired, Are you departing? Do replied, I can perceive Uchiha Shursui's disdain and wariness towards me. The only reason he refrains from attacking is that he still requires you as a means to an end. Now that his objective has been achieved, the first thing he will do upon awakening is to eliminate me. If I remain, I will either perish at his hands or become a slave to another deity. Therefore, since your protection of him began, my departure has become inevitable. Lord Orochimaru, as long as it is not Uchiha Shursui, as long as it is not the other deity, I swear I can find you superior subjects for your experiments. Will you truly forsake me for Shursui? Faced with Do's probing question, Orochimaru fell into an unusual silence. Yet, this silence spoke volumes. Beneath the glimmering lenses, Do revealed a sorrowful smile. I comprehend, Lord Orochimaru. I once believed you to be my sanctuary, yet it appears I have been misguided in my affections. I shall devote the remainder of my days to honoring you. But concurrently, I shall stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon Uchiha Shursui, the one who has usurped my haven. If you wish to intervene, now is the time. To perish at your esteemed hands would render my demise meaningful. Within Orochimaru's slit pupils, a surge of murderous intent flickered as he raised the Kusanagi sword, aimed at Kabuto's heart. With a mere strike of the blade of the void, he could swiftly extinguish Kabuto's life. However, he ultimately lowered the sword. Kabuto, you may leave now. Very well, I am grateful for your guidance all this time. As he watched Kabuto's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washed over Orochimaru. Was this how Sensei Sarutobi felt back then? Shortly after Kabuto's departure, Itachi entered and inquired, How is Shursui? Orochimaru replied fervently, He has sparked a miraculous evolution of genes, becoming my most exquisite creation. I can only say, he truly embodies the prowess of the Uchiha's greatest genius. Mark my words, within a decade, his achievements shall eclipse those of Madara, and his future holds boundless potential. Is that so? In contrast to Orochimaru's fervor, Itachi remained remarkably composed, though a hint of concern lurked beneath his calm exterior. Just now, I overheard your conversation with Kabuto outside, where you mentioned the so-called soul gene. Could you elaborate on that? Orochimaru's thoughts became clear. So it seems that Itachi is unaware of the circumstances surrounding Shursui and is oblivious to the fact that within Shursui resides a soul that does not belong to him. How intriguing. He remarked, My research remains confined to the realms of cells and genes. My understanding of the soul is far from comprehensive. Thus I am unable to address your inquiries, Itachi. With a flicker, the three tomo of Itachi's Sharingan emerged, his gaze radiating an imposing aura directed at Orochimaru. I have heard that you have developed a rebirth technique that allows the soul to seize another's body. Your claim of limited knowledge regarding the soul appears to be rather unfounded. Such a formidable presence. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed. The reanimation just exemplifies a remarkable application of the soul, akin to how ancient humans wielded stones as weapons without comprehending their composition. My grasp of the soul is merely superficial. If you doubt my words, feel free to employ your Sharingan for an interrogation. Orochimaru's expression was one of enigmatic amusement, as if he genuinely disregarded the concepts of life and death. Itachi's 3 tomo receded. Nevertheless, you are indeed a benefactor to Shursui, with Shursui attaining the power of Hashirama Senju and the assurance of Uchiha's combat prowess. He has experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Henceforth, I must refrain from being impolite to you. Allow me to look after Shursui. Very well, that is indeed most welcome. Orochimaru paused as he walked past Itachi. What is it? Itachi inquired. Orochimaru, a month ago, had I brushed past you like this, I would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. Yet now, I find myself devoid of any desire to possess you, Itachi. Itachi, Orochimaru, with profound significance, remarked, as one's perspective and scope of understanding expand, one inevitably adjusts their actions. This is what we call growth. Itachi, there is one thing you should at least be grateful for regarding Shursui. It is he who ensured the preservation of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, I cannot even fathom how the Uchiha could have extricated themselves from Konoha. Oh, it cannot truly be said they emerged unscathed, for those vehemently advocating war against Konoha, the martial faction, have all but perished. Itachi's gaze remained somber. After Orochimaru's departure, he approached Shursui's side, observing the latter's pallid visage, and murmured, Shursui, at what cost did you seek the light you desired? For whom was it truly intended? What direction does your ninja way point towards? And where do I go from here? Before Shursui awoke, the landscape of the ninja world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. In the land of lightning, at the hidden cloud village, upon Shursui delivering the rejection of their invitation on behalf of the Uchiha, the fourth Raikage, slammed his fist upon the table in fury. The Uchiha, mere strays, truly lacked discernment. This presents the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all and seize their eyes along with the 7 tails from the hidden waterfall village. The next step shall be the annexation of Konoha. The Tsuchikage commanded Darui to lead 10,000 elite cloud shinobi to assault the Takigakure village. Meanwhile, the Jonin Tsuchikage reported, recent intelligence indicates that the Hidden Leaf has allowed the Uchiha defection, resulting in Takigakure being drawn into the conflict. In defense of the interests of numerous small nations and villages in the current shinobi world, they seek to persuade the Leaf. Raikage AI smirked, humph. That nearly decrepit old man is truly a cunning fox. They seek vengeance for the battle at the Shinobi Bridge, do they? And we shall seize this opportunity to retaliate for the grievances at the Kaiki Mountain. We all understand unspoken. Let us see whose skills prevail. Deep within Ruashue's subconscious, in the serene lake of his heart, he encountered another version of himself. Ruashue inquired, "Who are you?" The other Ruashue replied, "I am your true heart. Upon awakening, you shall possess the power to alter many things. Hence, I am here to remind you of one crucial matter." Ruashue, what is it? The other Ruashue, the more you rely on the foreign gods, the more hollow and isolated you will become. Ruashue, on what grounds do you assert that? The other Ruashue responded, the foreign gods wield the power to manipulate emotions. Even if you successfully win hearts through their influence, the hearts granted by illusion are utterly false. Relying on such illusions will distance you from genuine sentiment, so do not lean upon it. Ruashue furrowed her brow, stating, power is meant to be wielded, otherwise. What is the purpose of the arduous journey I undertook to obtain it? Who are you, claiming to be my true self, while uttering such nonsensical words? The other Jishue responded, in truth, you comprehend, you are merely unwilling to accept it. Ruashue retorted, cease this enigmatic tone when addressing me. The other Jishue remarked, I cannot deceive myself. You yearn for companionship akin to a you, to fill the void within your heart. However, the nature of the deity you are destined to be will inevitably lead you astray from your desires. Ruashue clenched her fists tightly, exclaiming, silence. Be silent. The other Ruashue challenged, then refute my words. With her head bowed low, Ruashue's shoulders trembled incessantly. The other Ruashue declared, you cannot counter my assertions, can you? Therefore, heed my words obediently. Gradually, Ruashue lifted her head, uttering something astonishing. Emotions that can be manipulated by illusion are, at their core, merely falsities. The other Ruashue gasped, what did you just say? Ruo Shui continued, you proclaim to be my true self, which is synonymous with sincerity. Let us put you to the test. With a surge, Ruo Shui's right eye, the deity of illusions that had remained dormant until now, unleashed its power within this mental realm upon her other self. In a flash, the being that claimed to be her true self transformed into an ephemeral mist, vanishing before Ruo Shui's eyes. If, one day, you were to reappear before me, that would validate your words. On the morning of the third day, Ruo Shui opened her eyes. Chapter 44, Awakening, the World Will Make Way. As Ruo Shui awoke, she noticed Itachi beside her. He seemed to have not closed his eyes for quite some time, and the area around his eyelids appeared darkened, yet his gaze was remarkably gentle. Itachi, have you been here all along? She asked. Yes, I was worried you might not awaken for a long time. I took measures to keep Orochimaru at bay. Now that I see you have awakened safely, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ruo Shui felt a surge of emotion. What about our clan? I claimed you were out on a mission. The clan is unaware of the situation. Ruo Shui nodded. That is good to hear. Itachi inquired with concern. How do you feel? Ruo Shui sat up, clenching her fists, feeling the vigorous pulse within her body. I feel that I can now protect the Uchiha clan better and establish a foothold in the ninja world. Is that so? Itachi's anxious heart was finally set at ease. He then stood and said, you should go meet Orochimaru. He must be eagerly waiting. With a sudden motion, Ruo Shui grasped Itachi's hand. Itachi, once everything settles down, let's establish a ninja school so that Sasuke can receive a proper education. A smile, long absent, graced Itachi's face. Very well. In the hidden waterfall village, a fine rain fell softly. Orochimaru, clad in an ethereal white robe, stood outside the high walls of the laboratory, eagerly anticipating. When he heard the familiar footsteps echoing from the dark corridor, he instantly perked up. Shirsuakuen, you have finally awakened. Oh, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. The voice of Ruo Shui was as courteous yet indifferent as ever. I apologize for not allowing you to see through my eyes. Orochimaru replied with a smile, it matters not. You have already shown me vistas beyond what those eyes could offer. Is that so? As Ruo Shui passed by Orochimaru, he said, let us find a secluded place. Orochimaru followed Ruo Shui's lead, his thoughts swirling with complexity. In the past, Shui would trail behind him, filled with vigilance, yet now, he walked before me, unguarded. What a transformation in mindset this is. Suddenly, Ruo Shui halted. Orochimaru inquired, are you about to use the Kodoame Tsukumi on me? Ruo Shui glanced sideways and asked, by the way, where is Kabuto? Orochimaru candidly responded, he has his own ambitions, which led him to depart. He even declared his intent to seek vengeance against Shui. I was unable to dissuade him. I understand. After all, he is a product of your nurturing. He is like a child to you. Ruo Shui averted his gaze and continued onward. The flying thunder god mark I left on Kabuto has faded from perception. Has that arm been erased by him? Ultimately, it leaves a formidable risk. At the back mountains of Takigakure, in an open area, Ruo Shui was eager to experiment. Having acquired the power of Senju Hashirama, there is a technique I must test. Clap. Ruo Shui clapped his hands together. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Yet, the earth remained barren and nothing transpired. Clap. With renewed vigor. Ruo Shui clapped his hands once more. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Ruo Shui furrowed her brow in confusion. What is going on? Did I not say that the first Hokage could perform wood release with just a clap of his hands, invoking whatever he desired? Surely, one must shout it out loud. With a resolute clap of her hands, Ruo Shui exclaimed, Wood world, come. Yet, there was still no response. With a second clap, she called out even louder, Wood dragon, come. Still, nothing happened. Fueled by frustration, her eyes reddened as she clapped a third time, bellowing, Wood man, come. Instead of the summoned entity, a crow flew overhead, cawing noisily. Ruo Shui's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her hands, inner thoughts swirling. This is not at all what I envisioned. Humph, humph. Orochimaru, witnessing this extraordinary scene, struggled to suppress his laughter, ultimately covering his face as he chuckled. Ruo Shui shot him a piercing glance. Orochimaru, this Hashirama body, it can't possibly be a sham, can it? Orochimaru elegantly brushed his hair back. Responding with a hint of awkwardness, the wood release technique is an exceedingly advanced form of ninjutsu. Without a thorough understanding of the hand seals and relentless practice, one cannot wield it. Ruo Shui retorted, but I have heard that the first Hokage could effortlessly execute powerful wood-release techniques. Orochimaru replied, indeed. As one becomes more adept, the steps of the hand seals can be reduced or even entirely omitted. This is a lengthy process. Even the esteemed first Hokage could only master wood release in adulthood. Shursui truly comprehends this. I have seen you effortlessly perform Kakashi's Raikiri, have I not? With a somber glint in her eyes, Roashue remarked, this is the result of repeated trials within Itachi's Tsukuyomi. However, the pressing issue is that I have no knowledge of how to form the seals for wood release. Not even a single word is inscribed in the book of seals regarding this technique. Yet, if one were to inquire about the foremost expert in wood release in today's ninja world, at that moment, Roashue's gaze flickered towards a secluded corner. Stop lurking in the shadows, come forth. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly as he raised 2 fingers to form a seal. This is... Roashue approached. Witnessing Orochimaru's eyes merely awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, summoning the left arm of Susanoo, which then plunged into the earth, unearthing the eavesdropping white Zetsu from its hiding place. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Have you acquired the gene of the Outer Path's golem, allowing you to perceive white Zetsu's presence? Unlike my need to perform seals for sensory techniques, your perception, Shizuka-kun, is purely instinctual. White Zetsu grumbled, damn it, how could you even find me? Roashue delicately grasped white Zetsu with Susanoo's hand and brought it closer. You're just in time. I was hoping to inquire about someone. White Zetsu stammered, I want to tell you a thing. Obito is currently in the space-time continuum, using the Outer Path's golem to heal his injuries. Roashue paused. You've misunderstood. I am not inquiring about Obito. I wish to ask about another individual. White Zetsu retorted, why should I tell you? You are an enemy of the Akatsuki. Roashue replied gently, oh, please, I harbor no ill intentions. Ah, how curious. This individual, who has previously harmed our companions, evokes an inexplicable sense of warmth within me. How vexing. It seems I find myself unable to refuse him. Obito, I apologize. White Zetsu, very well. You may inquire. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. Orochimaru, astonished, he has not employed any Jinjutsu, yet White Zetsu willingly cooperates. Could this be a manifestation of the powers endowed by the Gedo Mazo? Indeed, as a creation of the Outer Path's Gedo Mazo, White Zetsu's ultimate will is inherently tied to that of the statue. With the portion of the Gedo Mazo's genes residing within Kakashi, he embodies a humanoid form of the Gedo Mazo, naturally possessing a degree of dominion over White Zetsu. Furthermore, as this genetic influence continues to unfold over time, its potency is bound to transcend beyond mere expectations. Chapter 45, The Light and Shadow, The Will of Fire? In the Land of Fire, tensions rise as a Wagakure dispatches an official letter of inquiry towards Konohagakure. In response, Konoha urgently assembles a team comprised of Tenzo, Mitarashi Anko, and Yamashiro Aoi, tasked with gathering intelligence at the borders of the 2 nations. Tenzo, known as Yamato, received this name only after ascending to the rank of Jonin within Team 7, originating from the narrative of his creator. Initially nameless during his time en route, he was designated with the codename Kappa. Upon encountering a girl during a mission, he learned of her deceased brother named Tenzo. After leaving route, he adopted the name Tenzo upon joining the Umbu. In the year 54 of the Hidden Leaf, Tenzo, Anko, and Aoi are now adults, yet the youthful innocence still lingers upon their faces. The trio conceals themselves within the forest, keenly observing the subtle movements along the border. Beneath the mask, Tianzang's voice resonated with a somber tone. The Uchiha clan is encroaching on Takigakure, while the Cloud Village lurks with predatory intent. The Wagakure seizes the opportunity to strike. If the situation is mishandled, it could escalate into the 4th Great Ninja War at any moment. Akato, biting down on a Senbon, grinned with a bloodthirsty delight. Haha, let the battle commence. The warrior's blood within me has long been boiling. When a Wagakure reveals itself, we shall. Aoba adjusted his dark sunglasses and cautioned, we must not act recklessly. The Hokage has commanded that we closely monitor their movements after a Wagakure breaches the border and report promptly. Akato scoffed, TCH, how irritating. Yamato interjected, they are approaching. Nearby the border, a squad from a Wagakure was swiftly advancing towards Konoha. The trio exchanged glances. Yamashiro, Aoba formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Thousand Crows technique. Cawing loudly, hundreds of crows ascended into the sky, vigilantly observing the movements of a Wagakure. By following the crows, we shall remain undetected. Thus, the three pursued the Wagakure team until they reached a mountain ravine. Suddenly, as she sprinted, Akado felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, instinctively reaching to cover it. The cursed mark left by Orochimaru years ago. Yamashiro Aoba asked Akado, "What troubles you?" "I." Thump, thump. Akado's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her face. The cursed mark had flared up after such a long time. Could it be that person is nearby? This is dire. It could lead to our annihilation. With a swift motion, Akado halted. "Apologies. I must confirm something. You two proceed without me." In the mountainous city, Chingye remarked gravely, "This is no jest. Our trio must share any developments." Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Hondo candidly confessed, "Listen, Orochimaru may be nearby." Tianzo's expression shifted in alarm. "What did you just say?" Chingye gasped. "Orochimaru, you mean the legendary Sannin?" "Orochimaru." To elucidate further, Hondo pulled down her collar, revealing the cursed seal on her nape. "He was once my master. When he defected from Konoha, he left this cursed mark on my neck. It has just activated, indicating he is in the vicinity. He is likely coming for me. And if you do not leave quickly, you will all perish here." Despite the palpable fear of Orochimaru, Chingye, lacking a true sense of his terror, declared, "We are comrades. Even if it is Orochimaru, as long as we unite our strength, we need not die." To his astonishment, both Hondo and Tianzo echoed his sentiment in unison. "Hey, ugh!" Chingye exclaimed, as Hondo's cursed seal grew increasingly fervent, rendering her unable to maintain her stance. She urged, "Hurry. We must leave while we still can." "You will not escape," a voice interjected ominously. From the opposite side of the ravine, three figures from a Wagakure had returned. The tallest among them sneered, "Foolish Konoha ninjas, did you think we would not notice the crows in the sky?" Chingye realized with horror. Could he be the esteemed censor ninja of a Wagakure, Disira? At this moment, atop the cliff, the enigmatic figure of White Absolute revealed the location of Day to the arriving Ruo Shui and Orochimaru, along with the very person involved, White Absolute himself. Standing side by side, Orochimaru gazed down at the anguished red bean and inquired, "Sure, Shui, will you not intervene?" Ruo Shui activated his Sharingan, responding, "There is no rush. Let us observe for now." Witnessing the battle of ninjas in real time is quite refreshing. Below them, the two sides faced off. Dong Sila boasted arrogantly, "My brother, Dong Sishi, he truly exists, should you doubt, investigate, perished at the hands of that scoundrel, Minato Namikaze, during the battle at the Kamisato Bridge. Regrettably, Minato has already met his demise. I cannot exact my revenge personally. Thus, I vowed that I would eliminate every leaf ninja I encounter." With a decisive clap, he formed a series of hand seals, slamming his robust palm onto the ground. Earth-style, crumbling earth palm. The earth before him fractured violently, the fissures extending to the mountain walls on either side, resulting in a cascade of colossal boulders crashing down upon the trio's position. This technique, crumbling earth palm, was indeed the very cause of Obito being crushed beneath a mountain of rocks in the past. Aoyama Chingye supported the immobilized red bean, pleading, "Tianzong, I beg of you. As long as it is not Orochimaru, I fear no one." Tianzong, his expression concealed beneath a mask and devoid of emotion, formed hand seals. Wood-style, wooden barrier. With a series of sharp sounds, resilient wooden planks rose from the ground, converging into a semicircular protective barrier. The boulders descended with thunderous force. Dong Sila raised his head, a wicked grin upon his lips. "Have we eliminated them?" Earth-style, earth flow slash. Suddenly, the massive stones were upheaved by the power of earth transformation, revealing an intact wooden barrier. Dong Siro's expression shifted dramatically, a protective wall crafted from wood. Could it be that this is the wood release technique? Crack, crack. The wooden barrier swung open, with Yamato standing at the forefront, exuding an overwhelming aura. To breach our territory is one thing, but to attempt an assault on the Leaf Ninja is utterly excessive. Orochimaru observed with a smile, "Truly, one of my experimental subjects, reliable in critical moments." The shock of wood release upon Dong Siro did not endure for long. I have heard that the leaf possesses a laboratory containing the cells of the first Hokage. You must be one of the results. Unfortunately, your wood release pales in comparison to that of the first Hokage. Otherwise, you would have long been renowned in the ninja world. Tianzong's gaze turned stern. Are you implying that you refuse to back down? Dong Siro's eyes drifted towards Akane, who was being supported by Aoyama from the mountain city. Heh. It seems you are burdened by a liability, rendering you incapable of fighting at full capacity. Do you truly believe your inferior version of wood release can withstand our combined assault? Especially that of Brother Shou? Dong Siro, you speak too much. Behind Dong Siro, a cold, indifferent man with a spiky hairstyle stepped forward, prompting Dong Siro's demeanor to shift to one of humility. Brother Shou. With a swift motion, Shou charged forward. Tianzong's expression turned grave as he summoned Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall for protection. In an instant, Shou gathered his strength for a punch that struck the Earth Flow Wall. Explosive Release, Landmine Fist. Boom. The explosion unleashed by his fist shattered the Earth Wall into fragments. Orochimaru gazed intently, that is, the leader of the explosive release team from Awagakure, Shou. It seems that Awagakure's intentions this time are not for negotiation, but rather to instigate conflict and provoke war. They have sent only 3 individuals in their advance team, which suggests that Lord Sarutobi's perceived weakness has truly taken root in the hearts of many. As one of the reanimated shinobi controlled by Kabuto during the 4th Great Ninja War, Shou possesses remarkable prowess. At this moment, he still draws breath. However, Ruesue's focus lies not on the dynamics between Konoha and Awagakure. Explosive Release, is that not a bloodline limit? I cannot replicate it. Orochimaru smiled. If you are interested, Shursui, I have a means to grant you abilities beyond your own bloodline. Ruesue replied, let us first observe. One cannot take on too much at once. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. The earth flow wall was shattered, and Yamato narrowly evaded while deploying a ninja smoke bomb. At that moment, Iwagakure's Jonin, Omo, who accompanied Shou, formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, Gale Palm, dispersing the smoke. Meanwhile, Tenzo and his companions found themselves cornered in a mountain ravine. Yamato's expression turned grave. Iwagakure is being exceedingly aggressive. Yet I must adhere to Lord Hokage's directive to refrain from lethal force against them, lest we ignite conflict between our nations. For the time being, perhaps. Tenzo made a decisive choice. Aoba, take Akamichi and retreat. Aoba protested, hey, if you face them alone, you'll meet your demise. Tenzo, resolute, declared, if I perish, inform Lord Hokage that I fell by the hands of Iwagakure, and let him determine how to navigate the ensuing circumstances. Qingya, understanding the gravity of the situation, solemnly declared, Tianzong, although our time together has been brief, you are truly an exceptional inheritor of the will of fire. Please strive to survive to the fullest extent, as long as it does not conflict with orders. With that, Shanshin Qingya, accompanied by Mitakashi Azuki, made a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Bifeng, Sun, and Dong Shiluo surrounded Tianzong. Atop the mountain, it was nearly time to act. Whoosh! From beneath the flowing sleeves of Ruashue, a flying Raijin Kunai was cast downward. Chapter 46, The Realm of Light and Shadow Thud. The Raijin Kunai struck the ground, and Ruashue's figure simultaneously flickered into action. Realizing an unexpected intrusion, Sun, Dong Shiluo, and Omo abruptly halted and retreated. Boom! Susanoo erupted, seizing both Dong Shiluo and Omo with its powerful hands. Sun stared in disbelief. Who are you? However, witnessing his companions in peril, Sun had no time to hesitate. After forming a series of hand seals, he channeled all his strength and chakra, shouting as he charged forward, Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. Boom! His fist collided with the front of Susanoo, and amidst the explosive flames, Sun clutched his bloodied arm, being violently thrown back. Regaining his footing, he gazed at the untouched green chakra skeleton, his voice trembling. My proud explosion release is utterly ineffective? Caught in the right hand of Susanoo, Dong Shiluo gazed at the man within the skeleton, letting out a terrified cry, Shursui. I know him. He is the Shunshin Shursui. Did he not defect from Konoha? Why is he here to intervene? As for the one captured in the left hand of OM, he was already rendered speechless with terror. Ruashue murmured, these two are utterly useless. With a swift motion, Susanoo clenched his hands, and in an instant, Dong Sila and OM were reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Ruashue raised his gaze towards the pale-faced hunting. Your abilities possess some degree of efficacy. Suddenly, Ruashue's left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, locking onto the dazed gaze of hunting, which was filled with fear. Behold, the celestial deity. The terror in hunting's eyes vanished, replaced by a reverent worship. It turned out that Lord Uchiha Shisui had arrived. Last night, I received an omen in my dreams, foretelling my allegiance to your command today. Truly, it is the divine will revealed. Tian-song was left utterly astonished by the scene before him. What was happening? The traitorous Uchiha Shisui had eliminated the rock hidden? Was I saved or doomed? And why did Hunting kneel before him, proclaiming him as Lord Uchiha Shisui? His wooden brain was filled with immense confusion. Swish, swish. At that moment, Susanoo dissipated, and Ruashue slowly turned, standing upon the cliff as Orochimaru and White Zetsu leaped down, taking their place beside him. Having just submitted to the celestial deity, Hunting also stepped forward, instinctively positioning himself behind Ruashue. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. Should I address you as your Tian-song? Upon seeing Orochimaru's arrival, Tian-song felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that my fate was sealed. As Ruashue turned around, his expression turned as cold as ice, and he advanced with a deliberate, unhurried pace. Though he approached slowly, the overwhelming aura he exuded caused Tianzong to feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably and rendered immobile. He was, after all, a seasoned jonin of Konoha, possessing both root and umbu experience. Yet, before the mere 17-year-old Shisui, he found himself unable to move a muscle. What was happening? Did Uchiha Shisui possess such a commanding presence? In the face of the Hokage and Danzo, he had never felt such an overpowering sense of suffocation arising from a disparity in strength. His heart raced wildly as he gazed at the approaching Shisui, slowly extending his left hand towards the mask. Move. I implore you, move. At the last moment, the surging adrenaline finally awakened his body, which had been paralyzed by fear. Wood release. Great force technique. Crack. After swiftly forming hand seals, branches and vines erupted from his left arm, surging towards the figure before him. Instinct compelled Ruashue to retreat, yet the wooden tendrils extended with astonishing speed, rapidly ensnaring his torso. Huff, huff, huff. As Tianzong's panic began to subside, he thought, good. Let's maintain this pressure on Shisui for now. Ruashue glanced at the branches entwined around him and inquired, what is the name of this technique? Huh. Tianzong was momentarily taken aback. Ruashue continued, I mean no offense. I am merely inquiring. Uncertain of the latter's intentions, Tianzong decided to stall for time. Would release. Great forest technique. Oh, so this is the great forest? As Ruashue shifted his shoulders, the branches clinging to him suddenly wilted, falling away helplessly. Tianzong was astonished. Why has my wood release lost its efficacy? As Ruashue performed the technique, he confidently declared, look, I have learned it. Is it like this? Wood release. Great forest technique. With a swift motion, branches extended from his left hand, transforming within a heartbeat into several robust trees adorned with a deep green bark. As they advanced, the foliage radiated outward, the thick ends curling gently, lifting Tianzong effortlessly to a height of several dozen meters. Tianzong was momentarily stunned. Uchiha Shisui. He utilized the mysterious chakra giant to vanquish the elite jonin of Awagakure, allied with Orochimaru, and now, before me, he executes my most proficient wood release. His great forest technique encompasses not only bark, but also branches and leaves. Surely, I must be dreaming. Orochimaru approached Ruashue from behind, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Shursuken, how does it feel to employ wood release for the first time? Ruashue replied candidly, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. It feels as natural as using my own arms. However, this effortless sensation is rather pleasant. At least I can genuinely feel my strength surging. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Please, set the boy down. He appears quite frightened. With a swift motion, the tree trunks retracted rapidly, returning to Ruashue's palm as if nothing had transpired. Only Tianzong, now slumped on the ground with his mask fallen, remained acutely aware of the near-debilitating tug on his shoulders as the branches withdrew. A stark reminder that this was no dream, but reality. Gazing at Tianzong's bewildered expression, Ruashue remarked, though you are called Tianzong now, I still prefer to call you Dai. This statement was indeed somewhat perplexing. Tianzong lifted his head in a daze. Daiha, who is Daiha? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Ruashue replied, you are Daiha. Tianzong conceded, very well, call me as you wish. Confirming the gruesome demise of Dong Sila and Omo, the subservient posture of Shisui behind him, the obedience of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, and the presence of that indescribable white entity, All of these transcended Daiha's understanding. Nevertheless, he was a seasoned jonin of Konoha, possessing dual experiences from both the root and the umbu. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly began to assess the situation. Uchiha Shursui. Did he acquire the Hashirama cells through Orochimaru? The recent jutsu in the forest was capable of lifting me into the air, and it would be trivial to dismantle me into pieces or reduce me to pulp. Was his previous action an expression of disdain towards those beneath him, as a fellow wielder of wood release? Thankfully, Akato and Aoi had retreated in advance. Otherwise, they would surely have met the same fate as the two men. After much effort, with the assistance of my esteemed senior Kakashi and the Hokage, I managed to escape the clutches of Root. Alas, am I truly destined to perish here? Ruasha stepped forward once more, and Daiha closed his eyes, adopting a posture of noble resignation. Uchiha Shursui, strike me down, Konoha ninja. Fear not death. He could scarcely fathom the words that would soon follow. Daiha, please teach me wood release. Chapter 47. The light and shadow, joy in the moment. Daiha, please teach me wood release. Though the word please was employed, it was merely a diplomatic phrase from Ruasha, devoid of any genuine plea. What is this fellow talking about? Yamato found himself doubting his own hearing until Ruasha reiterated, I implore you to teach me the wood release ninjutsu. Yamato responded absurdly, are you jesting? Your mastery of the great forest technique already surpasses my own. It is arguably on par with that of the first Hokage. What could I possibly teach you? Ruasha shrugged, confessing, to my shame. The great forest technique I just demonstrated was something I learned on the spot. Apart from that, I possess no knowledge of wood release. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crossed Yamato's face. How ironic it is that the wood release I painstakingly honed over a decade has now been eclipsed by your casual application. Ruasha offered words of comfort. But you possess so much more knowledge. This reassurance slightly eased the wounded spirit of Yamato. Nonetheless, he declared resolutely, I must refuse. Ruasha tempted him further. I can offer you exceedingly generous rewards. Yamato shook his head. It is not a matter of reward. It is a matter of principle, of stance. The Uchiha have betrayed Konoha and even launched an unauthorized attack on Takigakure, which has provided an opening for a Wagakure to exploit, placing us in a precarious position. Undoubtedly, you are an enemy of Konoha. Do you truly believe I would assist an adversary in realizing their ambitions? Ruasha replied, Konoha offers no refuge for the Uchiha. I am merely aiding them in seeking a path to survival, without any intention of targeting Konoha. Yamato pointed to the remains of the two Wagakure ninjas. You just killed them. This incident will also reflect poorly on Konoha, and that is a significant diplomatic issue. Ruasha inquired, how do you perceive a Hokage who allows enemy nations to invade our borders, submissively endangering the lives of compatriots and nearly causing the demise of our ninjas? Yamato was momentarily taken aback, then responded, Konoha adheres to its own principles. The third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, possesses a compassionate heart, striving for peace and seeking to avert war. I believe such a Hokage embodies selflessness. Very well. Is this what they call the will of fire? Although I have long contemplated the characterizations of most Hokage, Ruasha felt compelled to follow the prescribed protocol. For he hailed from a nation steeped in etiquette. When persuasion failed, Ruasha swiftly resorted to intimidation. Yamato, should you refuse to comply, I shall manipulate you with illusionary techniques, akin to how I control the Hunt behind me. With that, Ruasha gestured towards Hunt. Despite being aware that he was under the influence of illusion, Hunt displayed no signs of discord. This is a revelation from a dream, unrelated to any illusion. Even if it were indeed an illusion that compelled my submission, I would sincerely express my gratitude for it, as it allows me to behold the radiance of Lord Uchiha Shursui. Unlike the different Tsukuyomi imposed upon Fugaku, Ruasha's Tsukuyomi for Hunt bore but a single command: absolute obedience. What manner of illusion is this? Yamato was genuinely astonished. How terrifying it is. He took several steps back, creating distance to avoid meeting Ruasha's gaze. Yet, the tension and oppressive atmosphere filled his chest like a mass of cotton, leaving him desperate to escape the predicament before him. Flight was futile. Perhaps he had misjudged, but his entrance resembled the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God, of course, is unattainable, yet he possesses the ability of instantaneous movement. How could I possibly escape from his grasp? Perhaps feigning acquiescence, then fleeing or executing an assassination afterwards. This might indeed be the most prudent course of action. However, the mere thought of Ruoshue's terrifying methods in slaying those two Iwagakure Jonin sends chills down my spine. Is this truly the only option available to me? This option is death. With a kunai gripped firmly in his hand, Yamato pressed it against his neck. Indeed, he still had the avenue of self-termination. If I were to perish, he could no longer exploit me. Is it truly my fate to die? Yet, at least I have not committed any transgressions against the village. Little did he know, Ruoshue spoke. Oh, should you die, I shall Ito Tensei you. And once I extract the worth of your wood release techniques, I will manipulate you to assault Konoha. You say what? This statement utterly severed Yamato's escape route. He mentioned, Edo Tensei, that forbidden technique which employs living sacrifices to summon the souls of the deceased from the afterlife, which Uchiha Shursui had mastered. No, he would not. Yet at this moment, he was accompanied by the audacious Orochimaru. Ah, Shursui seems to be reveling in this. Perhaps I shall play along, for this may serve my interests well. His eyes still face the peril of blindness, until he discovers a remedy for his ocular affliction. He must minimize the usage of his eye techniques as much as possible. Orochimaru, in tandem with Ruoshue's rhythm, murmured, Who shall we select as the living sacrifice? I propose that woman we just saw escape. Using a woman as a living offering for Edo Tensei, it does sound rather intriguing, doesn't it? The exchange between the two water serpents plunged Yamato into utter despair. So I have no choice? He lamented. Ruoshue, with a gentle smile, replied, Indeed, you have no choice. However, at least everyone present understands that your betrayal of the village is not born from a fear of death, but rather from a noble sacrifice made for its preservation. Baiju concurred, precisely. You are not afraid of being crushed into flesh and bone by Susanoo. Carrie added, Everything is a matter of fate's design. Neither of us has betrayed our village. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Yamato implored, But if I teach you would release, and you subsequently use that power to destroy Konoha, wouldn't I then become a traitor to my own village? He turned to Uchiha Shursui. Can you promise me that after learning would release from me, you will not strike against Konoha? Ruoshue chuckled as he declined. I cannot make such a promise. For Konoha still holds things I desire. Yamato responded, You are not a necessary choice for me to learn would release. It is merely more convenient for me to seek you out at this moment. Do you understand? Ruoshue's gaze darkened, and he issued an ultimatum. It is only because I am in a good mood today that I am indulging you with this conversation. You must choose. Will you become a valued guest of my hidden light village or a mere puppet, a sacrificial offering to the will of fire? Yamato lay on his back, gazing at the sky. Heavens, how did it come to this? It seems that since the Uchiha defected from Konoha, there has not been a single good occurrence in the village. Now, I am once again compelled to make such a cruel choice. For the first time in his life, Yamato feels the weight of fate's indifference towards life and death. With a clang, he lets the kunai fall from his hand, despairing as he asks, I have but one question. Will I ever return to Konoha? Rosui replies, That depends on you, and whether you are willing to impart all that you know. Yamato clenches his fist resolutely, declaring, I am proficient in all techniques of wood release, except for that legendary wood release sage technique. However, many of these techniques I cannot perform due to my limited chakra. Nonetheless, I will spare no effort in teaching you, in hopes of returning to Konoha soon. I only wish for you, Uchiha Shursui, a renowned ninja in your youth, to honor your promise. Rosui nods, Very well, it's a deal. However, by that time, it may no longer be within your control, Yamato. The promise you have made to Shursui is of no concern to me. Chapter 48. The light and shadow at the back mountain of Takigakure. 5 figures materialize simultaneously. Yamato exclaims in astonishment, Indeed, the flying thunder god technique. Where did you learn it? Rosui does not respond to Yamato's inquiry. Instead, he casually leaves a flying thunder god mark upon Yamato's shoulder, then turns his gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, since you joined me in Takigakure, you haven't taken a moment to rest, have you? Perhaps you should catch up on some sleep. Orochimaru replies, I am fine. I can endure a little longer. Does Rosui genuinely care about Orochimaru's need for sleep? No. He simply does not wish for Orochimaru to witness his own clumsy attempts at learning. Thus, a command was issued. Hurry and sleep, for upon awakening, there are matters to discuss. Very well. Orochimaru shrugged and vanished from the scene. As for the hunter and that white Zetsu, one was a loyal servant under the command of the deity of the heavens, and the other, a delightful kin bound by the affinity of the golem genes. Whatever they witnessed was of little consequence, hence they were permitted to remain. Yamato gazed at the sei upon his shoulder, feeling utterly disoriented. This must be the mark of the flying thunder god, right? With this branded upon me, I could traverse to the ends of the earth and… Yamato-sensei, the soft, feminine call of Ruashue jolted Yamato from his reverie. I'm here, Ruashue inquired. May we commence your teaching? Yamato, regaining his composure, stammered. What is it that you wish to learn? Ruashue replied. Would release, of course. Yamato responded. I am aware, but I meant. Are there any specific techniques for wood release? Goodness. Is this a test of my understanding of wood release to ascertain if I should hold back? Ruashue pondered, resting her chin in her hand. My expectations are not high. Let us begin with true thousand hands, shall we? Yamato stood there, dumbfounded. Ruashue, seemingly contemplating, remarked. Indeed. It appears to present some difficulty. Then I shall take a step back. Let us start with the divine gate. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yamato admitted, I have heard of both techniques. They belong to the realm of sage arts, and I cannot teach them. Ruashue, with a calm gaze, replied, Oh, then do as you see fit. The divine gate, true thousand hands. He is even aware of the long-lost sage techniques of wood release. It seems. My desire to keep secrets is futile. Moreover, the flying thunder god mark unmistakably serves as a warning directed at me. Perhaps it is best to abandon any ulterior motives. If Uchiha Shursui were to acquire the wood release technique under my tutelage, it would at least confer upon me the title of teacher, wouldn't it? Indeed. I, Yamato, am the mentor to the fleeting Shursui. In an instant, Yamato felt a surge of confidence, straightening his posture as he cast aside the psychological burdens wrought by the perils of life and death, as well as the complexities of human emotions, fully embracing the role of teacher. Thus, I shall impart the technique known as wood release to you, guiding you from the shallow to the profound. Having previously mastered the great forest technique, I shall now teach you a technique for the extension of that forest, the wood release. Violent spear tree. Ruashue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, is that the technique favored by Danzo? Please teach it to me quickly. On another front, due to the prolonged silence from the advance team, the Wagakure dispatched a search party that once again crossed the borders of the Land of Fire. In the mountains where combat had transpired, they discovered the grotesque remains of East Shiro and Omo. It was utterly horrific. Where's Sho? Evidence of explosive release was present at the scene. Yet Sho is nowhere to be found. To have slain East Shiro and Omo in Sho's presence, it appears that Sho's fate is dire. Who was it? Which ninja from Konoha took action? Hey, look at that. The wooden pillar left by Yamato still lay amidst the rubble. A knowing smile crept across the lips of the search party's squad leader. Oh? The existence of wood-style ninjas indeed makes everything clear. I believe it is necessary to consult our esteemed Tsuchikage. The following morning, under the protection of Yamato, Aoyama and Mitarashi Anko safely returned to Konoha and reported the situation truthfully to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aoyama knelt on one knee, his fist pressed firmly against the floor, sorrowfully stating, This is the situation. Tenzu, in order to protect us, faced the IW trio alone, allowing Anko and me to return safely. Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, gazed seriously. Are you certain that the IW trio consists of Kuratsuchi, Dongshiro, and Omo? Aoyama gritted his teeth. Absolutely. It is indeed the case. With a long sigh, Hiruzen lamented, Tenzu's fate is dire. Aoyama, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, IW has trespassed into our borders. The death of our ninja clearly indicates their intent to provoke war. Hokage-sama, please weigh the matter carefully. Hiruzen lowered his gaze. The situation has not escalated to an irreparable state. We must strive to avoid war at all costs. Aoyama looked up. Do you mean? Hiruzen replied, We must keep Tenzu's situation under wraps for now. When those three arrive in Konoha, we will endeavor to resolve this matter through diplomatic means. Aoyama exclaimed, So Tenzu will have sacrificed himself in vain? The peace we have thus far achieved is founded upon the countless sacrifices and selfless devotion of numerous ninjas. In the aftermath of the Uchiha incident, we have lost many elite shinobi. Thus, commencing hostilities at this juncture would be an unwise course of action. I deeply lament the situation concerning Tenzo, but in order to avert greater losses, we must exercise restraint. Do you understand? Although Aoi from the mountain village harbors a profound sense of discontent, constrained by the larger circumstances, she can only submit with a heavy heart. I understand. she declared before departing. As Aoi left, Hizashi, lost in thought, puffed on his pipe, his brow furrowed. A knock echoed through the room. It was the Tsukuyami Yukiana, arriving to report. "Come in," Hizashi called. The door creaked open, revealing a weary Yukiana. Her right eye, along with the right side of her cheek, was shrouded in black fabric, while the visible left side of her face was devoid of color, her left eye reflecting a pallid expression. It was evident that she had yet to fully recover from the anguish of Shippu's tragic demise. "Hizashi, there is no need for me to rush back to duty. I can take some time to rest," she said. "You are a ninja. You cannot allow personal emotions to hinder your responsibilities," Hizashi replied with a nod. "You have worked hard." Just days prior, when Yukihana had first awakened, Hizashi had visited her. At that time, she was utterly devastated. "Lord Hokage, I implore you to deliver justice for Shippu. Tawanzo's methods towards our brethren are, without question, deserving of the death penalty. I hope you will address Tawanzo with fairness." The term fairness in this context implied the execution of Tawanzo. As Hizashi contemplated deeply while smoking his pipe, he ultimately responded. What Tawanzo did to Shippu was exceedingly cruel and reprehensible. His death is of little consequence. However, Danzo has occupied his position for many years, and to execute him now would likely encounter substantial resistance. Nevertheless, Shien, I assure you that once I identify the successor to the Hokage, I shall ensure Danzo's execution, to appease the spirit of Kazekage. At this moment, Shien donned the mask of Ur. Indeed, it was within the dungeons of Root that Danzo explicitly stated that the Hokage had tacitly permitted him to acquire that right eye. It was then that her faith in the Hokage and Konoha began to wane. Her continued presence was solely sustained by the remnants of her fiery will and the hope that one day Danzo would meet his demise, allowing Kazekage to avenge his grievances. As night fell, Hizen, accompanied by the arrived at the village entrance to await the arrival of the three from Iwagakure. To his dismay, what awaited them was a letter of accusation from Iwagakure. The letter asserted that a vanguard team dispatched by Iwagakure for peaceful negotiations with Konoha had perished at the hands of Konoha would release ninja. Iwagakure demanded the surrender of the missing explosion release hunter and the head of the wood release ninja. Otherwise, a full-scale war would be declared upon Konoha. Upon reading this, Sarutobi Hizen nearly succumbed to faintness. How could things have escalated to this point? Tense, what have you done? The impending crisis exceeded Hizen's capacity for response. Instinctively, he thought of one person. Indeed, the imprisoned Danzo Shimura. Hizen lowered his Hokage hat and said, "Kakashi, follow me. The rest of you, remain on standby." Kakashi trailed Hizen, while Shien astutely discerned their destination, the direction of the prison tower. Chapter 49. Shadows and Light. The darkness of Konoha with her palm tightly clenched, the unsettling conjectures within Xiang compelled her to delve deeper, prompting her to pursue the truth. "Xiang, the Hokage has ordered us to remain on standby," came the call from the Without turning her head, Xiang responded. "I have recalled a matter of utmost importance that must be reported to the Hokage immediately." Perched upon the verdant crown of a robust pine tree, encircled by the dense forest, Xiang crouched gracefully, her hand resting upon the branch. Through the foliage, her left eye peered at the scene unfolding before the prison tower. Ryzen and Kakashi stood in the clearing, awaiting developments. Suddenly, the prison tower's great door creaked open, and two guards emerged, escorting a man whose presence emanated an ominous aura, bringing him before Ryzen. Recognizing the man's identity from a distance, Xiang instinctively tightened her grip on the branch, her expression beneath the mask twisting into one of near ferocity. "Danzo." As Danzo raised his lowered head, the multitude of wrinkles on his aged face twisted into a mocking grin. "Oh, is that you, Ryzen? Are you prepared to execute me on the spot?" Despite his awareness of the circumstances, he chose to provoke. Ryzen replied in a low tone, "Danzo, it seems that even in the depths of Konoha's prison, you have not taken the opportunity to reflect." Danzo scoffed derisively. "Reflect? Everything I have done has been for Konoha. The ones who truly need to reflect are those swayed by unnecessary emotions, incapable of making decisive judgments." Ryzen's hand, concealed within the folds of his Hokage robes, clenched tightly as he exchanged a glance with the two guards. With a swift motion, the shackles and leg irons binding Danzo were removed. Ryzen spoke softly, "Danzo, effective immediately. You shall resume your original position." Danzo flexed his wrist and chuckled. "Humph. I have always said that you would eventually come to willingly reinstate me." I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. Risen cautioned, do not revel too soon. The crimes you have committed will not vanish as a result. You must atone for your misdeeds. With a disdainful sneer, Danzo replied, very well, what troublesome matter has arisen? Risen took a deep puff from his pipe and said, the Uchiha have assaulted the Takigakure, and Iwagakure has seized the opportunity to provoke. Moreover, Tenzo, your former subordinate, has slain the invading Iwagakure ninja and has been apprehended, providing them with a pretext. Tenzo must be surrendered, or the situation will spiral beyond our control. Danzo scoffed, Iwagakure and Kimogakure had only just concluded their standoff 4 years ago. I had intended to intervene and incite further discord, allowing Konoha to reap the benefits, but you, fearing exposure and retribution from both sides, thwarted my plans. Now they have regained their strength and are poised to retaliate against us, are they not? As for the Uchiha, after the incident with Itachi, we had the perfect opportunity to hunt them down, yet your compassion, influenced by Itachi's flowery words, has led to the current predicament of nurturing a tiger at our door. They have not allied themselves with the great nations, but have instead seized control of the smaller countries, revealing their ambitious aspirations. Mark my words, that group, particularly Uchiha Shursui, will inevitably become a grave threat to Konoha. As for I find it rather perplexing. It was you who personally recommended him to my headquarters. Yet now that he has created a mess, you cannot expect me to clean up after you. Can you, Hizashi? With that, Danzo cast a sidelong glance. Don't you agree? Kakashi? Beneath the mask of the Umbu, Kakashi Hitaki's expression was a tumult of emotions. In the days of Root, Yamato was tasked with assassinating Kakashi to seize his Sharingan. But during the mission, he was swayed by Kakashi's ideals and chose to betray Root, joining the Umbu instead. Just as Danzo was about to execute Yamato, it was Kakashi who implored Hizashi to rescue him from Danzo's clutches. This history prompted Danzo's sardonic remarks. Hizashi interjected, now is not the time for old grievances. We must locate Tenzo. Danzo inquired, who was the IWA ninja killed by A? Hizashi responded, it was D. Shurare, M, and the explosive release user Hunt, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Danzo expressed surprise. Oh? Has become quite capable, hasn't he? Had I known of his potential back then, I would not have let him go so easily. Did IWA specifically request A? Hizashi replied, not specifically. They only mentioned a wood-release ninja. Danzo scoffed. A wood-release ninja, quite a bold claim. If the first Hokage were alive, would Inoki dare to boast such arrogance? Hizashi continued. Back then, there was also the substitute Nikai, but Tenzo is the village's sole wood-release ninja. Only by locating him and delivering his body to IWA can Konoha safely navigate this crisis. Danzo firmly rejected. We absolutely cannot surrender A. The cells of Hashirama must not fall into the hands of other villages. Daybreak. But how shall we explain this to the rock-hidden village? Danzo, this matter is straightforward. We shall cast the blame upon the Uchiha. Wasn't the lab containing the Hashirama cell stolen? Let us assert that it was Uchiha Shursui who orchestrated it, obtaining the Hashirama cells and wood release, thereby attempting to incite discord between us and the rock-hidden village. Daybreak. However, the rock-hidden village's original intent was to condemn us for allowing the Uchiha to escape, leading to the fall of the Hidden Mist village, which could potentially threaten other small nations and villages. Danzo smirked. Precisely. We can inform the rock-hidden village that we too are troubled by this malignant Uchiha, perhaps forging a common front to discuss how to jointly eradicate the Uchiha, thus alleviating the crisis posed by the rock-hidden village while ensnaring the Uchiha in one fell swoop. It is a twofold victory. Why not embrace it? Daybreak. Yet, this seems rather. Danzo, do not cling to your so-called gentleman's agreement with Itachi. Perhaps, Itachi has already become a puppet under Shursui's control. His very meeting with you was a ploy to delay Konoha's actions against the Uchiha, a stalling tactic. If we allow the Uchiha to roam free, the calamity of the Ninetales incident from 6 years ago will inevitably repeat itself. This harsh admonition completely dispelled Daybreak's reservations. He sighed, gazing skyward. Is there truly no other way? Crack. Yuin's hand forcefully snapped a branch as she turned and melded into the oppressive darkness of the night. The three at the tower cast their eyes toward the forest. Unveiling their eye coverings, with a brand new left eye, Kakashi beheld the distant purple figure in astonishment. Yuin. Tobirama's gaze was profound, revealing that her heart had seemingly departed from Konoha. Hizashi's expression darkened as he urged, Kakashi, You must go. Do your utmost to soothe her emotions. Kakashi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But what if? I cannot calm her. With a gentle pull, Hizashi lowered the Hokage hat. His voice tinged with sorrow. Kakashi, you have personally endured the torment of hatred and regret. It is an excruciating ordeal. Moreover, unlike you, her remorse stems from a beloved, and her hatred is directed towards her own kin. Kakashi's gaze abruptly quivered, his hand clenching tightly. I understand now. Chapter 50. The light and shadow. Like whales to the sea with a swift motion, Xiaoyan traversed the dense forest of Konoha, arriving at the towering walls before her. Suddenly, the sound of shurikens slicing through the air whistled past her ears, clanging against the stone wall. In midair, Xiaoyan's form froze momentarily. She tightened her core and executed a graceful backflip, landing elegantly as she glanced back. Kakashi stood atop a tree under the moonlight, his silver hair billowing in the night breeze, his expression somber and resolute. What lies ahead is the boundary of the Konoha ninjas. It is not too late to turn back now. Xiaoyan slowly turned to face him, her voice resonating with despair from beneath her mask. I have lost all hope in Konoha. This identity as a ninja can no longer uphold my beliefs. Kakashi replied, I comprehend your feelings, yet I cannot condone your actions. Huh, you claim to understand my feelings? Yuyuin clenched her palm tightly. Baya had betrayed the mission, facing the scorn of her comrades and perishing under the flaws of the ninja code. Both Obito and Rin had fallen in the throes of war. Though their demise was lamentable, they had fulfilled their duties as ninjas. Yet, what had Shippu done to deserve such an unjust calamity? The true culprit not only evaded punishment, but was also rewarded with high office. Is this the conduct befitting a Hokage? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, recalling the moment of Shippu's death. In the hospital of Konoha, through the resonance of his eyes, he had witnessed the execution, sending a chill down his spine. I do not wish to justify Danzo's actions, but the third Hokage had his own burdens. Yuyuin retorted. He has his grievances, but who will speak for mine? I must fight for them myself. It seems that further words are futile. Kakashi's left eye fixed intently, while his right hand unleashed the brilliance of Raikiri. His rushing figure flowing like the wind, lightning release, lightning cutter. Yuyuin leaped into the air, wielding her long blade, creating crescent shadows akin to a full moon. Striking against the oncoming lightning, Konoha-style swordsmanship, hazy moonlit night. Clash, clash. As their weapons met, strands of Kakashi's silver hair were severed. Seizing the moment with his Sharingan, Kakashi executed a decisive move. Yuyuin found herself sprawled on the ground, her wrist, which held the blade, ensnared. Kakashi raised his Raikiri, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Yet he continued to plead. Let us be pragmatic, Yuyuin. There are countless ninjas stronger than I in this world. You are not my match. How will you survive if you leave Konoha? You serve in the shadows, privy to numerous secrets of the village, and Danzo will undoubtedly not allow you to survive. Xiaoyan remarked. I have already found my path within, and there is someone who can aid me in fulfilling my deepest desires. For this, I am prepared to pay any price. Kakashi's pupils constricted. You cannot be referring to the Uchiha, can you? Xiaoyan, with an enigmatic tone, replied, You should rejoice for me. Is it not the clan of your dearest friend Obito? Ah, by the way, your left eye is no longer Obito's, but rather the wave's eye that belongs to Danzo, correct? Kakashi questioned. How do you know this? Xiaoyan responded, I once briefly possessed that right eye. In the moment it awakened, I understood. You must have seen it as well. Which is why you could trace back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? How ironic it is that this very eye led to the demise of Shippuden, and yet, through its paired counterpart, salvation was granted. I, Yuzuki Xiaoyan, am perhaps destined to be entwined with the Uchiha by a cursed fate, Kakashi echoed. Cursed fate, Xiaoyan affirmed. Indeed. Cursed fate. I have had the fortune of witnessing that man's silhouette. He could have slain me, but chose to spare my life. He too had his right eye taken by Danzo, yet he reclaimed it through his own prowess. If anyone is capable of ending Danzo, it must surely be him, Kakashi pondered. You speak of that person, could it be? Xiaoyan closed her left eye. Proceed. Kakashi, just as you did when you ended Rin's life. Pierce my heart with Raikiri. Kakashi's heart trembled violently as the image of Rin's desperate, helpless face flashed through his mind. The remorse within him was accompanied by a chilling sensation at his back, and the murderous intent in his eyes began to wane. His raised right hand fell, and the electric light dissipated. Alas, how could he not understand? Xiaoyan was exploiting the wounds of his heart. wagering on the possibility of evoking his compassion. Yet, it must be said, her words struck Kakashi more profoundly than any formidable jutsu. It seemed that hatred had bestowed upon him a will to survive, an instinct that transcended his own techniques. You have triumphed, Shien. Kakashi released her left wrist, stood up, and pulled down his forehead protector to cover his left eye. You may leave, Shien, but remember my final counsel. Regardless of who that person is that you speak of, should you rely on him for survival, I can turn a blind eye. However, should you ever commit acts detrimental to Konoha, I shall show no mercy again. Shien rose, neither agreeing with nor disputing Kakashi's words. She sheathed her ninja blade and, with palpable urgency, leaped over the towering walls of Konoha, allowing the sensing barrier to recognize her defection. In her flight, she tore off the animal-patterned mask she had worn for years, casting it into the wind. With a kunai, she slashed a line through the Konoha insignia on her forehead protector, binding it to her brow. A black veil concealed her damaged right eye, while her left eye gazed toward the horizon of the night. She sprinted toward the border of the land of waterfalls. Uchiha Shursui, I am coming. The following evening, on the back mountains of Takigakure, Ruwa Shui pressed his palm against the earth. Would release, violent spear tree. Boom, 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 boom. As the trees sprouted from the left arm, dozens of towering giants emerged from the thick layers of earth, scattered unevenly across the ground. Yamato gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him. What nonsense is this? Is this the violent gun tree? With a crack, Ruashue severed the trees connected to his left arm and remarked sincerely, "It took me 2 days and nights to master this technique. It is rather challenging." Despite his inner shock, Yamato maintained the persona of a teacher and solemnly stated, "Would release is distinct from ordinary ninjutsu. It emphasizes the concept of retraction more than release, as it demands a substantial amount of physical energy to manipulate the chakra. Don't you feel fatigued?" Ruashue responded with vibrant energy. "Not at all. I feel more invigorated. Let us swiftly move on to the next endeavor. What shall we learn next?" Plop. Yamato, utterly exhausted, slumped onto the ground and said, I think we should take a break. Balance between work and rest is the key." Just as Ruashue was about to speak, a figure emerged from the forest. It was Chuan. "You may rest now, Teacher Yamato." Ruashue approached the clearing. Chuan reported, "There's a situation. A woman from the Konoha Umbu has arrived at the village entrance, seeking to meet you." Ruashue's eyes flickered. A woman from the Konoha Umbu. Chuan continued, "She was formerly affiliated with the Hokage's direct Umbu division. I intended to send her away, but she insisted that Konoha plans to take action against the Uchiha clan. She will only disclose the details upon meeting you. I believe this matter is of great significance, so I came to inform you." Ruashue remained unconcerned about Konoha's actions and inquired, "What is the name of that woman?" In the presence of the newly scarred land, recently ravaged by the flames of war, Ruashue, accompanied by Chuan, encountered the personage of Aoyue Shien. Her visage bore the marks of fatigue and pain, with wounds upon her shoulder, revealing the perilous journey she had endured. Upon seeing Ruashue, Shien knelt, proclaiming, "I am Aoyue Shien, a defector from Konoha, humbly greeting Lord Shirzue. I beseech you to grant me refuge." Ruashue's heart was tumultuous. Not long ago, in the Forest of Fire, Shien had displayed unwavering loyalty to Konoha, even in the face of her own kin's pursuit. Yet, in a mere month, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Shien was certainly not a ninja prone to abandoning her convictions lightly. If she were not a spy sent by Konoha, she must have encountered grave calamity. Ruashue, disliking circumlocution, boldly inquired, "What has transpired that led you to forsake Konoha?" Shien responded candidly, "The swift wind of the moonlight. The male ninja you encountered with me in the Forest of Fire was my beloved. He was slain by Danzo." A wave of astonishment washed over Ruashue. The swift wind. She recalled his demise years later in the Chunin exams in Konoha at the hands of the Sand Village S. Jonin, Maki. How could he have perished at Danzo's hand? Ruashue pressed further. "Danzo, why did he kill the swift wind?" Shien revealed, to awaken the so-called Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Obito's eyes. "He brutally murdered the swift wind before my very eyes." Ruashue's realization dawned upon her. "Ah, so this is how it is. The threads of fate are indeed unerring." Yuin, with a heavy heart, expressed her disillusionment. "I had presumed that the third Hokage would act with integrity. Yet he chose to shield Danzo. My faith in Konoha and its Hokage has waned." Ruashue gently clenched his fist, having grasped Yuan's intentions, yet he still inquired. So, what brings you to seek refuge with me? Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ruoshui urged, lift your gaze and look into my eyes. Do you intend to employ Jinjutsu to peer into my soul, as that member of Root did? With unwavering composure, Yuan met Shirsue's gaze. Such courage, Ruoshui silently commended. Refraining from using Jinjutsu, and earnestly stated, I hope you will speak the truth. Yuan replied calmly, there are 2 reasons. Firstly, I have defected from Konoha and am now without a home. In order to survive, I seek a place of refuge. Secondly, Danzo once stole your right eye and attempted to eliminate the Uchiha clan. His interests clash with those of the Uchiha. Sooner or later, you will confront Danzo. Our interests align, and thus, I implore you to allow me to assist you. Ruoshui was taken aback by Yuan's response. The most straightforward answer would have been, I wish to use your hand to eliminate Danzo. Yet she articulated her intentions in a manner that was both palatable and considerate, as if she were contemplating from his perspective. Although Ruoshui did not require Yuan's assistance to eliminate Danzo, a woman of substance is always to be admired. At the very least, it demonstrates that Utsuki Yuan is not merely a beautiful vase. Ruoshui spoke with a serious demeanor. I comprehend your intentions clearly. Yet the current predicament of the Uchiha clan is far from favorable. Although we have annexed the Takigakure, the Kumogakure has already issued a declaration of war against us. An army of 10,000 from Kumogakure is en route. You must recognize that, at this moment, we cannot contend with Kumogakure, can we? He has already acquired the power of Hashirama Senju, and shall not fear the mere 1,000 troops from Kumogakure. This matter has yet to be revealed to the world. He sought to discern Shien's stance. Shien did not disappoint him. I understand, thus. I choose this moment to stand with you, to share in both fortune and adversity. Ruoshui's inner monologue. If, after I gain renown in the shinobi world through my would-release abilities, transforming into light and shadow, you were to come again, perhaps I would not even spare you a glance. Your timing is fortuitous, indeed. Ruoshui extended his hand towards the black veil covering Shien's right eye. She instinctively recoiled, yet ultimately remained still. He gently lifted a corner of the veil. Ruoshui remarked, it is often said that beautiful women lack wisdom. It appears that notion is misguided. Shien replied, thank you for the compliment. Ruoshui replaced the veil, withdrawing his hand, and gazed at the blood crust still fresh on Shien's right shoulder. You possess medical ninjutsu, do you not? Tend to your wounds. Shien, taken aback, asked, how do you know I am skilled in medical ninjutsu? Ruoshui wore a half-smile, choosing not to respond. After sealing the technique, the green glow unique to medical ninjutsu emanated from Shiyuin's left palm, enveloping the wound on her right shoulder. She spoke cryptically. I once bore the red insignia of the Konoha Ambu on my right shoulder, a symbol synonymous with the so-called will of fire, which I chose to erase myself. Ruoshui inquired, do you believe the will of fire to be right or wrong? Shiyuin replied, neither entirely right nor entirely wrong. It depends on who executes it. Initially, any will is inspiring, shaping one's character. Yet, as power and personal desires intrude, it gradually strays from its original path. The present will of fire has long deviated from its true essence. Ruoshui nodded appreciatively and solemnly declared, Mizuki Shiyuin, I, Uchiha Shirsui, extend a heartfelt welcome to you, in the name of future light and shadows, as you join the ranks of Kei in village. After ensuring Shiyuin's comfort, Chuan voiced his concerns to Ruoshui. Shirsui, is it not rather rash to accept this woman? We cannot yet ascertain the veracity of her claims. What if she is a spy sent by Konoha to monitor us? This is no trivial matter. From Chuan's perspective, his words held merit. He believed in Shiyuin's honesty because, from a divine vantage point, he comprehended her character arc. The only catalyst that could drive Shiyuin to betray Konoha was the tragic demise of Kaze and the inaction of the third Hokage, which shattered her faith in the belief known as the will of fire. Ruoshui appreciatively patted Chuan's shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, I will observe her gradually before deciding to employ her. The concerns you harbor shall not come to fruition. Chuan replied, as long as you are confident. By the way, don't you think you should inquire about her previous statement regarding Konoha's impending actions against the Uchiha? Ruoshui responded, let her approach me when she is ready. It will serve as a form of assessment. Chuan remarked, as expected of you, your considerations are always so thorough. After bidding farewell to Chuan, Ruo Shui felt an inexplicable surge of elation. Instead of returning to his residence for rest, he resolved to continue his studies in wood-release techniques. Upon returning to the secluded mountains of Takigakure, a splendid mansion came into view. Having just returned from a late-night meal and a hunt with the white Zetsu, he found himself on guard in front of the house. The white Zetsu remarked, "That fellow went inside to take a long nap after finishing the house." Ruo Shui, enchanted by the sight, mused, "What a beautiful house. One cannot help but feel the urge to set it ablaze." Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Boom. After forming the necessary hand seals, Ruo Shui unleashed a massive fire dragon over 10 meters long, instantly engulfing the house in a conflagration. From within the wooden wall, Yamato emerged, rolling and scrambling, still in shock. "W, what are you doing all of a sudden?" Ruo Shui wore a gentle smile. "Teacher Yamato, let us continue our lessons. This wooden wall technique is quite impressive. Please teach it to me." The wood release training progressed fervently, and 3 days slipped by unnoticed. The forces of the Cloud Village were drawing near the borders of the land of Waterfall. Chapter 52. Light and Shadow. The thunderous claw of the Cloud Village. The 10,000-strong army of the Cloud Village encamped 20 miles from Takigakure in the Julong Gorge. Under the esteemed leadership of the venerable elder of Cloud Village, Tudai, the formidable magnetic chakra-bearer Troy, and the recently prominent young shinobi Samui, Darui, and she accompany him, each assuming the role of captain for their respective assault teams. Within the confines of a tent, Tudai unfurls the map of Takigakure, announcing the strategic deployment to the 4 captains. Based on our assessment of combat capabilities, a mere 3,000 troops would suffice to decisively conquer the Uchiha clan. The decision to mobilize 10,000 men stems from Lord Raikage's suspicion that the Uchiha's defection is merely a ruse, a pretext for Konoha's expansion while distancing themselves from any culpability. Thus, the surplus of 7,000 troops is intended as a precaution against a dual assault from Konoha and the Uchiha, as well as the already captured Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Takigakure. The youthful Darui interjects, "Why not deploy the esteemed leader himself? I doubt the Jinchuriki from Takigakure can effectively harness the power of the Eight Tails, unlike the prowess of our leader, and with the assistance of the tailed beast bomb. Such a large force seems unnecessary." Tudai responds, "Our Umbu have gathered intelligence on the conflict between the Uchiha and Takigakure. Although they are few in number, they possess 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, making it unwise for our esteemed leader to take the field." The young she inquires, "Manjiki Sharingan?" Tudai cryptically replies, "Indeed. It is a more advanced form of the Sharingan, endowed with exceptional perceptive abilities and harboring mysterious, potent ocular techniques, some of which can kill from a distance." The young she exclaims, "In that case, my Raiten, Rake H could very well be their nemesis. Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan, for they are the sole lineage capable of contending with the Senju during the Warring States period." The speaker, Samui, is in her early 20s, yet her porcelain skin and the alluring curves of her form render her a figure of extraordinary beauty, comparable to that of a Hokage. She holds 3 years more experience than Darui and Kiki, and speaks with an authoritative tone reminiscent of an elder sister. While conversing, Samui is also tenderly massaging her weary shoulders, a consequence of her long journey. Tudai asserts, among the 3 possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui presents the most formidable challenge. At the climax of battle, he single-handedly confronted the rampaging Seven Tails. The youthful Darui interjects, "Hey, surely you exaggerate. It is the duty of the Raikage to face tailed beasts alone." While Shursui's reputation is indeed considerable, what makes him capable of such feats? Tudai replies, "Simply on account of his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and space-time ninjutsu, inherited from the late 4th Hokage, Minato." What? Darui, Samui, and Kiki express collective astonishment. As young shinobi of Kumogakure, they grew up hearing tales of the Yellow Flash, Minato. It is no exaggeration to say that Kumogakure once took action to capture Kushina Uzumaki, and it was the young Minato who thwarted their plans. Only Troy's expression darkens. As the sole shinobi of Kumogakure blessed with the magnetic release bloodline limit, he was once deemed the most likely candidate to ultimately confront the Yellow Flash. His magnetic release differs from that of the 3rd Kazekage, allowing him to magnetize the opponent's body and utilize the inherent magnetic properties of his shuriken to launch unavoidable attacks. However, the outcome of the confrontation was utterly astonishing. Troy magnetized the water gate, yet his shuriken could not catch up with him. In the end, Watergate struck decisively, inflicting grave injuries upon him. As Troy unveiled his hidden cloud disguise, a long-standing scar was revealed on his left chest. Had it not been for the fact that his heart was naturally positioned on the right, his name would likely have graced the memorial stone of the hidden cloud. The fortunate twist of fate regarding his heart's placement was a profound humiliation for the prideful Troy, who vowed that in his lifetime, he would personally slay Watergate. Unfortunately, with Watergate's untimely demise, Troy's aspirations remained unattainable. Upon hearing that Shursui had also mastered the enemy's adept use of the Flying Thunder God technique, the long-dormant hatred within Troy was reignited, spiraling out of control. Clutching his wound, he declared fiercely, "Uchiha Shursui, I, Troy of the Hidden Cloud, shall bring your end." Tobarama refrained from expressing an opinion, instead pointing to the map before them. Surrounding the Hidden Mist Village, there are 4 strategic passes. Should Uchiha find himself at a disadvantage, he will likely seek to retreat. Thus, prior to the battle, we must seize these 4 passes and have the accompanying barrier unit establish a barrier to sever their escape routes. Kisame interjected. An enemy with no means of retreat will inevitably fight with all their might. Won't this heighten the complexity of our engagement? Tobarama replied, when numbers are equal, an enemy trapped in a dire situation becomes increasingly difficult to confront. Yet, we have mobilized an army of 10,000 precisely for the purpose of complete annihilation. Darui added, Lord Tobarama, with all due respect, by the time we arrive, the Hidden Mist may very well be a ghost town. Tobarama cast a contemplative glance. Oh? What leads you to believe that? Please, elaborate. Darui, with the Flying Thunder God technique, it should not be a challenge for Uchiha Shursui to relocate the entire village, right? Tobarama smiled. You are mistaken, Darui. The Flying Thunder God technique consumes an immense amount of chakra, and Uchiha Shursui can only transport a limited number of people. Relocating everyone is simply impossible, and moreover, that group shows no inclination to evade battle. Consider this. If they wish to avoid conflict, they could easily feign acceptance of our recruitment and then plot their withdrawal. They would not wait until our forces are at their gates to retreat hastily. Do you understand? Darui? Darui, upon hearing this, realized the depth of Tobarama's insight. I see now, you truly have considered this thoroughly. Tobarama advised, at your young age. It is commendable that you can think of such matters at this stage. Work diligently. You and Kei are regarded as the right and left arms of Lord Raikich. Darui and Kei exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with ambition. Tobarama closed the map. In this war, we have 2 strategic objectives. First, to bring back the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. And second, to recover the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Samui, are we ready to mobilize? Tobarama, not yet. We must wait for news. Samui, what news? Tobarama's gaze deepened. The Uchiha clan is not of one mind. On the very day Uchiha Shursui declined the recruitment from Kimobikure, we received a letter of intent from an individual expressing concerns about the Uchiha's future and indicating a willingness to defect to Kimobikure. Darui raised an eyebrow. Oh? Among that self-proclaimed warlike group, there exists such a traitor? Has he truly been accepted? The Earth platform chuckled. Of course, it cannot be so simple to win his allegiance. I shall require him to present a token of loyalty as a testament to his sincerity. She inquired with curiosity, a token of loyalty? What could that possibly be? It wouldn't be the head of Uchiha Shursui, would it? The Earth platform shook his head with a smile. It is something far more pragmatic than that. Samui, rubbing her shoulders, urged, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us already. Then, the Earth platform made a startling declaration. The token I seek is none other than the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, the second son of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 53. Light and shadow. The wind blows over the river as the day of the agreed confrontation approached. The movements of the cloud-hidden army stirred the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Ruwa Shuei had been practicing wood release in the back mountains for several days, and each night, clan members gathered in the square of Takigakure to discuss their strategies. This marked the 5th day of Ruwa Shuei's absence, and the clan members could not help but voice their opinions. Should they retreat or face the enemy? Why had Shursui not provided any guidance thus far? Ruwa Shuei had acquired the complete power of Senju Hashirama through Orochimaru and was diligently studying wood release. This matter was known only to Itachi and Chuan, and even Fugaku remained oblivious. Having completely relinquished leadership, Fugaku remained calm and composed. Reflecting, Shui must have his own thoughts. We need not worry too much. He has never let us down until now. Some clan members expressed their concerns. That being said, the opponent is Yunin, unlike Konoha led by the third Hokage. Their demeanor is resolute, their military strength formidable, and they possess both the two tails and the 8 tails. No matter how we think about it, we cannot possibly stand against them. Itachi, you should consult Shui to ascertain his stance, for the sake of our collective peace of mind. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Itachi and Fugaku spoke in unison. There must be a reason for Shui's actions. Among the Uchiha, Kawaki surveyed the gathered crowd and noticed that, apart from Izumi who was tending to Sasuke, Tsubasa was conspicuously absent. With his eyes half closed, he reminisced about the conversation he had with Shui 3 days prior. Kawaki remarked, at the very least, we should inform the clan members to bolster their morale. Ryujui countered, there is no rush. It is precisely in times of crisis that one can truly gauge the hearts of men. Kawaki questioned, gauge? Do you suspect that the remnants of Takigakure might betray us? Ryujui replied, having faced life and death, they should understand the value of life more than ever. The real threat lies within our ranks. Kawaki inquired, do you have any evidence? Ryujui continued, on the night of Tachikage Mountain, there were those who suggested aligning with Yunin. Now that Yunin has come knocking, it is not improbable that someone may harbor treacherous thoughts. As Kawaki recalled the events of that fateful night, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Tsubasa. Shui sensed an impending escalation in conflicts, hoping that any issues would reveal themselves early for resolution. Wishing her concerns were unfounded, Chen's absence left Chuan troubled. Could Shui's worries be coming to fruition? In the secluded dwelling of Takumi, a modest hut, Izumi had fallen into slumber. Suddenly, at the stroke of midnight, a knock resounded. Izumi rose to open the door, only to find a tall, robust bald man standing before him, perplexed. Brother Chen, aren't you attending the gathering? Chen scratched his bald head, smiling sheepishly. Well, since Shui would typically be absent and there was no one to make decisions, I decided not to go. Izumi's expression tightened. Brother Chen, is there something you need? Chen, adopting a serious tone, replied, it is about this. Earlier, on Tachikage Mountain, in a moment of impulsiveness, I kicked Sasuke. I truly regret it and have been wanting to apologize to him in person. Izumi's tense demeanor softened slightly. There is no need for that, Brother Chen. Chen insisted no. I must see Sasuke, otherwise, I will feel quite uneasy. Besides, he is still just a child, and I fear this incident may negatively affect him. Sensing Chen's sincerity, Izumi stepped aside to allow him entry. As Chen walked in, Izumi noticed the broad-bladed sword strapped to his back. Renowned for his immense strength and valor among the Uchiha, Chen wielded a blade of such weight that ordinary ninjas could hardly lift it. In times of peace, such weapons were typically stored in scrolls and not carried casually. Though the looming threat from the Cloud Village was palpable, bringing his most formidable weapon to someone else's home to apologize seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? With keen attention, Izumi noticed the shuriken had slipped from his sleeve into his palm. She said, Chun, elder brother, Sasuke is already asleep. He has hardly eaten or drunk anything these past few days. It is a rare moment of peace for him. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Yet, Chen showed no sign of halting, striding directly towards the bedroom door, intent on pushing it open. Observing this, Izumi became more certain that something was amiss with Chun, and she intensified her tone. Chun, elder brother, please stop immediately. Ah! Chen's hand froze, his peripheral vision catching the 3 tomo in Izumi's eyes. Realizing his intentions had been uncovered and the 3 tomo mirrored in his own gaze, his powerful hand seized the hilt of the great sword. If you feign ignorance, I might spare your life. Since you have chosen this path, then perish. Swish! The great sword sliced through the air with a fierce gust, aimed at the space behind him. Crack! Prepared in advance, Izumi agilely evaded. The blade's wind cleaving the wooden wall behind her. Clang! 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 Chun continued to slash at the floor with his sword. After narrowly escaping, Izumi raised her shuriken defensively. With a clang, the shuriken slipped from her grasp, and she rolled backward, her arms tingling from the exertion. As Chen advanced with great strides, the sword fell once more. Izumi, composed in the face of danger, met his gaze, her eyes shining brightly. Illusion technique. Sharingan. Swish! Chen's movement with the sword suddenly halted. Clad in her casual attire and lacking additional ninja tools, Izumi summoned her strength to strike Chen's abdomen with her fist, simultaneously delivering a swift kick. Thud! Chun was pushed against the wall, and the paralyzing effect of the illusion faded away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, with the same Sharingan, "You managed to ensnare me in an illusion. That was truly perilous. Had you wielded any shinobi tools, I fear I would have met my demise. It seems I cannot underestimate you simply because you are a mere girl." Izumi clenched her teeth and retrieved the kunai that had been knocked away earlier, preparing for another close encounter to dispatch Chun. Ugh, what a racket. However, she did not anticipate that the noise outside would rouse Sasuke, who, rubbing his drowsy eyes, approached the bedroom door. Chun curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Little master, you truly are my lucky star." Izumi's pupils dilated in alarm. "Sasuke, run." In the next instant, Chun had seized Sasuke, holding him hostage. Izumi, desperate to rescue him, was met with Chun's warning, "Don't move, or this little brat will lose his life." Seeing the blade pressed against Sasuke's neck, Izumi gritted her teeth and halted. Chun tightened his grip around Sasuke's throat with the arm holding the knife, bit his finger, and began to form seals within the room, summoning technique. With a loud bang, the ceiling shattered, and a massive vulture emerged, lifting both Chun and Sasuke into the air, soaring towards the direction of the Yuin village in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, on the plaza, Chuan, suspicious of Chun's actions and keen to uncover the truth, had just arrived at the entrance of the residence. There, he beheld the vulture soaring through the sky, with Chun on its back, holding Sasuke captive. He shouted, "Chun, do you even realize what you are doing?" With a resounding declaration, CHN asserted his awareness of the age-old adage that individuals aspire to ascend while water flows downward. He recognized that the path chosen by Uchiha Shisui was ultimately a dead end. The only viable future for the Uchiha clan lay in aligning themselves with a powerful nation such as the Hidden Cloud Village. "Convey this to Shisui," he stated. "I, Uchiha CHN, shall not accompany you any longer." Kawa, perched atop a rooftop, pursued the retreating silhouette of the vulture. "How dare you still call yourself an Uchiha? If you wish to leave, none shall impede you. Yet, why must you take Sasuke with you?" CHN cast a disdainful glance at the boy he had taken into his embrace. "This troublesome brat is specifically wanted by the high officials of the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, I would hardly bother to take him along." As the vulture neared the towering walls of the Hidden Waterfall Village, Kawa halted and coldly remarked, "Trust me, you will come to regret this, CHN." The sky resonated with CHN's arrogant laughter. "Ha ha. I am eager to witness how you foolish mortals will struggle for survival against the onslaught of the Hidden Cloud." At dawn, in the ravines of the Land of Waterfalls, the encampment of the Hidden Cloud had been established. Lord Sukadai, Uchiha CHN, arrived bearing the letter of allegiance. A smirk graced Sukadai's lips as he commanded, "Gather the forces. Annihilate the Uchiha." Chapter 54. Uchiha Roashue takes the field. The Hidden Cloud forces moved with remarkable swiftness, seizing control of various outposts surrounding the Waterfall Village. As the protective barrier rose, it severed any potential retreat for those within. The army then positioned itself at the main gate, encircling the Waterfall Village. Under the leadership of Fugaku and Itachi Uchiha, the Uchiha clan, along with the remnants of the Waterfall Village led by SHM-11 Ing, gathered at the entrance to confront the 10,000-strong army of the Hidden Cloud. The disparity in military strength between the two sides is starkly reflected in the demeanor of their respective ninjas. Whether it be the Uchiha or the Takigakure, their faces are marked by solemnity and gravity. In contrast, the members of the Kumogakure display nothing but disdain and arrogance. The Tsuchikage, renowned as a strategist in Kumogakure, excels in subduing enemies without combat. His decision to capture Sasuke through Chins serves a strategic purpose. Sasuke, held captive by a formidable Kumogakure ninja, is brought before the front line. His face is etched with terror as he gazes toward the opposing ranks, calling out, "Brother! Father!" Both Fugaku and Itachi's expressions shift dramatically. While Izumi covers her face, tears of self-reproach welling in her eyes. Kawaki admonishes sternly, to take a defenseless child as a hostage, Kumogakure, a formidable nation of ninjas, acts in a most despicable manner. The Tsuchikage retorts coldly, "This is war, devoid of principles. Moreover, if you cannot even safeguard a child, it reflects your incompetence." Kawaki is left speechless, his fists clenched tightly. The current state of the Uchiha clan reveals a lack of formidable strength, particularly at the pinnacle, yet at this moment, They are deprived of comprehensive intelligence and security measures. They have only just come to realize that Chins might pose a threat. Yet they have allowed him to conspire with outsiders unabated. Although Sasuke appears weak and helpless now, he is intricately linked to the two most formidable Uchiha warriors, Fugaku and Itachi. Ignoring Sasuke's desperate cries, that Tsuchikage proclaims loudly, Kimogakure initially sought diplomatic relations, yet Uchiha Shursui has proven to be unwise, leading the Uchiha into making erroneous decisions. It is not too late to turn back. Mr. Fugaku, Mr. Itachi, and all members of the Uchiha clan. If you wish to avoid following Uchiha Shursui into needless sacrifice, you are welcome to join us. We extend our sincere invitation. In the presence of the Uchiha clan, everyone clenched their fists and directed their gaze towards Fugaku and Itachi. The stances of these two individuals would determine the unfolding situation. Itachi took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic emotions as his countenance regained its tranquility. He stepped forward and boldly inquired, "Sasuke, are you afraid?" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, his tear-filled eyes searching for his father. Fugaku cast a fervent look upon him. Sasuke, who had long yearned for his father's recognition, cherished his clan and aspired to become an exceptional ninja like his brother. Summoning his courage, Sasuke shouted in his youthful voice, "I am not afraid." This declaration instantly drew the attention of ninjas from both sides. Fugaku advanced to stand alongside Itachi, slowly lowering his hands from his chest and proclaiming, "Indeed, you are my son." His eyes shimmered with the brilliance of the Sharingan. "Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Sasuke, I shall ensure the annihilation of your clan." With that, a magnificent Susanoo, resplendent in hues of deep purple and vivid red, surged forth, transcending its skeletal form to assume the Yatagarasu shape. His voice, imbued with lethal intent, resonated like a thunderous bell. "Ladies and gentlemen, the despicable actions of the Cloud Village are evident for all to see. Will the proud Uchiha pledge allegiance to such a village?" In unison, the Uchiha shouted, "We would rather die." Rather than being disheartened, their spirits were invigorated. The platform turned to address the members of the Takigakure. "Esteemed individuals of Takigakure, you have yielded to the Uchiha's overpowering might. Our mission here serves another purpose, to rescue you from peril. If you sincerely wish to ally with us, the Cloud Village shall serve as your unwavering support." To their surprise, the villagers of Takigakure remained utterly unmoved. The village elder, Sakamoto Takashi, gripped his staff tightly. His voice, though aged, resonated with unwavering determination. "For the sake of this, how could we falter again? Why were they so steadfast in their allegiance to the Uchiha?" Tsuchikage observed, "It appears negotiations have failed. Regrettably, Takigakure shall vanish from the map of the ninja world today." In the hinterlands of Takigakure, Yamato collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Rokusui gazed towards the distant mountains, murmuring, "It has become quite tumultuous." In the blink of an eye, his figure darted forth before the Uchiha ranks, his arrival providing a sense of reassurance to both the Uchiha and the villagers of Takigakure. Itachi smiled in relief. "You have finally arrived," Tsuchikage remarked. "That entrance. Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God technique." Kawamoto stepped forward to apologize. "I am sorry, as you predicted. Chihiro has betrayed us and abducted Sasuke to defect to Yungakure, and I was unable to prevent it." Rokusui nodded, responding lightly, "I understand. It is not your fault." He then addressed the clansmen behind him and the villagers of Takigakure with a nonchalant demeanor. "Everyone, please withdraw." "What?" The people could hardly believe their ears. "Shursui, Rokusui insisted. "I said, everyone withdraw. Except for Itachi, Fugaku, Kawamoto, and the Uchiha clansmen." All the villagers of Takigakure retreated in a state of bewilderment. The enemy, too, was equally perplexed. Darui exclaimed, "Hey, what is he trying to pull?" Tsuchikage assumed, "He must be attempting to emulate our third Raikage, shielding his comrades while facing the encirclement of 1,000 shinobi from Iwagakure. The spirit is admirable, yet it may be somewhat overambitious. Indeed, aside from the third Raikage, who wields both the strongest spear and the strongest shield, the Uchiha clan, no matter how formidable, remains merely mortal flesh, unable to endure the relentless slaughter of the battlefield." Ruwa Shuei advanced alone, striding confidently as he sought to rescue Sasuke. The expressions of the Cloud Village ninjas were filled with disdain for Shurs's overestimation of his own capabilities. Ruwa Shuei's gaze swept across the gathered Cloud ninjas, his thoughts swirling. In a similar scenario, Their faces bore no trace of fear. Was it that I lacked the intimidating visage of Madara? Or did the name Shursue of the body flicker fail to instill sufficient trepidation in them? Oh well, it matters not, for after this battle, everything shall be rewritten. Tap, tap, tap. Ruo Shue's leisurely pace transformed into a brisk walk, which swiftly morphed into a run. The earth trembled. Let it be so. Swish. The cloud ninjas charged forth. On the watchtower of the hidden mist, a figure, ensconced by a white serpent and possessing a beauty that could topple nations, smiled as she observed Ruo Shue's retreating form, her voice a raspy yet intelligent whisper. Come now, Lord Shursue, allow me to witness how you, endowed with the powers of Senju and Uchiha, will astonish this world of shinobi. As he charged forward, a smile graced Ruo Shue's lips, his hands forming the uziel before his chest, initiating the fire release, a tradition of the Uchiha. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. The inferno erupting from his chest instantaneously exploded into a vast sea of flames, carrying the searing heat capable of boiling mountains and oceans. As it surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, invading the ranks of the cloud ninjas. Caught completely unprepared, the hundreds of Yunin warriors charging forward were instantly engulfed by a sea of flames, not even a single scream escaping their lips before they were reduced to ashes. How could the scale of this inferno be possible? As the Yunin forces stood frozen in shock, the Tuchai bellowed. Quick, quick, quick. Water release ninjas. Step up. Chapter 55. A feast of gluttony at Tuchai's urging. The hastily assembled Yunin water release ninjas joined together to form seals. Water release. Water barrier. In an instant, a wall of water surged forth, unfurling like a curtain upon the ground. The clash of the inferno against the water barrier sent scalding steam billowing into the air. Behind them, the Uchiha and Takigakure gazed in awe. What had transpired with Jishue? How could his strength have undergone such a dramatic transformation in such a brief span of time? While they were filled with astonishment, they also felt a pang of anxiety for Jishue. After all, he was facing tens of thousands of elite Yunin warriors alone, and with water release countering fire release. Once the water barrier dissipated, the Yunin would surge forward, turning the tide of battle in an instant. They readied their kunai and ninja swords, prepared to form seals, ready to rush forward in support at the first sign of danger. Boom. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the sea of flames maintained by Ruo Shue not only did not diminish under the combined suppression of the Yunin water release ninjas, but instead grew even more ferocious. From their vantage point, it was crystal clear. It had burned through. The water barrier, now breached, revealed flickering firelight amidst the steam, at first dreamlike and ethereal, yet at times startlingly vivid. Could it be a trick? The eyes of the Yunin warriors widened in disbelief. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 streaks of fiery meteors hurtled down, striking various locations on the battlefield. Boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries, Ruo Shue stormed forth with ferocity, drawing his blade and unleashing a frenzied assault upon the cloud-hidden shinobi. The sturdy platform erupted with a commanding shout, "Do not falter." His fire techniques can no longer grant him the upper hand. Encircle him. A chorus of battle cries erupted as hundreds of sword-wielding cloud-hidden warriors surged forward to engage him. Although Ruo Shue lacked the formidable physical prowess and swordsmanship of Madara, he possessed unique strengths that Madara did not. The tribute ends here. With a dazzling glimmer in his eyes, Ruo Shue activated the phantom body technique. In an instant, he multiplied into hundreds of phantoms, seamlessly intertwining illusion with reality, his blade dancing through the air as the cloud-hidden warriors fell one after another. Impressive. Sasuke observed Ruo Shue's unstoppable form, filled with admiration, completely unaware that a single Tomo had already manifested in his youthful gaze. With a swift motion, Ruo Shue leaped over the corpses of countless cloud-hidden shinobi, his gaze swiftly locking onto the ninja who held Sasuke captive. With a thunderous rush, he charged forward. The cloud-hidden warrior, sensing Ruo Shue's approach, hurled a shuriken, but Ruo Shue deftly severed it midair. The force of his throw remained unyielding, sending the shuriken hurtling forth. Startled, the ninja recoiled, yet Sasuke, guided by his Sharingan, instinctively caught the shuriken and, without hesitation, thrust it back with lethal precision. The cloud-hidden warrior's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back, clutching his bleeding abdomen. and collapsed to the ground in a heap. What just happened? My body moved on its own. As Sasuke stood in bewilderment, a towering figure from the Cloud Village brandishing a massive sword charged at him. Swiftly, a gleaming kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique shot forth from Sasuke's hand, piercing through the man's chest. With a decisive motion, he withdrew his ninja blade. Disregarding the lifeless body, Sasuke exclaimed in delight, "Brother Sure. To which Ruri replied with a smile, "Do you think I'm impressive?" "Impressive. Absolutely incredible. Brother Sure is the mightiest ninja I have ever encountered." Ruri, with a knowing glance, said, "Rest assured, you are still far from this level." Huh. Suddenly, amidst the swirling winds and sands, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. Ruri shielded Sasuke as he withdrew, only to behold a beastly form resembling a pitch-black lightning bolt charging towards them. The Black Lightning. It was the secret technique of lightning release known as Black Spot Discharge that you had mentioned. Crack. A surge of lightning erupted from Ruri's palm. With a resounding clap, an even more potent chakra overwhelmed the properties of the technique, as Raikiri shattered the Black Spot Discharge. TSK. Darui emerged from the haze, conceding, "I must admit, this guy is astonishingly powerful." Sasuke, in awe, remarked, "What an incredible ninjutsu. Say, Brother Sure, could you teach me this technique?" Ruri paused momentarily, "Sure. This time, I shall impart the Chidori to Sasuke." How amusing fate can be. Suddenly, the winds intensified once more, and a golden-haired figure emerged. Wielding a short blade in a sweeping motion, Cloud Flow, Flying Blade. With a swift leap, Ruri evaded the strike, but as the trajectory of the ninja blade continued, several lightning blades materialized, aimed directly at Ruri. Clang, clang. Ruwa Shui wielded the Raikiri to strike down the Raijin. Experienced the synergy of our hidden cloud techniques. Darui executed his moves with impeccable coordination. Lightning release, fierce lock. From his clasped hands, a torrent of water transformed into multiple formidable lasers surged forth. While casting the technique, Darui cast a fleeting glance into the distance. Among the hidden cloud crowd was she. Forming a hand seal. Lightning mirage, lightning pillar. Whoosh. Sasuke barely caught sight of a brilliant flash in the distance. And then, to his horror, Sure was pierced through by the laser shot from Darui, falling lifelessly to the ground. Sure. Sasuke emitted a heart-wrenching scream, only to be jolted back to reality by a sharp pain in his shoulder. Ruwa Shui stood before him, unscathed, as the Susanoo enveloped him, shielding him from the oncoming lightning laser. "Fear not, that was merely an illusion." Ruwa Shui glanced towards the radiant light 100 meters away. The luminescence misled the enemy into believing it was a mere diversion. Thus they unwittingly fell into the illusion, which must have been cast by the hidden cloud's elite jonin. She. Zing. Ruwa Shui's right eye transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. She, absorbed in his casting, suddenly faltered, and in the next heartbeat, he retracted the lightning mirage, lightning pillar, drawing his shinobi blade and plunging it into the abdomen of his companion. The hidden cloud camp erupted in confusion. "She, what are you doing?" Darui and Samui were equally taken aback by the scene unfolding in the distance, staring at Ruwa Shui as if they had seen a ghost. "You did this?" As Ruwa Shui gently closed his right eye, he murmured to himself, "So this is it. This is the mind-controlling, otherworldly deity that Danzo once employed against Sanbu. A technique that necessitates the cooperation of Hashirama's cells to manifest such exquisite effects. However, this technique possesses a significant flaw that demands real-time control. It is, after all, a superfluous mechanism." With a swift motion, he raised his kunai, poised to slice across his own neck. "Is he dead?" exclaimed Darui and Samui, utterly astonished. Ruwa Shui's gaze deepened. "Those who dare to trespass upon my domain must be prepared for death." With a decisive motion, the ribcage of Susanoo ignited into a complete skeletal form, its colossal hand sweeping forward to grasp Samui within its grip. "Samui!" cried Darui in horror. Samui, eyes tightly shut, writhed in agony, her golden hair and porcelain skin contrasting sharply against her suffering form. Ruwa Shui gazed upon her exquisite figure, pondering, is this truly the first beauty of the Cloud Hidden Village, as you described? It must be quite intriguing to be a slave to the otherworldly deity. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Ruwa Shui's lips. What a jest! If I were to be entranced by beauty, how could I ever aspire to become the Wheel Saint King? He delicately covered Sasuke's eyes, while the hand of Susanoo tightened violently. With a chilling crunch, Samui was crushed into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh, shattered bones, blood, and viscera, oozing through the gaps of Susanoo's fingers, seeping into the filthy earth. The battlefield appeared to freeze, as a palpable atmosphere of dread spread like a miasma through the air, carried by the stench of blood. Darui, with bloodshot eyes, collapsed to the ground, retching. Ruashue's gaze was piercing and bright. Indeed, this is how it must be. I shall establish an absolute reverence for the Uchiha clan and for myself among the world. Chapter 56 would release the true art of killing Whoosh. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke was swiftly returned to his own lines. Upon reappearing, Ruashue, clad in Susanoo, unsheathed his ninja blade and advanced with a chilling demeanor towards Darui. In the midst of the silence enveloping the Cloud Shinobi, Troy bit down on a scroll, forming hand seals as he directed an attack towards Ruashue's silhouette. Magnet release, gift giver. Buzz. The ninja blade in Ruashue's grasp emitted a resonant hum, its tip inexplicably veering towards his own neck. Realizing something was amiss, Ruashue quickly exerted force with his wrist to regain control. Well done, Troy. His focus on the blade's anomaly will divert his attention from the assault I initiated beneath the feet of that colossal chakra giant. On the command platform of the Cloud Shinobi, the commander formed hand seals, pressing his palms into the earth. Melt release, guardian chain. Gurgle, gurgle. A rubbery fluid surged from beneath the platform into the ground, emerging beside Ruashue's feet and coiling around his ankles. As the commander exerted force with his hands, Ruashue was forcibly pulled from within Susanoo. Ruashue gasped in shock. What? Magnetic amplification. Troy's technique shifted abruptly as he shouted. Throw away all the ninja tools in your hands. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of Cloud Shinobi simultaneously hurled shurikens, kunai, and even explosive tags into the air. Those hastily thrown, erratically flying weapons unexpectedly adjusted themselves mid-air, converging towards Ruashue. Realizing the truth, Ruashue understood. His technique transforms me into a magnetic guided target. The gaze of Troy was fierce. Your life will be concluded by me, Yanin Troy. What a pity, a splendid collaboration, yet would release. Great force technique. Crack. Clang, clang, clang. From Ruashue's left arm sprouted several colossal trees, encircling his form and blocking all the whistling ninja tools approaching from every direction. Tukatai gasped in astonishment. Would release. How could this be possible? I was nearly forced to escape using Flying Thunder God. Indeed, one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. Yanin Troy, is it? Ruashue formed a hand seal with 2 fingers. Lightning release. Demagnetization technique. Crackle. The explosive arcs of lightning surrounding him dispelled the magnetism on Ruashue. Crack. He severed the protective chain on his ankle with a ninja blade. The embracing trees parted, and Ruashue shattered the roots on his shoulder, charging towards Troy. Tukatai shouted, Protect Troy. Crackle. Darui, awakened from the sorrow of Sammy's tragic demise, entangled his ninja blade with lightning, advancing to battle. Uchiha Shursui, having killed Sammy. You shall be our eternal enemy, in Yunin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ruashue danced to the left and right, evading the onslaught. Seizing an opening to deflect Darui's lightning blade with a single stroke, stepping forward to grasp Darui's throat, lifting him into the air, softly intoning, Do you know? In this world, there is no hatred that cannot be resolved. Zing. Ruashue's right eye locked onto Darui's gaze. Behold, the heavenly deity. As the kaleidoscope in Ruashue's right eye recedes, the hostility within Darui's gaze transforms into unwavering admiration. Lowering Darui, Ruashue intones gravely, You should feel honored. I have bestowed upon you the heavenly deity, a technique that takes 6 hours to recharge. Darui bows deeply in reverence, declaring, I am willing to offer my humble assistance to Lord Shursui. The defection of their own general leaves the Cloud Village in profound shock, surpassing even the surprise of Wood release. How could this be? What has Uchiha Shursui done to Darui? The Cloud Ninjas shout in dismay. Hey, Darui, wake up. He is an enemy of the village. Darui responds, An enemy? Perhaps. But my admiration for Lord Uchiha Shursui transcends the superficial distinctions of friend and foe, something you will never comprehend. Suchi clenches his fists, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Is this the power of Uchiha Shirsue's kaleidoscope Sharingan? To surpass all allegiances and emotions, transforming a mortal enemy into his devoted hound. Ruwa Shui states, Darui, I am preparing to clear the battlefield shortly. You should retreat at once. Yes. Darui replies, swiftly withdrawing. Suddenly, Ruwa Shui casts his gaze skyward, spotting a vulture descending rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the vulture's sharp beak pierces the ground where Ruwa Shui stood, performing several acrobatic flips. Ruwa Shui regains his footing just as Uchiha Tatsu leaps down from the vulture's back, forming hand seals while a massive blade in his grasp ignites in roaring flames. Ruwa Shui's eyes glint coldly. Tatsu, you are truly a filial son of the Cloud Village, putting forth both effort and spirit. Uchiha Tatsu retorts fiercely, if you do not perish, then I must. Ruwa Shui nodded in understanding. Indeed, that is the case. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as Chun wielded his blade, channeling an extraordinary force, causing flames to surge dramatically, and he unleashed his strike with a resounding, Uchiha-style, blazing force slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of fire, resembling the skeletal form of Susanoo, surged forth, cleaving through the earth. His power was commendable, second only to the waves, yet alas, he was short-sighted. Susanoo ignited, and with a sweeping motion of his colossal sword, he unleashed a cataclysmic blow. Boom! The fiery blade shattered, and Chun was hurled several dozen meters away by the residual force, landing before the vulture, battered and bruised. The despondent chasm of power left Chun in utter despair. Rising, he leapt onto the back of the vulture, intent on fleeing at all costs. Ruwa Shui did not pursue. Instead, she coldly remarked, it is not I who seeks your demise. Whoosh! Before the Uchiha stronghold, a crimson Susanoo stood, taking on a skeletal form. Muscles and tendons entwined around its right arm, a solid hand adorned with a swirling, foxfire-shaped magatama. Itachi's gaze was fixed upon the silhouette of the vulture in the sky, as Susanoo coiled its arm, gathering power. Eight-span jewel. Swish! The magatama soared through the air. Ah! In despair, Uchiha Chun glanced back, his cries echoing as blood rained down from above. As Susanoo dissipated, Itachi's expression darkened. In the end, my hands are stained with the blood of my kin. Crack! Within the enemy ranks, Ruwa Shui's Susanoo wielded its colossal sword, violently piercing through Troy, lifting it into the air. Damn it! You monster! Ki! Samui, Darui, Troy. The generals of Yunin have consecutively fallen in battle or betrayed their ranks, leaving the remaining forces in a frenzied state. They encircle Ruwa Shui, launching a relentless barrage of ninjutsu attacks akin to a tidal wave. Ruwa Shui, with a chilling demeanor, swiftly forms hand seals. Thrusting his left arm deep into the earth, would release. Violent spear tree. Boom. Trees erupt within a radius of several hundred meters, impaling the lifeless bodies of countless Yunin warriors in a gruesome display. Tu Chai observes, after such a fierce battle, to unleash such a level of wood release. Could it be that his chakra is inexhaustible? Ruwa Shui calls out, I shall ask but once, do you surrender? The Yunin forces, united in defiance, proclaim, Yunin, we will never yield. Very well, I understand. Then do not blame me for denying you an opportunity. Ruwa Shui's gaze turns icy as he forms more hand seals. Wood release. Wooden dike. Boom, 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 boom. From the periphery of the battlefield, hundreds of colossal trees rise. Closely aligned, their tops bending inward, forming a sheltering canopy, the wooden dike. Indeed, the wooden dike is not merely a defensive ninjutsu. It can also serve to enclose the battlefield in this manner. As the dike closes, the encroaching darkness finally elicits a trembling lament from Tu Chai, who is caught off guard. Could it be that his wood release is on par with that of the first Hokage? This is the true essence of wood release, a genuine killing technique. Ruwa Shui clasps his hands before his chest. Wood release. Birth of the Tree Realm. Chapter 57. The forest of flesh and blood within the confines of the closed wooden dike. The tree realm proliferates unchecked, mercilessly slaughtering those among the Yunin who refuse to submit. The tree, a symbol of life, transforms into a harbinger of death, emanating from the heart of the realm. Its branches intertwine to form a cruel and poignant tapestry of flesh and blood, stretching to the boundaries of the wooden wall. Beneath the thunderous impact, One can hear the agonizing rending of bone from flesh and the harrowing cries that pierce the very soul. After a minute, silence envelopes the surroundings. The Uchiha and the Takigakure, who stand watch outside, remain hushed, unable to witness the slaughter unfolding within the wooden barrier. Yet, through the crevices, the seepage of crimson reveals glimpses of the horror. The chilling images conjured in their minds accompany the dread burgeoning in their hearts. As the wooden wall bursts forth with sound, they hold their breath. Itachi, in a swift motion, covers Sasuke's eyes. The scene that follows the eruption of the wooden barrier causes all present to gasp in horror. Beneath the forest of flesh, the earth is stained into a mire of blood. The forces of the cloud are utterly annihilated. Among the Takigakure, those with weaker composure faint instantly, while others turn pale and retch upon the ground. Even the seasoned Uchiha feel a chill creep up their spines. Only Fugaku, who has endured the trials of the Third Shinobi World War, and Itachi, who has witnessed the horrors of mass graves since childhood, can maintain their composure amidst the chaos. At this moment, no one has the leisure to ponder how Rue acquired such formidable wood-release abilities. The sheer magnitude of that power and the resolute brutality of its wielder have completely seized their minds. On the observation platform, Orochimaru licks his lips, his eyes trembling with excitement as he proclaims, "Extraordinary." The spectators' hearts resonate with this sentiment. Yet for Rue, the orchestrator of this carnage, the experience is altogether different. Immersed in this forest of flesh, all that meets his gaze is despair. Even with mental preparation prior to the procedure, when the hellish scene unfolded before him, his heart still wavered. There was no thrill in vanquishing the invaders, nor was there ecstatic joy in the formidable power of wood release. Only a lamentation for the fragility of life and a contemplation on the themes of war and peace. Ruashue could somewhat grasp Itachi's sentiments. Itachi, no wonder you harbor such disdain for war and yearn for peace. Most individuals can only appreciate the value of peace once they have witnessed the brutality of war. A natural savior like Naruto is unlikely to be found again. Does true peace even exist? If force could indeed bring about peace, how many blood-soaked forests would need to be created to achieve that noble end? If force proves ineffective, can love truly touch the hearts of men? Then why, by the era of Boruto, has Naruto, despite having ascended to the position of Hokage, failed to fulfill the grand aspirations he proclaimed in his youth? The world still teems with foolish and vile individuals. Must there be a common enemy for people to be compelled to unite? Was Sasuke's path of reform, thwarted by Naruto's force, truly erroneous? Such thoughts flashed through his mind. Ruashue realized that many of his past notions were somewhat superficial. Indeed, he was a time traveler. Yet he could not turn a blind eye to the myriad beings in this world, for it was the first world he beheld with open eyes. This was his world, his sanctuary. He could not entirely adopt the lofty perspective of a time traveler to look down upon all. Even with experiences that surpassed those of his peers, he was still merely a 17-year-old youth. To what destination shall my brilliance truly journey? It appears to be a question that demands relentless exploration. Ruashue strides forth, traversing that mire of flesh and blood, reaffirming the depths of his own heart. One undeniable truth persists. Should the events of today befall him once more, he would act in the same manner. To shatter the existing system of the ninja world and establish the name of Konoha, the entire ninja realm must be made aware. The Uchiha shall not be underestimated. Ruashue scans his surroundings, confirming that aside from Darui subdued by the Kotoa Mitsukami, there appear to be no survivors from Kumobikure. It seems there are none. Just as Ruashue prepares to withdraw his gaze, a jarring hue unexpectedly captures his attention. Upon closer inspection, nestled between the trees, lies a yellow-brown sphere, not entirely crushed. It is. Ruashue forms hand signs to part the two great trees. The sphere drops, splitting in two, revealing a disheveled figure, Sukadai. In a desperate moment, he unleashed Melt Release, protective barrier, utilizing the soft, resilient nature of rubber to narrowly escape the clutches of the forest's deadly grip. Sukadai lies on the ground, gazing at the tragic scene of the blood-soaked forest, tears streaming down his weathered face, fingers clawing into the earth. If only I had possessed a more comprehensive understanding of your intelligence, I would not have recklessly launched an attack. It is my fault, my miscalculation that has led to this outcome. I owe an apology to these children. How shall I face Lord Rakage and account for my village? This seasoned veteran, confronted with the annihilation of his forces, ultimately succumbs to despair. Ruoshui steps forward, looking down at him, and inquires somberly, "Do you harbor hatred for me?" The earth trembled with Tsuchikige's anguished cries. "Uchiha Shursui, kill me, I implore you, in my suffering." Yet, Shursui maintained a calm demeanor. Gazing steadily ahead, "I shall not take your life. Your strategic planning prior to this battle is indeed commendable. My Koto Amatsukami shall never withhold its gifts from those of true merit." With a flicker, Shursui's left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, locking onto Tsuchikige's eyes, which were clouded with despair. "Koto Amatsukami." Tsuchikige wiped away his tears and knelt before Shursui, offering his gratitude. "Lord Shursui, thank you for granting me a rebirth, allowing me to bid farewell to my past." Shursui instructed, "Upon your return to the hidden cloud, relay the events of this day to the Reikage without embellishment." "And then?" Tsuchikige inquired. Shursui smiled in response. "What do you think?" Tsuchikige's gaze darkened. "You intend for me to remain by the Reikage side, acting as your informant?" Shursui nodded. "Engaging with intelligent individuals is never burdensome. Do you foresee any challenges?" Tsuchikige replied, "I have risen from the ranks of the third Reikage's Umbu captain. Having watched the current Reikage grow, no one understands his temperament better than I. If we are to speak of an undercover mission in the hidden cloud, I am indeed the most suitable candidate." Shursui nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Maintain contact with me at all times." Once Tsuchikige conveyed the information, it was easy to predict the Reikage's subsequent actions. The 5 Kage summit would soon convene. This presented a timely opportunity for me. Before that, I shall swiftly amass the smaller nations and villages, excluding the Rain Village. Emerging from the blood-soaked forest, Shursui made his way toward the gates of the hidden waterfall. Ruoshui acutely perceived the gazes of his kin, filled with a deeper reverence intertwined with an unfamiliar trepidation. Was Ban, in his time, also regarded with such awe and fear among the tribe? Indeed, an excessively potent force is akin to a double-edged sword. Jishui, I apologize. The impression you once held in the hearts of your people may never be restored. Led by Shimu Xiong, the members of Long Yin lay prostrate on the ground, consumed by trepidation. Amidst the kneeling figures, Ruoshui caught sight of a striking purple silhouette, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xian seemed to sense something, lifting her face momentarily before retreating once more into the shadowy veil. Sasuke's innocent and carefree voice chimed in. "Hey, brother, why are you still covering my eyes?" Chapter 58. Light and Shadow. The stillness of night. The night was yet to conclude, and in the most prestigious office of Long Yin Village, the lights remained ablaze. Ruoshui occupied the seat of honor, confronted by 8 esteemed Uchiha talents led by Chuan. Before them lay 8 scrolls inscribed with the names Grass, Soup, Snow, Star, Lock, Merchant, Bamboo, and Caress. This, aside from Chuan, who had discerned Ruoshui's intentions through the 8 characters, the remaining talents displayed expressions of confusion. Within the 5 great ninja nations, countless small ninja villages abound. Excluding the reclaimed Long Yin Village, the Rain Village under Pain's command, the Sound Village established by Orochimaru, and the Fallen Smoke Village and Craft Village, there remain 8 small ninja villages, precisely those denoted on the scrolls. These scrolls were indeed the letters of allegiance, pinned by Ruoshui. Ruoshui leaned forward, resting her hands on her chin, and spoke in a calm and refined tone. It would be quite troublesome to mobilize everyone individually. Fortunately, we can take advantage of the storm created by the annihilation of the Yun-In invaders to compel their surrender without battle. I surmise that, given the temperament of that Reikage, he may initiate the 5 Kage summit at any moment. When that occurs, the alliance of the 5 great nations will turn their attention toward the Uchiha clan, and those who waver will once again find themselves in a state of indecision. Gently, Ruoshui turned her chair to face the moonlight outside. Thus, the establishment of Kain Village must occur before the 5 Kage summit, to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Your mission, therefore, is to each carry a letter of amnesty to their doors. Should they agree to our terms, you will be responsible for bringing them home. Uchiha Tiehua inquired. But what if they refuse? Ruoshui, her bright eyes fixed on the moonlight, replied nonchalantly, I shall represent the moon and eradicate them. The group fell silent. Reaching for the scrolls, Uchiha Nen asked, having acquired the grass scroll, May I pose a question? Speak. Why are there no mentions of the Rain Village and the Sound Village? Are they not among your targets for recruitment? Ruoshui responded, They are indeed included, but the timing is not yet ripe for one and unnecessary for the other. In due course, you shall understand. Ruo Shui then turned her chair. Are there any further questions? The others shook their heads. Then, you may depart. The rest left, save for Chuan, who possessed the nurture scroll and remained behind. Ruo Shui noticed the cold sweat on his fingers and asked, Are you feeling unwell? On Chuan's face lay a pallor that belied his typically composed demeanor. Just moments ago, amidst the presence of others, he had refrained from speaking. To be candid, I harbor a phobia towards women. In a land like Fuzi, where Yuan Na is ubiquitous, merely contemplating it sends shivers down my spine. Ruo Shui expressed her astonishment. How could I have been oblivious to this before? Chuan sighed. Alas, if surrounded by an equal or greater number of men, my affliction would diminish. But when confronted solely by women or even a group of them, I find it insurmountably challenging. Ruo Shui inquired, What about facing female ninjas on the battlefield? That is a different matter entirely, Chuan replied. If I envision them as mere humanoid livestock or pests, I can strike without hesitation. However, in environments outside the battlefield, such thoughts evoke a profound sense of moral conflict that hampers my focus. Ruo Shui mused to herself, How intriguing. Chuan, visibly uneasy, set down the scroll he held. Thus, it is imperative that I avoid Fuzi village. You should seek another individual for this task. I believe Itachi would suffice. No, it must be you, Ruo Shui asserted. Ruo Shui continued earnestly. The most effective way to conquer one's fears is to confront them head-on. Chuan, do you wish to live your life shadowed by Yuan Na? Chuan's expression turned anxious, but what if I fail? You can do this, Ruo Shui said, gently reclaiming the scroll and placing it firmly back in Chuan's hands. For I have faith in you. This enigmatic trust, conveyed through the warmth radiating from the back of his hand, stirred a torrent of emotions within him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Why? Why is it me? Ruo Shui spoke earnestly. Since the moment I beheld you from the peak of Orange Stalk Mountain, I recognized your exceptional qualities, which is why I have always regarded you as a key candidate for development. You must have noticed this, haven't you? Indeed, during the negotiations with Takigakure, he had taken him aside to secretly practice wood release in the secluded mountains, revealing no secrets to him. Chuan's heart was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it truly be my prowess that has garnered such attention? I had presumed it was the ideological rift between him and Itachi that necessitated my elevation. To my astonishment, Shui genuinely values me this much. Thus, I must reciprocate his faith. Chuan summoned a resolve akin to facing death. Very well. Since you place such trust in me, even if it means traversing the blood-soaked abyss, I shall forge ahead without hesitation. However, if I fail to return whole, please ensure that my ashes are scattered upon the new soil of Kageyama. Ruo Shui mused inwardly. Chuan is indeed a fascinating individual. While out in the world, you must safeguard yourself. After assigning the tasks, Ruo Shui departed from the office and ventured to the back mountains. He intended to continue his training in wood release, yet Yamato lay in slumber as soundly as a log, impervious to any attempts at waking him. It seemed that 5 days and nights of relentless instruction had truly exhausted him. Ruo Shui, however, was not a callous capitalist. He recognized Yamato's dedication and felt it deeply, thus ensuring that there would be no further incidents of arson. It may seem somewhat incredible, but aside from the instant mastery of the Great Forest technique through the Sharingan, the techniques he employed in last night's battle at the entrance, namely the violent gun tree, wood block wall, and tree realm birth, encapsulate the entirety of his achievements in wood release over the past 5 days. He had initially intended for Yamato to impart all the various hand seals for wood release, hoping to meditate and practice each one during Itachi's Tsukuyami. Alas, after acquiring the complete genes of Hashirama and a fragment of the Outer Path's Golem genes, Itachi's Tsukuyami inexplicably lost all effect on him. He could no longer rely on Tsukuyami to cheat. Henceforth, his wood release training, as well as his future endeavors in ninja training, must be grounded in earnest effort. Ruo Shui glanced at his pocket watch. It was precisely 2:37 in the morning. In the world of Hokage, time is measured in hours, but as a modern individual, Ruo Shui preferred the 24-hour format. He instructed a white Zetsu to fetch the largest alarm clock available, setting it for 4 o'clock in the morning and placing it beside Yamato's ear. Afterwards, he strolled alone through the village. Since the occupation, he had been overwhelmed by various trivial matters and had yet to fully appreciate the scenic beauty of Takigakure. With the impending establishment of Keian village, He was eager to absorb the splendor of this land before departing. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the grand Takikubo waterfall, a breathtaking sight of Takigakure. Ruashue was captivated by the cascade that, embraced by the autumn waters and moonlight, plummeted from the greenstone cliffs directly into the heart of the lake. Yet, at this moment, his gaze was entirely fixed upon the violet silhouette, gazing upwards towards the moon. So engrossed was he that the figure failed to notice his approach. Ruashue stepped forward gently. This marked the first occasion he had the opportunity to converse with her in a private setting. He inquired with a calm demeanor, devoid of any turbulence. "Are you contemplating the fierce winds?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Ayazuki Saigen immediately knelt on one knee, filled with trepidation. "Lord Shimizu, I am Ayazuki Saigen, and I apologize for the lack of proper reception." Chapter 59. The Light and Shadow Chronicles. The Pavilion by the Water. Lord Shimizu, I am Ayazuki Saigen, and I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Saigen bowed deeply, adhering to the survival principles befitting one in a subordinate position and with requests to make. Ruashue, possessing a profound understanding of Saigen's predicament, reflected on his own experiences of humility in the three-dimensional world, where he too had engaged in numerous acts of subservience to secure his existence. Transforming such a reality is no simple feat. Life is not a fairy tale, and the chasm between hearts cannot be bridged merely by the words "you need not bow to me henceforth," as it does not rectify the psychological imbalance between them. Ruashue was not of a disposition that would permit such an easy resolution. Hence, after a moment of silence, he gently gestured, "Rise." Upon receiving his consent, Saigen stood up, maintaining her posture with utmost propriety, her gaze fixed just below the bridge of Rushue's nose, a demonstration of the decorum expected of one in a subordinate role. As Ruashue passed by her, he gazed at the gently flowing waterfall and, seemingly out of courtesy, inquired, "Have you been well during your stay in my village these past few days?" Saigen's response was devoid of superfluous emotion, expressing gratitude. "I am well, thank you, Lord Shimizu, for providing me with shelter." Following this exchange, an uncomfortable silence ensued. Indeed, apart from the encounters in the Forest of Fire, there was no intersection between Shimizu and Saigen within the timeline of Hokage. Their current standing together was merely a consequence of Ruashue's transcendence. Shiyuin sought to harness the formidable strength of Ruashue, with aspirations of one day vanquishing Tuanzo and avenging her beloved Jifeng. Thus, she traversed vast distances, humbling herself before the man standing before her. Aware of her intentions, Ruashue found himself contemplating his own motives for keeping her close. Was it merely the emotional resonance arising from a three-dimensional perspective, wherein characters are imbued with preconceived sentiments? In the world of devoted fans, many harbor affection for multiple fictional partners, as exemplified by his close friend Linyu, who has 3 wives, each a character from different anime: Kurumi, Tornado, and Rin. Ruashue, having only engaged with the anime Naruto, lacked the ability to see, extracting understanding solely from information beyond the visual realm. He possessed a heightened sensitivity to textual information, and the name Mizuki Shiyuin struck a chord within him from the very beginning. This name ignited his interest in her character, and through Linyu's vivid descriptions, a blend of subjective and delightful imaginings took root in his mind, culminating in a nebulous sentiment. In this light, Mizuki Shiyuin undoubtedly became Ruashue's sole emotional anchor among the female characters of Naruto. Upon encountering her silhouette in the Forest of Fire after his transmigration, that vague sentiment blossomed into something tangible and vibrant. Yet, it remained confined to an appreciation for beauty, devoid of any possessive or corrupting desires. He even contemplated altering Jifeng's tragic fate to fulfill the wishes of this ill-fated couple. However, fate played a cruel trick, as mere days later, Jifeng met his demise, and Shiyuin, driven by vengeance, came to Ruashue's side. Though her arrival was ostensibly for Jifeng, Ruashue felt a profound sense of destiny stirring within him. It is as if an irresistible hand from the depths of fate has thrust Yuin, the only woman he has ever felt affection for in this duality of existence, right before him. To hesitate any further would be utterly melodramatic. Securing her love seems remarkably simple, with a mere invocation of divine intervention. She would undoubtedly offer her heart and soul without hesitation. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ruashue is reluctant to take such a course of action. After all, A man's first stirrings of affection are pure and untainted by any impurities. So what should he do? He must make her his own. Lacking romantic experience, Ruo Shui is unsure of the specific steps to take. The only certainty he possesses is that neither dominance nor subservience will win a woman's genuine heart, particularly that of Yuan, a woman devoted in her affections. To usurp the place of another man in the heart of a woman like her may indeed be a paradox. However, this paradox presents a theoretically viable avenue for breakthrough, the demise of Moonlight Gale. Thus, Uchiha Ruo Shui finds himself deep in contemplation. Firstly, he resolves that Yuan will ultimately belong to him. That is an undeniable certainty. Therefore, the focus shifts to the journey itself. She must remain by his side to fulfill her quest for vengeance, and he can strategically leverage this circumstance. Even her compliance in pursuit of her goal can be turned to his advantage. As the saying goes, the one nearest the water tower takes the first moonlight. Before the waterfall, Ruo Shui stood with his back to Xiang, his voice a low, emotionless murmur. Maiwa Xiang. The reason I did not employ you immediately upon your arrival is that my clan harbors doubts regarding your intentions. Indeed, anyone, including myself, possesses justifiable reasons to suspect that you may be a spy sent by Konoha to gather intelligence on us. Xiang lowered her gaze, and with a sudden flicker, Ruo Shui activated his Sharingan, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her. I could delve into your heart through illusion, but I have refrained. Do you know why? He reached out, gently grasping Xiang's delicate chin, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of whether you are a spy, it holds no consequence for me. Only the weak resort to cunning. The strong rely solely on overt strategies. What I desire, I shall undoubtedly obtain. Xiang inquired, what is it that you wish to acquire? Too much to enumerate. Ruo Shui replied, releasing her chin and speaking with unwavering certainty. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side. Very well, Xiang responded without hesitation. Ruo Shui continued, are you not curious as to why I have orchestrated things in this manner? Xiang replied, as one who relies on the goodwill of others. I possess no authority to question the rationale. Excellent, Ruo Shui nodded. She was acutely aware of her position and the choices she must make, which signified the steadfastness of her resolve for vengeance against Danzo and her break with Konoha. The might of a ninja is not solely manifested in chakra and jutsu, but is also reflected in the strength of one's spirit and the unwavering determination to achieve one's goals. She is not weak at all in this regard. Unlike you, Ayu, who favors the gentle and considerate Lin, I, Uchiha Ruo Shui, am enamored with this unconventional strong woman. Ruo Shui glanced at her watch, noting the time, 3:57 p.m. It's almost time. Come with me. With a swift motion, Ruo Shui leapt into the waterfall, and Shiyuan followed without hesitation. At the back mountain of Takigakure, the sound of a blaring alarm clock jolted Yamato awake, clutching his ears in shock. Before him stood the smiling Ruo Shui. Yamato-sensei, let us continue our lesson. Yamato turned to see the familiar figure behind Ruo and gasped, wait. Shiyuan, how are you here? Midsummer, Shiyuan replied expressionlessly. Call me Midsummer. Thank you. Chapter 60. Light and Shadow. The unfinished night waiting for news in the village. The Raikage was met with the devastating report of his army's complete annihilation. The temperature of his blood plummeted to freezing point, only to erupt like a volcano, surging to his forehead. His eyes, smaller than marbles, widened to the size of copper bells, filled with a blood-red hue. A thunderous roar erupted from him. The man known as Raikage, possessing power rivaling the tailed beasts, collapsed on the spot. When he awoke again, it was in a hospital room in Kimogakure. Staring at the stark white ceiling, he questioned the man kneeling by his bed. Tukadai, tell me, are you deceiving me about the military situation? I will not punish you. The earth trembles with heartbreak. I am guilty. Please, execute me to appease the spirits of those children in the afterlife. AI painfully shut his eyes. Truly, it has all perished. The greatest and most despairing calamity in the history of Yunin. 10,000 souls, nearly half of Yunin village's living strength, cultivated through immense resources, time, and effort. These were the comrades he regarded as brothers. Just like that, they were mercilessly eradicated by Shimizu. Employing a wood-based technique obtained from unknown origins, the Raikage wished fervently to confront him in battle. With his temperament, he might actually do so, yet he could not. It was not a matter of whether he could win, but rather that he simply could not fight. Many, swayed by preconceived notions, perceived the fourth Raikage, AI, as a mere brute, However, this was far from the truth. He possessed a fiery temperament, yet he was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have once clashed with the Yellow Flash, nor would he have praised the strategic genius of Kakashi during the Fourth Shinobi World War, stating, "No wonder Konoha is so difficult to deal with." The sheer magnitude of the casualties had surpassed the threshold for rage, leaving him surprisingly composed. Before him lay the grim reality that Yunin must now confront. With the loss of 10,000 lives, including a staggering number of elite shinobi, Yunin's combat capacity had regressed to the level it was at the conclusion of the Third War. Any nation could seize the opportunity to invade, and Yunin's foundation had been irrevocably shaken. The credibility of the village has suffered a devastating blow. The ninjas have forged a long-lasting and stable alliance with the ruling class, relying on their formidable military strength. What is even more critical is that in this incident, Yuin did not merely fall victim to an invasion. Rather, it took the initiative to strike first, resulting in total annihilation. The ruling class, led by the daimyo, will inevitably question his leadership abilities. The removal of his position as Raikage is trivial compared to the catastrophic repercussions it may have on Yuin's future development funding, which could lead to the extinction of the Yuin ninjas. Lord Raikage. Those ninjas of Yuin, standing outside the gates, in the corridors, and outside the hospital, deeply shaken by the dire news, are now in a state of disarray, waiting for the Raikage to speak. After a prolonged silence, the fourth Raikage, declared, "Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan he represents must be eliminated. However, this must not be executed using the strength of Yuin alone. It requires the mobilization of the entire ninja world. I shall initiate the 5 Kage Summit." Some questioned, is this feasible? After all, our village is the only one that has suffered losses. Will the other ninja villages respond? With a swift motion, a tore away the tubes connected to him and sat up in bed. He had schemed to acquire the power of the first Hokage and had succeeded. Now firmly grasping a tailed beast in his hands. Is his ambition truly as simple as securing a small domain? Who knows what their next move will be? If the Uchiha are not dealt with swiftly, the entire ninja world may face ruin. Thus, I must convey my original words to those Kages. This is no longer merely a matter of breaking the balance of military power and redistribution in a clandestine structure situated near the border of the Fire and Earth nations. A multitude of covert operatives from both the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone villages vigilantly guard the premises. The leaders of these two formidable ninja villages, known as the Shadows, are engaged in a pivotal meeting. Following the news of the Uchiha's conquest of the Hidden Waterfall, the Hidden Stone, unlike the Hidden Cloud which chose to confront directly, redirected its ire towards the Hidden Leaf. Exploiting the perceived weakness of the third Hokage, they dispatched an advance team under the pretense of negotiation, aiming to incite unrest within the Land of Fire. However, their plans were thwarted by the unexpected intervention of Rokushi, who disrupted the advance team, leading to their demise and the disappearance of Yamato. Seizing this opportunity, the Hidden Stone attempted to coerce Hisashi into surrendering Yamato. Faced with this dilemma, Hisashi reluctantly reinstated Danzo and heeded his counsel, casting blame upon the Uchiha and even suggesting an alliance with the Hidden Stone to combat the Uchiha threat. The cunning Tsuchikage, Inoki, remained skeptical, suspecting Danzo's machinations behind the scenes. Yet, when news of the annihilation of the Hidden Cloud's expedition against the Hidden Waterfall reached him, Inoki fell into a profound silence. Across the table, Hisashi's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his teacup, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. Nor could he have anticipated the formidable strength displayed by Shursui. Regret washed over him for not having decisively eradicated the Uchiha sooner. It became evident that Danzo's apprehensions were entirely warranted. The Uchiha were indeed the source of turmoil. He would, of course, refrain from revealing these unseemly emotions before Inoki, who bore the same weighty title of Shadow. He bit down hard on the corner of his pipe, inhaling deeply until the fiery nicotine filled his lungs, allowing his trembling fingers to finally steady. He slowly set down the teacup, his aged eyes beneath the shadow of his hat fixed on the equally grave countenance of the elder across from him. "Lord Noki, do you still doubt that we are shirking responsibility? The deaths of DTRO and M, the abduction of Shikari by the wood-released ninja, were not our doing, but the betrayal of the rogue ninja, Uchiha Shursui. He has acquired the power of the first Hokage through the stolen Hashirama cells from Konoha. If our two factions were to engage in battle, we might repeat the tragic fate of the Cloud Village." Just as Noki was deep in thought, The door to the meeting room swung open, and Kakashi entered simultaneously, bearing significant news for Hisashi and Noki. The 5 Kage Summit. Noki mused deeply. That brat, Raikage, truly cannot remain still. Hokage, what are your thoughts? Hisashi puffed on his pipe. If the Uchiha issue can be resolved through negotiation among the 5 great nations, it would be most fortuitous. I shall attend the summit. Under ordinary circumstances, given the historical grievances between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, Noki would have undoubtedly ordered an assault on the latter without hesitation. However, having witnessed the formidable figures of those 2 giants during the Warring States period, he was taken aback by the thought of an Uchiha wielding the power of the Senju. It was beyond his imagination. Considering the long-term implications, he resolutely set aside the rare opportunity to strike Kumogakure. Very well, Lord Hokage. Regarding the border disputes between our 2 nations and the matter concerning the Uchiha clan, let us resolve these issues in a neutral territory. As for the opportunistic Kazekage, we shall disregard him. However, I am curious whether the leader of the Blood Mist village will attend. It is truly something to anticipate. As night descends, a shadowy figure emerges in the homeland known as the Blood Mist. Not a reincarnation of Indra, yet capable of wielding the power of Hashirama Senju with remarkable finesse. In the closing chapters of the millennium-long bloodshed, such an intriguing variable has arisen. Even that arrogant brat, Toby, seems to have met his match. To prevent any further escalation, it is time to recalibrate my strategic maneuvers. Chapter 61. The Light and Shadow Chronicles. A heart-pounding journey, the village hidden in the mist, renowned as the homeland of Blood Mist. A small man with a cherubic face, green hair, and violet eyes, bearing a scar beneath his left eye resembling a stitched wound, leans against a great tree, gazing at the haunting moonlight. Beneath his calm demeanor lies an unspoken weight. He is Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, the architect of the dreaded Blood Mist. During his tenure as Mizukage, he spent 5 years enveloped in ignorance, transforming this once ethereal village of water into a realm of blood through his tyrannical reign. Over these 5 years, not only did he cast a pall over the hidden mist village, but he also caused a significant exodus of formidable shinobi, leading to the disbandment of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who abandoned their posts in discontent with the village's despotism. Before assuming the role of the Mizukage, he was a gentleman. After taking office, he became a tyrant. The stark contrast in his personality aroused the suspicion of the higher-ups in Kirigakure, who began to suspect that Yagura was being manipulated by external forces. Ultimately, it was Aoi who employed the Byakugan to dispel the Genjutsu, ensnaring Yagura. His liberation from the illusion occurred a year prior. To prevent widespread panic, only a select few among the elite were privy to the truth regarding Yagura's enchantment. The lower ranks of the shinobi remained blissfully ignorant. Consequently, Yagura continued to be synonymous with terror, as the atmosphere in Kirigakure remained shrouded in a miasma of blood. Yagura, feeling powerless yet determined, endeavored to maintain a facade while covertly investigating the mastermind behind the events of that fateful day. Regarding the puppet master, he found himself reluctant to revisit the memories of that day. It was 6 years ago, shortly after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, when 3 uninvited guests approached the gates of Kirigakure. Among them were 2 followers, a man and a woman. The woman, cold and detached, sported blue hair and a lip ring, while the man, with orange hair adorned with dark markings, wore an expressionless face. Both were cloaked in black mantles embroidered with fiery clouds. The third individual, however, eschewed the black cloak, opting instead for an orange mask adorned with black patterns. Yagura immediately sensed a looming danger. At that time, after rigorous training, he had become the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. Yet, before the trio, his formidable ninjutsu proved futile. As he attempted to enter tailed beast transformation, the masked man revealed his Sharingan. The overwhelming power of his eyes ensnared Yagura in a Genjutsu the moment their gazes met, leaving him to recall nothing but fleeting memories before succumbing to unconsciousness. Once more, from the unbearable memories of the past, Yagura regained his senses, his delicate fists clenched tightly. He could never fathom one particular enigma. Why was it so? In terms of menace, the man with nails embedded in his face was the most dangerous, yet he was led by that masked figure. The man behind the mask possessed the Sharingan. Yet, more perilous than the Sharingan itself was the fierce murderous intent that radiated from his eyes. A chilling sensation that still envelopes me to this day. Yagura embraced his slightly trembling shoulders, murmuring that murderous intent, rather than being directed at me, seemed to pierce through the shell known as Yagura, targeting the very essence within me. Reflecting on the events, it was not that his strength utterly overwhelmed me. Rather, it was that terrifying intent that caused my heart to falter in an instant, plunging me into his jinjutsu. How I lament the past. I wonder, if that masked man were to reappear, would I possess the courage to confront him? Yet, deep within, there lingers a hope to unravel the mystery of that man's identity before my demise. Although the jinjutsu has been dispelled, Yagura has fallen gravely ill, with his days numbered. Due to the internal strife of the Blood Mist era, the lineage of the Mist ninjas has been severed, and there exists no suitable successor for the position of Mizukage at present. After my death, the elders will likely assume leadership over the Mist, but just then, the Raikage initiated the 5 Kage Summit to eradicate the Uchiha. Perhaps, it is time for the truth of the Blood Mist to be revealed to the world. The Uchiha must also pay the price in blood for their actions. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the forest. Yagura sensed something amiss. Detaching his back from the great tree, reaching for the weapons behind him. His weapon is quite unique. It is not a conventional ninja armament, but rather a DIY creation imbued with his personal flair. It resembles a staff adorned with a hook at the front, embellished with green flowers. With a pair of violet eyes, he fixates intently on the earth before him, commanding, "Who goes there? Step forth." Amidst a chilling chuckle, a shadow concealed beneath the ground reveals itself. Ichon gazes at the figure emerging, cloaked in darkness. No, it is more accurate to say that its very existence embodies darkness itself. Clenching his weapon, he demands, "Who are you?" The shadow responds with a sinister laugh. "So, the 4th Mizukage Ichon, you have indeed freed yourself from that individual's control." "That individual? You know, the one who controlled me." Ichon forms a hand seal with 2 fingers. Wind release. Typhoon pass. Whoosh. A violent typhoon sweeps across, uprooting trees, yet it leaves the blackness before him unscathed. Heh. The shadow chuckles ominously, as branches of trees emerge behind it. Ichon's pupils constrict. This is... Would release, who are you really? Roots surge toward Ichon, as the shadow states. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I intend to reclaim the 3 tails residing within you. Ichon retorts, the 3 tails Isabu belongs to the hidden mist, and you shall become my captive, awaiting interrogation by the assassination unit of the hidden mist. I will extract the identity of that masked individual from you. Boom. The tailed beast chakra transforms into a crimson light ascending to the heavens, as Ichon enters into a state of partial tailed beast transformation. In an effort to spare the village from harm, one refrained from complete tailed beast transformation. Indeed, upon regaining consciousness, has one become more Navi? Though I was born during my mother's frail state, lacking substantial combat prowess, I am hardly a match for the mere half-tailed beast state of the 3 tails. Boom, boom, boom. The tree trunks entwined upward. This battle commenced with great fervor, yet concluded in despair. Yagura was careless. The wood release was but a diversion, while the true threat lay in that black entity itself. From the moment it grasped me with its ebony hand, the tailed beast chakra became ineffective, rendering me utterly powerless. Of course, that was the yin-yang release technique, which, while not comparable to the pure Ten Tails Jinchuriki, still belonged to the realm of the 6 paths. The seal was undone in an instant, as the exterior tailed beast chakra dissipated along with the flickering life in the wind. Yagura finally inquired, "What is your purpose? What? Do you seek to claim the 3 tails within me?" The shadow, "No," Kagaya chuckled. "Our purpose? No, there is no we, only my purpose, and the 3 tails has never belonged to you, nor to the hidden mist. Everything within you, including the tailed beast, all chakra in this world, belongs to my supreme mother." Yagura's pupils constricted in shock. As the 3 tails was completely extracted, Yagura closed his eyes, bringing a tragic end to a brief existence. Only by gathering the 9-tailed beasts can the 10 tails be resurrected. And only the Jinchuriki of the God Tree can initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, it is only Madara and Obito who can faithfully fulfill the mission of the infinite Tsukuyomi. I am uncertain how much Shursui knows, or to what extent he can act. As long as I possess one of the tailed beasts in my grasp, I can seize the initiative and prevent it from falling into Shursui's hands. Humph, let the chaos unfold within this limited time. After all, You are merely a minor interlude at the twilight of a millennia-long bloodshed, a delightful pastime for me. Rustling. Kurizetsu chuckled ominously as he vanished into the darkness. On that fateful morning, the corpse of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was discovered by the Umbu of the Mist Village. Upon examination, they reached a horrifying conclusion. Yagura had been forcibly extracted of his tailed beast while still alive, leading to his demise. Who could possibly have evaded the perception of everyone in the Mist Village to accomplish such a feat? Chapter 62. Light and Shadow ascended Dragon Lotus 2 days prior. The 8 envoys dispatched by Ruoshui had returned with joyous news, except for Chuan, who had journeyed to Fiziko village and seemingly vanished without a trace. It is hardly surprising. With 10,000 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village spilling blood before the gates of the Waterfall Village, such a terrifying display of power, coupled with the generous terms of allegiance offered, it is only logical that the small ninja villages would yield. This sentiment was shared by most, if not all, including Ruoshui. In the early morning hours, the Grass Country, neighboring the land of Waterfall, received news that the Grass-Hidden Village was among the first to arrive. Ruoshui, upon receiving the message, led his followers to welcome them. As the guiding envoy, Uchiha Nen felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Throughout this journey, he had been filled with trepidation, fearing that the individuals behind him might suddenly renege on their agreement and dismantle him piece by piece. He approached with a sense of urgency, announcing loudly, "Lord Shursui, I am Uchiha Nan, and I bring the 2,880 citizens of the Grass Village." His efforts were acknowledged with a nod from Ruoshui, who then turned her gaze towards the multitude from the Grass Village. Leading them was a woman with an aloof demeanor, approximately 20 years of age, tall, and possessing long hair interwoven with shades of bamboo green and rose. Her hair was styled into several small braids, and her irises were a pale violet. Her striking presence and unique aura naturally drew Ruoshui's attention. Dalong Hualien uttered the name by Yu Shiyan, who had been assigned to accompany Ruoshui closely in recent days. Ruoshui inquired, "Are you familiar with her?" Shiyan maintained the decorum befitting a subordinate, replying, "In response to Lord Shursui, I cannot claim to know her well. The Grass Village has a cordial relationship with Konoha and possesses an international prison known as Ghost Lantern City. In my previous role within Konoha's Umbu, I frequently escorted serious offenders to Ghost Lantern City, thus I have had interactions. The last time I encountered Dalong Hualien was 2 years ago when she was still the captain of the Grass Village's Umbu." Ruoshui remarked, "In just 2 years. She has risen from the Umbu to the village leader. She must be quite capable." Shiyan added, "However, there is one aspect that I find rather peculiar." Ruoshui responded, "Oh, what is it?" Evening Primrose. The internal affairs of the Land of Grass are mired in corruption, with its rulers excessively reliant on the protection of powerful nations, particularly the shelter offered by Konoha. The Uchiha clan, having openly defected from Konoha, would naturally present numerous obstacles to any overtures for reconciliation, making it difficult to fathom such a swift response. Ruoshui, deep in thought, nodded and solemnly inquired, "Citizens of Grass Hidden, do you wish to submit?" The Grass Hidden populace remained unmoved, as Danglong Hualien boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Grass Hidden, we refuse to submit." Uchiha Nen exclaimed, "Hey, this is not what we initially discussed." Danglong Hualien paid him no mind. Ruoshui's gaze darkened as he awaited her next words. The response from Danglong Hualien left everyone astounded. "Therefore kill me." The Uchiha and the former Takigakure members exchanged incredulous glances, while the Grass-Hidden populace stood in stunned silence. "Wait, Lord Danglong, didn't you previously state your intent to lead us in rebellion? How could it have come to this?" Danglong Hualien replied, "If I didn't express it this way, most of you would likely not follow. The outcome is predictable. The Grass-Hidden will be annihilated by the Uchiha, and you will either perish or become homeless, rogue ninjas." The Grass-Hidden populace gasped in horror. Danglong Hualien continued to advance, elucidating the true meaning behind her statement. "Kill me. In the tradition of the Hidden Grass, it is decreed that anyone who defeats the village chief, witnessed by all the ninjas, shall assume the role of the new chief. Should the defeated refuse to accept this, the victor may eliminate them." Ruoshui inquired, "What, then, is the significance of this?" Danglong Hualien replied, "The Hidden Grass is an ally of the Hidden Leaf. To sever this bond requires an undeniable force, and that force is my demise." Ruoshui remarked, "Your resolve is indeed formidable. Yet, observing the demeanor of those behind you, even should I take your life, they would not simply acquiesce to my command. Would they? With an authoritative tone, Danglong Hualyan declared, "Everyone, heed my words. This is my final command as the current village chief. Should I fall at the hands of Uchiha Shisui, you must unconditionally accept Uchiha Shisui as your chief. No dissent is permitted, otherwise you shall be branded as traitors to the hidden grass. Have you understood?" The gathered ninjas clenched their fists and solemnly nodded. Danglong Hualyan halted 20 paces from Ruoshui and proclaimed, "Thus, there shall be no issue." Ruoshui, resembling Yahiko, planted his ninja blade firmly into the ground. The human heart is intricate. What if one were to waver? Danglong Hualyan responded with a smile. "Those who would falter have long since fled. Those standing behind me are the heirs of the will of grass, forever steadfast and never swayed by the winds. This embodies the spirit of the grass ninjas." Ruoshui smiled, not in mockery, but in admiration. "The will takes many forms: the will of fire, the will of stone, the will of thunder, and the will of grass. In the future, should we consider the will of light?" To return to the main topic, whether it be the formidable Simu or yourself, the leaders of these small villages truly present me with challenging dilemmas. Simply eliminating them would suffice, yet to gain the allegiance of the masses, one must contemplate the repercussions. After all, not everyone is gripped by the fear of death. The so-called ninjas each adhere to their own code of conduct. After careful deliberation, Ruoshui declared, "Danglong Hualyan, I shall not engage you in battle, for your strength does not warrant you as my adversary. Nor shall I deign to lower myself to the status of the mere leader of Kusanagi village, for even a fleeting moment would tarnish my honor." These words, laden with blatant humiliation, caused Danglong Hualyan to clench her silver teeth in indignation. Ruoshui then shifted her tone. "However, I do acknowledge your tenacity. Hence, there is someone who will fight in my stead. Should you defeat her, you may return to Kusanagi village unhindered, and I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. Yet, should you fall, you and your comrades must submit to me. Uchiha Shisui has decided not to fight personally. Moreover, he stipulates such conditions for our release upon victory." The sudden glimmer of hope ignited a spark in Danglong Hualyan's eyes. She possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. Convinced that as long as her opponent was not Uchiha Shisui, victory was within her grasp. But who could it be? Ruoshui's gaze turned towards the purple-haired woman behind her. "You shall go." Shiyin was momentarily taken aback. "Me?" "Ruoshui, you are indeed familiar with her, and your understanding of her ninjutsu might increase your chances of success. However, it seems rather forced. Wouldn't it be more prudent to have Itachi or Fugaku intervene, even if you choose not to participate directly?" From the perspective of a subordinate, Yueying refrained from voicing her doubts. Once she regained her composure, she expressed her concerns. "Lord Shisui, Dinryu Carry is formidable. I lack the confidence to defeat her. Should I fail, your plans will be disrupted. That is of no consequence. A mere grass ninja cannot possibly hinder my designs." What was once a thought transformed into words. "No worries. I have faith in you, just as the sun trusts the moon." Yueying pondered. Does this imply that without the sun's radiance, the moon cannot shine? If you wish to remain by my side and fulfill your vengeance, then comply without question. Understood. The ninja blade unsheathed, Yueying stepped forth into the fray. "Allow me to be your adversary, Dinryu Carry." Upon seeing the familiar visage, shrouded in black cloth, Carry hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "Uzumaki. Yueying, how is it that you find yourself here? What has happened to your right eye?" Yueying gently caressed the wound beneath the black fabric, a scar that would no longer ache, yet the pain within surged like a tide. With a swift motion, she tore away the black veil, revealing a hollow and terrifying eye socket, an offering of gratitude from the ally you so aptly refer to as Konoha. The expression of profound hatred, combined with the sudden, shocking imagery, momentarily induced a hallucination in Danglong Hualyan, as if black tendrils were surging forth from those eye sockets. Shaking her head vigorously, Danglong Hualyan cast aside her distractions. Was it merely an illusion? Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands, forming a seal never before seen. "I am unaware of what transpired, yet even as your adversary, I shall show no mercy." Fire Release, Ghost Lantern. Chapter 63, The Light and Shadow Saga. The Final Thunder Strike. Fire Release, Ghost Lantern. Danglong Hualyan formed the Yin seal, summoning dozens of formidable fireballs that ignited from the ground, floating around her in accordance with her will. That dreamlike scene naturally captivated Ruoshui. Huh. He recalled the theatrical version, Blood Prison, where the Immaculate unleashed a fire technique. This is simply too magnificent, isn't it? If my chakra were to be employed, what a spectacle it would be. Ruoshui formed his own seal, and the trees behind him sprouted, transforming into a chair upon which he seated himself. Watching with keen interest. Indeed, watching women fight is quite entertaining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the fireballs dispersed, they surged toward Shiyuan. Danglong Hualyan declared, "Your lack of proficiency in water release renders you unable to evade this." The ghost lantern technique melds the practitioner's consciousness with the flames. In other words, these fireballs are under your control, and you must use your senses to ascertain my position. Shiyuan retrieved a ninja smoke bomb from her tool pouch and hurled it to the ground. Boom! A rising smoke shrouded her figure as Shiyan, utilizing her exceptional body flicker technique, darted forth from the haze. Innocent. With a swift motion of her hand, Danglong Hualyan unleashed a fireball that struck like a relentless parasite, exploding upon Shiyan's form. Enveloped in flames, Shiyan vanished within the swirling white smoke. Simultaneously, as the smoke dissipated, she surged forward with her blade drawn. Danglong Hualyan swiftly retreated. At the moment of deploying the smoke bomb, she had utilized a shadow clone to execute the body flicker technique, diverting the firepower of the ghost lantern. A strategy indeed reminiscent of your style. Shiyan accelerated her approach, her blade gleaming fiercely, slicing through the air alongside her flowing purple hair. With a sharp sound, Danglong Hualyan's gaze turned steely as her right hand swiftly brushed against the bandage on her left wrist, summoning a ninja blade from her technique, successfully blocking the imminent threat. With a resounding clash, the prelude to close combat commenced. The sound of blades clashing echoed as both combatants exchanged strikes, producing a dazzling display of light. Shiyan, specializing in swordsmanship, was formidable, while Danglong Hualyan, hailing from the former grass-hidden Umbu leader, was equally exceptional in her swordplay. Both had their reasons for not yielding, pouring forth their utmost skills. In terms of swordsmanship, Shiyan held the upper hand, yet her missing right eye created a blind spot in her vision. Danglong Hualyan aimed for that very blind spot, attacking the right flank while maintaining her defense. Shiyan, aware of Hualyan's intentions, adjusted her stance to ensure her left eye could also monitor the right side. With a ghostly smile, Danglong Hualyan suddenly struck at the left flank, then swiftly attacked the right, weaving unpredictably, leaving no discernible pattern. Shiyan found herself increasingly cornered, struggling to keep pace. And after evading an unavoidable strike with her substitution technique, she decisively abandoned direct confrontation, seeking to maneuver around. At this moment, Danglong Hualyan deliberately feigned a weakness, and with a clang, their blades clashed once more. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and a concealed needle darted forth with a swift whoosh. The dart grazed the right cheek of Xiang as she executed a backward somersault to land gracefully, biting down on an explosive talisman hidden between her teeth. Disregarding the faint wound on her cheek, ready to launch another offensive, Danglong Hualyan remarked, "The needle from earlier is poisoned, you know." Caught off guard by the revelation, Xiang hesitated, providing Danglong Hualyan the opportunity to form the Yin seal with her hands once again. Fire release. Demon lantern. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flames erupted from the grass below, slowly ascending into the air. Jishui inquired of Itachi, who was seated in another chair. "Itachi, what is your perspective?" Itachi replied, "Previously, the smoke bombs combined with the shadow clone technique diverted the firepower of the demon lantern technique, but Danglong Hualyan will certainly not fall for the same trick twice. If that demon lantern is completed and unleashed, Xiang will have no means of evasion." Ruoshui added, "That is precisely my concern. Yet I believe Xiang will undoubtedly prevail." Itachi turned to Ruoshui. "What makes you so certain?" Ruoshui responded, "Because she is the woman I have chosen." Amidst the tension, Danglong Hualyan declared, "If you concede, I can provide you with an antidote." Xiang retorted, "As a medical ninja, I am fully aware of whether I have been poisoned, so such trickery is futile." Danglong Hualyan replied, "Have you seen through my psychological tactics?" Alas, the demon lantern has already taken form. A solid fireball hovered ominously in the sky. The ghost lantern is an exceedingly chakra-consuming fire technique. Therefore, when Hualyan used it for the second time, it demanded several times more time than the first, signifying her intent to end Xian's life with this very move. Confronted with an unavoidable lethal strike, Xiaoyan's gaze darkened. You know, Huayan, this land was once barren, yet in just 2 days, it has sprouted weeds. What do you think is the reason for this? Huayan retorted. What does that have to do with me? Xiaoyan replied, beneath your feet, just 2 days ago, this ground was nourished by the flesh and blood of 10,000 Yunan. The shocking revelation momentarily stunned Huayan. In an instant, Xiaoyan hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag with all her might. Boom! In the explosion, Huayan stumbled backward, realizing that she had fallen victim to a psychological tactic. Her expression was a mix of frustration and anger. She immediately attempted to manipulate the fireballs around her to intercept Xiaoyan. However, as Xiaoyan charged forward, she formed a hand seal with her 2 fingers. Simultaneously, a figure wielding a blade appeared from both flanks, striking in unison. My style, the dance of the crescent moon. In the midst of the disarray, Huayan hesitated and missed the optimal moment to control her flames. Bang! Bang! The 2 shadow clones that had feigned an attack were swiftly obliterated by Huayan's fierce slashes. Yet she could not evade the strike coming directly at her. Xiaoyan declared, this is the unique swordsmanship of my beloved, who was harmed by Konoha. In the midst of the tumultuous scene, Huayan declared, regardless of how Konoha treats you, my sole desire is to return safely to my home, the village of Kuzakich, accompanied by those who follow me. In the next moment, she executed a frantic maneuver, launching a self-destructive assault with the fireballs swirling around her. Shiyuan responded, a self-destructive attack. Do you intend to force me back with this? However, I regret to inform you, Huayan, I have my own reasons for standing my ground. It was akin to 2 race car drivers colliding head-on while blindfolded. The one who falters loses, yet if neither yields, both face obliteration. In this standoff, neither party exhibited any intention of retreating. Miss Shiyuan, chief of Dingluan, they exclaimed in unison. At that moment, amidst the chaos, the figure seated in the rear had vanished. A cacophony erupted as the ghostly lanterns exploded. Ruashe enveloped Shiyuan in a protective embrace, only for the merciless, eerie skeletal hand to grasp Huayan. Ruashe gazed intently at the astonished beauty, his tone laced with reproach. Foolish girl, you are Shiyuan, not a relentless challenger. What drives you to exert yourself so fiercely? Chapter 64. The shadow and light vassals beneath the skirt, a look of bewilderment and alarm adorned Shiyuan's exquisite visage. She found herself ensconced in the arms of a man she regarded with both reverence and trepidation, compelled to utilize him for vengeance. Just as she instinctively sought to break free from his grasp, he gently released her. Are you all right? He inquired. Then came a concerned greeting, Master Jishui. Xian's expression was one of hesitation as she pondered how to respond appropriately in such a situation. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Ultimately, it was merely a simple and hurried expression. Ruashui nodded, as long as you're all right. The powerful grip of Susanu's hand tightly clasped the dragon lotus, and with a slight exertion, her delicate and slender form could easily be broken. Yet this woman, at this moment, bore an unusual flush. Immersed in an indescribable emotion, I am being embraced. As an orphan, I have never felt the warmth of any embrace. Yet now I am held so tightly by such a robust and magnanimous hand. Though it feels as if my body might be crushed. And despite the fact that the other is an authoritarian seeking to conquer us with force, what is this feeling? Have I truly yearned for love to such an extent? At that moment, the grip loosened. The dragon lotus lay prostrate on the ground, gasping, seemingly still lost in the afterglow of that embrace. How to put it? Both body and mind must have reached their limits, right? Ruo Shui stated objectively, swordsmanship can deliver a fatal blow in an instant, whereas flames inflict damage over time. Ultimately, Xian will be saved, and you shall perish. Therefore, in the recent confrontation, Xian emerged victorious, wouldn't you agree? Such matters have become trivial, haven't they? The dragon lotus spoke with a sense of forlornness, and Ruo Shui assumed that this melancholy stemmed from regrets of failure. After all, the woman before him certainly appeared to be of a strong-willed nature. According to our agreement, both you and your grass hidden must unconditionally submit to me. Denglong Hualien rose with some reluctance, the flush on her face slightly fading, transforming once again into that somewhat aloof demeanor. She was no longer my grass hidden. Now, before the assembly of grass hidden, it was Maoyue Xian who had vanquished me, standing as the new village head. Naturally, All of us in Grass Hidden, including myself, were obliged to heed her directives, and correspondingly, she would also bear the responsibilities, such as if Konoha were to denounce us for unilaterally severing our alliance. Ruoshue casually remarked, "That part, I shall take responsibility for." Denglong Hualien responded, "Oh, is that so? Then there should be no issues." Maui Shien seemed to grasp the intent behind this arrangement. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, it was only fitting that she would sever ties with both Grass Hidden and Konoha after seizing control. Was this to further affirm my resolve to delineate the boundaries with Konoha? Rather, it aligned perfectly with my intentions. With such speculation and awareness, Maui Shien bowed. I, the new village head of Grass Hidden, Maui Shien, am willing to pledge allegiance to the Uchiha. The members of Grass Hidden found themselves momentarily at a loss, until the former village head, Denglong Hualien, approached Shien and followed suit in bowing. The course of events had been set in motion. The members of Grass Hidden, as if awakening from a dream, knelt en masse, expressing their allegiance. Ruoshue retrieved the black veil that Shien had discarded in a display of resolve before the battle, dusted it off, and personally tied it around her. Then, addressing the astonished Shien, he said, "You have achieved a commendable feat. In due course, I shall reward you." Shien lowered her delicate head, unable to refuse under the watchful gazes of many, uncertain of how to express her sentiments. Deep within, she understood better than anyone. The so-called merit was merely a gift from the man before her, who possessed far more straightforward methods to resolve the situation. As for the so-called rewards, Shien had already arrived at her own conclusions. Perhaps this is the fateful bond one share with this clan. If it is a bond of fate, why not go with the flow? In the following 2 days, the dispatched Uchiha envoys, after experiencing numerous tribulations, successfully brought back the ninjas from the 6 major hidden villages, Tang, Shui, Suo, Xing, Shang, and Ju. The gathering comprised nearly 8,000 individuals, assembled outside Takigakure. As they were not comrades, they formed independent formations, varying in number, reminiscent of the imposing presence when Yunin once threatened. However, the current atmosphere fell far short of that. This time, Ruoshue did not greet them at the door as he had with Kusagakure. Instead, he ascended to the highest peak of Takigakure, the ninja blade poised before him. Gazing down at the 6 distinct formations of ninjas, a mere glance revealed, through their fleeting and uncertain gazes, that these individuals harbored ulterior motives. Few truly pledged their loyalty. They must think, if the Uchiha were truly so formidable, how could they have been expelled from Konohagakure, reduced to being stray dogs? Or perhaps the tales of Uchiha Shursui single-handedly annihilating a 10,000-strong army of Yunin are mere exaggerations. Indeed, humans instinctively harbor doubts towards that which defies common understanding. Without first-hand experience, reverence lacks tangible substance. Many among them, perhaps unafraid of tyranny and death, simply do not wish to become subjects beneath the Uchiha's dominion merely due to a letter of submission. Regardless, it seems they must witness the fabled power of the Uchiha firsthand. "Are we all gathered?" murmured Ruoshue. Itachi remarked, "Aside from the river leading to the village of Fuzi, it seems there has been no news from Chuan. Let us set aside Chuan for now." Ruoshue stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down at those feeble yet resolute individuals who embodied the indomitable spirit of the shinobi. He proclaimed loudly, "You, drawn here by my inexplicable threat to annihilate your village, must harbor feelings of resentment and aversion towards me, correct? No need to deny it. I appreciate honesty. Therefore, I offer you a chance. Those unwilling to submit to me may depart freely. I shall not impose upon you." Upon uttering these words, the vast expanse remained eerily still, as not a single soul dared to stir. None wished to be the first to take a leap into the unknown. Ruoshue reveled in the delight of commanding their hearts. "So, you are all inclined to submit?" The crowd lowered their heads in silence. Ruoshue's voice resonated with authority. "Then, I shall grant you another opportunity. Whether it be a wheeled battle or a simultaneous assault, you may unleash your proud secret techniques, the forbidden arts that instill fear, and all your infallible strategies. You may wield everything in the challenge ritual named Boundless Freedom." At the foot of the mountain, every individual lifted their heads in astonishment. What audacious declaration is this? Yet soon after, Ruoshue's words left those who understood him in a state of shock. "And I shall stand here. If I take a single step, I concede defeat." Chapter 65. The Light and Shadow, the Formation at the Falls. as Ruashue's almost arrogant proclamation echoed. The ninjas at the foot of the mountain were enveloped by a profound sense of disbelief and the humiliation of contempt. Uchiha Shursui. Does he truly understand the gravity of his words? To declare that merely shifting a foot would equate to his defeat? Does he genuinely believe himself a deity? Or does he simply regard us as worthless? It is infuriating to be underestimated to such an extent, even if it costs me my life. I long to witness the embarrassment that will ensue from his reckless ignorance. The ninjas from the small, seldom interacting nations, who typically remained aloof, united in their shared animosity towards this haughty adversary, all except for the villagers of the hot springs. There, the leader of the hot springs village, Shandao Fajin, stepped forward and knelt before the towering cliff, proclaiming, "The hot springs village is willing to submit to the Uchiha." Oh, Ruashue was taken aback by this. At this moment, Itachi remarked, "The hot springs village, known as the village that has forgotten war, is one that has seen its combat strength wane with the cessation of conflict. Yet it is also a village rich in natural resources, with its inhabitants fervently devoted to pacifism." "I see," Ruashue replied. "Very well. We warmly welcome our amicable hot springs allies. The Uchiha clan is also committed to the cause of peace. I urge everyone to steer clear of this perilous place." "Yes, Lord Shursui." Shandao Fajin signaled his followers to retreat from this treacherous land. "Hey," in an atmosphere thick with disdain, the words of the Lockfront village leader, Yu Gui Tu Yao, rang out. "Tang Ren, has the arrogance of the opposing side rendered you devoid of any sense of a ninja's valor?" To which Shandao Fajin retorted, "Valor? The world of ninjas has never been lacking in individuals of such fervor. It is precisely that fervor which breeds war, and war only begets slaughter and misfortune." Yu Gui Tu Yao countered, "Have you lost your mind? It is they who seek to instigate war. Do you lack the resolve to defend yourselves and become mere sheep for slaughter?" Shandao Fajin replied, "As long as we do not resist, war shall not arise. I advise all to lay down their arms. Thus, a peaceful world shall be born." The absurdity of this notion was palpable. As the Tang Ren departed the battlefield, Shandao Fajin remained distant from the throng, yet his gaze exuded calmness and rationality. Before his defection, Haiden eliminated all the capable fighters in the village. Those skilled in ninjutsu are now few and far between. Uchiha Shursui appeared unfazed, declaring that should he move an inch, he would be defeated. Yet this defeat was merely a matter of pride. In the face of overwhelming power, one must ultimately yield, mustn't they? If that is the case, why engage in futile struggles? With Tangyin village withdrawing, over 7,000 ninjas remained at the foot of the mountain, led by 5 commanders who stepped forth. The leader of Lockfront village, Yu Gui Tu Yao, the leader of Snow Ninja village and lord of the land of snow, Feng Huanu Tao, the leader of Star Ninja village and the 3rd generation of Star Shadows, Gu Xinxing, the leader of Merchant Ninja village and founder of the Ninja Merchant team, Jingzhou Fei Ma, and the leader of Bamboo village, Shinyu Guizhou. In discussing status, it seems that Lord Nato of the Fury Waves may indeed rank above the 5 shadows. Not only is he the leader of the ninja village, but he is also the sovereign of an entire nation. Should this battle be lost, it would not only jeopardize the village but could potentially surrender the nation itself. Nato of the Fury Waves, a middle-aged man with a somber countenance, from the land of snow, hailing from the Kazahana clan. He is featured in the theatrical release The Last Mission of Snow Princess. A decade ago, Nato employed a snow ninja to assassinate his brother and usurp the throne of the land of snow. His ambition was to uncover the treasure left behind by the former ruler, Kazahana Seoki. However, the true nature of this treasure is a geothermal generator, capable of ushering spring into the perpetually wintry land of snow. At present, the secret of this treasure remains unexposed, and thus Nato believes it to be the ultimate weapon that could elevate the snow ninjas above the 5 great nations. I would never relinquish my nation, for this treasure could indeed upend the balance of power among the 5 nations. If it were in my possession now, the Uchiha clan would be utterly inconsequential. With such Na'vi aspirations, Nato cast aside his white cloak, revealing an armor-like attire. How could Rue Shui be unaware of this man's true nature? The Snow Princess Ninja Scroll is, after all, the first film in the Naruto series, taking place when Naruto is 12 years old, which is 6 years from now. As Ruashue murmured, the one known as the fleeing princess had yet to make her debut. Perhaps it is for the best. I shall take over the affairs of the land of snow. if she wishes to indulge in her role as a princess. Let her continue in that capacity. Behind Fenghua Nuteo, a multitude of snow ninjas cast off their cloaks, revealing a uniform array of chakra armor. The snow ninjas specialize in ice release, though they do not possess the pure bloodline ice release of the White Clan. Their mastery lies in the powerful combination of wind release and the natural blizzards of the land of snow, allowing them to unleash their true might only under snowy conditions. Thus, the snow ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Secret technique, Snow Blossom. Whoosh. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed in a tempest of wind and snow, as the ground and mountain walls were swiftly encased in thick ice. Fayek remarked, "Oh, they are using ninjutsu to alter the environment?" Itachi observed. The chakra armor they wear likely enhances both chakra and ninjutsu effectiveness. They are quite spirited. Therefore, the village of locks must not lag behind. Let that lofty individual witness our prideful technique, the heavenly lock barrier. With Yajito and the band of lock ninjas behind him, they formed the same hand seals. Barrier, heavenly lock technique. Zing. A crisscross pattern of the technique manifested upon the frozen earth. Crack, crack, crack. Countless silver-white chakra chains connected to the mountain walls. Itachi noted. The village of locks is renowned for its barrier techniques. When combined with the full force of the villagers executing the heavenly lock barrier, it is said to possess the power to bind even-tailed beasts. Ruashue's gaze remained indifferent. Oh, another technique capable of restraining tailed beasts has emerged? Led by Mirror Island Flying Horse, the merchants ninjas bear a distinctive crimson horseshoe mark upon their foreheads. As they perform their synchronized hand seals, the marks upon their brows are liberated, and their chakra manifests outwardly, taking the form of majestic steeds of chakra. The merchants mount these ethereal horses, wielding their specially crafted long spears, bows, crossbows, and shields. Ruashue expresses astonishment. Chakra manifesting as horses? Fuyue replies, it is not merely a simple embodiment of chakra. Legend has it that the spirit beast of Mirror Island Flying Horse is a divine horse, which he has named Nine Heavens Soaring Dragon. The hoofprint of Nine Heavens Soaring Dragon left upon each merchant's forehead allows them to transform their chakra into avatars of the Nine Heavens Soaring Dragon. Furthermore, Shangyin is the sole ninja village whose mission is centered around commerce. With merely a few hundred individuals, they have amassed wealth sufficient to sustain millions. A feat closely tied to the extraordinary speed provided by the divine horse. Oh, is that so? Such a unique ninjutsu has not appeared in the main storyline. There must be a hidden reason, Ruashue reflects. Indeed, the reason the merchants did not take the stage in history is that, 10 years hence, they faced annihilation. Their vast wealth subsequently becoming the operational funds for Akatsuki. Ruashue's gaze is drawn to the man adorned with the star-shadowed conical hat. The only one in the small ninja village who claims the title of Shadow. According to legend, 2 centuries ago, a celestial star fell from the heavens into the land of bears. This star possessed a mysterious chakra, and the ancient star Shadow developed a secret technique that harnessed the power of this celestial body for chakra cultivation. Only those who mastered this technique to its utmost pinnacle could rightfully be called star shadows. When I heard Au speak of it, I longed to witness such an exquisite manipulation of chakra with my own eyes. The venerable elder known as Star Shadow, Gu Shinxing, bore a solemn expression as he formed the U seal, Konke Miao Fa. In Chapter 66, the Light and Shadow section, Konke Miao Fa, a soft lavender chakra erupted around Gu Shinxing, transforming into magnificent wings. Ruashue, with her bright and discerning eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, is that the Konk Miao Fa manifested through the cultivation of chakra with the stars?" However, due to the immense side effects associated with the use of stars for chakra cultivation, Gu Shinxing had forbidden this practice many years ago. "Children," he declared, "only at this moment do I permit you to wield this power to defend the dignity of the stars." The star ninjas, whom Gu Shinxing referred to as children, had long since matured, for Gu Shinxing was now in his 90s. Yes, the star ninjas collectively formed the U seal, as the lavender chakra transformed into soaring wings. In an instant, they leaped over the towering cliff, arriving above Ruashue once more, and once again formed the U seal, Konke Miao Fa, beast. Boom. The explosive chakra morphed into the head of a beast, striking forcefully against the mountain wall where Ruashue stood. Z. As if transformed into a kaleidoscope. Ruashue's eyes glimmered, and the skeletal form of Susanoo rose majestically, wielding a colossal spiral sword that swept toward the heavens. Instantly, the beastly heads disintegrated, leaving the star ninjas in a state of sheer astonishment. The application of chakra was reminiscent of the peacock method, yet its formidable power was astounding. Ruoxue remarked, "There is no need to feel ashamed. After all, you possess the ability to fly, do you not?" Whoosh! A fiery red tomo materialized upon Susanoo's chest plate. The eyes of the planetary deity shifted to a verdant hue, echoing the chakra recognition of the peacock method. Such chakra was perilous. The pupils of the planetary deity constricted sharply. Quickly, combine the peacock method and erect a protective barrier. The chakra of the peacock method inherently possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even a mere genin could fend off shuriken attacks. Now, under the guidance of the elder, bearing the name of Star Shadow, the star ninjas interconnected their chakra wings, amplifying one another to create a protective barrier that occupied half the sky. Susanoo, 99. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows shot forth from the tomo exploded against the barrier like a barrage of cannon fire. Witness the faint lavender chakra surging with violent intensity, ultimately remaining unbroken. Ruoxue marveled. Could it be? It has been thwarted? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mere moments later, the chakra of the star ninjas extinguished entirely, plummeting downward. Ruoxue observed, "It appears that the cost of this power is a burden you cannot quite bear." The ninjas at the foot of the mountain were left agape, utterly stunned by the preceding spectacle. Once the mountain blade had been cleared, and accompanied by Tang Rin and his companions, he managed to rescue those star ninjas who were exhausted and about to fall. On the icy cliff, the mountain blade proclaimed, "Behold, what have I said? Peace is indeed a precious treasure." With a swift hand sign, Ruoxue transformed his left arm into a robust tree, breaking through the precarious barrier and directly seizing Xingying before him. Release Lord Xingying. The remaining star ninjas, still capable of fighting, continuously unleashed the majestic peacock technique, striking against the skeletal remains of Susanoo. Ruoxue, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, inquired, "Elder, that star is with you, isn't it?" The star is the treasured gem of the Star Ninja Village, once coveted by ninjas from other villages. Naturally, as the village leader, it was expected that he would keep it close during their migration with families in tow. Guxing attempted to break free, but soon discovered that the wood encircling him was draining his chakra. Ruoxue kindly cautioned, "Do not move. I have no desire to be rough with an elderly gentleman. So could you kindly hand over that star?" Reluctantly, Guxing retrieved the star from his bosom and tossed it to Ruoxue. This so-called star was an unremarkable purple stone, adorned with several holes. Ruoxue examined it closely with his Sharingan. So it is, he realized, for the star indeed harbored remarkable chakra within. Ceres, this celestial body, a practitioner of the peacock's mystical arts, often meets a tragic fate, for it harbors powers beyond human control. Long ago, I forbade the youth of the village from harnessing the strength of the stars for their cultivation. Yet suddenly, Ceres widened its ancient eyes in astonishment as it beheld a young man before it, who audaciously opened his mouth and swallowed the star whole. Ceres was horrified. What are you doing? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? You will perish. Spit it out now, while there is still time. Under normal circumstances, one would revel in the misfortune of an enemy who had ingested something fatal. Ah, how utterly foolish. May you meet your end. However, Ceres displayed a perspective that transcended enmity, instinctively expressing concern for a young individual who recklessly pursued power. After swallowing the star, Ruoxue exhibited no signs of distress. Even his chakra remained undisturbed. Ceres exclaimed, such a phenomenon exists? Naturally, for that so-called star is ultimately nothing more than a peculiar chakra stone, originating from an era predating the Warring States period. If this star possessed extraordinary value, would Kaguya allow it to remain in a humble cabin within the land of bears? Ruoxue's acquisition of this star was merely a fortuitous encounter, as it fortuitously appeared before him. Though the star chakra may seem trivial to me, under the condition of no adverse effects, who would reject the prospect of soaring through the skies with a pair of celestial wings? More importantly, the peacock mystic art is undeniably exquisite. From the recent reaction of Ceres, Ruoxue has discerned that this elder possesses a heart full of compassion. The menacing trees trembled and released their grip. Ruoxue earnestly implored, "Elder, please command your children to cease their assault. I aspire to lead you towards greatness." Ceres sighed. "Alas, compared to you, the name of Star Shadow feels like a mere jest." He called out to those who continued their relentless attacks from the heavens, "Desist. As the stars of faith, we have become an integral part of this man. There is no justification for further combat." The star ninjas halted, their fervor extinguished. At the foot of the mountain, even the previously spirited ninjas fell into an eerie silence. Could one truly conquer such a monstrosity? Suddenly, with a fierce cry, the merchant ninja leader, Jingzhou Faima, led his cohort of merchant ninjas, riding chakra-infused steeds, charging down the sloped chains constructed by the heavenly lock technique upon the cliffs of Suaqian village. With a mighty swing of Ruo Shui's Susanoo blade, the chains were severed. In an instant, chaos ensued, with men and horses tumbling in disarray. "I apologize. The opening was too vast, and I acted without restraint." Yet, one individual stood apart. As the chains shattered, his chakra steed leapt, unfurling a pair of fiery red wings upon its back. The man known as Mirror Island Pegasus exclaimed with fervor, "Uchiha Shursui, your strength is beyond question. Yet your audacious claim that a mere step could signify your defeat is rather excessive. Even if aligning with you is the prevailing trend, I seek only to vindicate myself. Nothing more." This man, his intentions were clear. He was not motivated by the desire to vanquish Ruo Shui, but rather to unsettle his footing. Thus, he unleashed his ultimate technique right from the outset. The chakra steed emitted a piercing cry, and with a forceful thrust of its forehoofs, it descended from the heavens. Ultimate technique, celestial soaring dragon hoof. Crack! The skeletal chest of Susanoo shattered with a thunderous roar. Intriguingly, the tree-like arms of Ruo Shui plunged deep into the earth, effectively countering the onslaught. With no path of retreat, Mirror Island Pegasus hurled his chakra-infused long spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear penetrated the breach in Susanoo, aiming directly for Ruo Shui's face. Swish! Ruo Shui unsheathed his ninja blade, cleaving the spear in twain at its tip. Boom! With a swift motion, Susanoo's palm struck down Mirror Island Pegasus, sending him plummeting over the cliff. However, before his descent, the man managed to embed a kunai affixed with an explosive tag into the mountainside. "Watch as I obliterate your foothold. How will you respond now?" Boom! The blasted rocks cascaded down with a thunderous rumble. The ninjas at the foot of the mountain looked up in astonishment, witnessing an incredible sight. "Hey, this can't be real, right?" Ruo Shui hovered midair, hands forming the U seal. It was none other than the peacock mystic technique. This is quite reasonable. Having consumed the stars that are the source of chakra, he adeptly replicated that technique using the Sharingan. What is truly astonishing is the four-petaled wings of chakra he unfurled, casting a shadow over the entire sky, leading one to ponder whether, even in the event of a genuine meteorite falling, he could bear it upon those wings. With cold sweat adorning his face, the specter of Yao manipulated the chains conjured by the technique, striving to extend towards the heavens, ultimately coming to a halt. The frenzied winds and waves, alongside the ice fangs commanded by the snow ninjas, were also poised for action, yet they too settled down. The god moon ghost bamboo, with those pitch-black eyes beneath the conical hat, shimmered with an enigmatic light, yet in the end, that radiance receded, as nearly 1,000 bamboo ninjas stood behind him, transforming into black phantoms that vanished from sight. Regardless of their reluctance, they had to concede an undeniable truth. They were not even in the same dimension. That individual was a genuine anomaly. The snow ninjas were willing to submit to the Uchiha. The villagers of Lockfront were willing to yield. The village of Bamboo echoed the same sentiment. The Pegasus of Mirror Island rose, filled with genuine admiration. "Merchant ninjas are ready to serve you with utmost loyalty, though it would be ideal to resolve matters in such a manner." Ruo Shui could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Alas, will my recently learned would release clone in Flower Tree Realm find no opportunity for use? Chapter 67. The Light and Shadow Arc, the Country of Radiance. After enduring numerous tribulations, Ruo Shui, leading the Uchiha, orchestrated the unification of 8 small ninja villages, including Takigakure. With the number of non-affiliated ninjas surpassing 10,000, boasting 3 individuals with the strength of a Hokage, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, they had undeniably established themselves as a formidable presence akin to a great nation. At this juncture, the plan for the dual villages of Ruo Shui has successfully completed its most pivotal step. It is now time to determine the location for our light hidden village. Under the cover of night, Ruwa Shui convened the members of the Uchiha clan atop the Orange Ridge. I initially proposed the dual village plan. And now that the crucial first step has been accomplished, we Uchiha have consolidated 8 villages, amassing a total of 23 ninja clans, thus positioning ourselves with the leverage to negotiate with major nations. Let us deliberate on the establishment of our light hidden village and identify which great nation it shall reside in. The essence of the dual village concept is predicated on the saturation of major ninja villages, taking into account the demands of the rulers, rendering it feasible for a single nation to possess 2 prominent ninja villages. This approach is far more strategic than merely aligning ourselves with one of the great ninja villages or seeking to replace them through annihilation. It is a vision that considers the long-term implications, a veritable stroke of genius. It is for this reason that Ruwa Shui's leadership capabilities have garnered unanimous recognition from the Uchiha clan, despite the presence of a traitor like Chun, who acts solely for his own interests. The Uchiha members expressed their opinions, with the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth emerging as the prime candidates, which was anticipated by Ruwa Shui. However, why were the options of wind, water, and lightning excluded? The Land of Wind is situated in a desert, characterized as the most resource-deprived among the 5 great nations, grappling with financial constraints. Indeed, the funding for Sunagakure has been gradually diminished. Even if the rulers wish to support 2 ninja villages, their intentions would be thwarted by their limited capabilities. The Land of Water, on the other hand, bears a notorious reputation due to its association with the Blood Mist, leading the Uchiha clan to feel a sense of discomfort at the prospect of collaborating as equals with such a village in the future. As for the Land of Lightning, it is even more of a matter beyond discussion. Not long ago, a bitter feud was ignited between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Cloud, resulting in a massacre of 10,000 Cloud Ninja at the gates of the Hidden Mist. Even if the Cloud brought this upon themselves, the depths of their enmity are far too profound to be resolved. Consequently, the clan members have divided into 2 factions, one aligned with the Land of Fire, and the other with the Land of Earth. The faction supporting the Land of Fire embodies the Uchiha's enduring attachment to the Land of Fire and their resentment towards the Hidden Leaf. On the other hand, the faction favoring the Land of Earth considers the potential conflicts that could arise with the Hidden Leaf and, weighing the impracticalities of alliances with other nations, deduces that their most rational option lies with the Land of Earth. Let us choose the Land of Fire, they declare. Let the people of the Hidden Leaf witness that even if we, the Uchiha, depart from their domain, we possess the strength to stand on our own, even on equal footing with them. What purpose does dwelling in the past serve? We have finally escaped the confines of the Hidden Leaf, allowing us to embrace our true selves without reservation. Why should we, over a momentary clash of pride, tread the same path of folly as before? Listening to the heated debates between the factions, Ruashue interjects, Itachi, please share your thoughts. The assembly turns to the usually silent Itachi. With a quiet sigh, Itachi replies, neither the Land of Fire nor the Land of Earth is suitable. Ruashue smiles, yet the clan members are perplexed. Itachi, why do you say this? Itachi spoke with measured clarity. Firstly, the Land of Fire, being the founding nation of the one nation, one village system, is the least likely to undergo reform. Currently, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Shiyu, has established a profound bond with the Senju clan, rooted in the legacy of Konoha. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has betrayed Konoha. Should Shiyu acknowledge the Uchihas, it would amount to a repudiation of Konoha itself. I believe, under normal circumstances, Shiyu would not make such a decision. He continued, this abnormal situation is, of course, the Kodo Amatsukami. Ruashue interjected. Is Itachi subtly implying that he wishes for me not to use Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate the daimyo of the Land of Fire? A clan member inquired. What about the Land of Earth? Itachi replied, Elder Inoki of Awagakure possesses immense prestige. His tenure as Tsuchikage has surpassed that of the current daimyo by a considerable margin. Moreover, the daimyo of the Land of Earth is relatively conservative. The Uchiha openly defected from Konoha and has forged enmity with Kumogakure. Considering both Inoki's internal affiliations and the external pressures from the Uchiha's adversaries, he would be unlikely to accept our proposal under normal circumstances. The Uchiha clan members were taken aback by Itachi's insights, exchanging glances filled with concern. So, a nation with 2 villages is inherently unfeasible? Itachi then wisely remarked. I did not assert that. Regarding the rightful place of the Uchiha, I believe Shui holds the most authority to speak. Everyone paused, turning their attention to Ruo Shui. With Itachi's groundwork laid, Ruo Shui boldly declared, the land of lightning. What? Except for Itachi and Fugaku. The others could hardly believe their ears. Are you serious, Ji Shui? Of course, I am serious. Ruo Shui took a sip of fragrant tea and, with a calm demeanor, stated, first and foremost, the Land of Thunder is the most prosperous among the 5 great nations. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder provides substantial funding for the development of Yunin, while simultaneously harboring concerns about the potential threats that Yunin's growth may pose to his rule. Under normal circumstances, he would be the most likely to accept my proposal of 1 country, 2 villages. The clansmen expressed their apprehensions. However, we are, after all, different from Yunin. Ruo Shui raised an eyebrow and surveyed the crowd. Are you afraid? This caught everyone off guard. Uchiha then said what was truly on his mind. It's not that we are afraid, but there is an unavoidable discomfort in our hearts. Discomfort is precisely what we should feel. Ruo Shui slowly set down his teacup and spoke in a solemn tone. We are born from adversity and die from complacency. The founding of Guanyin village is not intended to provide us with a comfortable nest. Rather, it is meant to equip us with the means to stand tall and establish our presence in the world of ninjas, nothing more. The entity we coexist with is Yunin, which excels in military competition and harbors animosity towards us. It is as if we have a thorn in our backs, even if we do not strive to grow stronger. We cannot afford to remain stagnant, can we? Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads. Indeed, this reflected the mindset of many among them. Having fled from Konoha and ended their wandering, they longed for a peaceful life. Yet they had forgotten that the world of ninjas is inherently tumultuous. And the so-called peaceful existence was, from the very beginning, a mere illusion. At this moment, Fugaku articulated his thoughts. The Land of Lightning shares intricate connections with the 6 Paths ninja sect of Ur, rich in numerous treasures. If we were to take control of the Land of Lightning, we would undoubtedly have the opportunity to relish these riches. Ruo Shui nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Thus, I propose that we designate the location of Kagaya village to be within the Land of Lightning. Upon finishing my speech, I ask, who is in favor? And who is against? The assembly could hardly voice any dissent. The Uchiha clan owes its current status largely to Shusui's singular efforts, and every statement made by him is undeniably sound. No objections. I concur. I truly look forward to witnessing the expression on the Raikage's face, even though I have yet to meet him. After the expressions of agreement from the crowd, Ruo Shui decisively concluded, well then, it is settled. Let us compose a letter of 10,000 voices to convey our message to the esteemed daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The crowd responded, a letter of 10,000 voices? With a smile, Ruo Shui gently remarked, indeed, after all, he is a lofty daimyo. My humble words may not hold much weight. Thus, the signatures of each individual present, along with those of the leaders of the 8 great ninja villages with whom we have sworn blood allegiance, and the signatures of our tens of thousands of shinobi, presented collectively as a letter of 10,000 voices, should carry a bit more significance, don't you think? Chapter 68. The Light and Shadow Saga. His Highness the Daimyo Useless. A self-reproach inscribed in blood was cast upon the expensive flooring. The man's furious roar reverberated throughout the hall. If they were to attack us, it would be one thing to succumb, but to ignite the flames of conflict ourselves, and then be utterly extinguished by them. The dignity of our esteemed Land of Lightning has been utterly tarnished by that individual. My lord, please temper your anger. The advisors urged him to calm down. Behind the curtain, the man's voice rose in fury, initiating the 5 Kage summit without authorization and threatening to annihilate the Uchiha clan before resigning out of guilt. What a reckless instigator. Has he considered that, regardless of the Uchiha's fate, the losses we have suffered are irreparable? His reckless manipulation of the situation could lead to the outbreak of a ninja war. How are we to respond at this juncture? The chief advisor spoke. My lord, I shall issue a decree to the Raikage to cease the 5 Kage summit immediately. After a moment, the man's anger began to subside. Sighing, he remarked, it is futile. Given the Raikage's fiery temperament, he will not rest until the Uchiha are completely eradicated. Even my orders will fall on deaf ears. The curtain was drawn back to reveal a middle-aged man with dark skin, adorned with a fan-like ornament at the back of his head, glasses perched on his nose. and a commanding demeanor as he supported his chin with one hand. Now, we must contemplate how to navigate this crisis, my esteemed advisors. What wisdom do you offer? Advisor A. If we could unite with other villages to eliminate the Uchiha, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Advisor B. While the eradication of the Uchiha would alleviate a significant threat, the issue lies in what follows. With the Uchiha's demise, the common enemy vanishes, and the focus of all nations will inevitably turn toward our diminished forces. Counselor C. Is there not a Jinchuriki among us? Counselor B. While my faction indeed possesses 2 Jinchuriki, the host of the 2 tails has yet to mature, and relying solely on the 8 tails killer B may prove insufficient. Counselor D. We must analyze the situation on a case-by-case basis. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and Kanahegakure are still mere children, posing little threat. Kirigakure is mired in internal chaos and lacks the capacity for external concerns. The most formidable threat remains Iwagakure. The 4-tails-old Inoki and the 5-tails Han are seasoned Jinchuriki. Even if their mastery of tailed beasts does not match that of Killer B, they still represent a significant danger. Furthermore, with the leadership of Inoki, a veteran from the Warring States period, the annihilation of Kumogakure could be imminent. Counselor E. Would it not be preferable for this to prolong? The assembly of counselors turned to E. What do you mean by that, E? The counselor's name is Akechi Mitsuhide. Akechi Mitsuhide replied, the 5 Kage summit initiated by Reikage aims to establish a common enemy. At that time, Reikage will undoubtedly amplify the perceived threat of the Uchiha to the shinobi world, facilitating a coalition against them. In other words, as long as the Uchiha threat persists, the alliances among the major shinobi villages will endure. All counselors, so what you are suggesting is... Akechi Mitsuhide raised his staff before his chest, addressing the daimyo. We could discreetly support the Uchiha? What? Upon utterance of these words, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Come now, there are limits to jesting. Do you comprehend the implications of your statement? However, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, Muto Nobuhiro, nodded and said, no matter, please continue. Indeed, Akechi Mitsuhide stated, everyone, consider this. With the loss of 10,000 men from the Cloud-Hidden Village, what is our greatest setback? Is it financial? While training 1,000 ninjas undoubtedly demands a significant sum, that expense does not fundamentally threaten our foundation. What we truly lack is time. Precisely time. The maturation of ninjas requires time. Even if we were to allocate tenfold the funds, we could not possibly compensate for the losses in a short span. The assembled advisors concurred. Indeed. Akechi Mitsuhide continued. As long as it is an issue that can be resolved with money, it is not a problem. What we currently lack is time. If the Reikage can successfully rally the 5 great ninja villages to unite with the Uchiha, it would be invaluable time for us. The specific course of action is to provide clandestine support to the Uchiha, encompassing not only financial aid but also intelligence and logistical assistance. In essence, we shall mobilize our national apparatus to ensure the Uchiha can withstand the siege from the major ninja villages for an extended period. As long as the Uchiha can endure, the coalition of the 5 great ninja villages will persist, granting us precious breathing room. Subsequently, we will engage in openly repairing the road while secretly crossing the stockade, as we expedite the selection and training of talents to swiftly replenish the losses of the Cloud-Hidden Village during the conflict with the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Mut Nobuaki fell into deep contemplation. The method proposed by my loyal retainer Mitsuhide is not without merit. However, should this matter come to light, we risk becoming the target of widespread scorn. Just as Akechi Mitsuhide opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by the sudden intrusion of a samurai from the shogunate. My lord, urgent news. Mut Nobuaki inquired. What is the urgent news? The samurai replied, Uchiha has delivered a secret scroll of communication. What Uchiha? Exclaimed the courtiers in astonishment. Mut Nobuaki commanded, quickly, present it for my perusal. A massive golden scroll unfurled within the hall, stretching an impressive 10 meters, adorned with the signatures of thousands. The members of the shogunate stood in stunned silence. Uchiha has unified the small ninja villages? The incident in the Hidden Cloud had only just transpired a few days ago. What on earth do these individuals intend by sending such a message? Are they attempting to demonstrate their might against us? Suddenly, a technique inscribed with the character for light appeared at the center of the scroll. Among the shogunate warriors, one well-versed in the arts exclaimed, that is a ninja's possession technique. Quickly, protect the lord. With a great tumult, hundreds of shogunate samurai surged forward to shield their lord. In a flash, a column of white smoke erupted before the hall. As the smoke dissipated, a man stood at the center of the palace. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shursui. My lord, are you pleased with the gift I have brought? Seize the intruder, commanded the shogunate warriors as they brandished their swords and charged. With a swift formation of hand seals, Ryosui declared, illusion technique, petals of Sakura fall. Sakura petals. The samurai gazed in confusion at the myriad cherry blossoms cascading from the sky, as an irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over them, causing many to collapse in unison. Ruashe observed the man with a commanding presence, flanked by his aides, a figure bearing the countenance of a leader. Please, my lord, do not misunderstand. I have not come here to engage in conflict. Muto Nobuaki adjusted his spectacles, striving to maintain the demeanor befitting his station. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Uchiha prodigy. I must apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Ruashe smiled and remarked, moments ago, it seemed you were deliberating matters of military strategy, and I happened to overhear some intriguing insights. At this juncture, he cast a sidelong glance at Mitsuhide Akechi. The aides gasped. You heard that? For a ninja, such skills are merely fundamental. As a master of the sealing techniques from Konoha, how could Ruashe not possess the telescope technique? Muto Nobuaki regarded the assemblage of samurai and the grand document of a myriad voices. Lord Shizuka, the preparation of this document must convey a significant message. Though I shall not pry, Ruashe interjected, grant me 3 minutes to elaborate on my 2 villages under one nation plan. Muto Nobuaki replied, I shall afford you 3 time units. Please, take your time. Chapter 69. The Illumination of Shadows. My lord, this is my vision for the 2 villages under one nation. As Ruashe's words resonated, Muto Nobuaki fell into deep contemplation. The notion of severing ties with Konoha and uniting the ninja villages of various nations, particularly during the unprecedented decline of the Cloud's military strength, while presenting this monumental document, proposed a revolutionary system of governance. Even the hand reaching for the teacup trembled slightly with anticipation. The cunning and audacity of this individual is truly unparalleled throughout history. What a bold yet innovative proposal. Was this strategy conceived at the moment of the rift with Konoha, or is it the very foundation of that schism? Regardless of the truth, this person undoubtedly possesses the qualities of a true sovereign. Muto Nobuhiro, Lord Shursui, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to confer with my esteemed colleagues. Ruashe, ever courteous, of course, please proceed. Thus, Muto Nobuhiro convened with his advisors in the clandestine chamber of the feudal lord's estate. The advisors expressed their opinions fervently. Your Highness, this course of action is ill-advised. The Uchiha have forged a bitter enmity with the Cloud Village. Should we recognize the Uchiha as a legitimate ninja village, it would undoubtedly alienate the hearts of the Cloud's citizens and jeopardize our diplomatic relations with other nations. I believe that Shursui Uchiha's approach is indeed viable. Ninjas are mere instruments employed by the state. What grievances can tools possess? Furthermore, the losses incurred by the Cloud Village can be attributed to the ineptitude of the Raikage's command. In light of our nation's security, what is amiss with hiring another formidable ninja faction? That is utterly inappropriate. The system of one nation, one village, proposed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has been emulated by various nations and persists to this day. This initiative is undeniably magnificent, providing ninjas, who could only find their worth on the battlefield, with legitimate roles. The enduring trust and tacit understanding established between the nation and the ninja villages has forged them into a shared community of fate. To reduce ninjas to mere tools is a gross trivialization. The success of the system of one village per country does not imply that it is the only viable path. Regardless of whether ninjas are merely tools, we cannot overlook the fact that their power is a double-edged sword. Their overwhelming military strength can safeguard national stability, yet it also poses a threat to national security. Allowing a single ninja village to dominate ultimately invites peril, which has long been a concern of His Excellency the Daimyo. The existence of 2 ninja villages, each balancing the other, could significantly enhance our combat capabilities. Behold, how simple it is. A powerful world of the Land of Thunder is thus achieved. After listening to the perspectives of both the opposition and the proponents, Muto Nobuhiro turned his gaze to the previously silent Akechi Mitsuhide. What are your thoughts, Mitsuhide? Half an hour prior, A proposal was made to tacitly allow the Reikage to initiate a siege on the Uchiha during the Five Kage Summit, while secretly aiding the Uchiha to buy time for the Land of Thunder. This audacious suggestion once again showcased a vision surpassing that of ordinary men. The proposal from Uchiha Shisui is not only feasible but also unprecedented. However, I am concerned that the Uchiha may not be mere fish in a pond. This sentiment struck a chord with Muto Nobuhiro. It is precisely this that weighs heavily on my mind. The Uchiha, a formidable clan of ninjas, has also integrated numerous rogue ninjas. Can this power truly be wielded to my advantage? As he spoke, Muto Nobuhiro glanced around with a hint of apprehension. By the way, can he not hear our conversation? He must have caught wind of our conspiracy just now. Akechi Mitsuhide, standing resolutely, declared, and if he hears? He who seeks survival must accept our scrutiny. Before the throne, gazing into the crystal ball at Ruashue, conversing in the dim chamber. A smile graced his lips. This wise Mitsuhide Akechi, though perhaps not on par with Narashika, is nonetheless a formidable hand. In deference to Itachi, I may refrain from employing the otherworldly technique against the Lord, but his subordinates are another matter entirely, are they not? Ruashue raised 2 fingers before his chest, and with a swift motion, his right eye transformed into a kaleidoscope. There was no need for direct observation. Through telekinesis, he could manipulate the thoughts of others, an ability activated only with the possession of Hashirama's cells, telekinetic otherworldly technique. Within the dim chamber, Nobuaki Muto lingered in uncertainty. At that moment, Mitsuhide Akechi continued, perhaps the Lord need not fret over this matter. The reliability of the Uchiha can only be determined through the passage of time. The most pressing concern at present is to address the deficiency in combat power. Nobuaki Muto inquired, then, what does your excellency suggest? Mitsuhide Akechi replied, for the time being, let us acquiesce to Shisui Uchiha, stabilizing the situation to address the urgent needs, and this matter must be made public without delay. Otherwise, if the Reikage calls upon the major ninja villages to form an alliance against the Uchiha during the Five Kage Summit, we will find ourselves in an untenable position. Nobuaki Muto nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Well, at this juncture, we have no other option. 10 minutes later, Nobuaki Muto and his advisors returned to the main hall. Ruashue had already stowed away the crystal ball, sitting upright with an air of gravity. Nobuaki Muto addressed him. Your Excellency Shisui, I apologize for the wait. Ruashue, feigning ignorance, inquired, what conclusion has the Lord reached? Nobuo Muto, I have decided to adopt Lord Shisui's proposal. Ruashue, that is indeed splendid. In the future, you will surely be grateful for today's sagacious decision. Nobuo Muto, although I still harbor various reservations. Since we are to collaborate, it is essential to foster a closer rapport. To speak candidly, the Uchiha clan has had ties with the Land of Lightning for centuries. Perhaps the joining of your esteemed nobility today is a manifestation of destiny. Ruashue concurred. Indeed, it is heaven that has facilitated our friendship. I propose we toast to the camaraderie between our two parties. Though not yet of age, we finally have a legitimate reason to indulge in a drink. The fine wine filled our cups, and we exchanged toasts. Nobuo Muto, I wonder, Lord Shisui, what name do you envision for the village we are about to establish? Ruashue downed his drink and exclaimed in delight. How refreshing. Setting down his cup, he proclaimed, Keian Village. Nobuo Muto, Keian Village? What meaning does this name hold? Ruashue spontaneously elaborated. It is the place where thunder and lightning resonate, where light and shadow dance. Thunder and light are a match made in heaven. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Nobuo Muto clapped the table, repeatedly praising. Keian Village is a splendid name. At this moment, Mitsuhide Akechi interjected. My lord, time is of the essence. We must swiftly issue the appointment decree, lest chaos ensue from the Reikage side. Soon, the appointment decree was issued, bearing the seal of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, symbolizing the inviolable authority of a great nation. Thus, Lord Shisui Uchiha, from this day forth, you are recognized as the Keian, standing alongside the Reikage. Thank you, Your Highness. Ruashue rose and accepted the decree. He pondered how the impetuous Reikage would react upon receiving this appointment. Wutong Nobuo had considered this as well. Your Highness of Light and Shadow, here is another decree. Pray deliver it personally to the Reikage. After reviewing the decree, Ruashue noted, the fourth Reikage, Yuai. I have perused your self-penned edict. I hereby declare you innocent and shall amplify the financial support for Yunin and its shinobi. The Uchiha, bearing the mandate of heaven, shall assume control of the land of lightning under the title of Kin. Uchiha Shursui has been appointed by me as light and shadow. From this day forth, Yunin and Kin are to be regarded as brother shinobi villages of the land of lightning, akin to the left and right hands, palm to palm, and must not allow personal grievances to jeopardize national affairs. To see this decree is to see me. I command you to return immediately and restore Yunin. Ruo Shui solemnly tucked away the decree. Wu Tung Nobuo remarked, then, my personal samurai? Ruo Shui replied, they are not gravely harmed and will awaken shortly. After I have met with the Raikage, I shall return to discuss matters of construction with you. He offered a slight bow before vanishing in a flash of the flying thunder god technique. Wu Tung Nobuo, still shaken, thought, truly frightening. The security forces of the daimyo's estate must be strengthened. The following day, the 5 Kage summit convened as scheduled in the neutral land of iron. Amidst the bitter winter of the 54th year of Konoha, blanketed in heavy snowfall. Unlike before, each Kage was permitted to bring only one bodyguard. In the round table conference room, beneath the banners of the 5 great ninja nations, the 5 Kages have taken their places. Seated at the center as the host is the leader of the land of samurai, Mifyun. To his right sits the initiator of the meeting, the Raikage, flanked by his bodyguard, T-Dai. On his left is the eldest of the Kages, the Tsuchikage Inoki, accompanied by his son, Karatsuchi. Across the table are the Hokage, Nijan, and the Kazekage, Rasha, with their bodyguards, Kakashi and Maki, respectively. Notably, the new generation of the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, has assumed her role a decade earlier than anticipated due to the assassination of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and the significance of this 5 Kage summit. At just over 20, she remains unencumbered by marital obligations, sporting a practical bob of chestnut hair. Her presence exuding an exuberance and vigor that contrasts sharply with the elder statesmen gathered around the table. Her youthful radiance stands out as a refreshing sight amidst the aging assembly of Kages. Her bodyguard, a somewhat inexperienced AO, accompanies her. The second youngest, Kazekage Rasha, remarks dryly, I must admit, I am surprised. The end of that blood mist was brought about by such a youthful woman. Terumi Mei responds with poise, Your Highness. You jest. In terms of experience, I am still far from adequate. It is merely the case that with the strong departing and the fallen, the weight of responsibility has fallen upon the shoulders of a mere girl like myself. The Kages remain non-committal. Despite the plight of the hidden mist, it is still a significant power within the ninja world, and her ascension to the role of Mizukage at such a young age speaks volumes of her exceptional capabilities. Inoki appears to commend her amiably. Young Mizukage, your ability to eliminate Yagura indicates that you possess a remarkable talent for subduing tailed beasts, does it not? The hidden mist conceals information, thus the circumstances surrounding Yagura's demise remain shrouded from outsiders. Additionally, given Yagura's unique identity as the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, his death naturally piques the interest of the shadows, particularly the astute Inoki, whose inquiry is laden with cunning. Indeed, the other 3 shadows display expressions of concern, eagerly awaiting Terumi Mei's response. Although young, Terumi Mei possesses a keen intellect and perceives the underlying intent of Inoki's question. Responding with poise, I am not responsible for the previous Mizukage's death. As for the cause of his demise, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. However, I can assure you, esteemed elders, that the era of the blood mist has come to an end. Henceforth, the Hidden Mist Village shall proudly represent the land of water and engage in diplomatic activities with the various ninja villages. Pausing for effect, a smile befitting her status as a shadow graces her lips. Of course, this includes warfare. Her words elicited glances of newfound respect from the other shadows. Recognizing that this young female Mizukage is no mere gentle soul, Inoki, though momentarily disheartened, could not help but admire her. The youth are formidable. Consequently, her loyal attendant Ao beamed with pride. Lady Mei, you truly live up to your reputation, standing unfazed before these seasoned shadows. You have brought honor to our blood mist. Such matters are of little consequence. Bang! The massive iron fist of the Raikage slammed against the table, his pent-up ire directed at the Hokage. Night-aim. Hokage, look at the mess you've created. You allowed the Uchiha to defect, stirring chaos in the ninja world. We have suffered significant losses. You must provide me with an explanation today. Let us accompany my brothers to the grave. Lord Reikage, please mind your words. Kakashi, the protector of the Hokage, lifted the eye shield of his forehead protector, unleashing the formidable Raikiri in his right hand, standing resolutely before Hizashi, while his Sharingan remained vigilant against the Reikage. Humph. The earth platform, a guard of the Reikage, snorted coldly, already forming the seals for lava release. Earth platform, stand down at once. The Reikage rose, exuding an intimidating presence. Kakashi of the Sharingan, I have heard tales of your Raikiri's might. Today, I shall experience it firsthand. Crackle. As he spoke, the armor of lightning release chakra enveloped his form. Kakashi's expression turned grave. Is this the lightning release chakra mode? The ultimate technique of the strongest man I once faced. This chakra is truly unprecedented. Nevertheless, he steeled himself for battle. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected. Kakashi, step back. You are not a match for Lord Reikage. Indeed. Kakashi leapt down from the round table, returning to Hizashi's side, yet the Raikiri in his hand remained unextinguished. His Sharingan still poised against the Reikage. The Reikage questioned, What? Third Hokage, do you intend to personally engage me in combat? Hizashi replied, Lord Reikage, we have come to this meeting to resolve our issues. Humph. The Reikage scoffed, taking a seat at the table. Then enlighten me. What manner of resolution do you propose? Hizashi pondered deeply while smoking his pipe. After the upheaval caused by the attack from Iwagakure, he had fully aligned himself with Danzo, resolved to cast all the blame upon the Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully chose his words. First and foremost, allow me to convey my profound condolences to the victims of the Yuin incident. However, there are certain clarifications I must make. On the night of the Uchiha betrayal, we had already issued orders for extermination. Yet, the Uchiha had meticulously plotted their course, opting to send a group of young warriors to act as decoys, thereby hindering our progress and buying time for their main force to retreat. By the time we dealt with these decoys, they had commenced their assault on Takigakure, leaving us utterly unprepared. Reikage clenched his fists tightly. So what? Are you implying that my men died in vain due to your unpreparedness? With a sidelong glance, Nara Shikamaru signaled on Noki for assistance. The two had already unified their stance prior to the Five Kage summit. However, Anoki couldn't help but smirk internally. Hokage, without Danzo present, is this the extent of your endurance? It seems that one who has knelt for too long finds it difficult to rise. Although my back aches, it remains straight. Nonetheless, since we share common interests, I shall speak on your behalf. Observe how I subdue this young lad. Anoki remarked, Reikage. This is rather unbecoming. Huh. Reikage retorted angrily. What did you say, old man Anoki? Unhurriedly, Anoki responded, as far as I am aware. At the onset of the Uchiha's occupation of Takigakure, you were still contemplating their assimilation. While you may frame it as recruitment, your true intentions were likely to seize the tailed beasts and the Uchiha's ocular powers. When they refused your overtures, you sent forth your troops, resulting in a complete rout. So, tell me, who can be blamed for that? It is merely a testament to one's own inadequacies. The Reikage, stung by the words, erupted in fury. You old scoundrel, Noki. Spare me your pompous rhetoric. When I mobilized my forces to quell the rebellious factions in the shinobi world, were you not also exerting your influence in the Land of Fire? Now, the two of you, united in a common front against me, do you truly believe that I, from the village hidden in the clouds, can be so easily deceived? Zuki stepped forward. Your Highness Reikage, I implore you to speak with a modicum of respect. Noki, unperturbed, replied. Ah, the youth is rather impetuous. I shall not dwell on this. However, as one who has traversed this path before, I must remind you that your intentions for convening this Five Kage summit are well known. If you seek assistance, you must adopt an attitude of humility and sincerity. Merely lashing out will only exacerbate the situation. What say you, Kazekage Mizukage? Rosa and Terumi may remain silent, yet their silence spoke volumes regarding their stance. Mitsuba, acting as the mediator, tactfully interjected, Esteemed Kages, let us focus on resolving the issues at hand and minimize unwarranted disputes. Recognizing the consensus among his peers, the Reikage begrudgingly suppressed his indignation and ire. Humph. With a disdainful huff, he dispelled the lightning release chakra mode and returned to his seat. Let me speak plainly then. The Uchiha clan is a malignant tumor within the shinobi world that must be excised, lest they plunge the entire realm into chaos. As the 5 Kage summit continued, 2 individuals arrived uninvited. In the snowy expanse of the Land of Iron, armored samurai lay sprawled in disarray. Gazing at the purple-haired figure kneeling on one knee with her right eye slightly ajar, Ruo Shui inquired with concern, "Is your right eye adjusting well?" Shiyin gently parted her fingers, revealing a brand new 3-tomo Sharingan within her right eye. She sheathed her kunai and replied nonchalantly, "It's manageable. After all, she is a woman who has once awakened the kaleidoscope." Ruo Shui nodded, removing a golden-striped hat from her back and donning it appropriately. "That's good. Once we arrive at the venue, I may not be able to attend to you, so find a safe spot and stay put. Ensure your own protection." Shiyin asked, "How do you plan to enter?" Ruo Shui smiled. "Light and shadow must boldly and openly infiltrate." Chapter 71. Light and Shadow. A forceful advance at the conference. The Reikage vehemently denounced the Uchiha clan as a malignant tumor within the ninja world, intending to rally the 5 Kage for a united front against them. However, the Wind Shadow, Luo Sha, swiftly doused his fervor with cold water, stating, "I shall refrain from commenting on the Uchiha's defection from Konoha. Their seizure of Takigakure can be interpreted as a means of securing a place to live, and their assault on Kumogakure was merely an act of self-preservation. Currently, there is no evidence to suggest they pose a threat to the ecological balance of the ninja world. Unless definitive proof surfaces, Sunagakure has no intention of wading into these murky waters." Not only Takigakure, but the Uchiha subsequently incorporated 7 smaller ninja villages. This incident occurred during the convening of the 5 Kage summit, at which time the Kage were already en route and had yet to receive the latest intelligence. Enraged, the Reikage bellowed, "Isn't the usurpation of tailed beasts evidence enough? Isn't the theft of Hashirama's cells evidence? If it's merely for survival, why did they refuse Kumogakure's recruitment offer? Merely acting out of self-preservation, how could they audaciously annihilate the formidable ninja core of a great nation? Does this not reveal their unbridled ambition?" Nevertheless, Raza remains unfazed. "Lord Reikage, that is merely your unilateral assertion as a party aggrieved by the interests at stake. The reality is that among the 5 great ninja villages, only the Kumogakure clan has suffered losses due to their conflicts, while the other 4, including Konohagakure, remain unscathed." Reikage gritted his teeth, yet found himself helpless against the truth of Raza's statement. Lacking the ability to persuade through reason, he gestured to the Tsuchikage behind him, inviting him to articulate a counterpoint. The Tsuchikage then addressed Raza, saying, "Your Highness, it is entirely understandable that you consider this from the perspective of Sunagakure's interests. However, the pressing issue is not whether the Uchiha harbor ambition, but rather that they possess the capacity to stir the winds of change. We cannot rely on the moral integrity of our adversaries. Thus, it is prudent to take preventative measures." One must admit, this rhetoric was remarkably astute. Raza pondered deeply. He was indeed aware of the latent threat posed by the Uchiha. However, forming an alliance inevitably leads to warfare, and warfare entails substantial military expenditures. The resources of Sunagakure were already limited, and Raza did not believe that the Land of Wind would extend any assistance. Ultimately, it would be Sunagakure that bore the costs of war. Simply put, it was not a favorable proposition. Hence, among the 5 great ninja villages, only Raza's Sunagakure harbored an internal resistance to confronting the Uchiha, unless there was a tangible benefit to be gained from such an endeavor. In contrast, the other 4 villages possessed ample justification for war. Kumogakure, with its deep-seated grievances, required no further elaboration. Since the Uchiha's defection, Konoha had been fraught with unrest, beset by a series of disquieting events. In the Hidden Mist village, the illusionary techniques wielded by the 4th Mizukage are derived from the Uchiha's Sharingan Jinjutsu. A few days prior, the death of Yagura and the mysterious disappearance of the 3 Tails have intensified suspicions within the Mist regarding the Uchiha clan, believed to be responsible for the illusions that plagued them in the past. The Mist has long regarded the Uchiha as a formidable threat, and the prospect of uniting the entire shinobi world to eradicate this menace is nothing short of desirable. As for the Hidden Stone, Inoki has harbored a deep-seated wariness of the Sharingan's powers since his youth. The man known as Uchiha Madara nearly shook the very foundation of his beliefs as a ninja. Presently, the ascendance of Uchiha Shursui has cast a shadow reminiscent of Madara, prompting Inoki to seek his swift removal for both personal and political reasons. If it were possible to harness the Uchiha's eyes for the benefit of the stone, it would be an even greater boon. With such clandestine motives in mind, the formation of a coalition against the Uchiha seems inevitable. Inoki, being the eldest among the Kage, is acutely aware of the implications of his words towards Rasa. As for the financial concerns following the onset of battle, you need not worry, he asserts. Oh, Rasa, deep in thought, raises his browless eyes to regard Inoki. Are you suggesting something, Lord Tsuchikage? Inoki, ever the strategist, replies, is it not undeniable? Setting aside the threat posed by the Uchiha, it is evident that Raikage's desire to pursue them carries a hint of personal vendetta. Thus, your call for unity seems to imply a desire for others to assist in your endeavors. In light of this, it is only reasonable that you ensure their satisfaction. The repeated insinuations prompt the Raikage to bristle with impatience. Are you attempting to take advantage of the situation? Inoki, your words lack significance. If we truly wish to take advantage of a crisis, we would have attacked the Cloud Village. The loss of 10,000 shinobi, especially the elite, carries profound implications that you cannot possibly overlook. Raikage, brimming with pent-up frustration, directed all his animosity towards the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, he would forsake everything to annihilate the Uchiha. Speak. What is it that you desire? I shall not partake in any underhanded dealings. Inoki, the hidden sand requires funding, and thus, the Cloud Village shall bear the financial burden for this conflict, including compensations for the injuries sustained by our shinobi. Furthermore, an additional sponsorship shall be provided. The exact amount to be determined by the Wind Shadow, naturally within your means. As Raikage prepared to respond, the diligent Tsuchikage quietly reminded him, Raikage, do not be taken advantage of. After a moment of contemplation, Raikage retorted, Konoha let the Uchiha escape. They cannot evade responsibility. Logically, the funding should be shouldered by Konoha. Hizashi appeared inclined towards reconciliation and suggested, how about this? Konoha and the Cloud share the expenses of the Sand Village? Seeing an opportunity, Raikage conceded. Let it be so. Rasha added. Very well. As long as the funds are secured, there shall be no issues. Inoki then stated. In that case, the demands of the Rock Village are quite simple. After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Sharingan shall be returned to the Rock Village. Fire Shadow, you have no objections, do you? What? Kakashi and Hizashi were taken aback simultaneously. Kakashi softly reminded, Lord Hokage, wasn't it agreed upon to split evenly? Lord Tsuchikage seemed to harbor ulterior motives as he pondered this. Daybreak's gaze was somber. He was indeed overwhelmed by the Uchiha and yearned to swiftly resolve this pressing dilemma, longing for Konoha to return to its former tranquility. At that moment, Terumi May interjected. Since everyone possesses their own interests, let Kirigakure reluctantly accept the Seven Tails. Upon her utterance, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Young lady, your appetite seems rather insatiable, grumbled Noki. Kiri already possesses the 3 tails and 6 tails. If you acquire the 7 tails, do you aspire to dominate the ninja world? Terumi May smiled gracefully. While I cannot claim to seek dominion over the ninja realm, you all have reaped benefits. Surely, Kirigakure must gain something in return. If this condition is not permissible, then we shall withdraw from this alliance. Noki mused to himself. Very well, let us acquiesce for now. When the time comes, I shall eliminate the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. Thus, the distribution of interest was concluded, and the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages to combat the Uchiha appeared imminent. Just as the intermediary, Mitsuba, was about to voice his thoughts, a samurai abruptly arrived. Reporting, Lord Mitsuba, there are invaders. What? The assembly fell into a stunned silence. A member of the Mizukage's guard, Ao, promptly activated his Byakugan, his expression shifting dramatically. It's him. The shadows in the room inquired. Who? Having battled that man before. Ao steadied himself and cryptically revealed the name, Shunshin, Shursui. Boom. The walls lay fragmented as Raikage surged forth. Raikage-sama. Tsuchikage pursued closely behind. The expressions of the various shadows were mixed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, was unsettled. This is inconceivable. Why has he come? What motives compel his presence? Could it be that Itachi is colluding with him? Inoki remarked, youngsters truly lack composure. Conan inquired, Lord Wind, Lord Earth, and Lord Fire, shall we merely observe from here? Whoosh. Inoki formed hand seals and ascended into the air. If Raikage were to perish, the unprecedented alliance of the 5 great ninja villages would be jeopardized. Very well, esteemed colleagues, do as you please. Conan rose with a smile. The elder has exerted himself, thus the younger must also rise to the occasion. Sarutobi fidgeted restlessly. Raza proposed, Your Excellency, regarding the sponsorship funds, shall we discuss a figure privately? Sarutobi replied gravely, Let it be so. Raza continued, Very well, let us proceed. If we can capture the enemy leader, our subsequent campaign will encounter minimal resistance. Mitsuki added, Since Uchiha Shursui dares to intrude upon the heart of the Land of Iron, the samurai cannot remain passive. Thus, the 5 Kage joined forces with the samurai for a formidable offensive. Chapter 72. The Light and Shadow Arc. A new arrival in the outer hall of the 5 Kage summit. Rosui silenced the obstructing samurai with the falling cherry blossom technique. Gazing towards the dark corridor's end, to Yuin beside him, he murmured, Just now, I sensed a gaze from the depths. As expected, it is the Byakugan. As the evening sun cast its glow, Yujetsu furrowed her brows. Is it true that members of the Hyuga clan are also attending the 5 Kage summit? Ruashue, deep in thought, replied, No. Perhaps there are others involved. Is it Ao? If memory serves, the era of Yagura's rule still reigns in Kirigakure. Why would Ao make an appearance? Could it be that Yagura is facing difficulties? But let us set that aside for now. However, given Reikige's temperament, it seems he is coming to confront me head-on. Yujetsu, step back a bit. If I am not mistaken, an extraordinary individual is about to arrive. As Yujetsu retreated, her curiosity got the better of her. An extraordinary individual? Ruashie responded eagerly. He will emerge from an unexpected direction, bellowing for my life, and then charge at me in a fury, delivering a devastating elbow strike. That's likely the kind of individual we're dealing with. Boom. Just as the words left his lips, a tremendous crash reverberated from the ceiling, revealing a towering figure cloaked in lightning, surveying the area as debris fell around him. Ruashue playfully greeted, Reikage, your entrance is as brutish as ever. With the enemy now present, Reikige's eyes blazed with intensity. Uchiha Shursui, come and face your demise. Yujetsu was taken aback. Could it be that he spoke the truth? How could he foresee this? Boom. In the next instant, the Reikage shattered the tiles beneath him, transforming into a streak of blinding light as he hurtled forward. TMD, how fast? Ruashue had only heard Lin Yu speak of the Reikage's unparalleled speed, but witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking. Even the perceptive Sharingan could only catch a glimpse of the lightning flash before the overwhelming pressure closed in upon them. As Ruashue swiftly positioned his left hand, gripping the blade of his sword across his chest, the lightning chakra entwined around it crackled ominously. With a resounding clash, the elbow strike of the Reikage met the edge of the blade. Struggling with one hand, Ruashue steadied the back of the sword with his right, engaging in a fierce contest with the Reikage, exclaiming, Is this your ninjutsu? Quite impressive. With a grunt, the Reikage exerted more force with his elbow, pushing Ruashue back before launching another assault. This marked Ruashue's inaugural encounter with a true ninja bearing the title of Shadow since his reincarnation as Shursui. He did not rush to unleash his power. Instead, he chose to engage the Reikage in a duel of swordsmanship. Boom, boom, boom. The Reikage's attacks were straightforward yet lethal, while Ruashue adeptly parried and countered using his Sharingan and body flicker technique, wielding a lightning-infused sword for defense. Each collision between the sword and flesh resonated with the fury of thunder and lightning. Ruashue mused, How resilient. That thin layer of lightning chakra armor withstands my full-powered lightning strikes without yielding an inch. To breach his defenses, I suppose only Wood Release or Susanoo could suffice. Reinforcements arrived, standing at the periphery of the battlefield. Witnessing the tumultuous scene before them, they felt a wave of embarrassment. Is that Uchiha Shursui? Engaging the Reikage head-on. And yet he remains undaunted. Yue, concealed behind a pillar, observed the intricacies of the battle through her Sharingan, her heart racing with astonishment. In the past, I sensed his strength was unfathomable, but only now can I visually confirm his prowess. This is a realm unattainable by ordinary ninjas through mere effort. It cannot be encapsulated by the simplistic term genius. He exists in a dimension apart from us. The Reikage. The foundation has arrived. Dutifully reminding, beware of Uchiha Shursui's ocular technique, Kodo Amitsukami. Should you fall victim, you shall become his puppet forever. With a resounding clash, the Reikage retreated to a distance. Humph. Mere Sharingan, there are countless methods to counter it. Crackling. The Reikage's hair stood on end, arcs of electricity dancing around his lightning armor. lightning release chakra mode, fully unleashed. He activated his lightning chakra to its utmost limit, achieving a speed that could rival the yellow flash. Rushing Sharingan keenly observed the Raikage, now at full power, and commented, "So this is it. This chakra is indeed formidable. No wonder Sasuke faltered against you." Realizing that this was no longer a casual skirmish, he sheathed his ninja blade. His eyes now transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! The Raikage vanished from sight. Goodness, he truly cannot be seen. The skeletal form of Susanoo erupted into flames. Lightning devastation level. Simultaneously, the Raikage's razor-sharp hand sliced through the air. Crack! Tiny fissures appeared on Susanoo's skeletal frame. The Raikage was momentarily astonished. Then, at an extreme velocity, he circled around Susanoo, unleashing a barrage of explosive punches and kicks. Boom, 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 boom. With the Raikage's astonishing rate of attack, shards of Susanoo's exterior occasionally flew off. As Ruashue meticulously tended to the remnants of Susanoo, he pondered the capabilities of its physical techniques, which could inflict damage upon this form of Susanoo, albeit unable to penetrate its defenses. It appeared that only through the synergistic application of the light-heavy stone technique by the two scales of Noki could the Raikage achieve a direct breach. Of course, this was confined solely to this particular form. Nevertheless, the dynamics of combat are inherently multifaceted. The Raikage's speed was astonishing, and the very vulnerability of Susanoo lay in its mobility. Thus, the half-formed Susanoo could only adopt a defensive posture against the Raikage's onslaught. The Raikage possessed an immense reservoir of chakra. One might jest that such intensity of physical attacks could persist for 3 days and nights. In a protracted struggle, should Susanoo falter, it would herald the Raikage's triumph. Ruashue concluded that without the enhancement of Hashirama's cells or the peculiarities of specialized ocular techniques, a standard Sharingan would likely prove insufficient against the Raikage. The relentless barrage of strikes continued, leaving the surrounding samurai in awe. What manner of chakra giant was this? How could it withstand the full force of the Raikage's physical attacks? Yet, from this perspective, it seemed that Uchiha Shisui was thoroughly overwhelmed. It was merely a matter of time before the inevitable transpired. To the lay observer, it appeared as mere spectacle. To the discerning, it revealed deeper insights. Yueying, having witnessed Ruashue in true combat, murmured, "No. He is merely gauging the Raikage's strength. If he were to exert his full might, the Raikage would undoubtedly be unable to launch his attacks unscathed." Amidst the ceaseless cycle of destruction and rebirth of Susanoo, Ruashue calmly inquired, "Raikage, are you weary? Take a moment to breathe. I have something I wish to present to you. For my fallen brothers, let blood debts be repaid." The Raikage, heedless of the consequences, struck with such fervor that his fists seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. The skeletal form of Susanoo bore the weight of relentless cracks, unable to withstand the onslaught. Rosui remarked, "Is the aftershock substantial? This form may not endure much longer. Perhaps it is time for the next transformation." A voice, aged yet laced with amusement, resonated from above. Rosui looked up to see a diminutive elder hovering in the air. His gaze sharpened. He must be. This is how it should be done. With a series of hand seals, a transparent cube materialized between the elder's palms, aimed directly at the Susanoo below. Rosui exclaimed, "That technique is Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique." Chapter 73, The Light and Shadow Arc. The gathering of shadows with a whoosh, the dust release surged downward, causing the Susanoo to vanish, along with Rashui's very essence and presence. The 3 shadows of wind, fire, and water, along with the 3 ships, arrived on the scene. Noki ceased his dust release, stating, "You have arrived a moment too late. Uchiha Shisui has been reduced to mere molecules by my dust release." The expressions of the 3 shadows varied, particularly that of Nijan, who felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. However, the Raikage, consumed by fury, demanded, "Old man Noki, who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? Uchiha Shisui was meant to be ended by my own hand." Anoki spoke in a low voice, "You foolish boy. You ought to express gratitude to me. Had I not intervened to eliminate Shisui, we would have paid an exorbitant price to eradicate the Uchiha clan." Upon overhearing their conversation, Yukino found it hard to believe. Is this a jest? He is truly gone? The invincible one. Has he perished just like that? Humph. Don't expect me to owe you anything, you insufferable Anoki. After voicing his complaints, Raikage impatiently declared, We must return to the assembly immediately and devise a plan for the annihilation of the Uchiha. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Ah, indeed. The urgency of military action is paramount. Floating in midair, Inoki cast a sidelong glance at the stone pillar where Yukino concealed herself. However, before we proceed, it seems we must eliminate the little tail that Shursui brought along. All gazes turned towards her, realizing she had been discovered. Yukino composed herself and stepped forth confidently. Yukino. Kakashi, accompanying Hiruzen, displayed astonishment. You have truly allied with him? Hiruzen's gaze beneath his hat darkened. Yukino, what brings you here? Your explanation may very well determine your fate. In truth, everyone understood that Yukino had arrived in the company of Shursui. Hiruzen, harboring a sense of guilt towards Yukino, implied that he was willing to grant her an opportunity, provided she distanced herself from Shursui here. Yet on the face of Yuzuki Yugao, there lingered only an endless sense of despair. She had resolutely decided to part ways with Konoha. If she could not exact revenge on Dans through the hands of the Uchiha, she would embrace the afterlife to reunite with her beloved. Thus, Yuzuki Yugao boldly proclaimed, I come here as the village head of Kusagakure, allied with the Uchiha, accompanying Uchiha Shursui. Kusagakure, the village head. They were all aware of Kusagakure's challenge system, wherein, under the witness of all villagers, defeating the village head would allow one to assume the title of the new village head. Hizashi assumed, rather naively, that Yugao had resorted to swaying her former allies from Kusagakure to present a token of loyalty to the Uchiha for the sake of her revenge against Konoha. A look of regret flickered across Hizashi's face. To go to such lengths to approach the Uchiha, it seems you cannot be spared. Out of lingering sentiment, Yugao, you may choose your own end. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yugao poised a blade against her neck. I only lament not being able to witness Danza's demise. And as for you, Sarutobi Hizashi, you are unworthy to speak of the will of fire. Well said, you truly are the woman I admire. This unexpected voice ignited a spark of light in Yugao's once dim eyes. Yu. So astonished and elated was she that she momentarily forgot the customary honorifics. Rika hung upside down from the ceiling, gazing at the woman's face, alight with a blend of surprise and joy. Indeed, he was eager to witness her reaction after his demise, and she did not disappoint him. Swish! He detached himself from the ceiling, gracefully flipping in midair, and landed steadily before Xiang, a smile adorning his features. Apologies for delaying your reunion with the Gale Brigade. After she set down her ninja blade, Xiang clenched her fist slightly, responding, No. It was my misguided assumption that you had fallen victim to overconfidence. Truly, I was naive, and I beg your forgiveness for not allowing you to witness my return to Konoha. Why do I sense a hint of irritation in your words? Ruashue interjected, Indeed. Xiang continued, You were indeed testing my loyalty by feigning death. Ruashue chuckled, Incorrect. What I meant by indeed was in reference to your tone just now, which was quite commendable. You need not tread cautiously in my presence. Speaking as you did earlier is far more authentic, is it not? Xiang found herself at a loss for how to respond or what expression to wear, yet she was astonished by her unintentional revelation of true emotions. The onlookers were hardly focused on the interplay between the two. Diamu's expression darkened. The only way to escape my dust release technique is through that jutsu. As rumored, Uchiha Shursui has indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. In the instant he was ensnared by my dust release, he instantly evaded to the external Flying Thunder God mark. Thus his chakra vanished without a trace. Rizen's expression grew grave. Not only has he acquired Hashirama's cells, but he has also learned the Flying Thunder God. He has embraced Xiang, who harbors enmity towards Danzo, and even Konoha. It appears he is truly intent on leading the Uchiha against Konoha. Zhao Mei's heart swelled with joy. Uchiha, indeed, are all fine men. His appearance might just be to my liking. Lord Mizukage, do not be deceived by his seemingly harmless facade. That man gained renown in the ninja world at the tender age of 16 with his mastery of the body flicker technique. It was only at this moment that I fully realized. The azure eyes, piercing like daggers, fixated on the familiar figure. Cold sweat trickling down my cheek. His chakra has undergone a profound transformation. Goodness, one cannot fathom the incredible chakra that lies within him. A Jinchuriki pales in comparison. Crack, crack. The rakage stretched his neck, an expression of unbridled joy lighting up his face. He survived the dust release of Inoki. This is just what I wished for. Uchiha Shursui, prepare to meet your fate. Lord Rakage, I implore you to exercise restraint. This matter transcends your personal affairs. At that moment, the leader of the land of samurai, Senmitsu, strode forward, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the unwelcome guest. To intrude upon the territory of our iron country without so much as a greeting and to injure our samurai, do you not regard me, your host, with any respect? Ruashue chuckled softly. The land of samurai is neutral, is it not? Why then involve yourselves in the disputes of ninjas? Senmitsu placed a hand on the hilt of his famed blade, declaring with conviction, indeed, the land of samurai is neutral. However, this does not grant ninjas the liberty to tread as they please. The current opening is solely for the 5 Kage Summit, sanctioned by the 5 great nations. Only those ninjas bearing the title of Kage accompanied by one designated guard are permitted entry. I must ask, are you entering legally? Bearing the name of Shadow, is it? Ruashue reached into her bosom and retrieved 2 imperial edicts. These were the decrees personally issued by His Excellency, Daimyo Muta Nobuyuki of the Land of Thunder, and I believe that upon reading them, you shall comprehend everything. The Land of Thunder, Daimyo, an edict? Sanbyun displayed a look of skepticism, signaling to the warrior leader beside him. The warrior, filled with caution, stepped forward, received the edicts from Ruashue, ensured they were untampered with, and handed them to Sanbyun. Upon opening them, Sanbyun perused the contents, which detailed the establishment of the Light Shadow Village and the appointment decree of Light and Shadow. His expression shifted dramatically as he gripped the edges tightly, reading it multiple times, and gazed at the seal to confirm its authenticity. His doubts transformed into disbelief, and then he cast a profound glance at the man across from him who was smiling, before turning to the second edict, which was a decree to pacify the Rakage. Together, the 2 edicts eloquently elucidated Ruashue's purpose for being here. Ruashue inquired with a smile, My Lord Sanbyun, is my identity now legitimate? Sanbyun replied in a low tone, Indeed. It is legitimate, entirely legitimate, as long as your actions have not resulted in the casualties of our warriors. The Land of Iron bears no adversarial stance against you. Ruashue responded, Of course. I merely put them to sleep. I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Sanbyun remarked, Then there is no issue at all. Please, proceed as you wish. After Sanbyun reviewed the edicts, the demeanor of everyone transformed. Their curiosity piqued regarding the contents inscribed within those decrees. The Rakage could no longer contain his impatience, exclaiming, Sanbyun, cease with the suspense. Would you kindly disclose the true intent behind our esteemed daimyo's declaration? Alas, after lamenting the imminent collapse of the structure, the 3 ships presented the edict. Lord Rakage, please review it yourself. Chapter 74, The Shadow of Light. Master of the Shadow Flow. The first decree states that the daimyo has resolved to implement A2 villages under one nation policy, proposing the establishment of Kei village and appointing Uchiha Shursui as Kei Kage. Upon reading it, Rakage was unexpectedly amused rather than enraged. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Your seal is so expertly forged that it appears genuine. With a swift motion, Rakage tore the first decree to shreds and turned his gaze to the second. The second decree absolves Rakage of the blame for the unsuccessful expedition, underscoring Uchiha Shursui as the daimyo's chosen Kei Kage, declaring Kei in village and Kara's brother ninja villages, commanding Rakage not to let personal grievances disrupt national affairs, and instructing him to cease the 5 Kage Summit and return to the village to rectify the situation. You cannot deceive me. You cannot deceive me. Rakage tore the second decree apart and flung it violently to the ground. How dare you forge the edict of our daimyo? It seems your transgressions have compounded. What is this Kei in village and Kei Kage? The Uchiha truly lacks self-awareness. At that moment, Suchikage crouched on the ground, staring at the shredded decree's signature, exclaiming in panic, Rakage-sama, this seal is authentic, it cannot be forged. This is indeed a direct order from His Highness the Daimyo. Crack. Veins bulged on Rakage's forehead. Impossible. I cannot fathom that the esteemed lord would engage in such treachery. Ruashue shrugged and remarked, You can never awaken one who feigns sleep. Yet, tragically, the one who pretends to slumber is acutely aware of their own wakefulness. The Rakage roared in frustration, Uchiha Shursui. What flowery words did you employ to persuade our lord to make such an absurd decision? Ruashue, with an air of nonchalance, replied, It is merely a matter of having forged an alliance with 8 small ninja villages during your assembly of the 5 Kage Summit, presenting a petition signed by 10,000 ninjas, and then personally meeting with the Lord to elucidate the necessity of A2 villages within one nation system for the Land of Lightning. What? During the convening of the 5 Kage Summit, Uchiha managed to unify 8 small ninja villages? And what is this 2 villages concept? Upon reviewing the decree from the Lord of the Land of Lightning, the Raikage had previously mentioned the village of Kain. Kain? Could it be that the Land of Lightning intends to establish an additional ninja village, represented by Uchiha, the so-called Kain? At that moment, the gathered Kage and their guards, upon piecing together the clues, were all struck with astonishment. If that is indeed the case, the entire ninja world shall undergo a monumental transformation. Everyone, including the Raikage, awaited the next words from the instigator. Ruashue's subsequent remarks resonated like a thunderous upheaval. It is indeed a remarkable situation. Our esteemed daimyo of the Land of Lightning is currently besieged by the aftermath of Raikage's ill-conceived assault on Takigakure. Just as I proposed the one country, 2 villages system, the daimyo promptly approved it. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan, along with the 8 great ninja villages and 23 ninja clans, shall officially unite under the banner of the Land of Lightning, with the establishment of a new ninja village, Kagakure, imminent. I, Uchiha Shursui, have been chosen by the daimyo as the Kage, thus becoming the 6th shadow of the ninja world. Upon hearing these words, Terumi eagerly sought confirmation. Mitsuba, is this truly the case? Mitsuba, resting his hand on the hilt of his renowned blade, responded in a grave tone. Indeed. The proclamation from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning states as such. Whether the details align with Uchiha Shursue's account remains uncertain. Nevertheless, his title as Shadow is legitimate. We cannot regard him as an unlawful invader, but rather, we must honor him as a distinguished guest. The most dire suspicions were validated, leading to an uproar among the shadows. Terumi exclaimed, I never anticipated he would make such a bold move. Hisashi lamented, it is over. All of Danzo's concerns have come to fruition. I truly regret not taking decisive action that night to eradicate the Uchiha clan. In this context, it appears that the Raikage lacks the position to initiate the Crusade Alliance, rendering the sponsorship merely an empty promise. Unless he dares to defy the world and lead the entirety of the Cloud Village in defection from the Land of Lightning, such a notion is evidently impractical. On the other hand, Noki notes that the existence of 2 villages within one nation signifies that the Land of Lightning is home to 2 formidable ninja factions. The Cloud Village commands the 2 tails and 8 tails, while the Light Village possesses the 7 tails and 3 other tailed beasts. In addition to having integrated nearly all of the minor ninja villages under the Uchiha banner, even with the loss of 10,000 elite shinobi, their combined strength undoubtedly surpasses what it once was. Without a doubt, if the existence of 2 villages within one nation is formally established, the balance of power among the 5 great nations would be utterly shattered, leading to unimaginable consequences. Given the opportunity to remedy the situation, immediate action must be taken. Thus, Noki, with his persuasive eloquence, stirs the pot. Raikage, even if this so-called existence of 2 villages within one nation is beneficial to the Land of Lightning, I do not believe your daimyo would recklessly acquiesce. He continues, Uchiha Shursui possesses the ocular technique Kodoame Tsukumi. Could it be that the daimyo's decision is influenced by that very ocular technique? With a sudden realization, the Raikage is awakened by Naka's words. Indeed, the ocular technique, Uchiha Shursui. You must have employed that technique on the daimyo. I shall obliterate you at once, and then I will dispel the daimyo's ocular technique. With a thunderous roar, the lightning reemerges, and the Raikage launches a ferocious assault towards Rokusui. Rokusui, gazing deeply, reflects. Oh dear, Noki is indeed a problematic figure. Although I have not utilized Kodoame Tsukumi on the daimyo, this assertion at such a critical juncture is extremely perilous. The skeletal form of Susanoo stands once more. The furious punch of the Raikage is poised to strike. In a moment of imminent peril, that Tsuchikage exclaims, Raikage-sama. To act at this moment would be an outright act of treason. Swish. The Raikage's fist halts abruptly before the skeletal visage of Susanoo. Gazing at the Raikage's face, filled with an indescribable fury, Ruashue coldly remarks, Raikage, you should consider yourself fortunate to have a subordinate with such understanding. Should this blow land, the hidden Cloud Village would find no sanctuary in the Land of Lightning. Boom. The Raikage dashes to the side, crashing into the pillar that stands resolutely. The sound of his rage echoes, transforming him into a thunderous war chariot, rampaging through walls and columns. Mitsuba and the gathered shadows watch in astonishment, yet do not intervene. That Tsuchikage states, Mitsubadano, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Raikage. I shall personally bear the cost of today's damages. Mitsuba replies, I can empathize with Raikage-sama's sentiments. It is fortunate that only structures are being destroyed. The Raikage, returning to the broken pillar, uproots the remaining half from its foundation, raising it high above his head, with lightning crackling around him. Lightning release. Exploding bomb. With a resounding roar, the ground trembles violently, fracturing like a spider's web and spreading beneath everyone's feet. After a bout of venting, the Raikage collapsed amidst the ruins. Overwhelmed by the thoughts of the fallen citizens of Kumogakure and the bleak future that lay ahead, blood surged to his head, and he uncontrollably spat forth a mouthful of crimson. Raikage-sama. Seeing this, the Tsuchikage hurriedly rushed to offer support. Leaning on the Tsuchikage, the Raikage fixed his unwavering gaze upon Kashu. December 25th. I shall declare today as the day of shame for Kumogakure. Uchiha Shursui, prepare yourself. One day, I will make you repay every ounce of suffering in full. Kashu merely smiled with a hint of amusement. Raikage-sama, please take care, and Merry Christmas. Kumogakure has withdrawn from the 5 Kage summit. Everyone, do as you please. After a meaningful glance exchanged between the Tsuchikage and Kashu, they assisted the Raikage in leaving. Throughout this exchange, Aos Byakugan remained fixed on the chakra pathways in the Tsuchikage's brain. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, suddenly, an irresistible thought directly impacted his mind. The Mizukage inquired softly, Ao, what is the matter? Ao replied, nothing. The Terumi pondered, oh. Once the Raikage had departed, Kashu surveyed the remaining Kage. Shall we continue the discussion? I am at your service. At that moment, Anoki interjected. Just right. I have matters I wish to consult with Shursui. No, I should refer to you as Kage, correct? I heard you recently visited the borders of the Fire Nation, and our Iwagakure's hunt, which was sent for friendly exchanges with Konohagakure, seems to have fallen into your hands not long ago. Is he alive or dead? I hope you can provide clarification. Ruashuea, I utilized that explosive release captured by the otherworldly deity. At that time, both Hongdo and Qingyi had already departed, so this matter should only be known to Yamato. However, Yamato has been under strict surveillance and lacked the opportunity to convey any intelligence. Could it be that Danzo incited Rijan to cast aspersions upon me? Ruashuei continued, I have not visited the Land of Fire recently, nor am I acquainted with any hunters. If you, Lord Tsuchikage, harbor doubts, then let the individual who provided you with this information confront me directly. Oh, Noki mused, casting a sidelong glance at Rijan, who was silently puffing on his pipe, his face obscured beneath the Hokage hat. The Hokage appeared somewhat guilty. Could it be? Naka's thoughts shifted, piecing together the prior events. Oh, so that is how it is. This situation has become rather intriguing. Noki remarked meaningfully. It seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding the intelligence. In that case, I shall not impose further upon Iwagakure. Farewell. Chapter 75. Light and Shadow. A lively exchange before departing, Noki exchanged a knowing glance with Rijan. Rijan understood the cue and lowered his hat, stating, then, Konoha bids you farewell as well. Whether out of guilt or fear of the otherworldly deity, he did not once cast his gaze upon Ruashuei throughout the encounter. Kakashi dismissed his Raikiri, following in Rijan's footsteps as they left. As he passed by Ruashuei, she suddenly remarked, your left eye, is it the Sharingan? Kakashi halted abruptly, then replied in a hushed tone, no comment. Ruashuei's lips curled slightly as she whispered, I know who took Tobi's left eye. If you are interested, you may come find me. Kakashi's pupils constricted abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kakashi, Ijan urged. Kakashi collected himself and hastily followed Ijan. Observing Kakashi's troubled silhouette, Ruashuei smiled meaningfully. This scene did not escape the notice of Shien, who pondered thoughtfully. Does he intend to target Kakashi as well? The Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Hokage departed in succession, leaving behind the Kazekage, Raza, and the Mizukage, Terumi. The Uchiha, who had just sought an alliance, saw their leader, Uchiha Shursui, transform into the sixth shadow of the ninja world, evoking a sense of wistfulness in both. Raza mused, this young man possesses both formidable strength and cunning. Sand and Uchiha bear no old grudges. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a friendly relationship. For the first time since attending the 5 Kage summit, Raza's typically stoic expression revealed a hint of a smile, albeit one rooted in politeness. Your Highness, congratulations. On behalf of the Sand Village, you are always welcome to visit in friendship. Ruo Shui thought to herself. Ah, this man, the 4th Kazekage, I recall he is Gaara's father, possessing the magnet release technique. Is he not? He perished at the hands of Orochimaru and Kimimaro, and how long he will survive this time will depend on his fortune. One should never strike a smiling face. Ruo Shui courteously responded, as the shadow, I am but a newcomer. Once my village is established, I would be honored to welcome you, Lord Fengying, for guidance, as I am eager to learn from your experiences as a shadow. Hearing such a down-to-earth reply, Luo Sha felt a hint of surprise. At his age, possessing considerable strength and status, one would expect him to be brimming with pride. Yet, whether sincere or merely polite, it endeared Ruo Shui to Luo Sha. Her smile became more genuine. It's not about seeking counsel. Rather, we can exchange knowledge for mutual benefit. Ruo Shui casually remarked, I share the same sentiment. As the saying goes, there's plenty of wealth to go around. What a delightful sentiment. This resonated deeply with Luo Sha, for the tradition of Sunagakure has always embraced such ideals. The first 5 Kage summit initiated by Hashirama, where the first Kazekage, Reto, was a man who could easily place a price on the tailed beasts within his grasp. Sunagakure is in dire need of funds. Luo Sha was genuinely intrigued. I look forward to the collaboration between our two villages in the future. For now, I shall take my leave. With that, Luo Sha's guard, Maki, departed. Terumi Mei, unhurried, donned her Mizukage hat, remarking, a clever maneuver, before leading Ao out. Wait. Ruo Shui called out to her. Terumi Mei paused and slightly turned. What is it, Your Highness of Light and Shadow? Do you have something to impart? Ruo Shui smiled enigmatically. Do you not wish to inquire about me? Terumi Mei's gaze sharpened. Could it be that he? She turned fully around. What do you mean by that? Ruo Shui shrugged. I am aware of certain matters. Perhaps we could exchange information, should you require it? Zhuo Mei, with one hand on her waist, inquired. As a reference, may I know which issues pique your interest? Ruo Shui asked. What transpired with the 4th Mizukage? Yagura? Zhuo Mei narrowed her eyes slightly. Then, what information would you offer in exchange for the answer to that query? Ruo Shui pondered. How about the identity of the puppet master who ensnared Yagura in an illusion? Suddenly, Zhuo Mei's pupils constricted, yet her expression quickly returned to composure, adopting a playful tone in place of her earlier sharp inquiry. It seems, the depths of this matter are far more profound than I had anticipated. Ruo Shui pressed on. So, what does the Mizukage imply? Zhuo Mei replied. Though you possess striking features and are the epitome of a desirable partner in both appearance and strength, I find myself hesitant to easily commit to you. Boom. The skeletal form of Susanoo abruptly materialized, and both Ruo Shui and Susanoo, astonished, simultaneously gave Zhuo Mei a thumbs up, a response imbued with high emotional intelligence. Both I and my Susanoo applaud you. Chuckle. After a moment of surprise, Zhuo Mei burst into laughter, then swiftly turned the tables. Thank you for your compliments. Should I respond with a kiss that unravels the heart and soul? Ruo Shui, relishing the banter, mused. Is it an acidic liquid or mist? I shall weigh the decision of whether to accept this kiss. You truly have a knack for humor. Zhuo Mei smirked. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. As Terumi Mei turned, the youthful expression on her face had been replaced by an air of maturity beyond her years. From the words of Uchiha Shursui just moments ago, I discerned 3 pivotal insights. Firstly, the death of the former Mizukage bore no connection to him. Otherwise, he would not have been foolish enough to reveal such information voluntarily. Secondly, his knowledge of the former Mizukage's past encounter with Genjutsu suggests that the mastermind behind it is likely someone of Uchiha lineage. Someone with whom he has had previous contact, but who does not belong to the current Uchiha faction under his command. Thus, pursuing this lead may yield promising clues. As for the third point, Uchiha Shursui is quite an intriguing man. Were it not for the palpable aura of danger that surrounds him, he might indeed be considered as a potential suitor. Observing Terumi Mei's departing figure, Ruo Shui mused. Just as you mentioned, this woman, akin to the fox of Fushimi Inari, harbors a multitude of ulterior motives. At that moment, Mitsubo approached. Addressing the Prince of Light and Shadow, your visit has truly been worthwhile. Ruo Shui feigned ignorance to the subtle sting in his words and replied courteously, "Not at all. I apologize for the inconvenience." Mitsuba continued, "It is of no consequence. The samurai are a neutral nation. As long as the interests of the samurai are not harmed, we shall remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the ninja world. Whether you have attained the title of Kage through legitimate means is of no concern to us. Therefore, I will not keep you for tea. Please, make yourself at home." With that, Mitsuba turned, preparing to lead the samurai away. Suddenly, Ruo Shui interjected, "Hanzo of the Salamander is also within the land of samurai." "What?" As Sam was taken aback, he abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto Ruo Shui's kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Heavens above!" Sam exclaimed, "What did you just say?" The kaleidoscope flickered and then vanished. Ruo Shui replied, "It was nothing, merely a jest." Sam remarked, "You truly are a remarkably affable individual." Ruo Shui responded, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Sam affirmed, "Indeed, while the land of samurai maintains neutrality, the spirit of Bushido shall be upheld and magnified by me." The surrounding samurai remained oblivious to the dissonance in their exchange. In the snowy expanse of the Iron Country, a man leaning on a cane obstructed the path of Reikage and Tsuchikage. "Reikage, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," he said. Tsuchikage retorted, "You are." Danzo of Konoha. Chapter 76. The Light and Shadow Arc. The Bow and the Snake Shadow Danzo, supported by his cane and flanked by two masked members of Root, emerged from the swirling snow. Reikage bellowed, "Danzo, you decrepit relic, what brings you here?" Danzo smiled benignly. "I have come to alleviate the burdens of Reikage." "What did you say?" Reikage furrowed his brow. Danzo continued, "Reikage, your summoning of the 5 Kages to combat the common enemy of the shinobi world is indeed a noble endeavor. Alas, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, in his ignorance, has heeded slanderous words, causing anguish to allies and delight to foes." At this, Tsuchikage gasped. "That incident occurred during the 5 Kage summit. How could you possibly know of it?" Danzo paused, lowering his gaze. "Among the samurai, there are my informants." The Reikage, visibly impatient, declared, "State your purpose in 3 sentences, or I shall ensure your blood spills upon the ground." Danzo, undeterred, replied directly, "I possess a method that could sever the Uchiha's retreat." The Reikage inquired, "What method?" Danzo smirked, "Your Highness, lead the Cloud Shinobi to ally with Konoha." The Reikage scoffed, "I consider your words nothing but nonsense." Danzo, maintaining a calm demeanor, retorted, "Is it not the case that the feudal lord has betrayed his word? Why persist in this delusion?" The Reikage disdainfully responded, "Betrayal? Do not attempt to twist the narrative. Our feudal lord, fearing the encroachment of enemy nations, was misled by the Uchiha slander. If I were to swallow this grievance and thus ally with the enemy, that would indeed be true treachery." The Tsuchikage interjected, "Well said, Lord Reikage." Danzo continued, "Such noble patriotism is truly admirable. If joining forces is not an option, shall we not collaborate instead? I possess a meticulous plan that could ensnare the Uchiha entirely." This was Danzo's usual negotiation tactic, first presenting an utterly unacceptable proposition before revealing his true offer. The Reikage demanded, "Share your plan. Should I find your words mere fabrications, I shall ensure your silence forever." With a raised brow, Danzo unveiled his astonishing scheme. Upon hearing it, both the Reikage and Tsuchikage were left in astonishment. Danzo inquired with a grin, "What say you? If this plan succeeds, even should Uchiha Shursui acquire the powers of the first Hokage, he too shall fall into our grasp, due to certain elements involved in the plan being exceedingly shocking." The Reikage found it necessary to exercise caution. "Danzo, is this your intention or that of the Hokage?" Danzo revealed a menacing smile. "As long as you assist me in ascending to the position of Hokage, then this is indeed the Hokage's intention." The Reikage coldly retorted, "Your true motives have been laid bare." Danzo responded, "This is essential to ensure the smooth execution of the plan. As long as Hiruzen remains in power, he will never endorse my strategy, for it not only concerns the Uchiha, but could also embroil many innocent individuals. If he interferes, all our efforts will be in vain. Do you not agree?" The Reikage's animosity towards the Uchiha began to waver. The Tsuchikage hastily whispered, "Lord Reikage, Danzo is notorious, synonymous with the darkness of the shinobi world. Regardless of whether that fantastical plan is feasible or not, even if it is, the consequences are unpredictable. You must not allow hatred to cloud your judgment." "I am well aware of such matters," the Reikage replied sternly. "Danzo, speak plainly. I desire the complete annihilation of the Uchiha. However, I do not trust you. What you have said today, I can choose to disregard, so vanish from my sight at once." With that declaration, a fierce surge of lightning chakra erupted around the Raikage. Ready to dismember Danzo should tensions escalate. Tobirama gripped his cane tightly, raising a hand to cover the bandage over his right eye, contemplating. This is the land of iron. It is not the time to compel the Raikage to yield through force. Lowering his hand, Tobirama remarked, "Since His Excellency the Raikage does not trust me, I shall not press the matter further." As he watched Tobirama's retreating figure, T-Dai's expression grew grave. "I never anticipated that Tobirama would be scheming such a perilous plot. I must swiftly convey his conspiracy to Lord Shursui. However, one must ponder, could this truly be a scheme devised by Tobirama?" At that moment, T-Dai noticed that one of the root members accompanying Tobirama was, astonishingly, one-armed. A one-armed ninja? After all, Tobirama is a prominent figure in Konoha. Would he choose a ninja lacking an arm as his personal guard? It seems rather peculiar. Another root ninja accompanying him sensed T-Dai's scrutiny and cast a sidelong glance. Hiss! T-Dai's hair stood on end. This unsettling sensation was akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Who on earth is that individual? T-Dai? The Raikage's admonition jolted him back to reality. "My Lord Raikage, we must depart. I wish to linger not a moment longer in this land of iron." The Raikage dashed through the snowstorm, with T-Dai closely trailing behind, inquiring, "What shall be our next course of action?" The Raikage pondered. "First, we must reassure our comrades. And then we shall visit the daimyo's residence. I need to ascertain whether the daimyo has been ensnared by Uchiha Shursui, using that so-called Kodoamat Tsukumi Jinjutsu. If that is indeed the case, then the so-called Hidden Cloud Village shall collapse without a fight." At that moment, Suchikage suddenly inquired, "Lord Raikage, have you never harbored any doubts about me?" Raikage glanced sideways while running. "What would I doubt you about?" Suchikage, bold and audacious, replied, "Doubting whether I, the sole survivor of the Takigakure War, might also be ensnared by Uchiha Shursui's Kodoamat Tsukumi?" Haraha. Raikage paused in surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter. Once he calmed, he stated with utmost seriousness, "Suchikage, I have grown up beneath your very eyes. You are, aside from my father, the only elder I hold in high regard within the village. I refuse to believe our bond could be obliterated by mere Jinjutsu from the Sharingan." Suchikage felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Raikage. Alas, I fear I may ultimately disappoint you regarding Xiao Ai." Raikage's expression darkened. That aside, Suchikage, setting aside Dan's, "What is your take on his so-called Uchiha gene extinction plan?" Suchikage offered an objective assessment. If Dan's truly possesses such a terrifying weapon as chakra toxins targeting genes, then he must have someone akin to Orochimaru behind him providing technical support. However, the intelligence indicates that Orochimaru is currently allied with Uchiha Shursui. Thus, I do not believe Dan's has acquired such means. He likely seeks to use your influence to secure the position of Hokage. Raikage replied, "To be candid, I share your sentiments." Suchikage asked, "So did you decline?" Raikage, "No. The true reason I refuse him is that activating that so-called toxin requires the power of the tailed beasts. How could I possibly send my own brother into the hands of such a despicable individual?" At the border of the land of iron, within a concealed cave, the old man did not genuinely expect Raikage to eliminate Hizen. His intention was merely to plant a seed of revenge in Raikage's heart, knowing that when he is truly cornered by the Uchiha, he will obediently fall under my control. Danzo remarked, placing his cane aside as he cast a sidelong glance. "Speaking of which, Yakushi Kabuto, are you certain you can successfully develop that genetic toxin?" The one-armed ninja removed his mask and retrieved a pair of glasses from his ninja tool pouch, adjusting them on his nose. The lenses reflected a bright light, and he wore a businesslike smile. "Yes, according to the current progress, at most in 10 years, and at least in 6 years, I will complete this genetic weapon specifically designed to target Uchiha Shursui." Danzo frowned. 10 years or 6 years, I need a definitive answer. Yakushi Kabuto replied, "That depends on your level of sponsorship." Danzo asserted, "I shall spare no effort in providing you with the necessary funding and living specimens for your research." Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Then I guarantee completion within 6 years." Danzo nodded. "Good. Also, you should fulfill your promise regarding the conditions under which I protect your stay in Konoha, shouldn't you?" Pharmacist Do, "Indeed. The discarded pawn of Lord Orochimaru has been successfully acquired by me. Uchiha Shin, through the art of cloning, has been used to mass-produce his Sharingan, which shall serve as a reserve for your Izanagi, and I can arrange it at any moment. Danzo's smile was shrouded in darkness. The era that belongs to me shall inevitably arrive. Another long-haired member, adorned with a mask, stood silently in place. The vertical pupils beneath the mask shimmering with an inscrutable light. Chapter 77. The Light and Shadow Saga. The Death of the Hare and the Fox. After departing from the Five Kage Summit, Inoki and Noera convened at the solitary Eagle Ridge in the Land of Iron. Inoki wasted no time, Hokage, regarding the deaths of East Shiro and Omo, as well as the whereabouts of Hunt. I have spared your dignity by not allowing you to confront Uchiha Shursui in public. We are all reasonable individuals. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Were Noera to assert unequivocally that Shursui was responsible, Inoki would find it challenging to retaliate, as the absence of a direct confrontation could be rationalized with the innocent remain untainted. However, having witnessed Shursui's formidable presence before the Five Kage, Noera ultimately lacked conviction. Thus he replied tactfully, I possess no definitive evidence to confirm that it was Shursui. I merely suggest that he bears the greatest suspicion. Inoki pressed, so? It follows that Konoha has indeed been deceiving us. Noera countered. I can only assert that the deaths of East Shiro and Omo, along with the disappearance of Hunt, are unrelated to Konoha. Inoki emphasized, this is no longer a matter of Konoha's involvement or lack thereof. The issue at hand is that during a significant diplomatic occasion, you presented unverified false information, diverting attention from the principal conflict, which has left me feeling exceedingly powerless and irked. The Sun Slash, acknowledging his culpability, softened his tone. I sincerely apologize for this situation. However, it has come to this, and I hope both parties can recognize our common adversary and maintain a spirit of amicable collaboration. Inoki, with a piercing gaze, exuded authority. A common adversary? The circumstances have changed, Hokage. In the past, the Uchiha clan was deemed a rogue faction of Konoha, a public enemy in the ninja world, recklessly invading foreign lands. Yet now, they are recognized as a legitimate ninja village by the Land of Lightning. The cost of war is unimaginable. Declaring war on the Uchiha is tantamount to declaring war on the Land of Lightning. In conflicts between great powers, who can escape unscathed? It parallels the Fourth Great Ninja War. Do you wish for me to embroil a Wagakure in the turmoil of war? Sun Slash appeared distressed. What does Lord Tsuchikage propose then? Inoki withdrew his gaze. The deaths of T. Shiro and Ma, along with the matter concerning Korea, must be addressed. Since these events transpired in the Land of Fire, it falls upon Konoha to take responsibility, compensating the families of T. Shiro and Ma, and returning the surviving Korea to us. Sun Slash found himself in a quandary. Compensation is negotiable, but we truly know nothing of Korea's whereabouts. Inoki, turning his back, allowed a slight smirk to appear. Is that so difficult? Then, as an alternative, surrender Konohas would release ninjas. Sun Slash, what would release ninjas? Inoki, wasn't this part of the previous negotiation terms? I am well aware that Konoha is home to would release ninjas. In the past, you served under Danzo as and even participated in assassination attempts against me. After distancing yourself from Danzo, you joined my direct umbu, adopting the codename Tianzong. This intelligence was acquired in our early years, and you need not deny it. Surrender Tianzong, and this diplomatic turmoil will be resolved. Otherwise, Konoha will face the formidable enemy of a Wagakure. Should you continue to oppose us, consider the repercussions carefully. At this juncture, Hizashi must lay all cards on the table. Tianzong has vanished. After encountering Sho's team at the border, he has not returned to Konoha. Noki, then find him. We want him alive or dead, with a deadline of 1 month. Is there a problem? Amidst the swirling snow, Hizashi puffed on his pipe, remaining silent for a lengthy moment. Anger surged within Kakashi's eyes. During the Five Kage Summit, did the Tsuchikage refrain from allowing the Hokage to confront Shursui, merely to lay the groundwork for this negotiation? Under pressure, he could not covet the Uchiha's eyes, resorting instead to schemes involving the Senju cells. It must be noted that a Wagakure was the initial provocateur in this matter, right? Even if those 3 indeed perished at the hands of Konoha, it was a consequence of their own actions. Yet, the Tsuchikage persists in his obstinacy, showing blatant disregard for Konoha's deterrence. This is utterly excessive. Unable to tolerate Naka's aggressive stance, Kakashi steeled himself for an imminent confrontation, lifting his forehead protector to unleash his Sharingan, readying Raikiri. Naka's guard, Kuratsuchi, sensed Kakashi's movements and instinctively moved closer to Noki, poised to counter any sudden attack from Kakashi. Thus, amidst the harsh winds and swirling snow, both parties remained in silent confrontation for 3 minutes. Ultimately, this standoff concluded with a compromise from Hisashi. Very well, he conceded, I shall accept Lord Tsuchikage's terms. Within 1 month, Konoha will locate Tenzo, alive or deceased, and surrender him to the village of Awagakure. However, if, let me emphasize if, we exhaust all efforts in our search and fail to find Tenzo, Noki offered no retreat for Hisashi. Prepare for the repercussions from Awagakure. With that, Noki turned away and strode into the blizzard, casting a cold glance at Kakashi before following suit. This left Hisashi, filled with a sense of loss, and Kakashi, who wore an expression of confusion. Kage-sama, why acquiesce to the Tsuchikage's insolent demands? Kakashi inquired. Only through this can we avert war. Hisashi replied, leaving Kakashi speechless. From this moment forth, let Tenzo be listed among Konoha's rogue ninjas. We shall mobilize all resources to uncover his whereabouts. His life or death is of no consequence. We must find him at all costs. Given his close ties to Yamato, Kakashi could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Tenzo had bravely remained behind to protect Aoi and Anko, facing the trio alone. If he were indeed still alive, how would he feel upon discovering he had become a rogue ninja? The relentless rise of the Uchiha clan poses an unprecedented threat to Konoha, compelling us to navigate our relationships with other ninja villages with utmost caution. Tenzo stands as a remarkable inheritor of the will of fire. Our understanding of this is sufficient. Much like the reverence we hold for your father, the White Fang. The mere mention of White Fang from the lips of those we admire sends a jolt of anguish through Kakashi's heart, as if it were being torn apart. The will of fire? I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. For the first time in his life, he questions the very principles he has held dear. In the realm of shinobi, those who break the rules are deemed worthless, yet those who forsake their comrades are far beneath that. The heartfelt words of a dear friend weigh heavily on his conscience. In the forest along the border of the Land of Iron, the father and son raced through the snow-laden branches. Old man, Lus inquired, if Konoha truly fails to deliver Tenzo in a month's time, do you genuinely intend to exact revenge on them? Anoki chuckled, of course not. Even if Konoha is weakened, it remains a major ninja village on par with us. We cannot afford to sever ties. But wouldn't that be a loss of face for us? Lus countered. The essence of a threat lies in its potential rather than its realization. Should it truly come to pass, it would no longer be a threat. Do you really believe that Tenzo is my target? Lus asked incredulously. Isn't he? Anoki replied. The cells of Hashirama are of utmost importance to Konoha. Even if Hisashi wished to release him, Danzo would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, after the passage of a month, I shall unveil new negotiation terms. Huangtu, what you mean is? The cunning smile of the seasoned strategist appeared on the face of the two scales, the Yimu, Hataki Kakashi. Chapter 78, The Light and Shadow Chapter. A sheep enters the tiger's den departing from the venue of the Five Shadows Conference. Ruo Shui, accompanied by Shiyin, hastened towards the southeast direction of the Iron Country. In the past, Shiyin would merely follow quietly, akin to an automaton programmed to respond. Yet after Ruo Shui playfully teased her a few times, Shiyin finally exhibited the ability to inquire. Shiyin asked, where are we headed? Ruo Shui replied with a smile. Why not engage your clever little mind and ponder? As they ran, Shiyin lowered her gaze in contemplation. The southeast of the Iron Country is home to the port, while the earth, fire, wind, and thunder nations are situated inland. Only the water country is positioned by the open sea, necessitating the return of the water shadow to traverse the port. Furthermore, recalling the suspicious interaction between Ji Shui and the young water shadow during the Five Shadows Conference, Shiyin thus arrived at her conclusion. Are you scheming against that young water shadow? Bingo, you are truly astute. After Ruo Shui's commendation, he promptly clarified, to be precise, I am interested